Chapter 1361 Ritz Morning 2. There were two servants in linen robes. One was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The other servant was being stared at by the two-headed ogre. At this moment, he was so scared that his shit and urine leaked out. He was already nervous. His spirit completely collapsed, and he said somewhat incoherently, "I am feeding the fish." The trembling voice was filled with inexplicable panic, and his eyes kept wandering around. Without saying anything else, Gulaitam pulled out the dagger he carried with him, and cut a strip of fresh meat from the not-corrupted yellow sheep. "You come and eat." The servant's expression changed instantly, and he slumped on the ground helplessly, with a desperate panic in his eyes. He looked at the rapidly decaying strip of meat, and his hand suddenly hugged Gulaitam's hand holding the dagger. The two-headed ogre Gulaitam thought that this servant wanted to snatch his beloved dagger with his bare hands. With a table knife, he wanted to knock the servant to the ground immediately. But before his big fist came down, the servant had already turned his chest towards the edge of the dagger. The sharp-horned dagger pierced the servant's heart, and a stream of blood came out along the dagger, warm and sticky, and instantly dyed the dagger held by the two-headed ogre red. It also shocked the two-headed ogre Gulaitam. He did not expect that this servant would die like this. The servant's body fell on the yellow sheep. At this moment, the yellow sheep has been corroded by the unknown potion until its white ribs are exposed, and a large amount of fresh meat has melted into rotten blood. The servant threw himself on the yellow sheep, and his body began to melt like a melting candle in the rotten blood. The rotten blood stained on the two-headed ogre's arm was also rapidly eroding the ogre's arm. He had already felt that his arm was starting to numb, and the rotten skin had lost all feeling, and he could not feel any pain at all. "Good brother," Nauhar said hastily. "Maybe it's the plague." As he spoke, he quickly drew a magic circle with one hand, and recited a spell. Instantly, a layer of ice armor was wrapped around the body of the two-headed ogre, and the ogre's infected arm frozen into a lump of ice. "Don't worry. If we find Dak, we can ask him to use holy light to help us get rid of this plague. But we have to inform other people now, and we can't let everyone be infected with this disease." Nauhar muttered to Gulaitam, who was a little confused. At this time, a group of castle guards had already ran out of the castle. They discovered the situation here, and wanted to come over and deal with it as soon as possible. Seeing the castle guards running over, the two-headed ogre immediately stood up, and Gulaitam shouted at them, "Don't come here! Stop!" At this time, Nauhar also pointed at the guard captain among them and ordered him, "Quickly go to the kitchen to find some peat ash, and go and bring over a rice vat for storing rice. The others will go to the intersection to secure the road. Everyone, get moving! Hurry up!" Although the two-headed ogre is not usually responsible for guarding the castle, the castle guards all know the identity of the two-headed ogre. He is Lord Serdak's personal guard and will take him with him wherever he goes. So these castle guards did not hesitate at all to the two-headed ogre's instructions and immediately acted according to the two-headed ogre's instructions. The two-headed ogre had covered the two corpses with sand from the river, but blood kept seeping out from the sand, and Gulaitam continued to cover them with sand. When the wooden box containing the plant ash was brought over, the ogre immediately covered the bleeding mound with the plant ash, and used the shovel brought by the guard to put the mud mixed with blood and water into the box, and then covered it with a thick layer of vegetation ash. After doing this, the ogre took a long breath, and Gulaitam asked Nauhar, "Brother, how do you know this?" Nauhar took out a magic newspaper full of grease from his arms, and said with some pride, "Recently, magic newspapers have been discussing the undead army on the Pi Plateau. So I took the opportunity to read a few books about the Scourge Legion. The historical miscellaneous articles of the People's Republic of China record a disease similar to this situation. They call this the blood plague. It is a highly contagious and corrosive plague. The flesh and blood of the infected person will soon melt away. Some people he may even turn into a ghoul after death." Hearing what Nauhar said, Gulaitam immediately asked worriedly, "Brother, if you say we are already infected, will we turn into big ghouls later?" Nauhar said very confidently, "Probably not before my magic power is exhausted. Now this arm has been completely frozen, so we must find Dak quickly. In addition, since they dropped the plague here, they may also drop it elsewhere. So our top priority is to quickly notify other guards in the castle to restrict the entry and exit of people in the castle from now on, and make sure the castle is safe." When Nauhar said this, Gulaitam immediately became a little nervous. He ordered the castle guard captains next to him, "Now you go immediately and tell Sia what happened here, and another team of people will come with me to search outside. Don't deal with any abnormal situation without authorization. The two-headed ogre hasn't finished speaking yet. In Rooter City, the whole city's alert whistle sounded. Samira witnessed the undead warlock pouring some potion into the well at the entrance of the street, in order to prevent anyone from drinking the well water. She could only use the long dagger she carried to cut off the rope of the well. Chase down those undead warlocks running around the city without looking back. 3 undead warlocks have already died under Samira's arrows. The first one was nailed to the rafters protruding from the eaves by Samira with an iron-feathered arrow, and the arrow penetrated into his chest. His whole body was hung in the air by an arrow, and his black robe was swaying under the eaves, causing the woman who heard the movement on the eaves and opened the window to check the situation outside to scream. His magic pot fell down in an alley and was picked up by a worker who was just about to go out. Perhaps because no one around him was paying attention, the tanned worker quickly took the magic pot back home. Samira was worried that the necromancer was pretending to be dead, so she jumped over and slashed his throat before chasing the other necromancer. The second undead warlock was shot through the head by Samira. The arrow entered from the back of the head, emerged from his forehead, and was inserted into the red brick wall. The undead warlock put his head against the wall and knelt there with his hands on the wall. His posture was like that of a drunken man holding on to the wall while vomiting. The blood he spurted stained a large area of the wall red. The third undead warlock looked back when he was running away, and was hit in the eye by an arrow from Samira. He fell directly from the handle of the magic pot and hit his forehead on the sculpture on the roof, which shattered like a watermelon. Open. The whole body is hung on the safety rope of the rooftop statue, although some of the wells seen along the way were blocked by ropes. The city of Rud was so big that she could not prevent the residents at other wells from not drinking water in the morning, and the plague spread rapidly in the city. The plague spread very quickly. When Samira chased the fourth escaping necromancer, she saw not only corpses appearing beside some wells, but some corpses even turned into ghouls. Their bodies rotted quickly, and then they disappeared from the world, climbing up on the ground, like a walking zombie, relying on instinctive sense of smell to look for living people in the city. Samira did not expect that these undead warlocks would actually bring a terrifying plague. She stood on the roof, looked at the empty arrow kettle, took out a new bundle of arrows from her space belt, and put it into the quiver. Samira discreetly covered her mouth and nose with a towel. This magic weave cloth scarf was given to her by Surdak personally when she was in the desolate land of Wall Village. In the volcanic territory, there is volcanic ash floating in the air all year round. In order to prevent the volcanic ash from being inhaled into the lungs, Surdak requires everyone near the volcano to wear a mask. Samira once again locked onto a necromancer. She stepped over the eaves of a building and chased after him as light as a bird. Chapter 1362 Rut's Morning 3. In just one morning, there were many incidents of ghouls attacking citizens in Rut City, and almost all of these incidents occurred near various wells in the city. Under the dispatch of Edgar, almost everyone in the guard camp nights was maintaining order in Rut City, except for the necessary personnel on duty at the guard camp headquarters building. The city's alert whistles were continuously blown over Luyide City. Nowadays, Luyide City has just been freed from the flames of war. It is still relatively familiar with this state of war readiness. When hearing this kind of alarm-like whistle, most residents will hide inside their homes. There were only some caravan members who rushed to Rut City from other places, because they could not understand these early warning whistles. There were still some people who wandered around the streets like headless flies. So far, the main areas where ghoul attacks have occurred are almost concentrated near civilian residential areas. At this moment, Gary Decker almost had a nervous breakdown. Suldek sent her to keep an eye on the movement in the slums last night. There was no movement the whole night, but she and the construct knights in the nights had a breakfast near the restaurant square. The plague began to appear one after another in various streets in the slums. Some people saw that it was a group of magicians in black robes who dropped something into the well at the intersection of the street. It is said that residents who accidentally drank the well water died one after another, and some even turned into food. Ghoul? Gary Decker knew that they were not magicians in the city, but a group of necromancers. But these undead warlocks run very fast, especially when they ride magic harpoons through the streets and alleys. Gary Decker and the Construct Knights could not catch up with them with their war horses. The Construct Knights could only close the streets in the slums and control the wells at each street entrance as much as possible. It's just that residents in slums usually get up early because they have to work. Many people need to wash up and make breakfast in the morning. So some people die directly by the wells, and some take the contaminated well water with them. Returning home, the whole family became infected with the plague. As a result, Ghouls quickly appeared on the streets of the slums. Now the Construct Knights have to clean up the ghouls along the streets. Moreover, these corpses are basically sources of infection. So they must be burned or deep cut with plant ash. Buried. After Gary Decker discovered that the wells in the slums were the source of infection, he quickly asked the Construct Knights to seal all the wells in the slums. In addition, she also ordered all the knights in the guard camp to check the infected people from house to house. This blood plague is a contact transmission. As long as the infected people can be controlled to prevent them from mutating and becoming aggressive ghouls, residents are banned. Drinking contaminated well water can control the epidemic here. But what he never expected was that the situation in the slums had just been brought under some control. But the epidemic reappeared in the civilian areas and commercial districts, and ghouls kept rushing into the streets. What's even more annoying is that there are almost no wells at the entrance of the shopping district. Most of them are pools built with magic rune boards. If you want the Guard Battalion Knights to seal off the two major areas of Rit City, it is far from enough to have only 3,000 Guard Battalion Knights. During this period of time, Gary Decker almost always sat on the ground, fighting fires everywhere on horseback. The city was already in chaos. In order to prevent the plague from spreading outside the city, Gary Decker sealed the city gate immediately. But here's the problem that gave her a headache. Because a terrible plague broke out in the city, the nobles in the city took magic caravans. They lined up in a long convoy through the streets and alleys to leave the city of Rut. But the city gate has been blocked by the knights of the guard camp. Some noble lords' personal guards were at the city gate, and a conflict broke out with the city gate guards. The scene at that time was also quite chaotic. If Gary Decker and the Construct Knights hadn't arrived in time, the noble lords would have probably broken through the city gate from the inside. Even so, the knights from the guard camp guarding the city gate were here. Many people were injured in the conflict. Samira carried Santos' famous shotgun and killed more than a dozen lords' personal guard knights with blood on their swords with a tough attitude, and then shocked them. But when more and more magic caravans gathered on the street at the gate of the city, some ghouls even emerged from the alleys nearby and even attacked some nobles riding carriages. If everyone hadn't brought some escort knights, this place would have been very dangerous. It might become a slaughterhouse for those ghouls. Seeing the ghoul biting people, the nobles who were about to become quiet once again protested strongly. Everyone claimed to exercise the power of the nobles. Every noble who has not violated the law is free, and they have the right to leave at any time. Ruth City. A group of nobles got off their carriages and walked to the city gate one after another. They greeted the knights from the guard camp guarding the city gate. These guard camp knights could only retreat frequently. Drawing a sword against a noble who had not been convicted would violate the laws of the Green Empire. Knight! We are going out! You have no right to restrain an imperial noble. If you dare to stand in front of me again, I will take action. Don't force me to attack you with the sword in my hand. Words like this abound, and Gary Decker has no idea what to do at this time. At this moment, a team of constructed knights hurried over. Gary Decker went up to them and found a coffin on the truck behind them. The body in the coffin was so badly decomposed that the body had almost turned into white bones. The head had been chopped off, and now it has become flesh and blood. Vague. What happened? The Construct Knight beside him told what happened. Gary Decker ordered the Construct Knights around him to guard the wells at each street entrance. This team of Construct Knights was responsible for checking the infected families in the slums one by one. When they found a row building, 2 people in the family, the adults, had fallen to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. But there happened to be a child of a few years old hiding under the bed, except for a few blood stains on his face. His body did not seem to be stained by the corrupted blood. The knight captain then felt some compassion. He knelt by the window and stretched out his hands, ready to take the child out from under the bed. Child, come out! I will take you out of here! Before he could finish his words, his companion shouted loudly, Don't hug her! Let her come out on her own! The knight captain ignored his companion's reminder. He stretched out his hand to fish out the frightened boy from under the bed. Unexpectedly, the boy's eyes instantly turned red. His face became a little distorted, and he opened his mouth. The knight captain took a bite on his neck. After this bite, the boy's body became extremely distorted and turned into a ghoul. The knight captain quickly dropped the boy. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he moved, he was still infected with the blood plague. Gary Decker saw that the magic pattern construct that the knight constructor had taken off was neatly placed aside. He stabbed his heart with his knight's sword at the edge of the well. Before he died, he told his companions to take his sword, cut off the head. Gary Decker looked at the construct knight captain lying in the coffin and couldn't say anything. The plague in the city in front of her was spreading rapidly, and it seemed difficult to control it. The nobles in front of her wanted to take the opportunity to escape from Ruth's city, but she had no reason to stop them. At this moment, Gary Decker's tense nerves were about to collapse, watching the plague spread rapidly in the city. Viscount Dew, who was hiding in a residence in the city, stood behind the gauze curtain by the window, looking through the gauze at the chaotic scene on the street, with an intriguing smile on his face. Under the sunlight, the morning fog in Ruth's city quickly dispersed. The city finally showed its original appearance, and the city became chaotic. Knights from the guard camp and the constructed knights guarded the streets. The nobles crowded at the gate of the city. They were confronting the knights from the guard camp in the city. Under the pressure of these nobles, the knights of the guard camp continued to retreat. At this time, a loud dragon roar suddenly came from the distant sky. A red dragon as bright as flame broke through the clouds and flew straight over. Every time the huge red dragon wings flapped, the red dragon flew at a faster speed. It seems like it's just a minute faster. Callie Decker saw the figure of the red dragon, and just as a surprised smile appeared on her face, the red dragon Israel had already flown to the top of the city, and its huge body landed steadily on the platform of the Arrow Tower. It lowered its head slightly, and Serdek jumped off its back quickly, just waiting for Soldak to casually say a word of thanks. The red dragon Aesir nodded. It spread its dragon wings again and flapped twice on the spot. A portal appeared in front of it. Iso drilled in quickly. At this time, Soldak took a step forward, jumped down from the top of the city, stood next to Gary Decker, and said to the nobles, who were walking step by step in front of him, "There is a plague in the city. In order to prevent it, the blood plague is spreading outwards, and Red City is temporarily closed. So please come back." When these nobles saw Serdek jumping off the back of a red dragon, they immediately remembered some rumors about Lord Serdek. A group of nobles retreated reluctantly in front of Serdek. Chapter 1363 Ritz Morning 4. As the nobles retreated one after another, the chaotic scene at the city gate stabilized with the arrival of Serdek. "Callie Decker, you take the Construct Knights to capture the group of necromancers in the city. Leave this to me," Soldak ordered to the somewhat ashamed Gary Decker. "I got it. All the knights of the second Construct Knights, follow me." Gary Decker quickly got on his horse and shouted to the Construct Knights behind him. After saying that, she took the reins and rode the horse in the opposite direction along the street and sidewalk toward the city. A group of Construct Knights followed behind Gary Decker, forming a long row and rushing into the city. There was only one city guard left at the city gate. They leaned against the city gate and looked at the nobles crowded on the street. Many of them had sweat on their palms. They were a little nervous and kept moving the hand holding the sword on the linen, wiping on the sweat towel. The nobles at the city gate stood there awkwardly, and the few nobles at the front didn't even dare to look at Soldek's sharp eyes. At this time, someone in the crowd of nobles begged Serdek, "Lord Serdek, please let us leave. Yes, there is a plague in the city. Let's take our families out of the city to escape. The city of Rid has become like this now. We want to hide in the manor." Seeing many old people, women and children mixed in the crowd, Soldak stood on a large wooden barrel at the city gate and shouted loudly to the numerous nobles in front of him. "I don't know who hid the necromancer in Rit City, but I think it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold in Rit City without the help of the nobles. Viscount Douay is already on the wanted list in Rit City. Any nobleman who has good relations with Viscount Douay will become the object of my suspicion. I think you don't want to become a wanted criminal on the list, no matter who it is. As long as if you are related to this plague of undead warlocks, and you are not able to hear your defense when I discover it, I will submit the evidence of your crime to the Bena Provincial House of Representatives. And before that, I will deprive you of the freedom of the people, the aristocratic rights, aristocratic status, territories, manors, and other wealth enjoyed by its city. Of course, I can also understand that you may occasionally be confused and do some wrong things, but if you regret it and want to redeem yourself, now is a perfect opportunity. So if any of you know the hiding address of Viscount Douay, you can send someone to inform me privately. I think this will be a good opportunity to prove yourself." After Serdek said this, the expressions of a group of nobles changed, and everyone immediately began to discuss among themselves. For a moment, the square in front of the city gate looked like a noisy market. Serdek pulled out the broadsword from his waist, knocked the heavy shield hard, and said to the city guard leaning against the city gate, "Open the door and let them go." The city defense guards made the "Open the city gate" gesture to the top of the city wall. As the chain of the winch slowly turned, The heavy suspension bridge was lowered. The city defense guards lifted the big iron bolt across the city gate, and the city gate was slowly pushed open. A group of nobles quickly boarded the magic caravan, and the coachman began to wave his whip, driving the magic caravan out of the city. Cerdak took a step forward and stopped in front of the first magic caravan that was about to leave the city. He shouted to the nobles in the car, "Please everyone get out of the car. Every noble must accept the regulations." Check it out. The nobles in the carriage looked at Cerdak in disbelief. Some people continued to protest. What qualifications do these civilian soldiers have to inspect us? Cerdak didn't speak, but took out a magic signal from his waist and shot it into the sky. The magic flare flew into the sky and drew a dazzling red parabola. Since they are not qualified to inspect you, I will ask magicians, who are also nobles, to conduct routine inspections. In fact, an alarm sounded in Ruth City, and the magicians from the Magic Guild Law Enforcement Group came out of the magic tower immediately. They were still checking the situation everywhere in the city, and some magicians had already participated in the arrest of the undead warlock. There are also magicians from the law enforcement group flying on lantern handles over the slum area at the gate of the city. When the two magicians saw the magic signal from the city gate, they immediately turned the helm and rushed to Cerdak's side as quickly as possible. Cerdak stood at the city gate and waved towards the two magicians, motioning them to come closer. These two young magicians happened to have participated in the Belan Plain battlefield in winter. When they saw Cerdak waving to them, they flew down without hesitation. "Lord Cerdak, what can I do for you?" Two young magicians asked respectfully to Cerdak. Cerdak pointed to the nobles still sitting in the carriage and said to the two magicians, "You are here to help me check these nobles, who are leaving the city for the time being. My request is very simple. Do not let any necromancers go." "Okay." The two young magicians agreed readily. Cerdak turned around and shouted to the magic caravan waiting to leave the city, "Everyone in the car, please get out of the car and accept the routine inspection by the magician nobles." It is relatively simple for a magician to be able to tell whether the other party is a necromancer face to face. Almost all magicians in these law enforcement groups have magic detection rods. This kind of transparent crystal has a simple magic circle engraved on it. As long as there is a slight fluctuation of magic power in the surroundings, the magic detection rod can emit a faint light. When the nobles saw that Cerdak had invited a magician to guard the city gate for routine inspections, their objections suddenly disappeared. The wheels of the first magic caravan ran over the planks of the suspension bridge and quickly left Makusuo City. There were many magic caravans blocking the city gate, but not everyone was in a hurry to leave at this moment. Some nobles began to hesitate, considering the series of consequences that would result if they left in a hurry. Many nobles know. When he was in the plain of Ganbu, Cerdak treated those nobles who dared to leave the city in times of crisis, almost depriving them of all the territories in their hands. The reason was very simple. He only needed to mark these nobles as Lord MacDonald. The label of a comrade was enough. Afterwards, even if these nobles went to Bena City to appeal, they could not stand up. There are still people who leave in a hurry when their minds are hot. But there are also many nobles who quietly turn around their carriages and return to their houses in the city. While Cerdak was dealing with the nobles who were clamoring to leave the city at the city gate, Thea learned from Gary Decker that he was back, and quickly arrived in a magic caravan to help. When he saw Cerdak was giving instructions to Edgar. "Immediately order the whole city to be under martial law. According to the information I learned, this blood plague can only be spread through contact. In other words, it can only be infected by drinking contaminated well water or plague blood. And this plague is not suitable for ordinary people. It is said that the disease will occur within a few minutes. Most people will die directly, and the corpses will become a new source of plague transmission, while a few residents with excellent physiques will purify the city of mindless ghouls. So you just control the water wells in the whole city. You must avoid touching the corpses directly. Collect as much plant ash and quicklime as possible to cover the corpses. I will organize vehicles to deal with these sources of plague as soon as possible. By the way, when you are fighting those ghouls and plague zombies, you must avoid being bitten by them. Those ghouls almost always fight based on instinct. Soldiers must be careful not to get hurt. Only by completely cutting off the source of infection can we stop the spread of the blood plague." The bearded Edgar was followed by a whole team of guard camp knights. He straightened his waist in front of Cerdak and said loudly to Cerdak, "As you command?" The law enforcement team of the Ruth City Magic Union sent 5 more magicians to support the city gate. After Cerdak explained the rotation tasks at the city gate to these magicians, he took the time to tell Thea, "Thea, take my warrant and go to Makusuo to transfer the 7th Archer Regiment. The medical team in Rangnica is also here. Okay. I'll go right away, Sia promised. She did not expect that as soon as she saw Serdek, she would be sent to Makusuo City to mobilize the Lord Army. At this time, some aristocratic officials in the city hall also rushed over. Some aristocratic officials even brought the Lord's private army. The entire city of Rug gradually restored order in the panic. According to Serdek's order, all residents of the city must stay at home. Knights from the guard camp are spread throughout every street and alley, preaching to the residents of the city about the spreading characteristics of the blood plague. At noon, the 7th Archer Regiment of Serdek's Lord Army had already climbed onto the city wall and the commanding heights in the city, completely restricting the magicians from flying freely in the city. Nika's medical team also came quickly from the military camp in Makuso City. However, this blood plague is an acute plague that will develop rapidly within a few minutes as long as it is infected. Therefore, once civilians are infected, they will not be affected at all. There is no power against death. So Nika doesn't need to treat the residents of the city at all. She only needs to treat the infected construct knights. In fact, in addition to the protection of the magic pattern constructs, these construct knights also have the rescue of magicians. Everyone knew from the two-headed ogre ghoul item that freezing technology could effectively prevent the spread of the blood plague. The Magic Guild immediately sent out 40 magicians, carrying a large number of freezing magic scrolls, spread across various areas of the city. Once any construct knights are infected with the plague, magicians will rush over to support them, and the infected areas will freeze immediately. This greatly reduces the fatality rate of the constructed knight. During the citywide manhunt, Samira and Gary Decker led the construct knights to kill a total of 17 necromancers on the spot, and also captured 3 injured necromancers. In just one day, the plague in Rit City was effectively controlled. Chapter 1364 The Conspiracy Unexpectedly Exposed. As the search for undead warlocks began throughout the city, the citywide manhunt in Rit City not only captured several hidden undead warlocks, but also completely plowed through some of the underground world in Rit City. Even the Thieves Guild, which makes a living by selling information, was not spared this time. Many thieves, swindlers, and street gangsters, who often extort money, line up to enter the prison cells of the guard camp every day. After the underground prison of the guard camp was full, the bearded Edgar speeded up the trial of these thieves and liars. Once convicted, they would be sent to the town of Hatangada in the Gonbu Plain, and the ruins of Takarai town over there. It requires a lot of labor to clean up. Of course, these prisoners cannot eat and drink for free in the prison. They have to be sent to Takarai to cut stones. Samira has been searching for Viscount Dewey all over the world for the past 2 days. Unfortunately, Viscount Dewey disappeared out of thin air in Rit City. He often found some clues, and then suddenly interrupted them somewhere. This makes the half-elf archer have a gloomy face all day long. Nika's light magic has the effect of restraining the blood plague. Although the plague has subsided, Soldak still asked her to transfer this light purification technique to magic parchment and make it into a magic scroll. Store it in the magic sealing box. Thea has great experience in drawing magic scrolls, thanks to the water-based magic skin care magic masks she made. Almost every picture is drawn by Sia himself, and some things will naturally become very familiar to you after you have done them many times. With Sia's help, Nika quickly produced dozens of magic scrolls for purification. Although the source of the plague had been cleared away in time, nearly 200 wells in the city were contaminated. Under Serdak's order, almost all of these century-old wells in the slums were filled with sand and gravel by the Makuso construction team. In order to solve the water problem in the slums, Serdak purchased nearly 500 water-concentrating magic rune boards from local magic merchants. These water-based magic rune boards will be installed on the water walls of every street corner pool in the city. And this kind of square trough-shaped water pools has sprung up at every street corner in the city. The city's inland rivers will also be completely dredged this time. Luke, who was responsible for the dredging work, did not expect that there were actually some ooze monsters hidden in the foul-smelling mud deposited at the bottom of the river. If it hadn't been for the clearing out of the city's inland rivers, no one would have known that such a strange creature had appeared in the inland rivers in Rit City. Magicians call this kind of snot-like species that can completely hide in muddy water as ooze monsters, while ordinary residents like to call it water ghosts. They usually lie in the mud under the river bed. Their diet is very mixed. Basically, they will eat everything, including river-bottom aquatic plants, screws, and small fish. Once children swim in the river, they will occasionally change their taste. This kind of monster is difficult to catch. Exposing it to the bottom of the river bed is the most effective method. They are like jellyfish and will die immediately, as soon as they get out of the muddy water. The dredging project of the inland river was handed over to the Makusuo construction engineering team this time. Cobalt slaves are also very good at digging river channels. Luke even proposed a very complete plan to transform the inland river. He planned to use volcanic ash cement produced in the deserted land of Helensa city to flatten both sides of the river, and then pave the bottom of the river with cobblestones from Constantinople, completely transforming the river. The water quality of this inland river is closely related to the residents of the city, and Root City also regained its former prosperity during these vigorous reconstruction processes. Surdak was approving an investigation report. The statistical report on the death toll in the slums clearly stated that there were 6,347 people. This was only the lowest slum area in Root City, and it was still based on statistics from the permanent population. It is impossible to investigate how many unregistered outsiders died. He closed his eyes and touched his somewhat heavy forehead. At this time, Samira and Carrie Decker walked into the office of the city hall side by side. Carrie Decker excitedly said to Soldak, "Boss, that Viscount Dewey was caught by us." Soldak suddenly raised his head, stared at Gary Decker, and asked very curiously, "Where has he been hiding these past few days? He shouldn't have a chance to leave the city." "Right. In the basement of the hotel on the south side of the central square. If we are a step later, this guy will escape to the Gonbu plane through the portal." Gary Decker sat on the chair opposite the desk. Wearing a tight, the leather pants are wrapped around the long legs and overlapped. "How did you find such a secret place?" Surdak asked again. Carrie Decker said with some pride, "Of course it is a report. Otherwise, who would be able to find such a place? In addition, this hotel belongs to the Adley family. The person who reported the report was worried about being implicated by Viscount Dew, so he found it. Us." Soldak nodded and ordered, "Write a search warrant immediately, and give it to me to sign after you finish writing it. Sia, have someone notify all members of the House of Representatives to convene a temporary voting meeting in the afternoon." Sia, who was sitting outside, walked in and said, "Okay. But boss, there are many congressmen who have not returned to Root City yet." Soldak waved his hand and said, "Ignore them and continue to inform you normally. I need someone to pay for this incident. Viscount Dew's part of the industry alone is not enough. I really hope that the Adley family will be more involved this time." "More." "Samira, you continue to investigate the members of the Adley family and try to find a breakthrough from those family members. It is best to find a few big fish. I hope these families can contribute to the reconstruction of Root City." "Hold on. I know." Samira leaned against the window and looked at the flower bed in the yard outside the window. In the afternoon, the bearded Edgar sent Viscount Dew's confession to Soldak. After reading some of Viscount Dew's statements, Soldak realized that the abomination cultivated by the necromancers in his territory was the core of the entire conspiracy. In Viscount Dew's plan, when the undead sorcerers released the blood plague in the city, this abomination and hundreds of ghouls would also appear in the city of Rooter. This abomination would completely merge with Old Benton. After the Earl's body, he will possess part of the wisdom and memory of the old Earl Benton, and he will command hundreds of ghouls to rush into the slums. As the blood plague gradually spreads in the slums, the ghouls quickly occupy the slums under the cover of morning fog, and more ghouls will appear by then. The abomination will also eat a large number of corpses of poor people in the slums and evolve into an existence equivalent to a 6th-level monster. As long as the number of ghouls increases to a certain level, everyone can stop the plague in Root City. Root City will also become a dead city in the Terrapagan region. The nobles who survived the plague could gain a little weight in their family territory. After all, everyone in the city had died, and no one would know about whose territory they occupied. Viscount Dew and the surviving nobles will save the city again. There were 3 loopholes in Viscount Dewey's plan that he never expected. The first loophole was discovered when he was secretly digging the grave of old Earl Benton. In addition, Chief Nathaniel of the guard camp was transferred, so that an inconspicuous investigation report in the slum fell into the eyes of Gary Decker and Soldak. In the end, the necromancer hiding in the city was discovered by Soldak, and Samira was asked to investigate it personally. It is for these reasons, and under pressure from the guard camp, Viscount Dewey is ready to implement the plan in advance. It was at this time that Surdak and the Construct Knights found the altar for cultivating abominations in the territory. Viscount Dewey knew that the abominations from the manor could not be smuggled into Lut City, so he entered Lut overnight, instigated the undead warlocks to launch a plague attack plan. Seeing this, Surdak closed the parchment book and signed his name on the verdict attached to the confession. On the 3rd day after his arrest, Viscount Dewey was tied to the burning rack in the square in front of the Magic Union by the executioner of the law enforcement group. He will be judged by the Magic Guild law enforcement team for the crime of endangering the safety of forbidden magic. As for why the verdict was not signed by Soldak, the main reason is that Viscount Dewey is a nobleman. Even if the crime is extremely heinous, it is still very troublesome to impose the death penalty. The verdict must not only be sent to the House of Representatives in Venice City for approval, but also submit the memorandum to the imperial capital. But the Magic Union does not need such complicated procedures. The head of the law enforcement team only needs to send the judgment to the Magic Union in Venice City, and the judgment can be executed immediately. Chapter 1365 in the square. The afternoon sun turned the unshielded square into a big oven. Although there were several fountains around the square, it still couldn't lower the temperature here. This square is right in front of the magic tower. It is usually very deserted. Only some magicians who come in and out of the Magic Guild will pass by here. Now, the entire square, and even several streets in the Magic District, were almost crowded with Root residents who came to watch the excitement. There were even some very business-minded vendors who packed enough smoothies from the ice drink shop, then put the tin cans on their heads and kept hawking among the crowd. At this time, being able to drink a cup of fine and refreshing smoothie drizzled with honey syrup is a treat for the residents watching the excitement here. The square in front of the Magic Guild was filled with nobles watching the execution. Although the weather was a bit hot, everyone was still wearing decent clothes. Only the servants were fanning their hands hard in the back. Cerdak sat on the high platform, and the old magician sitting side by side with him was the president of the Magic Guild. The two represent the highest power in Root City. The leader of the Magic Guild law enforcement group stood in front of the news stage this time. There was a huge brazier in front of him. The tunnel oil inside had been ignited, making the copper basin below sizzle. A group of city hall officials and magicians from the Magic Guild all stood behind Soldak and the president of the Magic Guild, as well as a group of counselors from Root City who could be present. They were only a dozen meters away from the burning rack. 10 servants carrying pine and cypress wood took turns to pile the firewood under the cross. The firewood was very dry and had a strong smell of grease. Several magic apprentices came forward carrying iron buckets and continuously sprinkled the kerosene in the iron buckets on the firewood. Not only did Viscount Dewey not expect that he would be burned to death today, but even the nobles in the city did not expect that Soldak would bypass all the protection laws for nobles and use the code of the Magic Union to sentence Viscount Dewey to death. The Green Empire has established many protection laws for nobles. Even a heinous rioter like Viscount Dewey can live for a few more months under the protection of the Imperial Code, just like the original Lord MacDonald. If he accepted the sentence through formal channels, this guy would at least need to be escorted to Venice City. But Cerdak couldn't wait. The residents of the whole city can't wait. Dewey's conspiracy plan was almost to destroy the entire city of Root. At least thousands of families in the city had their relatives die in this incident. The cross was very crudely made. It was basically 2 pieces of pine wood crossed vertically and horizontally and fixed on the base. The cross was also painted with a thick layer of kerosene. There were no buckles at both ends of the crossbar. Viscount Dewey's hands were the nails that were specially used to nail the lid of a wooden coffin penetrated the palm of his hand. And his body was hung on a wooden cross. All his clothes were stripped off, and he was only wearing a shirt that was stained with blood and could not be seen as white. His feet are bare. His arms may have been dislocated, and his hanging posture on the wooden cross is a bit strange. However, this did not seem to affect Viscount Dewey's crazy laughter. His face was covered with thick stubble, and his bloodshot eyes were as ferocious as wild beasts. Viscount Dewey looked at the surrounding nobles, most of whom were almost avoiding his eyes. Finally, his eyes fell on Soldak's face. Cerdak was also looking at Viscount Dewey, although he didn't tidy up his beard, which made him look sloppy. It had to be said that Dewey's face was hidden under his beard. Still very handsome. Bundles of dry firewood were piled at his feet like a hill. The kerosene poured on it gave off a pungent smell. There are a total of 4 crosses erected in the Magic Union Square. Hanging on the other 3 crosses are 3 necromancers. These necromancers have their eyes closed at this moment, with magic sealing arrays attached to their bodies. But they are still chanting the magic words in their mouths. Curse. The leader of the law enforcement group stood in front of the wooden cross, holding a torch in his hand, looking up at the necromancer hanging on the cross, and asked loudly, "Aren't you afraid?" Only one undead warlock opened his eyes. His eyes had turned green, and there was a strange expression on his face. "This is a foreign land for us. When we die, our souls will be led into the gate of the underworld. That is our hometown. If you are willing to join us, I promise to make your death full of expectations. Newborn. Yes, death is just another form of rebirth for us. We step into another vast world. The three undead warlocks actually began to preach the doctrine of the undead in front of the crowd. The head of the law enforcement group did not want to drag it on. He glanced at the president of the Magic Union, and after getting a positive answer, he handed over the torch was stretched out to the firewood pile. The firewood was almost covered with corpse oil, and the fire started to burn all of a sudden. The flames were so high that there was also billowing smoke. Viscount Dewey, who was wrapped in thick smoke and heat waves, was still laughing. Under the thick smoke, his laughter turned into violent coughs and painful howls. However, those sounds did not last long, and they stopped as his body curled together. As for the other three undead warlocks on the crosses, they made no sound at all, as if the crosses were originally tied to puppets. As the fire engulfed the wooden cross, there was a hissing sound of oil dripping from the flames, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. There was no wind today, and the thick smoke formed a straight column. There were a lot of onlookers, and with people shouting in surprise, the flames finally engulfed the wooden cross. The bereaved residents of the city cheered. On the contrary, the nobles were frightened when they saw him. All the nobles who had had close contact with Viscount Dewey were worried that their information would be grasped by the Consul Soldak. Viscount Dewey and the three necromancers were burned to ashes, leaving only some crisp white bones in the ashes. As long as they were touched lightly, those bones would turn into pieces. Viscount Dewey's family property has been completely seized, and the large territory he owns outside Rooter City has therefore become the reserve land of the City Hall. Everyone in Viscount Dewey's estate will be escorted to Bena City for trial. Several servants found Viscount Dewey's bones among the hot ashes and put them into jars. The jar will also be brought to Bena City. As for the three necromancers, there was no such treatment. No one collected their bones for them, so their bones just mixed with the vegetation and flowed into the sewer. The sun was already setting in the west at this moment, and the city of Root looked particularly beautiful under the sunshine. The crowd in the square began to disperse one after another. Many people were starving from watching the execution. The civilians were talking about the burning, and many people were discussing Viscount Dewey. He was once the most prestigious noble lord in the slums, and many of his initiatives benefited many poor people. There are still statues of Viscount Dewey in the streets and alleys of the slums. Many people find it incredible that Viscount Dewey's kind appearance seems to have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Root City. The nobles did not all sit silently in the magic caravan waiting on the street, but they did not whisper to each other. Many noble lords are actually quite worried that Consul Soldak will settle accounts later. Moreover, before this operation, Viscount Dewey specially summoned many nobles to his home. Now that he thinks about it, it is not difficult to find that Viscount Dewey read between the lines at that time. Some information has already been revealed, but at that time, no one knew that Viscount Dewey would be so courageous, and that the actions he planned would be so crazy. Cerdak boarded the magic caravan and breathed a sigh of relief. The magic caravan slowly left the magic area. After executing Viscount Dewey, Cerdak felt better in his heart. I still remember that just now, the president of the Magic Guild said to Soldak. All the necromancers in the entire Terrapagan area are likely to be wiped out because of this incident. He pinched the corners of his eyes a little tiredly, and there was still some aftermath work to be done later. Fortunately, Root City is undergoing urban construction, and the biggest loss in the city is the backfilling of more than 200 wells, which also killed many civilians. The merchants and nobles were not greatly affected. The only embarrassing thing was that those nobles who insisted on leaving Root City at the beginning now need a series of reviews if they want to return to Root City. In particular, it would be difficult to prove to the city prosecutor that he had no connection with Viscount Dewey. Recently, under Samira's investigation, it has been verified that 4 noble lords have a very close relationship with Viscount Dewey. One of the noble lords owns a large area of land and has 3 lumber mills. It was he who reported to Dewey Viscount Dewey provided a large amount of wood for making coffins, which is naturally inseparable from the plague incident. Once verified, the noble lords will lose large areas of territory. In the carriage, Soldak recovered his somewhat confused thoughts and saw Thea, Samira and Carrie Decker sitting across from each other. Cerdak said, "You guys have worked hard during this time," Sia said with a smile. "Boss, what are we going to do with the related nobles next? This incident involves too many things. All the nobles involved will be punished. Those with minor crimes will be asked to pay fines at the city hall, and those with serious crimes will have their territories confiscated," Soldak said. Sia quickly recorded it in her notebook. Where's Naomi? Do you want her to go back to the mine in the abandoned mining area to live alone? Thea then asked the second question. What are Naomi's plans? Soldak asked Thea a little strangely. If Sia was unsteady with these words, he would have thought that the necromancer would have gone back long ago. Naomi wants to stay and join the Lord's army. Samira on the side immediately added. Oh, then let her adapt to military life with Carrie Decker first, Soldak said. Okay, boss. Carrie Decker agreed. Is there anything else? Serdek asked absently, while looking at the dazzling array of shops outside the car window. Thea continued to report. I heard that Earl Allen Benton is ill, and it seems to be very serious. The City Hall has received an official letter of suspension from him. So you need to appoint a logistics minister as soon as possible. Serdek was a little surprised and asked, What disease does he have? Thea replied, It is said that after being infected by the plague, after the body became weak, various diseases followed one after another. Soldak continued to ask, Has Nika gone to treat Earl Benton? There is no obvious effect. Thea answered while flipping through the parchment. Let's go and take a look, Serdek ordered. Earl Allen Benton has been recuperating in a manor outside the city recently, Thea continued. When the carriage driver heard Soldak say this in the carriage, the magic caravan immediately turned around and ran towards the outside of the city. The road outside the city is not easy to walk, especially when entering the mountains in the noble territory. The road is even more bumpy. Even Serdek stopped talking during this section of the road. When the magic caravan arrived at the Benton family's manor, it was completely dark. The manor guards quickly recognized Serdek's magic caravan. While they opened the gate to let it go, they sent people to the manor to notify the people inside to come out to greet it. Soldak stepped down from the carriage of the magic caravan and, led by Allen Benton's son, walked into the villa, passed through 2 internal courtyards, and entered a room in the back house. When he saw Earl Allen Benton, Soldak did not expect that in just a few days, Earl Allen Benton would become skinny and bones. He lay on the bed and opened his eyes when he heard someone calling softly. When he saw Serdek, he smiled with difficulty. Father was involved in Viscount Dewey's plan, Allen Benton said weakly to Soldak, and he could see the anxiety in his eyes. I know. Soldak sat on the edge of the bed and used holy light to wander around Allen Benton's body for a moment. Realizing that it was not because he was infected with the blood plague, Serdek stopped the arm holding the holy light. But none of the young people in the family knew about Father's plan. They are all innocent. The Benton family is willing to take responsibility for this matter. Earl Allen Benton became breathless after saying a few words. His forehead was covered with sweat. Serdek hesitated before saying, I know all this, so don't worry that I will convict them. You should pay a fine and confiscate a large territory at the same time. When he arrived at the manor, Serdek actually saw some magic caravans leaving the manor one after another. When Soldak met Earl Allen Benton, he found that many people were leaving one after another. Such an old aristocratic family had declined rapidly because of old Benton's thoughts. Perhaps because Allen Benton was seriously ill. The members of the Benton family were more like scattered sand. Many people were hesitant when they saw Archon Soldak coming over. At this moment, many young people quickly made a decision. I also decided to leave the manor quickly to avoid punishment from the Soldak Archon. Chapter 1366 Price. Earl Allen Benton looked at the glass vase on the windowsill with some nostalgia. Although the flowers in the vase had withered, there was a wry smile on his face, and the wrinkles on his forehead were so deep. Oh, Lulia, help me take out those things, Earl Allen Benton called softly to the young man guarding him. With red eyes, the young man walked to the cabinet without saying a word, took out a parchment-filled bag from the cabinet, and then walked to Earl Allen Benton. Open it. Allen Benton was very weak and struggled to speak every word. The file bag was opened by the young man. Inside were several magic parchment deeds and a gold seal. The young man named Olulia handed over the land deed and seal to Serdek. Each land deed has a detailed description of the area and land boundaries. Serdek counted 7 of them in total. The magic parchment at the bottom was actually not a land deed, but a letter of recommendation. The last right that every logistics minister has before resigning is to recommend the next logistics minister. The recommendation letter that Earl Allen Benton gave to Soldak was a recommendation that had been written and signed by himself. In the letter, the only blank space is the name of the recommender, which also means that Serdek can fill in anyone's name on it. With the recommendation of Earl Allen Benton, Soldak can make it smoother when he promotes his own people. This letter of recommendation and the land deeds and official seals were probably prepared for Soldak in advance by Earl Allen Benton. Surdak saw a map of the outskirts of Rit hanging on the wall. This map could almost completely explain all the territory owned by the Benton family. There were large red graffiti on this map. Surdak lowered his head again, looking at the land deeds. I realized that all the land deeds in my hand had been obliterated on the map on the wall. Surdak estimated that the 7 land deeds in his hand accounted for at least 2/3 of the land owned by the Benton family on this map. Earl Allen Benton looked at Surdak. There was no pleading in his eyes, but a kind of expectation before relief. Surdak looked down at the land deeds in his hand, put them, the letters of recommendation, and the official seal all into the portfolio, and then put them into his magic pocket. "That's the end of what happened before," Surdak said to Earl Allen Benton. Earl Allen Benton even had a sense of relief in his eyes at this moment, and whispered, "Thank you." Then he slowly closed his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face with difficulty. Surdak could clearly feel that the last trace of life in him began to disappear quietly. Surdak hurriedly moved forward, wanting to send some power of holy light into his body. But when he grabbed Earl Allen Benton's hand, his palm didn't even have a trace of warmth. Surdak then he reached out to Earl Allen Benton's chest and found that his heart had stopped beating. Then he stood up, and everyone in the room stood up and mourned for a short while towards Earl Allen Benton. Earl Allen Benton's wife and children walked into the room one after another, and the room was full of people. Surdak took the opportunity to walk out and stand in the corridor to take a breath. It seemed that people in the manor had known for a long time that Earl Allen Benton was about to die. The news of his death did not make the manor into chaos. Even some magic caravans that were about to leave slowly stopped on the roadside. Family members returned one after another to say their final goodbyes to Allen Benton. Surdak did not expect that Earl Allen Benton's last wish was that his family would burn his body to ashes, put the ashes in a jar, and then bury him in the cemetery. The wooden platform for burning corpses was set up in the back garden. When Surdak walked to the back garden, he discovered that there were actually 2 burning platforms built here. They were made of very burnt-resistant and oil-rich pine branches, with some kerosene poured on them. Each wooden platform is about 3 meters long and only 1.5 meters wide. The wood is placed very densely and looks like a large single bed. Surdak was a little curious about who owned the other burning platform, but he couldn't ask these busy servants. While hesitating in the garden, Surdak spotted Helensa wearing a long black dress. She had a black hat on her head and a black gauze covering her face. The servant behind her was even carrying the suitcase looks like it is about to go on a long journey. She walked towards the pavilion where Surdak was, bowed slightly and said "Lo." It has to be said that Mrs. Helensa is the prettiest among the wives of old Earl Benton. Surdak turned to her and asked, "Mrs. Helensa, why are there 2 tables here?" The person lying on the other incineration platform is Madame Jenny. Madame Helensa stood at the edge of the pavilion, looked in the direction of the incineration platform, and said calmly. Surdak thought for a while, and then remembered that Lady Jenny was the youngest lady of old Earl Benton. At the funeral of old Benton, the young woman with a beautiful face left a deep impression on him. Later, Helensa told Surdak the story of Mrs. Jenny. Mrs. Helensa said that she actually wanted to tell Surdak something she knew at the funeral of old Earl Benton, but unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to say it at the time. Although Mrs. Jenny was not a necromancer, she was very obsessed with necromancy during her lifetime. It should be influenced by family factors. Jenny has been fond of necromancy since she was a child, and she was often exposed to some necromancy potions. However, due to her talent, she was unable to awaken the magic pool, so she was unable to learn magic. Old Benton met Mrs. Jenny exactly 2 years ago, when she fled Makusuo with her parents and had nowhere to live, and it was old Benton who took them in. Later, her parents left him in the Benton family. She was originally going to marry a young member of the Benton family, but during the wedding, they discovered that the person marrying her was the old Benton. Because of this matter, Earl Allen Benton even had an unpleasant quarrel with old Benton. Although everyone knew that old Benton was famous for being a romantic, due to physical reasons and considerations of family honor, everyone did not. "I don't want him to continue marrying a wife because I don't want him to die on a woman's belly one day." Unfortunately, the old Earl Benton did not accept everyone's suggestions. The wedding was held as usual, and Lady Jenny became the last wife of the old Earl Benton. Old Benton came into contact with undead magic because of Lady Jenny. Initially, it was because the undead potion allowed him to find his own second spring. Later, with in-depth understanding, old Earl Benton's thoughts gradually changed. Perhaps because of the fear of death, old Benton began to have a strong interest in the immortals. although he knew that the souls of the immortals would fall into the world of the dead forever. But immortality in another sense gave him some new ideas. It was this young Lady Jean who made old Earl Benton embark on a path of no return. This made Soldak never expect that the truth would be like this. When he saw Lady Jenny's face was too pale at old Benton's funeral, he thought that the death of old Earl Benton had hit her too hard. I didn't expect that she would be a lover of necromancy. I thought that if I knew the truth earlier, I might be able to discover Viscount Dewey's conspiracy earlier. Cerdak shook his head vigorously, throwing these thoughts behind him. There is no regret medicine in the world. This world may have two planes with different time flow rates, but that is not the reverse flow of time and space. After Mrs. Marilena said this, she took a long breath. Her eyes under the black gauze secretly glanced at Soldak, and said, I'm leaving here. So before I leave, I want to tell the secrets I've been holding in my heart. Soldak turned around, glanced at her, and said casually, Are you planning to leave the Benton family in Reuter? Just watching her turn around and walk towards the yard in front, she said casually, Well, I plan to go to the prosperous imperial capital to have a look. In this life, you always have to walk around and take a look. Otherwise, how will you know what a wonderful world there is out there? She walked and talked without looking back. Soldak watched with his own eyes as Earl Allen Benton lay on the incineration platform, and his whole body quickly disappeared into the fire and smoke. Sitting on the magic caravan, on the way back to Roots City, Cerdak suddenly thought that maybe 1 or 2 cremation furnaces should be built in Roots City. This method of cremation does not require the purchase of expensive coffins for those poor people living at the bottom. It may be able to reduce the burden of life. It's just that the old life concepts and customs may make it difficult for them to accept cremation. Because generally speaking, only those who are judged to be heretics, demons, undead, etc. will be sent to the stake by magicians. Thinking of this, Soldak sighed slightly. If he wants to change some of the deep-rooted ideas of the citizens, I am afraid there is still a long way to go. He also didn't expect that Allen Benton would take this step in the end, sacrificing himself and most of his territory to continue the Benton family. But this really saved the Benton family. The carriage was driving on the forest road, and a group of construct knights slowly walked out of the dark woods. One group after another, they slowly gathered into an entire group of construct knights. If it weren't for what Earl Allen Benton did before his death, Soldak would have wanted to disband the Benton family and seize all the territory tonight. The reason is that although it seems that Viscount Dewey is leading this matter, in fact the abomination is the protagonist of this plague incident. But there are some mistakes in the process of cultivating and fusing souls. Old Benton's, the soul was not completely integrated into the abomination's body, so its combat power was greatly reduced, which also affected its devouring ability. If this abomination had a clear mind and could swallow enough souls, it might be a devastating disaster for Roots City. Now that things have finally calmed down, although Roots City has suffered huge losses, Cerdak has experienced mixed results. First of all, the plague incident has allowed Roots City to obtain a large area of public property. Anyone with Viscount Dewey has all involved nobles will be punished. And according to the laws of the Green Empire, nobles can pay fines to reduce their punishment. In this way, Cerdak will be able to seize a large amount of public land. Cerdak does not intend to add this part of the land to his own territory, but will turn it into the public property of Roots City. And then this part of the land will be rented to the poor in the city at low prices to improve the living standards of the poor. Moreover, Soldak plans to appoint Baron Martino as the new logistics minister of Reuter City. The important position of the Minister of Logistics controls the material dispatch of the entire city and has almost the same power as the Minister of Finance, especially at this time when urban construction is in full swing. This position must be held by one of your own to ensure that the wealth of Roots City does not leak out. Obviously Earl Allen Benton also knew this very well, so he gave Soldak a blank letter of recommendation. Gary Decker got into the car and sat side by side with Thea across from Soldak. At this moment, the sky was getting brighter, and the magic caravan was traveling through the mountain roads filled with thick fog. The wet fog smelled like grass. Gary Decker took off his helmet and shook his hair that was wet with dew. He took the towel handed over by Sia and wiped it carefully. I really hate this foggy weather. Even my breath is wet, Gary Decker complained. I thought I would encounter resistance from the Benton family's guarding knights, but didn't expect it to end like this, Cerdak said to Gary Decker. Let the other cavalry regiments also withdraw. Next, let me see who else is on the list Aphrodite gave us. Thea quickly took out a piece of magic parchment from her arms, with noble names written all over it. It has to be said that Aphrodite's charm and hypnosis are simply spells created for interrogation. Even the strong-willed Viscount Dewey confessed a list of nobles under the charm and hypnosis. Are we going to continue cleaning up every house like this? Sia looked at the list and asked Soldek. Serdek nodded and said matter-of-factly, Of course. This is the only way to get a clean Luyite city. I don't want another plague event like this to happen again when we leave Luyite. Boss, where should we go next? Gary Decker asked. Serdek scratched the bruises on his chin and said, Go to the Molly family manor. Carrie Decker determined her next destination, and without waiting for the magic caravan to stop, she opened the carriage door and jumped out. She wanted to plan the Construct Knight's next course of action. At this time, only Thea remained in the carriage. She rolled up the list on the parchment roll, raised her head, and asked Soldek, Dak, are you leaving Rith City? Is there any news from the military department? Serdek shook his head and said, Not yet, but I think since I was the first to touch the cake on my lens plane, then when it comes time to pay the price, there will always be lords who go there. In the Warsaw Plain, help Duke Newman deal with the mess over there. Chapter 1367 News. Although Rith City looks as calm as an autumn lake on the surface, privately the nobles are like a group of ants on a hot pot. The nobles had frequent contacts in private, and the most talked about thing was that Viscount Dewey failed to accept the trial of the Benna Provincial House of Representatives, but was hung on the stake and burned to death by the Magic Guild law enforcement team in the Magic Square. Another thing is that Earl Allen Benton was implicated by the old Earl Benton, and he couldn't get sick and died on the hospital bed. In the end, he did not choose to be buried, but unexpectedly held a cremation. In Rith City, there were about 100 families implicated in the plague. They were all nobles who left the city quickly on the morning of the plague. Nobles who had close contact with Viscount Dewey could only have their territories confiscated unless they were found guilty of serious crimes. Otherwise, some fines will be imposed. In the past few years, Rith City has been at war since Lord MacDonald declared the independence of the Gombu Plain. Therefore, almost all the noble lords in the city only have a small number of guard knights. The hundreds of nobles in Rith City can support them. There are only less than 50 nobles who can afford to guard knights. If everyone puts their knights together, they may not be able to exceed 5,000. For every noble lord, the lord's private army is proof of strength. So now the nobles in Rith City can talk about the Consul Soldek in private. But they can't unite to resist Soldek's punishment of the lords involved. This time, more than 6,000 civilians died in Rith City. Serdek decided to build 2 more nursing homes for the elderly to support the elderly who have lost their ability to live, and to build 2 orphanages to raise children who have lost their parents. Almost all the startup funds were confiscated from the nobles in the city. Although the nobles complained a lot about this huge fine, no one dared to oppose Serdek. It's just that the grievances in the hearts of the nobles will still be brought to more or less daily life. For example, the efficiency of officials in the city hall in reviewing and approving some documents has dropped significantly. Many members of the House of Representatives have stood against Serdek, so that some irrelevant proposals are almost always one-sided and go in the direction that Serdek least wants to see. Fortunately, in the past few months, a group of nobles have attached themselves to Litter City, such as the Ludwig family, the Min family, the Eugene family, etc. This gave Soldek the absolute right to speak in the House of Representatives. But there were often some objections in the parliament, although Soldek was able to put it on the right track. These trivial matters also made him exhausted every day. Usually these matters can be finalized with Sia's presence and pushed into the formal process. But now each matter requires Serdek's personal attention. In the evening, lights were lit in the rooms of the City Hall building, in the office belonging to Soldek at the top of the building. After sending the financial officer Colt Lady out, Soldek felt a little tired, somewhat hungry, but no appetite at all. After looking at a few documents, Serdek walked to the window, looking at the city that is gradually lighting up, the magic caravans coming and going on the streets, and the numerous shops on the main street. This city is many times more prosperous than it was 2 years ago. If it hadn't been for this plague, Serdek was even prepared to fund the construction of a satellite town along Tabii Avenue outside the city, so that the residents of the abandoned mining area could be moved out. Now it seems that this satellite town may have to slow down for a while. There were urgent footsteps in the corridor. Serdek didn't know what was going on that would cause a Janna mermaid wearing high heels to run in the corridor. He turned around from the window and saw Thea pushing open the door and entering. Thea held the door frame of the office with both hands and said breathlessly to Soldek, "Boss, Beatrice asked the housekeeper to send news that Hathaway is about to give birth. Soldak's eyes lit up, and he felt like a small fire in his heart was suddenly ignited. When did the signs start to appear? Soldak no longer hesitated. Immediately picked up the coat hanging on the hanger and walked outside. Sia followed Soldak and continued. It is said that labor pains started in the afternoon. Soldak stood at the door, turned slightly sideways, and said to Sia, who was following behind, Walk home. There are floor-to-ceiling glass windows everywhere on both sides of the market, and the lights in the windows make the street lights look particularly dim. The magic caravan passed quickly through the street, and the splash of water caused the pedestrians on the street to curse. However, when they saw the back of the magic caravan, the curses stopped suddenly. The flags were hung on the rainproof eaves on both sides of the caravan, and there were no family emblems on the sides of the car. Anyone familiar with Ruth City knew what this car represented. At this moment, Soldak, who was sitting in the carriage, felt the violent bumps of the caravan. He closed his eyes and thought of all kinds of past memories that appeared in his mind like old photos. His heart was beating fast, and he had a strong feeling of being recognized by the world. Although when he opened his eyes and looked at the lights on both sides of the street, it was still a bit unreal. But he clearly felt that it was different from before. Sia was wearing a sharp-patterned dress and delicate light makeup on her face. Sitting quietly across from her, she could feel Serdak's nervousness. So she leaned forward and held Serdak's hand. The hand was a little cold, and even though it was clenched into a fist, it was still trembling uncontrollably. She had never seen Serdak so nervous. Even on the battlefield, he was rushing to the front with his shield, and his eyes were not as hesitant as now. The magic caravan passed the castle drawbridge, and its wheels rolled over the wooden boards on the drawbridge, making a rumbling sound. After the guards guarding the door saw the magic caravan clearly, they quickly sent a signal to the inside of the castle. The magic caravan passed through the vestibule and drove to the bottom of the castle's front steps. Before the carriage stopped, Soldak pushed aside the carriages and jumped out of the carriage. He saw Beatrice walking out quickly and looking at him anxiously, so he couldn't help but ask, Road, how's Hathaway doing? Beatrice came over, took the initiative to hold Soldak's arm, and said to him, Nika and the girls on the medical team are taking care of Hathaway, and she is doing well now. Seeing a trace of anxiety on Beatrice's face, Soldak nodded and walked into the castle hall. The castle hall was brightly lit. Serdak walked through the hall on the first floor, and walked into the inner corridor of the golden arched dome with Beatrice. The inner courtyard of the castle was full of maids, and everyone was waiting anxiously outside. When they saw Su Erdak walked in and saluted to Serdak one after another. At this time, Serdak was in no mood to pay attention to them, so he waved his hand casually and walked upstairs. Hathaway's bedroom is on the third floor of the castle. At this moment, the door of the bedroom was also crowded with maids carrying various basins and towels. Chapter 1368 Birth. I want to go in and see Hathaway. Soldak stood at the door and said to Beatrice next to him, I'm a little worried and want to go in and see the situation inside. Beatrice said hesitantly, But you? Serdak motioned to the maid on the side to help him take off the magic pattern structure, and found a white smock from the side to put on. This white smock was specially designed by Serdak for Nika's medical team. In this case, the members of the medical team can be easily found by other soldiers, no matter where they are in the military camp. It doesn't matter. Don't forget that I am a paladin who is good at healing. Serdak washed his hands carefully before entering the room. Soldak walked into the delivery room. Nika and the girls from the treatment team were guarding the room, constantly encouraging Hathaway to lie on the big bed. A wooden magic circle was arranged in the room, and even Hathaway's arms, and there were some tree and vine patterns painted on the thighs. And Soldak could feel the traces of life gathering on Hathaway's body from all around. Hathaway looked very tired. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and waves of pain made her body tremble. Soldak walked to the opposite side of Nika and found 4 members of the medical team standing in the 4 corners of the room. They were delivering a trace of the source of life to Hathaway. Hathaway was still awake at the moment, and when she saw Soldak walking in from the outside, she immediately wanted to hide her face under the pillow. However, Soldak held her hand and said softly, Don't be afraid. I am here, and I will accompany you. Hathaway's face turned a little sallow, and she looked up at Soldak shyly. Soldak leaned over Hathaway's belly and asked her softly, Is it hard and painful? Hathaway shook her head slightly and nodded again. Hathaway is a graduate of the Bina Advanced Swordsman Academy. Although he is a swordsman with a balance of agility and strength and focuses on skills, His physical flexibility and endurance are very good, although he has been living a pampered life in the past few years. His physical fitness is not, it didn't slip much, so I didn't lose my strength even after a few hours of tossing. Seeing Suldek walk in, Hathaway seemed to have found support and became much more energetic. Suldek held her hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm here." He was about to condense a holy light, but was stopped by Nika on the side, and whispered to Suldek, "My lord, Mrs. Hathaway does not need healing now." Suldek stopped immediately. Then Nika added, "Mrs. Hathaway needs to regain some strength quickly, because we don't know how long it will take." Suldek glanced at Beatrice, who was standing aside. Beatrice immediately turned around with understanding and gave instructions to the maids around her. "You guys step back first, and then come in again when I call you." "Yes, madam." The maids in the room immediately filed out. Nika looked at the members of the medical team around him and said, "You and I go outside and take a rest." It can be seen that Nika is still very prestigious in the medical team. These members of the medical team, who believe in nature, followed Nika out of the room without saying a word. Suldek did not dare to delay too much and immediately arranged a sacrificial altar. Suldek lit the faint blue flames in the pottery bowls at the four corners, and the flames suddenly spread to Lao Gao. Then Suldek stood in front of the bed and sacrificed the head of A.H.L. dog. After offering the sacrifice, in the surprised eyes of Beatrice and Hathaway, a two-faced and four-armed god appeared. The demon statue appeared in the room, its solemn face almost reaching the ceiling. In order to add the blessed body and hegemonic body to Hathaway's body, Suldek specially prepared the head of a ghost-patterned egg queen as a sacrifice. This time, Suldek still chose the face of God and respectfully offered the sacrifice in his hand. As the sacrifices gradually disappeared in the center of the magic pattern array, the expected god's blessing did not fall. Suldek looked stunned in the room. Just when Suldek wanted to check which part had the problem, the statue of the two-faced demon god began to appear cracks in front of Suldek. These cracks spread very quickly, and soon the whole body of the double-faced demon god was covered, and the mottled fragments on the surface fell off instantly. Then a statue of twin angels was revealed from inside, which was the phantom image of twin angels standing back to back. There are no wings behind them. The face of the angel on the left is hidden in the hood. Only when you walk in can you see the endless darkness inside the hood. He holds an unrolled scroll in his hands. Understanding the higher heaven, everyone in the Angel Council knows that the scroll is the time artifact to Lissur. The angel on the right is wearing a silver mask and holding a war spear in his hand. This 12-foot-long war spear has a flawless gemstone inlaid in the center of the top blade. That gemstone represents space. This artifact is called Solar Ion. One side represents destiny. The other represents courage. Suldek couldn't understand why this time was different from before. But just when he was in a daze, the face of the double-faced devil representing the devil suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the room. The face with endless evil aura showed a strange smile to Suldek. Then he said in the room, with a strange voice, "Although you are praying for your son now, and although you did not call me, I still came uninvited. I hope that when he is 16 years old, he can choose the path he wants to take in the future. When the time comes, let him choose whether to be a spreading paladin or a dark knight. There is so much hypocrisy, lies, hatred, and pain in this world. Maybe he will choose a completely different path from you, and that path will lead to the gate of H.L. in the dark world." Before he could finish his words, the twin angels in the room glowed with dazzling holy light, turning the room pure white, and the devil's face on the roof completely melted under the light in an instant. The angel wearing a hood and unable to see his face first faced Hathaway. The way he spoke was a bit like singing, just like a choir in a temple, using singing to interpret his blessings. "At least not now. In the name of my destiny angel Israel, in the palace of light and sacred music, I am here to send God's blessing. You will gain the power of destiny, and the son of luck will be with you. I bless you, son of Suldek." Then the angel wearing a silver mask turned to face Hathaway. His eyes were fixed on Hathaway's bulging belly, and his voice was like thunder in the sky. "In the name of my angel of courage, Imperius, on the battlefield of trumpets and drums, I am here to send God's blessing. You will gain the power of courage, and the balance of victory will always tilt towards you. I bless you, Su son of Erdek." The expression on Hathaway's face almost froze. It wasn't until the shadow of the angel disappeared completely that she murmured. It was actually a blessing from another archangel. After a while, his face became extremely excited, and he said excitedly to Suldek, "Dak, did you hear it? It's two archangels who are blessing our children." Hearing what Hathaway said, Serdek realized that she didn't seem to see the devil's face on the roof at all. Nor did she hear the words he said. I heard it. Why is it strange to hear it? After all, I am favored by the holy light. Soldak quickly moved forward, sat down on the bed, held Hathaway's head in his arms, comforted her, and called the maid outside. Her face was covered with sweat and tears, and even her hair was wet. But she seemed to have strong energy injected into her body. Under the constant cry of pain, a baby's cry finally came from the end of the bed. The maid standing there quickly took a baby with red and wrinkled skin in her hands. Chapter 1369 Birth 2. Hathaway was lying on the bed, her sweat-stained face exuding a holy radiance. She seemed to have exhausted every ounce of strength in her body. She looked at the child held in the hands of the maid, and her eyes fell on Serdek on the side. Serdek's eyes never left the baby, which was not much bigger than 2 adult hands. His cry was extremely loud, and there was some mucus on his body. The midwife beside him seemed to have tied a knot in the umbilical cord. Then he took out a pair of sharp scissors and cut off the ends. 2 maids who believed in the Son of Nature cast a spell with the breath of life, filling the child with the breath of life. Nika is also using pure light spells to purify the baby's body. Soldak took the little baby over. Although his eyes were closed, the little look between his eyebrows touched him in a very special way. He gently placed his son next to Hathaway's pillow. Sevi looked at the little baby with a look of relief. She frowned and said with a sad face, "Why is he so ugly? Every child is born like this. When he grows up, he will become a great hero." The nanny with rich delivery experience comforted Hathaway. Soldak also squatted next to Hathaway and said with a smile, "What a healthy little guy. We have to give him a louder name. Hathaway, thank you for bringing this little cutie into this world." Hathaway's eye circles were slightly red at this moment, and her nose was a little sore. She had just been tossing for a long time, and every contraction made her feel excruciatingly painful. She did not cry, looking at the little guy on the pillow who had closed his eyes and calmed down, and listening to Soldak's gentle words. She could feel the love in Serdek's words. A warmth flowed from the corners of his eyes, and quickly rolled to the pillow. "Do you like it?" Hathaway's voice was weak and hoarse. The pain-filled cry just now made her throat hurt. Soldak knew that a mother's emotions would become extremely unstable, sensitive and fragile, especially when she had just become a mother. Many emotions flooded into Hathaway's mind, and she needed gentle comfort. So he said without hesitation, "Of course. He is our child. I can feel that the blood in his body contains my breath. To be honest, his eyebrows look more like you." Hathaway finally showed a happy smile on her face. Beatrice squatted on the other side of Hathaway. She looked at Hathaway on the delivery bed with some envy. In the recent short period of time, Soldak would spend the night in her room almost every night. You even have to change different positions every night, just to increase the chance of pregnancy. It's a pity that there has been no movement in the belly so far, now that Hathaway and Soldak's son is born. While she is happy, Hathaway's desire for the child is even more urgent. In particular, Serdek was different from the nobles in Benes City. The joy in his eyes, and the burning love he looked at the child were far stronger than those of other nobles in Benes City. She even worried about gains and losses. I thought to myself, when I give birth to a child for him in the future, I wonder if he will be so happy. The news that Hathaway had given birth to a baby boy quickly spread from the castle to the outside world. In just half a night, before the people of Rit City fell asleep, almost everyone in the city knew the news. This also meant that the first heir of Rit City was born. And the nobles in the city, my heart immediately became filled with mixed emotions. It was clear whether I was happy or worried. The iron-blooded methods displayed by this Lord Consul these days suppressed all the nobles in Rit City in just a few months. Many nobles knew that the recruitment order from the Bena Provincial Military Headquarters had not been issued for a long time, and they were most likely waiting for this good news. The nobles discussed in private. The mother of this child is Hathaway Luther. Marquis Luther has just such a daughter. In the future, he will inherit the Luther family's wealth, territory and army. He will also inherit the plain of Gonbu and the city of Rut. It's really a silver spoon in your mouth from the moment you're born. Yes, Lord Serdek has a successor this time, and he may be more relaxed on the battlefield. Hey, it's probably too late to start preparations now. Hurry up and let your wife have a few more daughters. Maybe one of them will be favored by the future governor of Rit City. You are really thinking too far. Hey, Archon Soldak is here. The discussion in the Parliament Hall came to an abrupt end. since such a topic came up in the chamber of the House of Representatives. The harmony among the members has increased a bit. Soldak's love for children allowed Hathaway to let go of the last trace of anxiety in her heart. Hearing that the entire city of Root was celebrating this, Hathaway lay on the bed and looked lovingly at her son lying in the arms of the maid, with an unconcealable smile on her lips. As the second mistress of the castle, Beatrice has been receiving some noble ladies who come to congratulate her every day recently. Even the noble ladies from Makuso City came to the castle for the first time after receiving the news. He rushed over through the portal in no time. It was said that Lord Surdak didn't like to be late, and the noble ladies on the Gonbu Plain didn't know what kind of character Hathaway was. So they rushed here from all areas of the Gonbu Plain. The most exciting thing that kept Hathaway awake all night was that Soldak named the child Vint. Since Soldak had no surname, he specifically proposed in a letter to Marquis Luther that he wanted to add the surname Luther to the suffix of the child's name. For Marquis Luther, this incident has almost become a pain in his heart. Now that Soldak took the initiative to propose this idea when naming the child, Hathaway felt that even the sky outside was exceptionally clear. There is no such thing as a wife in the Green Empire, and the nobles of the Green Empire are particularly interested in the right of inheritance. Due to successive years of war, the number of men in the empire has been declining year by year, and the ratio of men to women in the empire is somewhat seriously imbalanced. Therefore, almost every family in the Green Empire is polygamous. The more nobles who have no worries about food and clothing, the more this is the case. On the contrary, the poor people, because we have to take into account various problems in life, it is not easy to support more than 2 wives. Hathaway has the inheritance rights of the Luther family, which means that when Vint is born, he will be the heir of the Luther family. As Winte's father, Surdak can even use his own name as the family's surname, so that Winte can also inherit the Luther family. However, I am afraid that the inheritance of the Luther family will be interrupted in Winte's hands. Maybe it can be inherited in this way. In a few generations, future generations will even completely forget about the Luther family. Soldak suggested that Wint should have the surname Luther in his name. Only in this way can the Luther family be continued. He gently held Wint in his arms with both hands, feeling that his chest was particularly bulging. Hathaway stuffed his plump food bag into his son's mouth, and the juice spurted out almost instantly. My father has mentioned this to me before, but he hasn't said it much since then. I was still thinking about how to speak so that he wouldn't have any grudges in his heart. But now it's better. He is really attentive and considerate when it comes to talking about it, Hathaway said to her best friend with curled lips. Beatrice sat aside and listened quietly, but said nothing. After the child was born, Hathaway's appearance quickly recovered after her belly was deflated, and now she seemed to have a different flavor. Hathaway twisted her waist a little uncomfortably, and Beatrice added an extra pillow behind her. Hathaway waved her hand and drove away the maid who was about to surround her, and said to Beatrice, "It's just that his request is a bit too strange. I haven't been allowed to take a shower in the past few days. Now I feel like I'm covered in blood. The moss is growing." Beatrice also saw Hathaway's greasy face and hair, and whispered, "If you are really uncomfortable, I will ask them to bring 2 basins of hot water and wipe you with a hot towel. This should not affect you. Yeah, you're the best to me." Hearing Beatrice's attention, Hathaway nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. After some wiping and changing into a brand new nightgown, Hathaway finally lay comfortably on the bed again. This time she took a sip of sweet juice and said to Beatrice, "I'm a little hungry for barbecue. Can I not eat that light oatmeal for dinner? I don't want to eat boiled eggs at all. I want to eat some roast chicken, steak or something." Beatrice remembered Soldak's instructions in the morning, forced a forced smile, and said to her best friend, "You still have to endure this." Hathaway blinked and saw that Beatrice was unmoved, so she could only give up the idea. Thinking of the surname Luther in Wint's name, even the cheerful Beatrice felt unspeakable envy. She sat beside Hathaway's bed, touching her flat belly, feeling a little depressed. Even if they could give Surdak a son, their child would not be able to inherit the Goffaro family's property. Perhaps Surdak could give him a piece of territory in the future. But compared with Wint's treatment, it would be a world of difference. Hathaway and Beatrice have been best friends, who have been together almost every day since childhood. Now they are even married to the same man. Seeing Beatrice's loss and worry, Hathaway, how could I not know the reason? Hathaway looked at Beatrice with a happy face and whispered to her, "Dak won't stay in Root for long, so you have to work harder and try a few more times according to my method." Second rate. The round-faced Beatrice lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing that Wade quickly fell asleep after eating, Hathaway waved to Beatrice. And when Beatrice walked to the bed, she whispered a few words in her ear. In just a few words, Beatrice's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly to Hathaway, "Really?" Hathaway nodded firmly. Beatrice was a little moved. If Hathaway hadn't analyzed the distribution of Serdak's territory, she wouldn't have even realized that in just a few years, Serdak's territory had expanded beyond its reach. The territory of the Gofero family in its heyday was even larger. A blush appeared on his face as he thought about trying his best to please Serdak that night. Speaking of the gifts prepared by several second-level experts for Serdak's newly born son, the gift given to Wint by the two-headed ogre was a baby cradle made of red ant eggs, LS, which was light, warm and textured. It is tough, and it also has natural magic patterns on it. Although it is a useless and incomplete magic pattern, at least this little cradle is very exquisite and beautiful. It's hard to imagine that such a small item was polished by the two-headed ogre himself. Samira, who felt a little sad in her heart, made a leather wooden horse from the hard skin of the ghost-striped red ant's chest. The pony could rock back and forth in place. It was estimated that Wint would be able to use it when he grew older. The texture of the ghost-patterned red ant leather is very tough, and I want to sew it into a small wooden horse. It's not that easy anymore. Gary Decker made a small wind chime from the fangs of the salamander ghost snake. He hung it on the bedside, and when gently moved, it would make a sweet tinkling sound. Several gifts were placed in Hathaway's bedroom. Hathaway knew clearly in her heart that these were not only gifts, but also a silent recognition of little Wint. Serdak has always been extremely busy these days. This is because he has to run to Pussy Volcano almost every day recently. Because the succubus Aphrodite has also entered the period of labor. There is no one here. It is for this reason that Serdak travels back and forth. As a succubus, Aphrodite is still very casual even with a big belly. Her favorite thing to do every day is to lie down by the lava pool and sleep in. Serdak once leaned over to listen to the movements of the child in Aphrodite's belly, and even heard a crisp laughter. 10 days later, Aphrodite gave birth to a baby girl by the lava pool of the lava mine. The succubus Aphrodite did it very simply, and sealed the void summoning door, while Serdak was away. Gave birth to a child alone in a lava mine. When Serdak ran back through the summon void gate, Aphrodite even gave herself a bath, and at the same time gave the baby girl a bath, and put her cleanly into the egg SHL cradle. Serdak looked at Aphrodite speechlessly. But this matter involved crossing races, and he had no right to say anything. But when he saw his daughter for the first time, Serdak immediately felt a little uneasy. The first time he saw her was wrapped in a blanket, and saw that she had no wings. Serdak was secretly relieved in his heart. He couldn't tell whether it was relief or loss. After all, wings are the source of the succubus power. But then Serdak carefully peeled off the blanket covering her head, and saw 2 small bulges on her head. Serdak's heart was even more complicated. This was a little girl who was born with devil's horns. Girl. This means that she has the source of magic right from her mother's womb. And it is obviously the demon's blood that suppresses the human blood, which makes Serdak even more worried about gains and losses. Chapter 1370 Bad News. The lava mine is warm and dry, and there is a faint smell of sulfur inside the cave. But it is not that strong. These smells came out of those lava pools. Looking at Aphrodite lying lazily on the wicker chair, her lower abdomen seemed to have returned to its original state, and her lower abdomen became very flat again. She looked indifferently. Looking at Serdak, he had no intention of speaking. 2 kobold slaves knelt at her feet, and were fanning her with fans. There are also 2 kobold female slaves looking after the little guy in the cradle. When Serdak came over to look at her, the little one was having a sweet dream in the cradle, and he could see that she was sleeping very soundly. Didn't it say that the due date is next spring? Serdak asked with some confusion. He squatted beside the cradle, and couldn't help but touch the chubby little hands with his hands. I heard that touching the face all the time would easily make the baby drool. So Serdak gave up the idea. You can't always measure a succubus by human standards. Aphrodite put aside the travel notes in her hand, and looked at Serdak with some contempt. Serdak stood up, turned around, walked to Aphrodite, and sat down on her wicker chair. The magic robe seemed unable to cover her plump body, and outlined the seductive outline under the magic robe. Serdak felt his mouth go dry again after just one glance. Well, I don't think you are any different from me, Serdak said to Aphrodite. Aphrodite shook her head, reopened her slightly narrowed purple eyes, and said to Serdak, Don't forget that we live in HL, where a large area of land is barren of grass, and where the volcanoes flow with magma all year round. The sky there is cloudy all day long. The races that can survive here all have some special survival instincts. Then he added, take us, the succubus clan. For example, we are born with charming eyes, and our bodies have long adapted to the living environment in H.L. The 16-month due date will produce full-term little succubi. Those little succubi have already mastered most of their mother tongue when they come out of their mother's wombs. But in fact, the succubi are ready for birth after 8 months of gestation in their mother's womb. If it is in the H.L. world, the living environment outside is worrying, so it will usually stay in the mother's body for 16 months. But the environment here is more suitable for her growth, so I will let her come out early. Aphrodite hooked her hands around Serdak's neck and pressed her body against Serdak's back. So you are considered a premature baby? Soldak asked with a frown. A smug smile appeared on Aphrodite's lips. She understood Serdak's thoughts. The man in front of her must be dissatisfied in his heart. So he frowned and spoke. Aphrodite replied very calmly. You could also say that the environment here is not that bad. Coming out early will be good for his growth. Serdak looked at the little cotton-padded jacket in the cradle with some distress. He didn't think that coming out so early would be of any benefit to the little cotton-padded jacket. So he complained, it's a little too early for you. Aphrodite raised her delicate eyebrows, glanced at Soldak with a pair of bright purple eyes, and said casually, what? If you feel that you can't bear it, if you don't like what I do, you can take her with you. Go to Rooter. Being silenced by Aphrodite's casual words, Serdak could only say awkwardly, that's not true. Aphrodite laid down on the wicker chair again, waved casually, and said impatiently, let's go. Let's go. I'll be annoyed when I see you. Thinking that women would be a little nervous after giving birth, Soldak said, I'm going to see Yissel. After saying that, he went to the red crystal cluster to collect a bag of red crystals and walked towards the depths of the cave. Just when Serdak was about to start enjoying this wonderful summer, the recruitment order from the Bena Province Military Department was sent to him again. In fact, Serdak knew about the specific situation as early as spring. This recruitment order came at least more than a month later than he expected. In view of the fact that the situation in the Warsaw Plain is becoming more and more serious day by day, the current Grand Duke Newman has already had the idea of moving the Bena army out of Handanar County. He just wants to draw the frontline troops out of the Warsaw Plain little by little. Troops must be added to the battlefield in Handanar County. This time Serdak's Lord army made a big splash in the Belen Plain. When they entered the Belen Plain, there were only 50,000 lords. When they came out of the Belen Plain, the Lord's army had expanded to 100,000. In this way, with such dazzling achievements, it is difficult not to be noticed by Duke Newman. And just this year, Grand Duke Newman finally made some moves. According to the request of Archduke Newman, the lords of the Bena province will organize a huge army of lords to enter the Warsaw Plain and try to make a last stand on the battlefield of the Warsaw Plain. After that, regardless of success or failure, the Bena army will evacuate across the board. Warsaw Plain. Following the instructions of Duke Newman, the Bena provincial military headquarters recruited troops from the private armies of various noble lords who were willing to enter the Warsaw Plain. Serdak's lord's army has now grown to 100,000 troops, and naturally cannot avoid this call-up. Moreover, due to Serdak's outstanding military exploits, the military department appointed the supreme commander of Serdak's reinforcements, the West Route Army. It is said that this move to recruit troops is very large, and many great lords from other areas in the Bena province have also set private armies, with a total strength of about 210,000. This large-scale recruitment can be said to be the last support of the lords of the Bena province for Duke Newman's campaign on the Warsaw Plain. If the reinforcement operation is successful, then there will be more troops entering the Warsaw Plain in the future. But if this happens, a large army has entered the Warsaw Plain, and the situation there has not improved at all. It will have a great impact on the prestige of Grand Duke Newman. There are almost 150,000 heavy armored infantry, 30,000 light cavalry, 20,000 heavy cavalry, and 10,000 armored warriors. The so-called constructed warriors include constructed swordsmen unique to the Bena province and a small number of constructed knights. It is not easy to form an order of constructed knights in the Bena province. 150,000 heavy armored infantry, which means a total of nearly 100 heavy armored infantry regiments will join the Warsaw Plain War. And a large number of these heavy armored infantry regiments will be willing to listen to Soldak's orders. The light cavalry is divided into two types, scout rangers and horse archers. Serdak is one of the top commanders of this batch of reinforcements. He was able to become the top commander because of the recommendation of some lords. Most of them followed Serdak and tried in the Ganbu and Belen plains. The lords were so pleased that the military asked them to send part of their troops to support the Warsaw Plain. This was no problem. But they required that the commander of the reinforcements must be Soldak. Otherwise they would refuse to participate in the war. It was for this reason that Soldak was elected as the supreme commander of the Western Route Army. These lords have a large number of heavy armored infantry in their hands. So there are also a lot of heavy armored infantry assigned to Serdek. This time Soldak will lead 100,000 heavy armored infantry, 10,000 heavy cavalry, and 5,000 constructed knights to form a large Western Route Army and enter the Warsaw Plain. The commander of the Eastern Route Army is the Marquis Norton. Although the Eastern Route Army has only 50,000 heavy armored infantry, they have 40,000 cavalry and 5,000 constructed swordsmen. In terms of combat maneuverability, the East Route Army obviously wanted to throw the West Route Army away a few streets. 70% of the Lord's Army under Serdek are old members of the original Lord's Army alliance. As for the logistics and baggage group, the military department will be responsible for it, because almost none of the Bena merchants is willing to enter the Warsaw Plain and become a merchant group accompanying a certain lord's army. Therefore, the current logistics materials can only be transported in by the military organization. Just 1 month after Hathaway gave birth to little Vint, Marquis Luther and Lady Marian arrived at the airport terminal in Lut City by magic airship. Soldak dropped what he was doing and personally ran to the airport terminal with Hathaway and Beatrice to greet them. This time Marquis Luther came to Lut City. In addition to visiting Hathaway and little Vint, he also came to see the preparations for the expedition of Lord Soldak's army. After all, this time, they will go on an expedition to the Warsaw Plain. Bena Province and Iverson Province are thousands of miles apart. If you take a magic airship from Bena City, it will take at least more than a month to reach Iverson City. However, it is just a transit station, and you have to enter the Warsaw Plain through the portal there. Almost all of Serdek's Lord Army was stationed in the military camp outside Makusuo City. And after the battle on the Belen Plain, the Lord Coalition did not disband. The army was stationed outside Makusuo City, waiting this recruitment order from the military department. Marquis Luther first walked around Rit City, first looked at the restaurant square, then climbed up the city wall to look at the half-built hanging garden and Tonon Avenue, and then entered Makuso City through the portal that day. Seeing the brand new city, the prosperous streets, and the vitality everywhere made Marquis Luther completely reassured by Soldak's ability to govern the city. How are the military going to send us there? Soldak stood on the wall outside Makusuo City and asked Marquis Luther curiously. A temporary teleportation array will be built outside Bena City. At that time, all the troops will enter Iverson City through the temporary teleportation array. After all, there are more than 200,000 troops. Although it is expensive to build a temporary teleportation array, but that would be simpler than using a magic airship to transport troops, Marquis Luther replied. His eyes fell on the neatly arranged 2-story buildings in the outer city. When he looked back, he said to Soldak, with the temporary teleportation array, the expedition capacity is sufficient this time, and it's a round-trip ticket. When you enter Warsaw, tens of thousands of Bena Legion soldiers will be withdrawn from the battlefield. Speaking of it, this is the last mobilization of the Lord's army in the Bena province. If the situation in the Warsaw Plain still cannot be opened, Duke Newman will order an entire withdrawal from the Warsaw Plain. When saying this, Marquis Luther felt a little heavy. The situation in the Warsaw Plain is so serious? Soldak asked in surprise. Because Duke Newman has been guarding the Warsaw Plain for so many years, and it is very likely that he will return to the Bena province with nothing left. Just thinking about it makes people feeling very depressed. Marquis Luther nodded and said, Duke Busman offended the Angelabald royal family and lost the support of the royal family. At the same time, he suffered successive defeats in the battles on the Warsaw Plain, which completely caused the lords of Iverson province to lose their last bit of confidence. Soldak said nothing. The city fell into silence immediately. After a while of silence, Soldak seemed to have remembered something and asked Marquis Luther, Can I bring more cannon fodder this time? Marquis Luther was slightly startled. Although every army had more or less cannon fodder, no one said it so bluntly like Soldak. Marquis Luther thought for a while, and then said to Soldak, It can't be too much. I'm worried that the military logistics team will not be able to supply it. After all, the Iverson province is in the Great Depression, and the financial situation of the Bena province is also very worrying at the moment. 50,000. Soldak stretched out 5 fingers and said, Marquis Luther, who was standing at the top of the city, holding onto the wall with one hand, suddenly shook his hand and returned to his natural state. Heavy infantry? Marquis Luther asked. To be honest, the number of cannon fodder surprised him. It was too much. Where do I have so many heavy armored infantry? They are ghost pattern soldier ants. Cerdak replied casually. After hearing what Soldak said, Marquis Luther quietly breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, I know. It seems that the battle in the Belen Plain has gained quite a lot. In the castle, Hathaway and Lady Marian sat by the cradle and chatted quietly. Marquis Luther and Soldak walked in from the outside one after another. Marquis Luther saw Little Wint in the cradle, and his sharp eyes melted instantly. Regardless of the fact that Little Wint was still asleep, he took the hand from the maid and handed it to him. He wiped his hands and face with a warm towel, put his hands into the cradle, and picked up Little Wint. Hurry up and put him down. You will make him very uncomfortable if you hold him like this. Mrs. Marian quickly stopped him. Marquis Luther didn't say anything more and quickly handed Little Wint to Madame Marian, looking at Hathaway sitting by the bed, and then at the rosy-faced Little Wint lying in the cradle with his eyes closed. He said to Hathaway, If you feel tired, you can always take him to Bena City to stay for a while, and you can ask Marian to help you. Got it. Hathaway glanced at her father gratefully and said sweetly, What a cute little guy. Marquis Luther leaned over again, looking at Little Wint and praising him. Marquis Luther only stayed in Rit City for one night and left in a hurry. Mrs. Marian will live here in Rit City for 2 months. All the Lord's armies on Cerdak's side needed to be reorganized, and September was busy. Just when Cerdak's army was almost mobilized, an urgent letter came from the city of Helensa. It was immediately delivered to Soldak's hands. Cerdak tore open the envelope, and there was only one line on the light yellow parchment paper. Darcy Christie is critically ill. Come quickly. Chapter 1371 Return to Helensa. When the news that Darcy Christie was critically ill was sent to Rit City, Cerdak is organizing 30 heavy armored infantry regiments. These heavy armored infantry are the elite troops stationed in the Ganbu Plain. They not only participated in the Demon War in the Ganbu Plain, but also performed very well on the battlefields of the Three Rivers Plain and the Darkworm Valley in the Belan Plain. Now after some rest and reorganization, it has become an elite infantry regiment in the Ganbu Plain. There are 30 heavy armored infantry regiments, with a total of 45,000 people. This time, they will take the magic airship arranged by the military department to go to Bena City together. These 30 heavy armored infantry regiments will temporarily live in temporary military camps outside Bena City. Once the magicians of the Astrologer Union complete the construction of the magic teleportation array leading to Iverson City, the heavy armored infantry will be the first batch of troops rushed to Iverson City. This time, the Eastern Route Army commanded by Cerdak had a total strength of nearly 120,000 troops, and the heavy armored infantry regiment alone had a total of 100,000 troops. Cerdak controls 45,000 direct infantry soldiers, and the other 55,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers were gathered from the hands of the lords of Bena province after the recruitment order issued by the military headquarters. How much combat power they have is still unknown. According to past practice, some incompetent heavy armored infantry regiments are just a group of cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, this time Cerdak did not intend to let them serve as cannon fodder, at least until all those ghostly patterned soldier ants died. Cerdak would not withdraw them to serve as cannon fodder, since this is a recruitment order issued by the military headquarters. The military headquarters will be responsible for the logistical support of the Lord's army, this time, when the army marches to the Warsaw Plain. This includes the most troublesome transportation issues, including material transportation and legion transportation. The military set up a temporary teleportation gate in Bena City, so it was very simple for the army to go from Bena City to Iverson City. In other words, they could reach outside Iverson City through the teleportation gate. In addition, Cerdak's Lord's army gathered from Rit City to Bena City, and the military headquarters also took on the task of transporting the infantry regiment. At this moment, there are 60 magic airships floating in the sky around the airport terminal of Rit City. Since the airport of Rit City has only one tower and can only dock 2 magic airships at the same time, the steps of the airport tower crowded with long lines of heavy armored infantry warriors. The infantry warriors wore thick heavy armor, with craftsmen's swords hanging on their waists, carrying spears and tower shields on their backs. They all looked like dark iron can, in addition to weapons and armor. Each infantry soldier carries a bulging travel bag behind his back, which contains 7 days of marching rations, as well as outdoor survival supplies such as sleeping bags and rainproof cloths. Cerdak's Lord Army had just experienced the Belan Plain War, and each warrior received a sum of money, so their luggage was also bulging this time. One after another. After the magic airships were filled with heavy armored infantry, they immediately activated their floating devices with all their strength. The magic airship rose slowly and disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Looking at the magic airship soaring into the sky, Financial Officer Kurt, who was standing next to Soldek, sighed. The military department is so wealthy that they actually sent 60 magic airships to transport the infantry regiment to Bina in one fell swoop. City! Sia held a parchment booklet, looked up at the sky from behind Serdek, narrowed her clear blue eyes and said, "What's an airship? Doesn't Bina City still have a temporary teleportation circle? That's a big deal." Financial Officer Kurt lowered his head and calculated silently, and then asked Serdek, "I heard that this time all the 220,000 troops will arrive in Iverson City through the temporary teleportation array." After hearing what Treasurer Kurt said, Serdek realized that the military department was really willing to spend money so that the lords could go to the Warsaw Plain this time. Serdek remembered that he had secretly entered Makuso City with a group of second-level powerhouses through the temporary teleportation circle built by the space magician Avid on the Gonbu Plain to arrest Lord MacDonald. At that time, there were only more than 40 rank 2 experts, and the military department spent a lot of money on teleportation fees. The temporary teleportation circle that was now set up actually had to teleport 220,000 lords' army. Serdek was confused for a moment. How many magic crystals would be burned? Although the large-scale temporary teleportation array is expensive to build, the teleportation fee is not as exaggerated as the small temporary teleportation array. The magic crystals burned by the Space Magic Hub every day are constant, and the number of teleportation personnel reaches a certain number. When the time comes, the transmission costs shared by each person will not be so exaggerated. Everyone stood at the airport terminal discussing the transportation costs of the military, and the president of the Magic Guild personally explained it to everyone. However, everyone only understood the first few sentences, and few people on the scene could understand the principles of space magic, such as the magic arrangement matrix and the magic hub building a space bridge. As for why the president of the Magic Guild is standing here, it's because during this expedition to the Warsaw Plain, the Lut Magic Guild sent 30 magicians to join Serdek's Lord army, and he came here specifically to say goodbye of those young magicians. These magicians will once again form an independent aerial reconnaissance team to help Serdek detect the actual situation on the battlefield. Facts have proved that these magicians riding magic harpoons may not be able to reverse the situation by throwing a few fireballs on the battlefield. But as long as the investigation work is done carefully, it will be of great help to the subsequent battle. Standing on the command podium under the high tower of the airport terminal, with a sullen face and saying nothing, it was not until all 45,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers boarded the magic airship and ascended into the night sky that he turned around and said, "Shiaya, prepare the magic caravan. I'm going to Helensa City." Sia walked quickly to the gate of the airport terminal with a sheepskin book in her arms, and soon a magic caravan stopped at Soldek. Serdek got into the car without saying a word. He didn't even have time to say a few words of thanks to the president of the Magic Guild. He just waved goodbye to them and hurriedly left the airport terminal. "What happened?" Sia sat opposite Soldek and asked cautiously when she saw Serdek's face was a little ugly. Soldek handed the letter to Sia. Seeing the sentence on the letter, Thea hurriedly asked, "How about Lord Consul Christie?" Serdek shook his head and said, "I don't know what the specific situation is yet." Thea did not follow Serdek to Helensa City. She wanted to stay and handle the daily affairs of the city hall on behalf of Serdek. In fact, after the magic caravan drove out of Rut City overnight, Soldek chose to get off the car at a quiet place, and Sia took this magic caravan back to the castle in Rut City. Standing in the quiet woods, Serdek stepped into the void magic circle and came to Aphrodite's lava mine. Seeing Serdek coming out of the void magic circle, Aphrodite put her daughter into the cradle and asked Serdek, "Why are you here? It's not that the army will be reorganized recently. At least, will you be able to come over in a few days? Something happened to Darcy. I have to go to Helensa City to have a look." Serdek did not stop in the lava mine. He walked quickly to his daughter's cradle, picked up her and walked beside the lava pool. He walked around, kissed her tender forehead again, and then put her back into the cradle with some reluctance. Then Serdek walked quickly to the entrance of the cave. Aphrodite sat on the recliner and reminded him, "There is a magic-patterned war horse prepared at the warehouse of the sulfur mine. You can ride that horse. Do you need me to come with you?" Serdek waved his hand without looking back and strode out of the lava mine. Sure enough, just as Aphrodite said, there was actually a magic-patterned war horse in the stable next to the sulfur mine warehouse. This kind of war horses with the strength and toughness life magic pattern engraved on their legs all come from Dodon town in the Belan Plain. Aphrodite prepared one in the stable here, obviously to deal with emergencies. Event. The overseer here saw Soldak coming in a hurry and heard that he wanted to ride the magic-marked war horse. So he helped him lead it out without hesitation. Cerdak got on his horse and rushed to the city of Helensa without saying a word. The overseer stood beside the stable in a daze, unable to say a word to Cerdak. Seeing Cerdak disappear in the rain of volcanic ash falling from the sky, he turned around and closed the stable door with some frustration, and closed it again. After removing the outer dust cover, he turned around and returned to the work shed. There are only less than 100 kobold slaves left in the sulfur mine. Some of the remaining kobold slaves are building dams in the Belan Plain, and others are building hanging gardens in Root City. So the current situation in the sulfur mine is almost in discontinued status. When Cerdak passed through the desolate land of Wall Village, he did not stop at Wall Village. Instead, we rushed directly to the Paglos Pass. It happened to be night when we passed through the village of Wall. The entire mountain village was ablaze with lights. The neat Western-style buildings were all lit with lights. Even the free market was sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain. Many houses also appeared. It is not an exaggeration to say that Wall Village is now a prosperous town. At night, some villagers gather at the free market open-air tavern at the entrance of the village to drink. The noisy and lively sound, accompanied by the aroma of ale, can be heard far away. The lights of Wall Village seem to light up the entire valley, which makes Wall Village very beautiful at night. When passing the Paglos Pass, Soldak couldn't help but glance towards the top of the mountain on the left. Although everything was covered in the night, Soldak felt that the wooden crosses on the top of the mountain were still there, and the top of the mountain even had a faint aura of death condensed there. The mountain road at night is not easy to walk, although the mountain road in Oak Ridge is repaired every year. After all, the road in the mountain ridge is very rugged. Cerdak can only slow down the magic pattern war horse. The entire dense forest was completely covered by the night, and Soldak's thoughts returned to the time when he just returned to Hylon Sakin. At the beginning, he was just a reserve knight. He was still running around between Helensa City and Wall Village in order to feed the villagers of Wall and obtain a knighthood. He remembers that he also met a gang of robbers at that time. Coming in the blink of an eye, this place has changed drastically. Countless young people from Wall Village have long since left this desolate land. But the golden and silver oak trees in this mountain range have not changed at all. After running wildly all night, I finally arrived at the city of Helensa in the early morning before the fog dissipated. The city of Helensa on the mountainside was revealed above the heavy fog. Cerdak led the horse out of the thick fog, and then stood in front of the city gate suspension bridge, looking up at the knights of the security brigade on the top of the city. Although the guards on the city wall did not recognize Cerdak at the first time, when they saw the panting magic-patterned war horse and the magic-patterned structure on Cerdak's body, these alone made them. They opened the city gates and lowered the drawbridge an hour in advance and invited Soldak to enter the city. In the morning of Helensa City, the nobles seemed to be lying on their beds at home having sweet dreams, while the common people were eating breakfast and getting ready to start the day's work. And Soldak, who had been running continuously for a day and night, walked non-stop through the central street with few pedestrians, and arrived at the Christie family castle, which is the highest in the city. The situation inside the city seemed normal. When they arrived outside the Christie family's castle, Soldak didn't even call for the door. The guard at the gate pushed open the big iron gate at the outermost part of the castle. Soldak didn't even get off his horse, went straight to the steps of the castle courtyard. At this time, the housekeeper in the castle hurried out from the hall of the castle with a group of servants. Following them came a roll of carpet, which rolled and paved a red road in front of Cerdak. Cerdak handed the reins to the servant on the side, stepped up the steps, and saw Carl running out with a tired look on his face. What happened? Did his condition get worse last time? After seeing Carl, Soldak first gave him a hug, and then asked him impatiently. Carl shook his head, put his arm around Soldak's shoulders and said, "You'd better go in and take a look and you'll find out." "Is it serious?" Cerdak asked impatiently. Carl nodded and said no more. Soldak quickened his pace and walked into the hall. At this time, Mrs. Mariana in a plain dress also came out. Soldak glanced at her bulging belly, then glanced at Carl, and said nothing. "What? Dak? You are here. Please save Darcy again." Mrs. Mariana almost buried her hands in tears and begged Soldek. "Where is Darcy? Take me to see her," Soldek said to Lady Mariana. "What's going on?" Soldek asked Carl in a deep voice. Carl sighed softly and whispered to Soldek. "It was an assassination. On the way back to the castle from the city hall, Darcy was stabbed in the chest by an assassin hiding in the shadows. The assassin was on the spot. She took poison and died, and now her injuries are very serious." Soldek did not expect that Darcy Christie would be assassinated, and the assassin would die even though he knew he could not escape. Seeing the dull atmosphere in the castle, Soldek's heart suddenly sank. Chapter 1372 Lord Helensa. Walking in the inner corridor of the Christie family castle, you can see the night guards of the Christie family every not far away. Serdek has been living in the castle of Lut City recently, so he did not get lost due to the numerous gates in the castle. Nor was he dazzled by the luxurious decoration inside. It was just that the further inside, Serdek Duck's heart grew colder. There are knights guarding almost every door. When Soldek asked Carl about Darcy Christie's injury, this old friend actually hesitated and kept answering questions that were not correct. Mrs. Mariana, who was following Carl, had even red eyes, and her eyes were swollen. At the gate of the castle, Carl and Lady Mariana seemed to be trying their best to hide it. But after entering the castle and passing through the gates, there were no servants in the castle, and they actually did not say anything about Darcy's condition. When he climbed to the second floor, Serdek saw 6 magicians from Helensa City. They were sitting in a small hall drinking hot tea and chatting in low voices about how to draw magic patterns. It seems like they are sharing their thoughts and ideas. There is no Lance among this group of magicians, but there are several friends of Lance. Serdek was a little surprised as to why there were so many magicians in the Christie family's castle. When he climbed to the 3rd floor, there were actually 2 constructed swordsmen guarding the door. When Soldek passed by them, although the 2 constructed swordsmen did not stop them, they used 2 pairs of sharp swordsmen. Her eyes were always on him. Walking into the corridor on the 3rd floor, Serdek could feel strong magic fluctuations coming from the innermost room. What made Serdek even more unexpected was that Scholar Ferdinand was actually sitting on a bench in the corridor to rest. Serdek was very familiar with this mage scholar who had been studying the magic subject of limb grafting in the magic tower. During the time when he lived in Helensa City, Scholar Ferdinand also gave Serdek a lot of help. However, because he knew the living habits of this magic scholar, Serdek knew that he usually rarely walking out of the magic tower. Unexpectedly, I would meet this magic scholar again in the castle of the Christie family. As if he felt someone watching him, Scholar Ferdinand slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Serdek standing in front of him, he nodded to Serdek and said, "I thought you and we won't arrive until 2 days later. So go in and see Darcy." Scholar Ferdinand. Soldek quickly and habitually saluted, a knight salute to Scholar Ferdinand. And Scholar Ferdinand quickly stood up and returned the salute. "You are already an earl now, and you are also the great lord of the Ganmu Plain. So you don't need to salute like this." Scholar Ferdinand patted Serdek on the shoulder and said. There was a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Carl walked up and said kindly to Scholar Ferdinand, "Sir Scholar, go and take a rest." Facing Carl, Scholar Ferdinand said calmly, "Wait a moment. The gem base of the magic pattern array will need to be replaced with a batch of magic crystals in half an hour." After hearing what Scholar Ferdinand said, Carl said nothing more, but pointed to the wooden door inside that exuded a magical atmosphere and said, "Dak, you can go in. Darcy is lying in the room inside." Soldek turned to look at Madame Mariana. The woman with a slightly bulging belly also gave Soldek a look of approval. When he walked to the door, Serdek felt that the 2 guards at the door were even more unusual. They carried a strong murderous aura, just like officers who had just come off the battlefield. Their aura was different from others. The 2 of them cast their gazes on Serdek, who saw the magic badge on his chest. Just when Soldek thought he needed to say something, one of the swordsmen actually helped him push the door open. It was filled with a large amount of magical energy. The moment he pushed the door open, countless magical auras poured out, making Sir Erdak couldn't help but hold his breath, probably worried that the footsteps would wake up Darcy Christie. Soldek slowly walked into the room, only to see that there was only one big bed in the huge room, and the carpet around the big bed was covered with countless World of Warcraft leathers. Almost all pieces of Warcraft leather are tightly connected with some magic metal, and the strong magical aura is constantly generated by these Warcraft leathers. The magic pattern array in the room is in the shape of a hexagram. On the tip of each hexagram is a magician wearing a black robe. These magicians are using a ray of magic power to maintain the operation of the entire array. And just above the big bed, Darcy Christie, wearing this white gauze skirt, with her hands crossed on her chest and holding lilies, was lying there with her eyes closed, a life transformed by magic. The breath was continuously injected into Darcy Christie's body along the 6 magic chains. Her face is as pale as paper. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Cerdak couldn't feel Darcy Christie's breathing. There were 2 Hades coins on the cabinet beside the bed. Seeing this scene in front of him, Cerdak's heart skipped a beat, and the worst answer suddenly came to his mind. Darcy's body in front of her was like a torn sack riddled with holes. No matter how much life breath these 6 magicians manipulated the magic circle to inject into Darcy Christie's body, they would at most be able to sustain her last breath. But they could not heal any injuries on his body. Soldak walked in step by step, and Darcy Christie's personal maid quickly stood up. Without asking the maid about Darcy's condition, Cerdak walked to Darcy's bedside and leaned over to touch Darcy's wrist. Her wrist was as cold as a piece of ice, and there was no beating in her chest. Cerdak realized even more clearly that what was lying on the bed was just a well-preserved corpse. How long has she been dead? Soldak didn't let go and sat down next to Darcy. The holy light in the palm of his hand poured into Detienne's body and dispersed instantly. It's been 6 days, the maid said hesitantly and helplessly. Cerdak's eyes became sharp, and he said to the personal maid, Didn't I ask you to take good care of her? Why did you encounter an assassin? The maid stood aside, tears quickly pouring from her eyes. He had been hiding in the carriage for an unknown number of days. Erlu, who was responsible for protecting him, just got out of the car, and he suddenly jumped out, the maid said with a choked voice. Soldak sighed softly and asked, When she leaves, do you have any instructions? The maid did not answer, but turned around mechanically and walked to the door of the room. She said to Carl and Mrs. Christie, who were waiting outside, Baron Casement, Mrs. Mariana, please come in too. Since Count Soldak has already come, then it's time to announce your last will and testament. Scholar Ferdinand, please prepare yourself and contact the sealing circle in a quarter of an hour. Scholar Ferdinand sat on the bench with his eyes closed, without even moving his eyelids, and nodded. The personal maid once again said to the butler waiting in the corridor outside, Please invite Count Ryan, Count Piero, Viscount Duham, and Commander Davidson in the side hall outside. Soldak's eyes followed the personal maid. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Without letting Cerdak wait long, several important members of the Christie family came to the room one after another. Each of them was followed by 2 constructed swordsmen. Their faces were very ugly, but there was a hint of faintness between their eyebrows. Of Schadenfreude. Several senior generals from the Lord's army of the Christie family also came to the room. Just when the personal maid turned around, Cerdak felt an especially familiar feeling. There were more than a dozen people standing in the originally empty room, which instantly made the bedroom scene particularly crowded. However, under the gaze of everyone, the personal maid walked slowly to the side of the big bed step by step, and then unexpectedly lying next to Darcy Christie without saying a word. Her head rested on Darcy Christie's shoulder. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest. Her legs were slightly curled, and then she closed her eyes, seeing that the personal maid looked like she was about to fall asleep. Scholar Ferdinand, who was waiting aside, immediately stood up, replaced a magician, and stood in the leading position of the magic circle. Scholar Ferdinand began to chant a spell, and the other 5 magicians followed him. As the spells were recited, the magic arrays on the floor of the room began to light up one by one, and the power of magic continued to be revealed. A round birdcage vaguely appeared in front of Cerdak's eyes. This was a cage completely condensed with magical power. The cage covered almost the entire room. As the mantras were recited, part of the magic power gathered in Scholar Ferdinand's hand, and then this magic power began to slowly transform into a large transparent hand. And this big transparent hand extended out and actually touched the body of the maid who was lying on the bed. The big transparent hand suddenly penetrated deep into her body and grabbed it. Cerdak had already felt that big hand grabbing a soul that was so weak that it was about to dissipate. Cerdak rubbed his eyes hard because he could already see a clue from the outline of the soul. After Scholar Ferdinand completely pulled out the soul from the body of the personal maid, Cerdak finally saw the phantom of the almost extinct soul. The shadow is floating on Darcy Christie's body. Cerdak finally thought of it. Scholar Ferdinand arranged a magic circle to seal the soul. To put it simply, it could seal the soul of the deceased into the magic space and release it after a period of time. The conditions required for this kind of magic sealing array are very demanding. In addition to the magic pattern array requiring 24-hour continuous control by magicians, another point is that a container is needed to carry the soul. That is to say, the personal maid just now is just a vehicle. And what was inside her body just now was Darcy's soul. No wonder Cerdak always feels inexplicably familiar when he talks. The soul shadow almost completely overlapped with Darcy's body. But her body was completely rigid and unable to move. The shadow of Darcy's soul floated again, just above the bed. She looked around with great nostalgia. And now everyone in the bedroom was focusing on this remaining soul. Dak, thank you for coming here as soon as possible. Darcy's shadow was actually able to speak, and then said to the people in the room, when I was in charge of Helensa, I failed to bring any changes to the city, nor did I revitalize the family. I am sorry to disappoint you. The voice of Darcy's soul was a little too calm. But Soldak knew clearly that that soul was Darcy. Lady Mariana on the side wanted to reach out to grab her hand, but failed. Darcy said in a hoarse voice. It was obvious that Lady Mariana's throat had been broken. Cerdak stood at the head of the bed and said nothing. The feeble soul fell beside Lady Mariana, almost touching her face, and said, Aunt, please stop crying and listen to me explain the last few things. When Lady Mariana heard Darcy say this, she immediately shut up. Darcy Christie's body was lying on the bed, which made Soldak feel somewhat unreal. Darcy's eyes fell on Mrs. Mariana Christie's slightly bulging belly, and she said to Soldak, This is her and Carl's child. It's a pity that I couldn't see him being born. The shadow of her soul dimmed again, and she paused before begging Soldak again. After my death, I hope that David can become the governor of Helensa City, but he has not been born yet, and may not be able to serve as the governor of Helensa City until he becomes an adult. So, Dark, can you take over for me first? Are you going to Helensa City? Cerdak had a look of astonishment on his face. He never expected that Darcy would put the hat of the Archon of Helensa on his head. As Soldak did not agree immediately, but hesitated for a moment. Darcy's ghostly soul said again, It doesn't take long. Just 16 years. Soldak broke out in a cold sweat. Will it take 16 years? But seeing Darcy's soul about to dissipate, she didn't know how to refuse. At this time, I heard Darcy's soul ghost continue to say, When David completes his adult ceremony and can inherit the title of the Christie family, you will give him the power in your hands bit by bit. But these must be based on the fact that he has the knighthood. The 8 virtues. Seeing that Darcy's soul was extremely weak, Soldak could only nod his head and said, Okay, I promise you to hand over this city to him during his adult ceremony. A smile appeared on the blurred face of Darcy Christie's soul, and then she said to him, I'm so lucky to meet you in this life. Then the soul shadow gave some instructions to Commander Davidson, which was nothing more than to actively cooperate with Lord Soldak, stabilize the current situation in Helensa City, and insist on successfully controlling both Helensa City and the Christie family in 16 years, into the hands of the child in Lady Mariana's belly. After saying this, Darcy Christie's ghostly soul dissipated in a magical light curtain. The book is actually finished at this point, and the plot of the Warsaw Plain will unfold next. Chapter 1373 Darcy's Funeral. The biggest difference between the mountain city of Helensa and the city of Rud is that it is located halfway up the mountain. The entire city is hidden among dense oak forests, almost blending into the surrounding environment, like a magnificent piece of yellow embedded in the blue sea. Gem. Rud City, on the other hand, completely covers the cliff nearly 200 meters high, and the city completely covers the cliff. The top of the mountain in Helensa belongs to the territory of the Christie family, and few people can reach the top of this mountain. Cerdak was standing on the top of Helensa mountain, with the extremely dense mountain city at his feet. If someone could set up a few trebuchets on the top of this mountain, then the entire Helensa city would be completely destroyed, covered within the range of the catapult. The land on the top of the mountain belongs to the Christie family, and is the Christie family cemetery. Looking around, obsidian tombstones occupy almost the entire top of the mountain. Because the top of the mountain is surrounded by dense golden and silver oak trees, few people know that there is a cave here. Darcy's tombstone is located on the sunny south slope of the cemetery. Looking down from here, you can have a panoramic view of the city of Helensa. Almost all the nobles in the city of Helensa came to attend the funeral. The open space in front of the tombstone was crowded with nobles wearing black dresses. Carl had been carefully staying with Lady Mariana. Lady Mariana was almost crying at this moment. Fainted. Compared with Mrs. Mariana's grief, other members of the Christie family were relatively silent. Before her death, Darcy handed the Christie family's guarding knights into the hands of Soldak, which was probably the main reason for their collective silence. Darcy Christie's funeral went on all morning, And when the nobles placed the flowers in their hands around the tombstone, the funeral came to an end. People left one after another, and the tombstone was surrounded by flowers. The petals fell with the wind when they were blown so gently. Cerdak waited until the end, looking at the cemetery that had become quiet. He sighed softly. Darcy Christie's tombstone is also engraved with a sentence in Imperial language. The moon shines her light all over the sky, but leaves her dark spots to herself. Cerdak. The people attending the funeral left the cemetery on the top of the mountain one after another. Even Lady Mariana was helped away by the maid. On a raised rock on the top of the mountain, Soldak, Carl and Lance were sitting on it. The three of them looked at the lush green mountains in the distance. Lance, whose eyes shone with wisdom, asked Cerdak with curiosity, "If you could live your life over again, would you choose to marry Darcy?" Soldak shook his head, looked back at his feet, and said to Lance, "I don't know." He was silent for a while, and then said, "If you miss it, you miss it. Maybe there were some regrets at the time. But for Darcy and I at the time, our stubborn personalities meant that we couldn't stay together." After hearing what Cerdak said, Lance stopped talking. But Carl on the side suddenly asked Lance, "I heard that Captain Gerald is going to recommend you to become the deputy leader of the law enforcement group?" Lance was a little surprised and asked doubtfully, "Well, you just informed me the day before yesterday. How did you know?" Carl smiled proudly and said, "I am the chief of security of Helensa City." At this time, Soldak did not listen to the teasing between Lance and Carl. He focused his gaze on the place where the distant sky connected with the mountains. But his thoughts drifted away with his gaze. Many times, the world seems unreal to him. But looking at my friends around me, I realize that I have been moving forward. Along the way, I can finally stand on the top of the mountain and look into the distance. There was a hint of perseverance in Cerdak's eyes. Several plain wars had polished him like a sharp knight's sword. He habitually touched the hilt of the sword at his waist and said to his two friends, "I'm going to the Warsaw Plain. Maybe the next time we meet will be when I return from the Warsaw Plain." Carl was stunned, and Lance also stayed on the spot. Carl asked Soldak, "Duck, I remember that you were in the Warsaw Plain when you were serving in the military? Why would you be sent to that fire pit this time?" With a wry smile on his face, Cerdak said to Carl, "I am the Lord of the Ganbu Plain. What's so strange about this? I heard that Lord MacDonald was unwilling to lead the Lord Army to the Warsaw Plain. So he took the risk and chose the independent plain of Ganbu." Carl said to the two of them, "I heard that there is a big quagmire over there in Warsaw. I hope you can get out of it as soon as possible." Lance put his hand on Soldak's shoulder. "Just now, I was extremely envious of Soldak's temporary appointment as the consul of Helensa City. But in the blink of an eye, when I heard that he was about to go to the Warsaw Plain to fight the evil ghost army there, I suddenly felt that this high on the position of consul of Sac City seems to be less fragrant. In the past few years, countless noble lords in the Bena province have fallen into disgrace in the Warsaw Plain. Now Soldak is going to lead the army to the plain of Warsaw, which is not a reliable thing no matter how you think about it." "Has it been decided yet?" Carl asked. Cerdak nodded and said, 50,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers have already taken the magic airship to Bena. Next, I will organize the cavalry regiment. The streets in Helensa City are still so crowded. Almost every step of the way you can see a bridge crossing your head. The balconies of many buildings almost extend to the street. Some clothes-drying poles are set up from the balconies here. Go to the protruding terrace across the street. So when walking, you have to look up from time to time to avoid being hit by falling water droplets. The Night Academy on Durandal Street in Helensa City has started school. Looking from outside the school, groups of teenagers in the academy are running on the playground. Every student is very immature. Cerdak continues to walk along the street on horseback, in order to make it easier for little Peter to go to school at the Night Academy. Natasha, I chose to rent a house on this street, and it's not far from the Magic Tower. As long as you walk along this street for a short distance, you can reach the Magic Tower. Natasha temporarily rented a 3-story villa with a small yard. The roof was covered with dark red tiles. There were 2 fruit trees in the yard. There was also a low shrub wall in the yard. The gate was a short one. Cutting the wooden fence, Soldak led the horse and walked in. Originally, Cerdak had planned not to stay here, but he changed his mind halfway back. After all, I haven't seen Natasha for a long time, and it may take 2 or 3 years before I leave. Although I can sneak back to take a look in the middle, there won't be many opportunities like that. There was a rhythmic sound of beating clothes in the yard. Soldak tied the reins to the tree at the door, and then walked over in pursuit of the sound. I saw Natasha squatting next to the water table, washing some dirty clothes. I heard another footsteps behind me, and turned around suddenly to find that Serdak was already standing behind me. Natasha immediately stood up and yelled. Shaking, he shook off the soapy water on his hands, and threw himself into Soldak's arms. The luxurious life made her look plump, and when she was held in her arms, her happiness almost overflowed. Although the family now has enough food and clothing and employs a maid and a cook, Natasha is used to doing these things. There was a faint smell of lavender on her body, and the two of them didn't even speak. Soldak held Natasha's delicate face and pecked her soft and warm lips hard. Natasha's eyes seemed to be able to speak. When she saw Serdak, her eyes almost curved into double crescents. "Did you miss me?" Serdak asked Natasha's ear. Although they are an old couple, Natasha still blushes when Soldak hugs her. Natasha nodded, and then responded in a low voice. "I knew you'd come back." From Natasha's words, Soldak guessed that Natasha already knew about Darcy's death. Natasha led him towards the house and asked with some anticipation, "How long can you stay here this time?" "Leave tomorrow." Serdak looked at Natasha and said to her, "Are you leaving so soon?" Natasha was slightly disappointed. Soldak could only say, "The news about Darcy Christie was quite sudden this time. There are still many things at hand that have not been dealt with. In addition, this time the military department dropped another recruitment order. I estimate that I will go on an expedition in the near future. The plain of Warsaw." When she heard that Serdak was going to the Warsaw plain, Natasha's face instantly turned extremely pale. "Don't worry. I am the supreme commander of the Western Route Army, so safety is guaranteed," Soldak whispered to comfort the woman beside him. Natasha was only worried for a moment, and then began to prepare a bath of food for Serdak. Old Sheila was sitting on the rocking chair in the living room, seemingly sleeping. However, when Soldak came to her side, old Sheila happened to open her somewhat cloudy eyes. When she saw Serdak, she just gave him a slight smile. He nodded and motioned for him to sit down next to him, but he didn't say a word. Old Sheila has aged very quickly during this period. She has 2 more age spots on her face than last time, and the sagging skin is almost piled on her cheeks. She raised her trembling hands and pointed at the nuts on the small table. This was the first time that old Sheila took the initiative to invite Serdak to eat, which made Serdak a little touched. Soldak sat next to old Sheila, and was not in a hurry to eat those nuts. Instead, he used the power of holy light to wash old Sheila's body again, and said to her, "I have already arranged everything about little Peter. Well, if the magic awakening ceremony fails to make little Peter a magic apprentice, then send him to the Knight Academy." Hearing Soldak talk about little Peter, old Sheila, who was already a little tired, immediately became much more energetic. Little Peter is probably the only spiritual support in her heart now. "This time, I am going to conquer the Warsaw Plain," Soldak said casually. Old Sheila, who was holding the water glass tremblingly, suddenly shook her hands, and the teacup she was holding suddenly fell on the carpet. Although the teacup was not broken, the tea inside was like a large piece of carpet wet. Old Sheila's lips trembled, wanting to say some words of dissuasion. But when she saw Soldak's determined gaze, the words that had just reached her lips were suddenly retracted. "I will go to Mayun Ridge to see him, the second team, and the forest farm camp. Do you need me to bring him back?" Soldak asked old Sheila. Old Sheila waved her hand, panting slightly while breathing, and said, "Let him lie there. There is no need to toss. If possible this time, I will help them get revenge." Before Serdak could finish his words, he was interrupted by old Sheila. "I don't need you to take revenge. Don't be blinded by hatred. Where are you leading the army this time?" Serdak nodded. "Then I have only one request. Promise me that you must bring them all back as much as possible. Don't leave them there. This war has been too long. Compared with the victory of the war, everyone hopes that their loved ones can be safe. Come back." Old Sheila held Soldak's hand and said to him seriously. Soldak squatted in front of old Sheila's rocking chair, feeling that although old Sheila was old, she was not confused. "This villa has its own bathroom. The bathtub is filled with water." Serdak sat in the bathtub and took a bath. Natasha moved a small mat and sat behind Serdak to rub his back. Serdak didn't speak. He just listened quietly to Natasha talking about the trivial things he encountered in life. She met some of the neighbors here. The neighbors' children always sneak into the yard and steal pears from the trees. But since the last time Natasha picked a large pot of pears and delivered them to the 2 children's homes, The child has never climbed over the yard wall to steal pears. Pears. The widowed old man across the street likes to bask in the sun in front of his home. Every time little Peter passes by, he will chat with the old man. According to little Peter, the old man was a famous swordsman when he was young. Although he is older now, he still has a very clear grasp of the skills of using a sword. Little Peter's eyes always light up every time he talks about this. But little Peter rarely talks about learning in the magic tower. Occasionally there will be a flower seller on the street, and Natasha will occasionally buy a bunch and put it in a bottle. As long as the bottle is filled with water, the flowers can live in the bottle for more than half a month. She talked a lot, and Cerdak listened patiently. As she spoke, Natasha stopped and hesitated for a while before asking Soldak. I heard they said that Rit City is a very big city. Is it bigger than Helensa? It's bigger. And there's a teleportation gate in the center of that city. There's a bigger city on the other side of the teleportation gate, and its name is Makuso. Cerdak replied. The two cities are almost connected by a portal. As he said that, he turned to look at Natasha, smiled at her and said, Do you want to visit Rit City? In fact, there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't have much time recently. I guess I'll have to wait until I get back from Warsaw. The plane is back. How long will you be going? For years? Natasha asked nervously. Soldak shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe it won't take that long. Maybe like Duke Newman. He will be entangled by the evil ghost army and be unable to escape. Chapter 1374 A New Journey. The next morning, Soldak sat in an armchair in the largest conference room on the second floor of Helensa City Hall. Everyone in the Terrapagan region knows that Lord Cerdak does not like to be absent during meetings. Those noble lords who were absent from meetings in the Ganbu Plain have now been deprived of all their territories and industries in the Ganbu Plain. The nobles who were absent from the meeting in Rit City were basically driven out of Rit by him. Now that he is sitting in the position of the governor of Helensa City, all the officials in Helensa City have become extremely nervous. Everyone does not know what this newly appointed powerful governor will do to them. Behavior. Many officials in Helensa City are not unfamiliar with the name Cerdak. Many people even know that he comes from the village of Wall in the deserted land. During his service, he became a formal knight from a poor man. He once served in Helensa. He served in the guard camp, and later became a third-class baron under the recommendation of Marquis Luther. After gradually reaching the position of Earl, he married Miss Hathaway, the daughter of Marquis Luther, and reached the pinnacle of his life. It is such a nobleman who came out of the civilian class and now sits in the highest position in Helensa City. Some people envy, some admire, some are jealous, and some hate. This room is large, but there is only one throne-like chair, and other nobles have to stand around the stage. There were many aristocratic officials coming to this meeting. As the bronze bell of the bell tower in the square not far away rang, the door of the meeting room closed with a dull sound, and all the soft conversations immediately stopped. There are 6 round arched high windows on the left and right sides of this room, so the light is not dim. Cerdak nodded to the nobles present, and then said, Good morning, everyone. I believe you all know me. I am Cerdak, appointed by Countess Darcy Christie. I am currently the new consul of Helensa City. I am very saddened by the accidental assassination of Count Darcy Christie. Darcy is a close friend of mine. We met in the plain of Warsaw. We became friends with whom we talked about everything at the Junior Knight Academy in Helensa City. I originally thought she would sit in this position until she grows old, bringing new glory to the Christie family. But now, it's a pity that she is lying under the tombstone, although the murderer committed suicide on the spot. I am more concerned about the instigator hiding behind. I hope he can always live in the shadows, just like the rat in the sewer lives so humble and cautiously. It's best not to let me find out. Otherwise, I will personally burn him on the stake. The investigation into the cause of Darcy's death will never stop until the truth is revealed. Cerdak paused for a while, and after the depressive atmosphere in the hall eased a little, Cerdak continued, Next, I want to talk about department appointments. Officials from various departments in Helensa City will not make any appointments for the time being. There is no change, and I would like to ask Lady Mariana to temporarily serve as the governor of Helensa City. The officials in the hall were in an uproar regarding Count Soldak serving as the consul of Helensa City. Everyone present had nothing to say. After all, their identity and strength lie there. But Mrs. Mariana Christie, her first husband was the heir of the Langdon family, and although she is now a widow in name, she has an inexplicable relationship with Carl of the Casement family. To sum up, There is only one sentence in other words. That means, morality is not matched. Carl also knew that the nobles of Helensa City would not let Lady Mariana become the governor of Helensa City. Even if their children want to inherit the city of Helensa when they grow up, they will probably need Serdak's full support. Now Soldak suddenly pushed Lady Mariana forward, and the nobles in the entire hall were shocked. Do you not care what we think so much? The first person to stand up and object was Carl. He did not want to push Mariana out and put her on the fire. He walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Soldak, and said to him without any scruples, Dak, she is a pregnant woman. How can she have the energy to help you manage Helensa? Soldak waved his hand to Carl, telling him to calm down. Then he stood up, holding on to the high back chair, glanced at the officials in the hall, and said confidently, I think that during the period when Mrs. Mariana is pregnant, each department should be able to deal with the troubles of its own department. She usually only needs to sign. Carl, you must pay attention to sending people to protect her safety. Just when the officials were confused and didn't know how to refute Serdak's decision, Serdak took out a recruitment order from his magic pocket and said, As for me, I have accepted the Bena military department. We will be dispatched to the Warsaw Plain in the near future. There was another low voice in the hall, and the voice was full of emotion such as relaxation, joy, exclamation, etc. Everyone knows what the conscription order represents. Going to the Warsaw Plain is not something worth celebrating. Many noble lords avoid it. In the aristocratic circle of Helensa City, Count Mongoss is the best example. He has been in the Warsaw Plain for 8 years. Now not only the family's lord army has been completely exhausted, but the Goss family has also declined. However, this kind of recruitment order also has some protective policies for the noble lords. Once the Bena province military department issues a recruitment order to a noble lord, it means that the noble lord will make certain sacrifices for the benefit of the Bena province. During this period, the Bena province will also ensure that the noble lord's power and property were not enough for other nobles to usurp. It's just that the officials of Helensa didn't expect that after becoming the consul of Helensa City, Soldak would lead the main army to the Warsaw Plain to participate in the Plain War without doing any official business. The officials didn't know what to do. Is this luck or misfortune for Helensa? Soldak clapped his hands, focused everyone's attention, and then continued, In the next period of time, each department will still perform its duties according to past practices. If there is a dispute, it is not Mrs. Mariana's fault. As for what can be decided, small matters can be written to me, and big matters can be resolved at a meeting of the House of Representatives of Bena Province. I only have one request. During my absence, I don't want to see the economy of Helensa City decline, and I don't want to see the city's resident population show reverse growth. The basic requirement is that the economy and population must at least maintain the current situation. I hope you can let me see your abilities. Serdak only stayed at the city hall for half a day before riding out of the city of Helensa. When the magic-patterned warhorse passed through the market and came to the suspension bridge at the city gate, Soldak heard someone calling him above his head. The voice was clear and clean. When he raised his head, he realized that it was little Peter standing on the high wall at the city gate, with a holding the flag on the wall. She waved vigorously to him. It seemed that the farewell in the morning did not satisfy little Peter. He actually kept waiting on the wall at the city gate. Soldak pulled the reins of the magic-patterned warhorse, and the warhorse kept stepping on the wooden board under its feet, and turned in a circle before stopping. Take good care of Grandma and Mom. Serdak waved his hand vigorously at the city wall, and the magic-marked warhorse neighed, and then walked away. I can't hear the childish calls in my ears. Only the sound of the wind is left. In the castle of Ruth City, Beatrice sat alone on the high observation deck, rubbing her belly with some depression. Although Hathaway had left all opportunities to herself this summer, she was swept away by the waves. He almost drowned, but his flat belly still showed no signs of improvement. She stroked the waistcoat line on her lower abdomen. In addition to the sadness of parting, her heart was filled with a sense of loss. The smile on the round face looked so forced. The wind on the observation deck was a bit strong, but it was just enough to catch all the action on the parade square in front of the castle. A group of knights stood on the square. Hathaway came over from the stairs, hugged her from behind, and put his pretty face on her soft shoulders. The two of them looked at the noisy square in front of the castle. This time Gary Decker would lead the cavalry regiment to Bena City by land. Before departure, Soldak made the final mobilization in the square. It seems that the residents of Rit City have become accustomed to such frequent wars. And the recent 2 war victories have brought unprecedented prosperity to Rit City. Everyone is looking forward to the Lord's army bringing greater victory. Recently, even the recruitment of soldiers in Rit City has been increasing step by step. As the leader of the cavalry regiment, Gary Decker needs to rush to Bena City by land with the Lord's Army Cavalry Regiment, while Surdak leads the Construct Knights to take the magic airship to Bena City. As the leader of the Knights, Gary Decker was very dissatisfied with the unequal treatment between the cavalry and the constructed knights. But after all, the transport capacity of magic airships is limited. The magic airships in the province are currently uniformly deployed by the military. Most of the magic airships are transporting heavy armored infantry regiments, and the cavalry regiments have no chance at all. Seeing the groups of cavalry on the parade ground heading toward the city gate with their bags on their backs, Gary Decker saluted. A military salute to Soldak followed the last cavalry group and left its city. Before leaving, he gave Samira an encouraging look. There were only 500 construct knights, 30 young magicians, and Nika's medical team left in the square. These are the elite troops of Lord Serdak's army. These people will take the magic airship to Bena City with Serdak. The people around the square have not dispersed yet. Everyone is watching the Construct Knights, dreaming that one day they can become a Construct Knight. It can be said that every man in the Green Empire has a Construct Knight in his heart. Dream. Young people prefer to watch Nika's medical team. Those maids who believe in nature wear white skirts. Although not every one of them is beautiful enough. They are better because their clothes are neat and their appearance is at least above the passing line. Even the young magicians are secretly observing the medical team. They really want to see healing methods other than water magic and holy light. The cavalry withdrew, leaving only horse dung eggs scattered in the parade square. This summer is coming to an end, and the residents of the city are preparing for the harvest festival celebration. Every main street in Rit City is covered with colorful ribbons, and the merchants have also prepared large barrels of wine and a lot of food. This year, Rit City is different. In the past, the huge benefits brought by war have transformed entire cities. And now the horn of departure sounded throughout the city, and everyone began to look forward to the next victory. Compared with the optimism of ordinary people, the nobles in the city are much more sober. The main reason is that they all know clearly that this time, the Lord Army will go to the Warsaw Plain, which has been almost completely forgotten by the entire Green Empire. Warsaw? Let's go! The magic airship is still waiting for us at the airport terminal. Let's go to Bena City, Serdak said to Samira, Gulaitam and Nika. A group of Construct Knights opened the way in front, and the people on the street pushed to both sides of the road. These magic-patterned horses were covered with dark red hard armor. Each horse looked extremely handsome, and the horses' hooves trampled on the stone road, making a crisp tapping sound. No matter where Serdak went, he could hear the cheers of the people all around. This time, the officials of Rit City were still waiting at the airport terminal to see off Archon Soldak. Soldak saw the bearded Edgar standing in the crowd and immediately waved him to his side. And the group stopped at the gate of the airport terminal. You must help me guard the city of Rut. There must be no more troubles like the necromancers. If there is anything that cannot be solved, go to Sia. She has a special way to contact me. Even if I am in Warsaw, there will also be a way to solve it. Serdak whispered in Edgar's ear. Got it, Commander, bearded Edgar said. Serdak patted the bearded man on the shoulder, said his final goodbyes to the officials of Rut City, and then walked into the high tower of the airport terminal. Today, the airport tower in Rit City is almost at the same height as the sky garden on the city wall. According to Baron Martino's urban blueprint, this airport tower is likely to be replaced by a sky garden docking station in the future. Soldak was about to walk up the street when he suddenly saw Naomi walking out of the shadows at the corner of the stairs. Her steps were a little unnatural, and she was carrying an oversized and worn backpack behind her. Perhaps it was because many Construct Knights knew her. She walked directly in front of Soldak. Naomi, why are you here? Soldak asked the undead warlock. Samira, who was waiting in front, was not surprised at all when she saw Naomi. Obviously she knew Naomi was here. An ugly smile appeared on Naomi's somewhat stiff face, and she said, I thought about it and decided to go with you. Otherwise, I might be discovered by the knights in the city one day. It would be even more troublesome for me to move again. Now the entire city of Rud is not very friendly to undead warlocks. So I might as well follow your lord's army and live in a different environment. Are you going to join us? Serdak asked in surprise. Naomi said in her unique hoarse voice. Otherwise, since I said it so straightforwardly, wouldn't you take the initiative to invite me? Welcome to our team, Naomi. Chapter 1375 Join Forces in Benes City. The temporary military camp outside Benes City has been filled with Lord's armies gathered from various cities. A large number of heavy armored infantry regiments not only filled up the temporary camp outside the city, but some legions even simply lived in the empty space outside the airport terminal. Superior. As soon as Serdak arrived at Benes City in a magic airship, he saw a camp set up outside the city. Groups of cavalry continued to gather towards Benes City along some of the main roads outside the city. The dust was flying in the dusk, and the neighing of war horses finally gave the city some appearance before the war. The airport in Benes City became very busy. Magic airships carrying large amounts of supplies docked in front of the high tower platform. A group of hard-working workers were like hard-working worker ants walking in and out of the airship's warehouse, constantly transporting supplies. Get on the wagon under the dock. Serdak stood on the deck of the bow, quietly waiting for the airship to dock next to the platform, until the knights of the constructed knights lined up to leave the airport terminal. Serdak and his party had been stranded at the airport terminal in Benes City for a whole night. The morning light of dawn made the land in front of Benes City particularly enchanting. The morning glow on the horizon gently held up a red sun. As the sun continued to rise, it finally began to emit dazzling light. Walking on the avenue between the airport terminal and Benes City, I looked at the military camps set up on the roadside. Many of the camps were already emitting smoke. This expedition to the Warsaw Plain has only more than 200,000 troops at best. Why do you feel that there are Lord troops everywhere outside the entire city of Bena? Serdak said to Samira behind him with some confusion. The half-elf archer wearing a tight-fitting salamander leather armor held the reins of the war horse, looked at the military camps in the wilderness, and said, "This should be the last time that the Bena province sends more troops to the Warsaw Plain on a large scale. In addition to the army, there should be a large amount of war preparation materials. This time the Bena province military department has really spent a lot of money for Duke Newman." Just as Soldak led the constructed knights out of the airport terminal, 3 military officials came towards them on horseback. One of the officials wearing light armor came to Soldak, saluted Soldak and said, "Lord Soldak, we are the dispatch officer of the military headquarters of Bena province. You probably don't know much about the temporary camp where the Western Route Army is stationed. This time, I will take you there." Serdak nodded. The dispatch officer rode up to them. The other 2 continued to wait by the roadside, seemingly waiting for the next wave of troops to disembark from the magic airship. Serdak turned to look at the young officer, looked at the military camp beside the road, and asked, "Who are the soldiers in the camp in this area?" The young dispatch officer quickly replied, "This time the military headquarters deployed a large number of Lord's troops from various regions, resulting in empty garrison forces in some areas. The military headquarters needs to deploy troops to these areas. These troops are all reserve troops that need to be filled in various places. The reason why they are stationed next to the airport terminal is so that once a magic airship docks at the airport terminal, they can board the airship in time and avoid the magic airship staying in front of the terminal platform for too long as much as possible." Soldak nodded slightly. The cavalry team passed the caravan parked on the roadside and walked to the right at the fork in the road ahead. Serdak knew that the road on the left led to the south gate of Benes City, and it seemed that the dispatching officer was preparing to take them directly to the temporary camp. "I have a group of troops that should have arrived from the Belan Plain. I wonder if they have arrived?" Soldak asked the dispatcher. The dispatching officer turned slightly and respectfully replied to Soldak, "We moved into the temporary camp a week ago." Seeing that he was very familiar with the troops on the expedition, Serdak then asked, "Where are those special troops?" The young dispatch officer looked stern, and when he looked at Soldak, he was even more admiring, and said hurriedly, "According to Commander Chester's request, this special group of troops is temporarily staying in the pasture outside Wilk City. There is a large slaughterhouse in Wilk City, which produces a large amount of animal offal almost every day. These cheap food is now being supplied to your special army." Soldak nodded again and asked the young dispatch officer, "When can the temporary teleportation circle be built?" The young dispatch officer turned around and pointed in the direction of the gate of Benes City and replied, "It has been completed and is being built in front of the South City Gate. The magicians from the Astrologers Guild are currently debugging it." Soldak, "Does the military have a definite plan? When will we set off?" The young dispatching officer thought for a while before saying, "If everything goes well, the cavalry regiment of the East Route Army will be the first to pass through the temporary portal in about 3 days. And a week later it will be the West Route Army's turn to pass through the temporary portal." Serdak lowered his head and considered it, then frowned and said, Does this mean I only have 6 days to familiarize myself with my army? The young dispatch officer immediately added. In Iverson City, you will have enough time to get to know your Western Route Army. Cerdak still doesn't know which lord's army he will lead. Currently, there are 30 heavy armored infantry regiments belonging to the direct army, with about 45,000 infantry soldiers. There are also 10,000 cavalry and 1,000 constructed knights. In October, the leaves of the willow trees on both sides of the road have fallen completely, and the road is covered with dead leaves, making a soft rustling sound when the horses' hooves step on them. The temporary military camp is not far from Venice City. It is on a hillside covered with alfalfa. There is a stream winding down the hillside. Thousands of war horses are drinking water from the stream. As soon as Cerdak's constructed knights emerged from the forest road, they heard a rough howl of a wolf. And then from a forest upstream of the river, a huge frost wolf, with a body like silver, suddenly rushed out. Its body reflected dazzling light in the sun, and there was an orc lying on the back of the giant wolf. It was Tego, on the other side of the horses by the stream. Several conscript knights were also running towards Cerdak from the stream. Andrew stood out from the knights riding a magic-patterned war horse. He held the reins in one hand and raised the other hand high, shaking hard towards Soldak, probably because he hadn't seen Andrew for a long time. Not only Soldak was a little excited, but the two-headed ogre Gulidum also hit his chest hard with his fist and ran out of the team. It was even covered with a layer of ice armor and let out a deafening roar. Andrew! Gulidum, Andrew responded. Most of the group of construct knights behind Cerdak were brought out by Andrew. When they saw Andrew this time, they all came to greet him. Andrew, Samira, Gulidum, and Tego, in addition to Gary Decker, who was still on the way. The members of Cerdak's combat team gathered together again. Moreover, this time there is an additional necromancer, Naomi. Chapter 1376 Can't Close Eyes. The camp of the West Route Lord Army almost occupies the entire southern slope of Wanyu Ridge. This is one of the dozens of ridges south of Venice City. It can be used as the military camp of the West Route Army mainly because the south slope is gentle and has a large area of grass. There is a clear river below the hillside. White felt tents are neatly arranged on the hillside, and each team is clearly distinguished. When the commanders of the various lord armies heard that Cerdak had finally arrived, they all ran to the large tent specially built for him by the military headquarters. This large tent had been idle in the camp for nearly 3 weeks. This was the first time today. Packed with people, Cerdak was sitting on a chair in the middle of the tent, flipping through a marching plan that had just been delivered. According to the instructions of the military department, the Western Route Army would be waiting at the temporary portal in 8 days without any delay. Cerdak knew that once the temporary portal was activated, the demonic nexus would burn a large amount of magic crystals every moment. So each army of the Lord Army must be perfectly connected when passing through the portal. But the biggest problem now is, Gary Decker and the 5,000 cavalry are still on the way, and it will take at least a week to reach Venice City. In other words, if there are no accidents, when Gary Decker and the cavalry regiment arrive at the camp, there will be no rest world at all, and they will immediately pass through the portal and enter Iverson City. Cerdak looked up and glanced around, seeing that the tent was already crowded with commanders of various lord armies, and immediately turned to the marching plan in his hand. There was a catalogue of the Western Route Army on the wooden table on the other side. He coughed slightly, and the tent immediately became quiet. As for Lord Cerdak, all the commanders present had heard of his name. When someone mentioned him at a noble ball in Venice City, many people would subconsciously think, oh, that lucky knight chosen by Marquis Luther. I know. Luther not only recommended him to become a noble, but also married his daughter to him. What a lucky guy. When someone talks about him in a large military tent in a certain plane, someone can't help but sigh, it's the great knight who knows the holy light technique. A second-level strongman. It would be great if we could have such a strong man in our knights. At least a lot of people would die less in one battle. According to a certain lord, he also became friends with a red dragon. Although he is not a dragon knight yet, he has at least taken the first step towards that legendary road. Some people even say that he has reached some kind of agreement with the lords in the world of the dead, and that he will show up when he is in danger. The most outrageous thing is that some people say that there is a great alchemist hiding behind him, who has strengthened all his horses with strengthening scrolls. Although it was a bit outrageous, these things were not groundless. When the commanders in the tent passed by the entrance of the big tent, they all saw that the tendons of the ancient Bolai horse's front legs were almost covered with complicated magic patterns. Now that he finally appeared in front of everyone, he realized that he was nothing more than that. He has an ordinary appearance, a burly figure, and although his eyes are a bit sharp, he has the air of a gentleman. The beard on his face is neatly groomed, which makes him look very clean. Ahem. There are no tables or chairs in the tent. So I'll make a long story short. The main purpose of calling everyone here this time is to meet everyone and get to know each other better. After all, we will have to fight side by side for a long time to come. Soldak held the directory of commanders of the Western Route Army Lords in his hand and said to everyone present, "Then the commander whose name I will call next. Please come out and say a few words to everyone." Jasper Mind, Guy Ludwig. Cerdak called the commanders' names one by one and asked them to walk to the center of the tent one by one, and then introduced himself to the commanders in the tent. Wait until the commanders present introduced their identities. Soldak then said, "This time the military headquarters appointed me as the commander of the Western Route Army. Then I would like to make 2 requests to everyone present. The expedition is about to begin. Once you leave Bena City with the Western Route Army, when you step into the territory of Iverson City, you must obey absolutely. Even if you don't understand and have doubts about some of my orders, you must carry them out to the letter. Because we are a whole, and we are facing powerful enemies that we have never seen before. They are the Dark Legion from the Abyss. The evil Ghost Legion that occupies the Warsaw Plain is cruel and murderous. We need to suppress it. Only by working together can we have a chance to defeat them. I will do my best to bring you all back." The murmur of conversation in the tent came to an abrupt end. Warsaw Plain War. When the commanders received this recruitment order, they knew that they would fall into the quagmire of the Warsaw battlefield. Just like Duke Newman, who was tied there. They didn't know when the Plain War would end. And they didn't know what. Only then can we get out from there. Before setting off, everyone had already prepared for the worst. After arriving at the camp of the West Route Army, the commanders suddenly discovered that they seemed to be surrounded by almost all such soldiers. Everyone had the same fate. This fear of the unknown battlefield gradually lessened. When Cerdak mentioned that he would do his best to bring everyone back, the commanders realized that the quagmire was also a battlefield meat grinder. It was unknown how many Bena had been swallowed up in the past few years. A warrior's life. The atmosphere became a little heavy, and someone shouted under the depressing atmosphere, "Commander, please rest assured, we will completely obey your command." Cerdak raised his fist and said to the commanders in the camp, "Many people say that the current Bena army is not as good as the previous one. Since the Bena army left, the noble lords of the entire Bena province have become deaf and mute. Everyone dare not face the cruel position. In the face of war, there is no longer any responsibility in the Lord's army, and no one has the courage to go to that cannibalistic plain. Now that we are gathered here, we want to go against the wind and become an example for many Lord armies. We want to say loudly to the evil Ghost army, 'Tremble! Our Bena army is here again! For the glory of Bena warriors!'" Cerdak shouted with his last breath. The passion in the hearts of the commanders was also aroused, and they all shouted, "For glory! For glory!" When Cerdak returned to his tent, he saw Samira spreading a sleeping bag in the corner of the tent. Underneath the sleeping bag was a red-eyed hyena fur mattress. Some of the fur on this mattress was already bald, but Cerdak was more accustomed to the smell of it, so he could sleep soundly on it. This time Samira had made up her mind and planned to live in a tent at night. Only now the tent was packed with people. This marching tent is not big. Andrew, Gulitum, and Tego alone already occupy a large space. The 3 of them seemed to be chatting about the time they were apart. The 2-headed ogre is in big chunks, chewing the meat jerky brought by Andrew. The meat jerky made by the new ghost snake is very chewy, and the final taste is somewhat sweet, which is more delicious than the crocodile jerky of the swamp giant crocodile. During the days when the 2-headed ogre followed Soldak back to Lut City, Andrew and Tego were not idle. After they recovered from their injuries, they led the cavalry and began to head towards the outskirts of Invercargill Forest. During the patrol, the 3 Rivers Plain to the east and the Darkworm Valley to the north have been occupied, and the Thorny Mountains are to the south. Only the Anya Swamp to the west is still undeveloped. The cavalry have been continuously going deep into the Anya Swamp these days. Naomi is also sitting in this tent. There is no suitable place to place her yet. Her skin has almost no flesh, and her skin is like dead tree bark. She looks like an old woman who has half stepped into the coffin. People. Her eyes also seemed a little dull, and it was a little hard to move her eyes every time. Wrapped in thick linen and wrapped in a cloak, he huddled in the corner and said nothing, just quietly listening to Andrew and the others chatting. Frostwolf Bonita was lying at the door of the tent, constantly growling angrily at Naomi in the corner. When it bared its teeth, It revealed 3-inch-long sharp canine teeth, and its light green pupils revealed ferocity and bloodlust. It issued several warnings to Tego, but Tego ignored it, and instead threw a large piece of dried meat to it. This made Bonita very dissatisfied, and its eyes almost never left Naomi. Serdek did not expect that the Frost Wolf would be so resistant to the undead warlock. Tego's explanation for this is, Bonita can smell the smell of death from her body. A very strong smell of death. Serdek actually has some headaches. Naomi's identity cannot be exposed in the army under any circumstances. The followers around him include plain natives, half-elves, ogres, and orcs and wolf riders. The team it is already very weird, so no one pays much attention to the addition of a weirdo wrapped in thick cloth. Now, Bonita is very hostile to Naomi, and it seems necessary to keep her away from the hounds. The dinner was very sumptuous, and everyone sat together. Naomi doesn't seem to need to eat. She usually just drinks some potion she carries with her to maintain the last bit of her body's functions. There were fried meat, mutton soup and tree rice and multigrain porridge on the dinner plate. Soldak immediately tasted something familiar. At that time, he had just arrived in Wall Village. At that time, Wall Village was still very poor. The village would only kill a sheep during festival celebrations, in order to turn this sheep into the most delicious sheep soup. The old village chief Burite also tried his best to ask Selena, the best cook in the village, to cook mutton soup. Then Soldak met Selena, who was called the disaster star by the villagers, and even drank it at Selena's house. Multigrain tree rice porridge. Serdek poked the rice on the plate with a spoon, squinted his eyes, and said to the outside of the tent, Selena, stop hiding. Come out! I heard a surprised question from outside the tent. Ah! Duck! How did you find out? Signa's voice was very sweet, and before she finished speaking, a fair little face came in from the door, and her big black grape-like eyes flickered at Soldak. After a while, Selena, wearing a black robe and a black silk scarf on her head, entered the tent with a smile. Nika also followed Selena. Andrew chuckled and said to Selena, I didn't tell him this. God knows how he guessed that you were here. Selena smiled and said nothing, and knelt down next to Soldak naturally, took the dinner plate from his hand, and added some more multigrain porridge for him. Why are you here? Serdek asked with some confusion. Selena said nonchalantly, I want to go to the Warsaw Plain with you. Time seems to have never left any traces on her face. Her skin is even fairer and more delicate than before, and her eyes are full of emotion. What should we do over there at the Twin Goddess Temple? Serdek asked in a low voice. Selena handed him the plate, poured him another glass of ale, and then said, Don't worry. I have found new priests for the Temple of the Night and the Temple of the Morning. They will also be favored by the two goddesses. This time, I will follow you to the Warsaw Plain because I want to see what the environment is like there. Although she said that, the smile on her face did not look like she was going to develop followers of the Dark Goddess. Samira, who was sitting aside, was holding a green apple in her hand, and she suddenly felt that it was a bit bitter and astringent in her mouth. She put down the apple she had just taken a bite of, sat up straight, and whispered in Naomi's ear, You will set up a tent with me later, and we will sleep together. Naomi turned her head mechanically, and her neck bones made a crisp sound. She looked directly at her, and nodded in agreement. Samira rarely prepares new army tents because her troops are armed Thunder Rhinoceros, and the wooden house on the platform on the Thunder Rhinoceros back is her residence. It's just that this time there is no armed Thunder Rhinoceros in Serdek's Lord Army. The temporary portal set up this time cannot pass through the 8-9-meter high behemoth, although the plain portal in Iverson City can allow the Thunder Rhinoceros to be free. However, if you want to transport the Thunder Rhino to Iverson City, you have to take a long land route. So Serdek excluded the archer group armed with Thunder Rhino from the Lord's army. Before it got dark, Samira set up a new camping tent next to Soldek's tent, and pulled Naomi to live in it. Throughout the night, Samira lay in her sleeping bag and barely slept well, even though she had blocked her ears with cotton balls. For a level 2 expert with super strong 5 senses, the uncontrollable joy next door could still penetrate her ears clearly. Moreover, Naomi, who lived with her, seemed unable to sleep. She did not get into the sleeping bag, but lay on the wolfskin mattress, staring at the roof of the tent without saying a word with her eyes open. You can't sleep either? Samira turned over in her sleeping bag and asked Naomi. Naomi barely made any move and said to Samira, It's not that my eyelids are dry and can't be closed. Tomorrow I will buy some magic materials and add some eye drops to put on them. I heard that the magic shop in Bena City is magic. The materials are very complete. Forehead. Samira didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 1377 was Imra. The basic composition of the West Route Army is based on the elite of the 60,000-strong Alliance Lord Army in Surdak as its direct line troops. And then nearly 50,000 heavy armored infantry were pieced together from the hands of noble lords from various places. These foreign heavy armored infantry regiments have respective commanders. On the battlefield, Surdak only needs to convey orders to these commanders to command these infantry regiments to fight against the evil ghost army. Of course, there have been some selfish commanders who habitually sent these peripheral troops to the battlefield as the first echelon of cannon fodder. But if we really do this, the outcome is not difficult to predict. That is, the position of commander will soon be dismissed by the military. Moreover, the military is unlikely to consider such generals as commanders. So whether it is Edmund Arnold, the commander of the East Route Army, or Soldak, the commander of the West Route Army, they have all served in the Plain War, among those who have performed outstandingly as commanders. For this expedition to the Warsaw Plain, the military department was responsible for providing logistics supplies. Moreover, the agreement reached between the military and the lords. The spoils captured on the battlefield this time will also be implemented according to the 433 distribution principle, which means that the military provides logistics supplies, the noble lords who form the Lord's army, and those who fight on the frontline battlefields. The warriors divided the spoils equally among the three parties. This distribution method is undoubtedly a generous benefit for the warriors participating in the war. The reason why the military did this is also very clear. That is, in recent years, almost no one is willing to go to the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. Surdak stayed in the temporary camp for 2 days, and after arranging things in the camp, he took Andrew, Samira, and Guidam to Bena City. This time he met Marquis Luther at the military headquarters. The father-in-law and his son-in-law could not even exchange a few words before Marquis Luther was invited away by the adjutant. During the recent period, Marquis Luther has been busy formulating a combat route in the military department. This time he also summoned the combat staff from the military department to conduct a war game on the Warsaw Plain in the conference room. He had no time to entertain Serta. Graham. After Soldak left the military headquarters, he did not go to the Marquis mansion again. This time I set off to the Warsaw Plain. I don't know how long it will take to return to the Bena province. So Surdak was going to take Andrew, Samira and Guidam back to the Maka Plain to have a look. After all, it was the hometown of the three of them. They could go back and have a look there if they had time. Relatives. According to the two-headed ogre's recollection, his hometown should be in a bay in the Maka Plain. And he didn't know how far away from was Zimra City. He had wandered in the forest while hunting before arriving there, in that valley. This time he had no chance to return to the ogre village. So he was willing to return to Wazimra City, just to eat 2 meals of delicious food here, to comfort his homesickness. Andrew and Samira returned to Wazimala City in the Maka Plain. Andrew was eager to see his relatives, wife and children. Andrew's home was among the poor Nanite people in Wazimala City, in the district. Thinking that this plain war would not end for some time, Andrew exchanged half of the achievements he had accumulated in the army for city gold coins, and filled a large wooden box with it. When he received the gold coins, Andrew was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he could receive so many gold coins. He had no idea about numbers. Unknowingly, he entered the ranks of the rich. When Andrew realized that he had become a rich man, he was silent all the way, thinking about his thoughts. Seeing Andrew walking behind without saying a word, Soldak stopped and stood at the door of the back garden of Duke Newman's palace. There were long lines of caravan carriages around him, and the merchants were counting the number of carriages with the tax official. "What are you thinking about?" Soldak asked Andrew. Andrew is the kind of reckless man who rarely has worries. This time he obviously had some entanglements in his heart. "I'm thinking about the people in Wazimala City," Andrew replied in a sullen voice, while several people were standing at the door. A group of carriage drivers in the caravan seemed a little scared when they saw the big two-headed ogre. Even the Gubalai horse pulling the carriage kicked the ground uneasily. Soldak quickly patted Andrew on the shoulder and motioned for him to go inside. A group of 4 people got special passes from the military headquarters, because the expedition was about to begin. This kind of cross-dimensional teleportation pass would have an expedited seal. The 4 people entered Wazimala directly through the noble passage. And there was no queue at all. There were many people standing at the portal of the Duke's palace. Surdak handed the special pass to the portal guard. The guard stopped the 2 nobles, who were about to enter the portal, and allowed Serdek and his party to pass quickly. The two nobles just looked at the four people with some dissatisfaction, and did not say anything to complain. Passing through the mirror-like portal, Serdek stood in the Heroes' Square in Vosmala City. The climate here is very different from that of Bena City. The taro trees around the square are already covered with mature taro trees. As a result, this season is also the happiest day for Bena residents. According to the rules of Vosmala City, when the taro fruit falls on the ground, the children in the city who have not participated in the coming-of-age ceremony can pick it up at will. Whoever picks it up will belong to them. This is probably also the case in Vosmala City. A kind of living guarantee provided by the consul to the poor children in the city. You don't want to take your tribe and leave Vosmala, do you? Serdek looked at the children squatting in twos and threes under the taro tree and asked Andrew beside him. Andrew shook his head and said, I just want their lives to be better. Do you know how many Nanai Aborigines there are in Vosmala City? There are at least 100,000. And they are all used to this. Life on the edge. What are you going to do? Serdek asked. Andrew shook his head and said nothing, walking along the portal passage towards the edge of the square. There is a row of carriages that can be rented temporarily on the street. Some are four-wheeled trucks, and some are magic-covered carriages. Andrew took a few steps forward, and his eyes accidentally fell on the plaque on the gate of the Junior Warrior Academy across the square. His eyes lit up. He stopped and said, Boss, I thought about it. Maybe I don't have the ability to change the miserable lives of all the tribesmen, but I can help those Nanai children who can't afford to go to the Warrior Academy to go to school. As long as they can enter the academy, maybe they won't have to become soldiers when they serve in the army in the future. The cannon fodder in the infantry regiment. I hope they will all become Nanai warriors in the future. As long as the younger generation grows up in a better environment, the lives of the tribe can slowly change. This is indeed a good idea. Serdek put his arm on Andrew's shoulders and praised. A few years ago, Andrew would not have been able to say such things. His horizons have broadened a lot during this period. I will mention it to the old patriarch when I go back this time to see if it is feasible. Andrew stood in front of a magic caravan, opened the door, and got into the carriage, said something to the coachman, and the magic caravan drove into the street. In traffic, Andrew left happily. Only Serdek, Gulaitam, and Samira were left standing on the street. A magic car quickly came up from behind, and the coachman took off his hat and saluted Serdek and his party. Duck, where should we go next? Shall we go to dinner first? Gulaitam looked at a taro beef patty shop opposite and suggested impatiently. Seeing Samira standing quietly aside, Serdek hesitated and said, There's no rush to eat. Let's go to the shelter first. After saying that, he boarded the carriage of the magic caravan. Samira then got into the car, and Gulaitam sat on the shelf behind the magic caravan with some reluctance. The magic caravan slowly moved forward amidst the stubborn sound. There were several stalls at the intersection of the square, with many iron hammers hung in the iron stoves. Some people gathered around to buy roast chicken. Serdek stretched his arm out of the back window and gave Gulaitam a handful of silver coins. Son, he said to him, the roast chicken on the street corner over there is very good. Someone treated me to it when I came to Vosmala last time. You can buy a few to try, but you have to save some for later. Come have dinner with us. The two-headed ogre opened his big hand and quickly took the silver coin. He happily jumped off the back shelf and strode to the street. Now he is not the kind of reckless man who gives money after eating. He knows the process of asking the price first and then paying the silver to get the food. Although many imperial people get the food first and then pay, the ogres no longer care about this. The roast chicken here is very cheap. Serdek gave him a handful of 8 silver coins, and he bought 2 skewers, each with 8 skewers, and they were roasted golden and oily. The chicken was covered with brown sauce, probably because he was worried that it would be inconvenient for Gulaitam to hold it. The stall owner gave Gulaitam 2 iron drills. The ogre barely paused and ran happily back to the carriage, sitting on the luggage rack at the back again. He had gained a lot of weight recently, and when he sat on it, the carriage with the metal bridge shook violently, and the steps of the 2 Gubwa horses pulling the carriage became particularly heavy. Passing through the main street of Vosmala City, the carriage moved slowly, as if the city gave Samira enough courage. She leaned gently on Serdek's shoulder, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the afternoon sunshine in autumn, unknowingly blowing her short hair away. Her hair actually grew into shawl length, and her pointed ears turned crimson. She could feel the heat on her face, and even her heartbeat became louder, as if it was shaking her chest. The sky in Vosmala is blue. and some yellow leaves are constantly falling down. The streets are crowded with people. A taro fruit fell from the ground, attracting 3 children to rush for it. The moment the taro fruit fell to the ground, a red-haired girl wearing a long linen skirt picked it up first. She immediately put it into her pocket, and then jumping away quickly like a light deer. The other 2 boys rushing over let out a frustrated lament. Although sweat streaked down her cheeks from her temples, there was an inexplicable joy on her little face, and her messy hair was flying in the wind. Probably knowing that Samira was a little nervous, Surdak took the initiative to hold her slender but strong hand. "Did you know? I was the best at grabbing taro fruit back then. No one in the whole street could compete with me," Samira said in a low voice with her eyes closed. She was so familiar with this place that she knew someone was still picking up taro fruits outside without opening her eyes. Samira's face was as red as if she had been drinking wine. "I remember the first time I saw you. You were guarding that city wall." Surdak looked at the city wall in the distance. In fact, it was far away from the city wall. The city wall was almost submerged in the layers of buildings. Middle. The HL dogs attacked the city. No one hired a tour guide in those days. The city defense team happened to be short of archers, and I was rewarded with a silver coin for shooting a HL dog. My archery skills have always been very good, so I went there that day. I joined the archer group and hit the HL dog's head with an arrow. It was a silver dice. At that time, it was like I was possessed. I couldn't control my hands at all. As long as I could pull the bowstring, I can hit," Samira whispered to Surdak. "You inspired the bloodline power of the great elf archer, but you didn't know how to use it at the time, and it almost cost you this arm." Surdak looked at Samira's right arm. Samira unhooked the leather shoulder pad, exposing her fair and round right shoulder. On her upper arm, a picture of the life magic pattern of a powerful demon ape flowed with red magic aura. She showed it to Surdak with some pride. Her light red eyes filled with, "Look! With this life magic pattern, her arm has been completely restored." The proud and flying look on her face made her whole body people seem to be full of energy. Seeing her agile look, Surdak couldn't help but reach out to touch the top of her head. Samira tilted her head subconsciously, and Surdak's hand happened to touch her soft pointed ears. Her face turned redder, and this time she did not hide, but leaned on Surdak's shoulder again. Let this magic caravan pass through the streets of Osmara. The coachman did not take a detour, but turned to the left in the alley on the edge of the city, and came to the street that Samira was most familiar with. The residents on this street are very poor, and the houses on both sides of the street are dilapidated and crowded. It can be seen that there has been basically no change in the past few years, but now the shelter has changed its appearance, and the iron gate is hung with a wooden board, painted with white paint, and with a line of imperial text written on it. Was a Mala Orphan Asylum. The iron gate was tightly closed, but there was a crack in the small wooden door next to it, and the yard seemed very quiet. Through the iron fence wall, you can see a newly built red house with a spire in the yard. It is a 3-story building with a raised spire on the roof. There is a small copper bell hidden inside. The whole house is made of glass. The windows were wiped extremely clean. There is another small pool in the yard, with a lot of taro fruit soaked in it. Several children are sitting on small stools, working hard to clean the taro fruits. Chapter 1378 Pursuing Your Own Heart. Pushing open the door and walking into the courtyard planted with many flowers and plants. This place is very different from what Samira remembered. Several children who were washing and drying the taro fruit stopped playing and looked at the door of the courtyard in astonishment. They were first surprised by Samira's beauty, and then their eyes stayed on Suldak's face for a moment. And then they looked at it with some fear, looking at the big guy behind them. The 2-headed ogre's majestic body was like a hill, which gave several children a strong sense of oppression. Several children shouted to Mammy, who was preparing dinner in grape tincture. "Mom! Mammy! A guest is coming!" The trembling voice did not seem to welcome the 3 Surdaks. Samira walked into the yard first. She pursed her lips and looked at the taro fruits floating in the pool. She squatted down and picked up one, and then picked one from another. The little girl picked up a brush in her hand and asked her, "What's your name?" "Angie." The little girl looked at Samira, who was wearing tight leather armor, and whispered. She rolled her clear blue eyes and secretly looked at Samira, staring at her fiery red salamander leather armor with some envy. Samira squatted next to the girl, gently brushed the taro fruit twice along the texture, and explained, "Angie, brushing taro fruit is not just about brushing off the dirt on the surface of the peel. The dirt in the gaps on the peel must be brushed out. Otherwise the purchaser will deduct money. Seeing Samira's skillful movements and seeing the clean taro fruit, the girl's blue eyes immediately widened, and she exclaimed in disbelief. How did you do that? Samira reached out and threw the washed taro fruits into the basket, put the brush back into her hand, touched her head affectionately, and said with some pride, That's because I'm your eldest sister? Several children looked at Samira with puzzled faces. They were a little confused. How could this beautiful woman whom they had never met call herself the eldest sister? We were not familiar with each other. At this time, the grandma, who heard the children's shout, slowly walked out from under the grape trellis with her hands covered with wheat flour. When she saw Samira squatting by the pool, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. She looked much older and had many more wrinkles on her face, but her complexion was still good. She stretched out her hands to Samira and shouted happily, Uh-huh. It turns out that my Samira is back. Mammy. Samira stood up and quickly threw herself into Nani's arms. The two hugged each other for a long time. To Samira, it seemed that Grandma's embrace was the warmest embrace. After the two of them let go, Mammy still looked at Samira with tenderness in her eyes. Serdek stood aside and coughed, and then said very humbly, Hello, Mammy. I am Samira's companion, Serdek. Mammy finally let go of Samira and turned around to look at Serdek. I remember you. You were the knight who took Samira away. At that time, you participated in the defense battle of Guatemala City. Many people praised you at that time. Her voice was gentle and calm. Her eyes fell on Serdek, looking him up and down. Mammy, now I have been promoted to Earl. Samira hugged Mama's arm and introduced in a low voice. Hearing Samira say this, Mammy glanced at Samira secretly, and her tone became a little more enthusiastic. What an amazing night! Thanks to your care of my Samira. Please be sure to stay and eat some of me made apple pie. She looked towards the door and asked Serdek, Is this big guy also your companion? Serdek hurriedly called the two-headed ogre to come in and introduced to his mother. Well, his name is Gulitum. Mammy had to raise her head to see Gulitum's two heads. She exclaimed, It looks really strong. It seems I'm going to prepare a double dinner. The two-headed ogre bent down slightly and said very kindly, Maybe I can help. According to Serdek's request, one of the things Gulitum pays most attention to is brushing his teeth. It is said that many ogres have rotten teeth when they get older, which often affects their appetite. Once an ogre becomes inedible, it means that his strength is declining. Gulitum now has a mouth full of clean and regular teeth, and there is no bad smell on his body. He is considered an outlier among the ogres. He sat under the grape trellis and concentrated on lighting the fire, and occasionally a ball of flame appeared in the palm of his hand. A large piece of steak was frying on the pan, and the fat kept leaking out. The oil splashes continued to explode on the edge of the pan, emitting a fragrance that stimulated the taste buds. A group of children squatted very obediently beside the pot, each holding a wooden plate in their hands. The ogre sprinkled the fried steak with a pinch of salt and pepper, picked up a small pickle from the jar, and distributed it to the children in the shelter. As the sky gradually darkened, the children ran back from outside in twos and threes. Their pockets were stuffed with taro fruits, and they were all poured into the pool in the small courtyard. Then they will be attracted by the ogres frying meat under the grape trellis, and quickly surround them. Almost all of these children who can go to the city to pick up taro fruits are older children over 8 years old. Some of the older children over 10 years old have an impression of Samira. But they were still very young when Samira left. She was only about 5 or 6 years old, so she didn't have a deep impression of Samira. When the older children returned to the shelter, they saw Samira coming back and cheered around her. Samira discovered that these older children were just children who only knew how to wash fruits a few years ago. Unknowingly, it had been several years since she left Guatemala City. According to Mammy, the group of children who picked up taro fruits with Samira have grown up, and now they are scattered in every corner of Guatemala City. Some boys are going to serve in the military. There are not many who pull the city. Almost all girls are looking for a living in the city. Some have found their partners. Some are still single, and a few of them rent a small house and live a very miserable life. After receiving the money from Samira in the mail last time, Grandma decided to repair the leaky shelter. The current shelter looks like it after renovation. And these children who were taken in later were almost all children who survived the guard battle. Listening to her grandma's constant nagging beside her, Samira kept listening with interest. The meal went on for a long time, until Gulitum had eaten everything on the table, and the children just started clearing the table. The grandma, who was still chatting happily, pulled Samira back to her room. Surdak took the initiative to check up on Grandma. Grandma was in good health, apart from the gradual deterioration of her body functions due to her age. There were basically no major problems. Surdak walked out and checked on the children, who were bathing at the pool outside. There was a lot of noise in the yard for a while. Samira sat next to Mammy's bed. This small room was the smallest room at the edge of the stairs on the second floor. There was only one window and a bed in the room. A dilapidated wooden cabinet was hidden behind the door. Samira lived here. When I was young, my grandma lived in this room. Grandma was lying on the bed, leaning against the wall at the head of the bed, and said happily, "My Samira has finally grown up and found someone she likes." There was a hint of exhaustion in her voice, and she could tell that it was very difficult for her to manage this group of children. Usually the older children are in charge of the younger children. But recently, the older children have been a bit busy. The taro fruits in the entire Guatemala city are ripe. Children need to squat on every street to try to grab more fruits, and then sell these fruits for money. This is the shelter's very small income source. Grandma asked curiously, "How is it? Is he good to you?" Samira tucked the broken hair behind her ear, and a ripple flashed in her light red eyes. "I know him. There are still many people in the city talking about him, saying that he saved many people at that time. The quality of such a person should not be too bad. I think there must be many women around him." "Right," Ma whispered to Samira. Samira frowned, looking a little melancholy, and shook her head slightly. "What? He doesn't like women?" Grandma asked with a shocked look on her face. Samira shook her head and whispered, "It's true that he likes women, but he is a very self-disciplined person, and he has a very strange idea in his heart." "Weird thoughts?" The wrinkles on Grandma's face gathered together. Samira thought for a moment before saying, "He prefers monogamy. Having more wives makes him feel more guilty. This idea is true. I heard that some elves are like this." Mammy told Samira quietly. Then he asked her, "Then what do you think?" "I want to marry him," Samira said without hesitation. The old grandma put her arms around Samira's shoulders and said with great relief, "This is my Samira. Be brave and pursue your own happiness." "Right. You must be brave." The two of them just cuddled together and looked through the window at the silent night outside. It is quite hard to check the health of these children. The disabilities suffered by some children in the last war cannot be changed now, unless they can become warriors and their bodies have the most basic carrying capacity. New limbs can be transplanted to them based on the theories of Ferdinand scholars. It can be seen that the children in the shelter are very optimistic and have great visions for the future. Many children hope that they can become great warriors and travel around the world like the eldest sister, Samira. They even asked Surdak very curiously, "What kind of strength do you have to be like the eldest sister Samira?" Surdak thought for a while, pointed to the wooden fence 100 meters away, and told them, "If you want to be an excellent marksman, you must at least be able to shoot the pumpkin hanging on the fence." The older children immediately became excited. They secretly had some homemade wooden bows and arrows, and everyone was eager to try them. Unfortunately, the wooden arrows everyone shot could only fly more than 30 meters at most. For a while, the lamentations of children kept coming from the yard. Chapter 1379 Andrew's Plan. This slum is where the Nanai people gather, although it is only one street away from the Imperial slum. The two areas are as incompatible as oil and water. The Imperial people, who were also impoverished, looked down upon these Nanai aborigines at all. When the Empire occupied the Maka Plain and the Bina army conquered the Nanai tribe and built the city of Wuramara, the Nanai people also contributed a lot of effort. Many Nanai aborigines settled in Wuramara. Lodging also started from that time. The architectural style here is somewhat incompatible with Bina city. Many buildings are still wooden structures, and the roofs are made of tightly arranged branches, and are smeared with a thick layer of yellow mud mixed with cow dung. There are no windows in the house, only a simple wooden door. Even during the day, it is still very dark when you get into the house. The tribesmen only get into the house when sleeping, and usually prefer to sit on the wooden steps under the eaves. Andrew is back, which is an even bigger event for Andrew's family than the harvest festival. There was meat for dinner, and a chicken was stewed. The earthen pot was burnt very black, but the chicken and soup in the earthen pot had a mint fragrance. Andrew's first wife was responsible for dividing the meal, and everyone there is meat and chicken soup, and then half of the fragrant roasted wheat cake. Break the crispy roasted wheat cake into pieces. Put it into a large bowl. Pour a spoonful of fragrant chicken soup, and finally cover it with a piece of barbecue. This is almost the most sumptuous and delicious dinner for the Nanai family. Looking at the 7 children sitting across from him, Andrew remembered that there were only 4 of them last time he went home. The 3 wives were all gathered around Andrew. The eldest son and the second daughter were looking after the younger brothers and sisters to eat. The eldest brother and eldest sister had different demeanor. Anyone who couldn't hold a spoon steadily was given a hard look. But this time, there was actually a young girl sitting opposite Andrew. While eating dinner, Andrew couldn't help but glance at her bulging chest. She had a slender waist, wheat-colored skin, and her whole body exuded youthful vitality. After dinner, Andrew called the wives back to the room and lit an oil lamp, so that there was a glimmer of light in the room. The figures of the 4 people were reflected on the walls of the room by the dim light of the oil lamp. 3 bulging and heavy sheepskin money bags were placed in front of the 3 wives. Andrew thought for a moment, took out a large handful from his arms, and placed them with the eldest wife. The matter of dividing the money was quickly over. Those golden gold coins made the 3 wives' eyes go straight. They counted the number of gold coins over and over again. Unfortunately, there were too many. Some of them could not be counted. So they simply put them back in their bags. Inside, dig a hole under the bed and bury it in it. Then, the eldest wife explained the young girl to Andrew in a low voice. After hearing this, Andrew felt a little stupid and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? I'm not here. How can you marry me another one?" The eldest wife, who had absolute say in the family, said to the 3rd child next to her, "Go and call Gulina in." The young girl walked into the room a little uneasily. She was a little shy and didn't dare to raise her head when she sat opposite Andrew. The eldest wife raised the oil lamp with one hand and said to the young girl, "Gulina, sit down a little bit and raise your head." Gulina seemed to be crawling in the room, raising her head nervously, letting the eldest wife put the oil lamp close to her face, so that Andrew could see it very clearly. "Don't you remember? You hugged her when she was little," the eldest wife reminded Andrew in a low voice. "I know. She is your youngest sister Gulina. How could I not remember that we had just gotten married at that time and had little savings in our hands when we went to your house? She was so tall." Andrew's eyes were filled with a hint of memory. Said with a sigh. Then he gestured with his hands on his waist. And then he said with great emotion, "Your parents also gave us 2 bags of wheat and asked me to treat you well." The eldest wife blinked her eyes and whispered to Andrew, "My father and mother died of an illness last spring. She didn't dare to live at home alone, so I took her here." Andrew looked shocked and immediately said, "That's what she should do. Let her live here down to earth. It doesn't matter how long she lives. Then help Gulina find someone who likes her. We can prepare a dowry for her." The eldest wife's eyes widened and she cursed at Andrew. "Are you stupid? It's okay to let her live and eat here for free. Why do you need to prepare a dowry for her?" Without waiting for Andrew to defend himself, he said directly, "With the harvest festival a few days ago, I will help you hold a wedding ceremony at the clan leader's place. Now Gulina is your wife, so she doesn't have to live and eat for free. And she can also save money." Dowry. Andrew's heart was full of mixed feelings. He was not happy with his wife's arbitrary decisions, and he was drooling over Gulina's body. His eldest wife added, "I also plan to renovate the house before winter, build a new roof, and put a layer of wood on the walls." After thinking about it, he took out 2 gold coins from his arms and gave them to his sister Gulina, and said casually, "Your man gave them to you." Probably they have never seen so much money in their lives. The women of the Nanai tribe can only count numbers to 100. They don't understand what financial management is. They are used to saving money in their lives. The extra money is destined to be buried under the bed, in the soil hole. Andrew thought for a while, but he did not tell him about his plan to sponsor the Nanai children to attend the John Academy. Nor did he take out the whole box of gold coins. Andrew raised his buttocks, bent down, and walked out of the house. The eldest wife caught up from behind and asked, "Where are you going?" Andrew waved his hand casually and said, "I'll go sit with the old patriarch." At this time, it was getting dark. The sons were sitting on the steps in front of the house. Some were sharpening sharp sticks, while others were lying lazily. The 3 younger ones were running around on the wooden platform. The saliva flowed down his chin and onto his belly. They were a little unfamiliar with their father and were hesitant to get close to Andrew. Only the eldest son and second daughter saw him coming out of the house and immediately stood up in a polite manner. There is an extra brazier in the old patriarch's room. He has a big pipe, which is made of wood. It is filled with tobacco leaves and can burn for a long time. It is not hot when you hold it in your hand. When you think of it, you will take a puff. The house was filled with a faint smell of smoke. Andrew sat opposite the old patriarch. The room was very wide, and there were transom windows on the roof. The room was not stuffy at all. Andrew proposed to the old patriarch that he wanted to send all the children in the clan to study at the war college in Wazimra City. After hearing this, the old patriarch pondered for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "It's different. Our children and the children of the Empire are treated differently in this city. The Wazimala War College only accepts children from the Empire. Even if they have money, they are not willing to let our children enter the school." How so? Andrew never thought that the truth would be like this, and he didn't understand it. This has always been the case. The old patriarch sighed. The light in the room was very dark, with only a little light coming from the brazier. He took a puff of cigarette, and his dry lips seemed unable to close. "I'm going to talk to the dean of the John College." Andrew was filled with anger and wanted to punch the dean into the wall. The old patriarch didn't move. He raised his eyelids and said lightly to him, "If you are willing to take over as the patriarch of the Nanai tribe, you can do so. But if you still plan to leave, then just be patient for a while." Andrew stopped. Obviously, the old patriarch had something to say. Those people probably didn't dare to take any action when Andrew was in Wazimra City. But once Andrew left, the Nanai people might be oppressed by the Imperial people. Andrew took a deep breath and did it again. "Then I will take the children out of here. I know which war college is willing to teach our children," Andrew said to the old patriarch. The old patriarch looked at Andrew hesitantly, and after a moment of silence, he took another puff of cigarette and said, "Not only for these reasons. The cost of the trip and tuition are also a huge burden for those families. And after all, we still have to live there." Andrew knew that most of the tribes were poor, and each family raised a bunch of children. After all, there are only a few things that everyone can do at night. "I'm willing to bear the cost until the day they leave the academy," Andrew said. "Andrew, are you really willing to do this?" The old patriarch's eyes lit up, and he looked at Andrew in surprise. "Yes, I am willing to spend part of the money to help them," Andrew answered without hesitation. The old patriarch breathed a sigh of relief and said very relaxedly, "You are indeed a Nanai warrior who came back from the outside world. In this way, I will gather them tomorrow. If the children are willing to go out with you, you can take them away. I will probably leave Wazimra tomorrow, and I will be here before sunset." Andrew counted the time and said to the old patriarch, even though the matter was settled, the old patriarch's eyes became brighter, and he even took the initiative to hand the pipe to Andrew. For a second-level warrior, Andrew was indifferent to tobacco. He just took a shallow puff and gave it back to the old patriarch. "Where are you going when you go out this time?" the old patriarch asked casually. Andrew thought for a while and replied honestly, "Warsaw Plain. But before that, I will settle the child." Warsaw Plain. The old patriarch's eyes widened. He remembered that in the past few years, at least 8,000 young warriors from the Nanai tribe had rushed into that fire pit as cannon fodder. The plane that trapped Duke Newman and the Bena army? The old patriarch was worried that he had heard wrongly and confirmed again. Andrew replied, "That's right there." The old patriarch frowned and said with a grimace, "You are also going there this time. I heard that it will be difficult to come back. Andrew, you have to think carefully before making a decision. You must not be rash and hasty." Andrew patted his strong chest and said calmly, "Don't worry, old patriarch." After leaving the old patriarch, Andrew returned home and lay on the already crowded bed. Young Gulina lay beside him. He put his arms around her soft shoulders and said nothing. There are only so many things that can be done at night in the Nanai tribe gathering area. Chapter 1380 Fulfillment. Every night in the shelter, it seems that the noise gradually fades into silence. Each room has 7 wooden beds. These wooden beds, which are only painted with a few layers of varnish, are divided into upper and lower floors and house 14 children. The armrests of many wooden beds are almost covered with starch. As the weather gets colder, the blankets on the beds have been replaced by quilts. When all the children fell asleep, it seemed as if the whole world had become quiet. We receive money from Samira every year, so the number of children in the shelter has increased to more than 300. Serdek sat in the room for a while, then went to the bathroom to wash his face. Suddenly he thought that Aphrodite had probably arrived in Helensa city at this time, and left it in the sea of spiritual consciousness through the symbiosis contract. The imprint conveyed a message to Aphrodite to go there. A magic pattern magic circle immediately appeared on the floor in front of him. and a light blue void door with dark purple patterns rose in the center of the magic circle. As the door to the void slowly opened, Serdek raised his legs and stepped in. The room was warm inside, with silver acorns burning in the fireplace, and a faint scent of tree oil wafting through the room. This is a room on the second floor. There is a large terrace on the south-facing side of the room. You can also see some green plants on the terrace through the glass windows. There are lotus-colored curtains on both sides of the window, in addition to a large bed. There is also a seating area surrounded by sofas. There is also a simple wine cabinet next to the door. Aphrodite was sitting next to the wine cabinet, holding a cup of tea in her hand and looking intently at a thick magic book on the table. She turned around and saw Serdek walking in, pouring him a cup of hot tea without saying a word. Serdek glanced at Aphrodite with a searching look in his eyes. Aphrodite pointed to the next door. Serdek first walked to the door of the room and kissed Aphrodite on the forehead. Then he opened the door and walked out, tiptoeing towards the next room. This room was actually a suite, with only a single bed outside. A young maid lay on the bed and fell asleep soundly, unaware of Serdek's intrusion. Aphrodite clasped her hands in front of her chest and followed Serdek, complaining in a low voice. In my opinion, this maid is not as responsible as the dog-headed female slave in the lava mine. Serdek gently opened the door next to him. Inside was a baby's room. All the edges and corners were covered with leather. There were not only small wooden beds and wooden horses in the room, but also a hanging animal that looked like a half-baked baby. It was a cradle that looked like an egg-shell, and a little girl with a pink face was lying in the cradle sleeping soundly. Serdek held his breath and walked beside the cradle, fearing to wake his daughter up, and stared at her quietly in the dark room. It's really a bit jealous. Aphrodite stepped behind Serdek, came over and blew into his ear, and whispered softly. The room was so quiet that Serdek could even hear his daughter's steady breathing. At night, ask the maid to come in and check more. It's autumn now. Be careful not to let her catch a cold. After a while, Serdek walked out of the room and whispered, My daughter has a succubus physique like me. No matter how cold or hot she is, it won't have much impact on her. Aphrodite walked back to the bedroom, pressed her back against the door, and blinked her charming eyes, staring at Serdek, probably preparing for bed. She did not tie up her long hair, and the two corners of her head were exposed, and her red lips were like two rose petals. Serdek reached up and hugged her soft waist, and when he wanted to lower his head to kiss her, Aphrodite blocked his lips with the back of her hand. The situation here in Helensa city is relatively stable. Madame Mariana has the support of the lords of the Christie family, so she will have no problem presiding over the daily work of the city hall. In addition, I will live here this winter, so you don't have to worry too much, Aphrodite said, and then added, This time I came out and brought out a lot of red crystals. You can't go to the treasure room to feed the red dragon, so why not try another way? What can I do? Serdek buried his head on Aphrodite's chest. Like a pig, Aphrodite glanced at Serdek, hugged him tighter with both hands, and whispered into his ear, If you want to feed the red crystal, you might as well summon that dragon. Serdek looked stunned, thinking that he had to go to the treasure chamber to see Yisel every time and bring him some red crystals. But he never thought that there was such a bridge between him and Yisel. The magic pattern war call established with the language of runes summoned it to the side. However, thinking that every summons has to drain all the spiritual power from the sea of spiritual consciousness. That kind of feeling is not something that ordinary people can bear. When do you need me to go to Rit City? Aphrodite asked Serdek. Serdek shook his head and said, It's not necessary for the time being. The situation in Rit City is more stable than here. The environment in Helensa City is not bad. You can spend the winter here. Aphrodite suddenly held Serdek's face with both hands, with a charming smile on her face, and smiled at him. You tell me if I keep you here tonight. Will Samira come with me? Break off the relationship. Serdek had already been ignited by Aphrodite's hot body. No matter what Aphrodite said, he held her shoulders, made her back against the wall, pressed her plumpness, and kissed her, touching her soft lips. Aphrodite chuckled lightly, pushed Serdek away, rushed to the door, and said to him, I made an appointment with Ms. Avra next door. I'm going to sit with her for a while in the evening. She has been missing her husband in the Warsaw Plain very much recently. I want to provide her with some psychological counseling. Are you going like this? Serdek said, pointing to the top of her head to indicate that her devil horns were still exposed. Aphrodite opened the door, took out a black cloak from the wooden shelf, and said to Serdek casually, It doesn't matter what she looks like. She needs my hypnosis to let herself have a good sleep. It's a pity that Selena not here. Otherwise we can let her meet her husband in her dream. Watching Aphrodite leave the villa and walk outside through the snow in the yard, Serdek had no choice but to return to the shelter room through the void gate. There was only one candle lit in the room, and the candle table was even filled with white wax oil. Only a small section of the candle was burned out. Samira was lying on the single bed that belonged to Serdek in her suspender pajamas, covered with a quilt. Only one arm and round shoulder exposed. Serdek slowly walked over to Samira, who closed her eyes and fell asleep, with a quiet beauty on her face that could only be found in Els. He bent down and looked at her long eyelashes like brushes. Her face had an elf-like thinness, and her chin was pointed, which particularly echoed Eastern aesthetics. However, her skin was as white as gelatin. When she lay on her side and slept soundly, a large deep pit was exposed at her collarbone, which glowed like pearls under the candlelight. Feeling that there was someone beside her, Samira opened her eyes in a daze, just in time to see Serdek's face close at hand. Samira's face was stained with crimson, but she bravely stretched out her arms, and stretched out her arms vigorously. He wrapped his arms around Soldak's neck, and his beautiful upper body was almost suspended. Soldak held Samira's waist tightly, and his heart was pounding at this moment. Have you thought about it? Samira buried her head in Soldak's neck, too embarrassed to speak. Soldak held her white pointed chin, made her light red eyes stare into his own, and kissed her gently. Early in the morning, Andrew stood by the water tank to take a bath. Gulina, who was only wearing a simple tube top, held the water ladle over his head and gently wiped his bronze chest with loofah pulp. Andrew reminded her to try not to touch the magic marks on his body. As a new wife, Gulina's face turned red, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Andrew, wiping the water on his body with a linen cloth. Andrew wore only a pair of leather shorts and practiced chopping with a firewood axe in the yard. His bronze muscles glowed with a greasy sheen under the early sun. The 7 children in the family, big and small, sat quietly in a row under the eaves, watching curiously as their father chopped firewood in the yard. It was also the hatchet. But when it came to Andrew's hand, no matter whether there were lumps or forks in the middle of the wood, Andrew would cut the wood into 2 cleanly with the axe. It was a crispness that children had never experienced before. Experienced? Father, how did you do it? Andrew's eldest son Peter asked with admiration. It's very simple, as long as you can master enough strength. Even if you want to split the iron block from the middle, it's not impossible, Andrew said, throwing away the firewood axe in his hand. Placing a piece of tree root on the wooden pier, and lifting it, he struck hard with his palm, and the tree roots were cut in half. This is absolute power, Andrew said to his eldest son. Do you want to learn? The eldest son nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. I want to send you to the John Academy to study for 4 years first. If you show good talent in these 4 years, then I will teach you more powerful ones. But in these 4 years, your performance is mediocre. Then you will serve in the military honestly. After saying that, Andrew stood next to Biddy and patted him on the shoulder. The eldest son Biddy stood up excitedly and promised Andrew, I will study hard. Father! Andrew stood in the middle of a group of children, with his thick arms spread out, able to hug all 7 children. He looked up at the blue sky and said to several children, Want to hear stories about the outside world? The 7 children all nodded with longing and replied at the same time, I want to. Their ignorant eyes showed the light of hope. Listening to Andrew killing ghosts marked red ants in the Belan Plain and hunting demons on the battlefield made these little guys look forward to it. If you want to leave Guatemala City, the first thing you need to do is to improve your own strength. At the same time, you must have a brave heart and a persevering character. So first of all, you must go to the John College to study. Study, Andrew said. Peter and Bonner, you 2 are old enough. This time, I will send you to the War Academy in Doden Town on the Belan Plain. In 2 years, when your brothers are 12 years old, you must also take them over. I know. Father! Andrew's eldest son and third son happily agreed. The time they spent together always seemed extremely short. Serdek and his party could not stay in Guatemala City for too long. Serdek, Samira and Gulidam were waiting at the teleportation gate. When I saw Andrew, I saw him walking quickly from the other side of the square with more than 30 older Nanai children. Andrew smiled naively at Serdek and said, Boss, I want to take a few children with me this time and send them to the War College in Doden Town. Surdak looked at the Nanai children with thick calluses on their hands and bare feet, and said to Andrew, "I can write a letter to Mrs. Luna later and ask her to take care of these more." "Child," Andrew said with a smile, "that's really great. Let's go back to Bena City." Surdak greeted everyone. The group of Nanai children looked at Surdak and felt that his figure standing in front of the portal was particularly tall. Surdak walked in front with a teleportation pass. And Samira, who was in a mood as bright as the autumn sun, actually took the initiative to help Andrew arrange for these more than 30 Nanai children. The two-headed ogre Guitem destined to be at the back. Seeing that the teleportation pass in Suldak's hand had the seal of the military department on it, the teleportation gate guard didn't even check the number of people and just waved his hand to let them pass. Everyone knows that the military is organizing reinforcements for the lords of the Warsaw Plain. At this time, all departments in the Bena province must provide convenient access to the military. Otherwise, if the hat of hindering the reinforcement of the Warsaw Plain is removed, even the nobles and wealthy families will probably explain it carefully. After passing through the portal, Andrew squinted his eyes and looked at Samira, who had changed from a decadent look. He leaned close to her and asked in a low voice, "Did the boss let you get your wish?" Samira didn't pick up on Andrew's words at all. Instead, she talked about the placement of these Nanai children, which was what Andrew was most concerned about. Businessman Malcolm set up a branch of Thunder Rhinoceros Trading Company in Bena City. Andrew went directly to Businessman Malcolm and asked him to be responsible for sending the children to the War College in Doden Town. It happened that Malcolm was in Bena City these days, and when he saw Suldak, he asked him about the military business group accompanying the Warsaw Plain. In fact, in addition to Malcolm, the merchants who asked Suldak about the merchant group accompanying the army also included the red-haired Jeffrey of the Rycatcher merchant group and the merchant Dirk Triton of the Palm Bay merchant group. These merchants the regiment has followed Surdak through 2 plain wars, and has made a lot of money in the past few years. Now Surdak is going to the Warsaw Plain. Although the military logistics department is responsible for the supply of materials, they still wanted to seek the dividends of victory in the war. Suldak did not dissuade him. He just pondered for a moment, and then said to Malcolm, "The Warsaw Plain is very risky. After all, the teleportation gate is in the hands of the Busman family. It is easy for us reinforcements to enter the plain, but it won't be easy to get out of the Warsaw Plain. And I'm afraid there will be a very high threshold by then." Chapter 1381. Before departure, there happened to be another batch of wheat flour in the trading house ready to be transported back to the Belan Plain. Now the permanent population of Duodan town has grown to 80,000. There are also some adventure groups and business groups staying in the town for a long time. So the baked goods consumed every day, the wheat cakes, are in very large quantities. Malcolm's Thunder Rhino merchant group is responsible for buying a large amount of wheat flour from Bena City. And the town government of Doden Town also provides financial subsidies. 30 Nanai children rode in a magic caravan and were heading to the Belan Plain that day. They had to follow the caravan to queue up at the portal in the back garden of the Duke's Palace. Without a pass from the military department, they had to at least go to the Duke's Palace. The queue lasted most of the night. After sending off these Nanai children, businessman Malcolm stood at the door of the branch of the trading company and asked Surdak again, "My lord Earl, what do you think of the situation in the Warsaw Plain this time? I would like to hear your speculation." Surdak was about to mount his horse and leave the branch of the trading company. Seeing that merchant Malcolm was still unwilling to give up on the matter of accompanying the army merchant group, he grabbed the reins, stopped and said to Malcolm, "Since I accepted it, according to the military recruitment order, I am willing to take the Lord Army to the Warsaw Plain, which means that I am betting heavily on the Warsaw Plain this time. Betting that we can win this time." Seeing that Surdak had such confidence, Malcolm excitedly hammered his chest with his hand and said, "Then I will follow. I will still be your lord's military merchant group this time. All the supplies that the military department cannot provide will be provided by our merchant group this time. I think my merchant group will not be able to pass the temporary teleportation this time. If you want to go to Iverson City, you have to make some preparations in advance and take the magic airship there." Seeing how persistent the businessman Malcolm was, Suldak did not stop him and just said, "Okay, then we'll see you in Iverson City. Maybe see you at Epsom City." Businessman Malcolm stood at the door of the branch and said loudly, waving to Suldak, who was leaving. After Surdak left, several Belan Plain merchants, who had hidden themselves in the trading house, came out of the house. Surdak has some prejudices against the merchants and noble lords of the Belan Plain. The main reason is that when they were stationed in Doden Town to resist the beast tide, the Belan merchants have been watching with cold eyes. Later, the Alliance Lord Army captured the Three Rivers Plain and the Dark Worm Valley. These business groups came out one after another to drink soup, so that Surdak had a bad impression of Bylin merchants. Of course, the exception is the businessman Malcolm. After all, if Malcolm hadn't sold a batch of Thunder Rhinoceros to Surdak, he would never have been able to form an armed Thunder Rhinoceros chapter. The logistics of this chapter are fighting against the ghost-striped red ants. At that time, it can be said that he has repeatedly made military exploits. The merchant Malcolm has been operating in the Belan Plain for so long, so he naturally has some business friends around him. This time, they accidentally saw Count Soldak, who came to visit the branch. They hurriedly hid in the store, and waited for Soldak to leave before they came out. Businessman Malcolm was a little solemn, and asked several business friends in front of him, "What do you think of this expedition to the Warsaw Plain?" One of them, a fat man wearing a very respectable silk dress, touched the green stubble on his chin with his hand, squinted his eyes and said, "I think Duke Newman's idea is very clear. If the war situation in Warsaw can be reversed, the Bena Legion will get the biggest piece of meat this time. If the reinforcements cannot reverse the war situation, the Bena Legion will take the opportunity to start from Warsaw. The plain retreats and leaves these reinforcements there. So no matter whether you win or fail, you probably won't get much benefit." Another old man also echoed, "I have to say that Duke Newman really spent a lot of money." Someone next to him said to Malcolm, "If the Bena army does not withdraw from the Warsaw Plain, the Newman family may lose its absolute dominance in the Bena province in a short time. Therefore, even if the horn of their counterattack can be sounded this time, their fighting spirit will not be so determined." Businessman Malcolm lowered his head and fell into deep thought for a moment. "If you ask me, you account for most of the market in the northern part of the Belan Plain. You can definitely continue to expand, and the income will not be worse than that of the Warsaw Plain." The old man continued to add. Several businessmen stared at Malcolm at the same time. Malcolm clenched his fist, banged it on the table of the counter, and shouted, "I'm following Count Soldak this time. You guys have never guessed it right in the past few years, and I'm standing on the opposite side of you. You'll definitely make money." Is this human language? The businessmen friends standing in front of Malcolm were so angry that they couldn't say a word. There is a slight time difference between Wazimra and Bena City. The evening in Bena City is 3 hours later than that of Wazmara. Taking advantage of a little time left in the afternoon, Soldak took Andrew, Samira, and Gulitem and rushed to the workshop area of Bena City. The branch of the Thunder Rhinoceros merchant group was only a short walk away from the workshop area. After passing through the 7 main streets, Soldak and his group quickly arrived at the leather workshop located on the edge of the inland river in the workshop area. This is the end of the inland river downstream of Bena City. The inland river flows from here to the outside of the city through the water hole under the city wall. Almost all the workshops in the city that are seriously polluted by the river water are built here. Mainly several leather workshops, magic parchment workshops, blacksmith shops and smelting workshops, etc. Harvey Goffero's leather-making workshop is also here. At first, his leather-making workshop was mainly used for rough processing of the hard skin of red ants. After this period of slow exploration, Harvey's leather-making workshop, the workshop, has been able to manufacture war horse armor sets. This kind of armor made of ghost-patterned red and hard armor is lighter in texture than metal armor, and its defensive ability is not bad. So the armor in Bena City, there is no need to worry about sales in the market. As soon as I arrived in this area, I could smell the smell of sour solution floating in the air. There were several leather-making workshops crowded in the not-too-large area. Soldak didn't even need to identify them. He just followed the sour smell and easily found Harvey's leather-making workshop. Through the wooden fence wall, Surdak saw a large number of reshaped armor parts that were drying in the yard. There is a quantity carriage parked at the entrance of the workshop. Stacks of dried armor parts are loaded into the carriage of the truck. Several warehouse managers are counting the quantities. Harvey was actually wearing a one-piece leather overalls with long leather gloves on both hands, directing the workers to load the cars. If Surdak hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that Harvey would take matters into his own hands and direct the workers to move the armor parts. When he saw Soldak standing in the workshop on horseback, Harvey Goffero stood there with his mouth wide open and a look of surprise on his face for a while, then trotted all the way to Soldak's side. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" His words were full of surprise. "How's business?" Soldak dismounted and patted Harvey on the shoulder and asked. "Very good. I've received a few batches of orders. I'll be busy at least until next spring." Harvey puffed up his chest and said with confidence, Serdek looked at Harvey, whose youth was gradually fading away. With his weathered face and leather jumpsuit to prevent acid splashes, it was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into this workshop. Thinking of Beatrice's round, smiling face, Serdek put his arm around Harvey's shoulders and said in a positive tone, "It's not bad. The leather-making workshop finally has some appearance." Looking at the way his edges had been smoothed by life, he asked, "Harvey, are you still adaptable to this kind of life?" Harvey Goffaro smiled calmly and said, "It's not bad. Although I am very tired every day. As long as I lie in bed, I can sleep until dawn. This kind of life is very fulfilling. What are your plans for the future?" Serdek walked around the leather workshop and walked to the drying yard and asked Harvey, "Now that we have figured out some tricks for the leather-making industry, we may make some standard heavy armor next." Harvey expressed his thoughts. Serdek nodded and said, "Well, the idea is not bad." After saying this, Serdek took Samira and Andrew out of the leather-making workshop and met the two-headed ogre waiting outside. After bidding farewell to Harvey, he mounted his war horse and left the workshop area. "Brother-in-law, take care along the way." Harvey stood at the door of the leather workshop and shouted towards Serdek, who was walking away. Serdek reined in the horse's reins, turned around and walked back to Harvey, saying to him, "Don't worry. Wait until I bring you some evil ghost crust. That thing has natural magic patterns on it. At this time, be sure to hire 2 skilled leather-making masters and let them work out a mature production plan. I know. I'm waiting for your good news here," Harvey Goffaro said with a smile. Chapter 1382 Teleportation Array. Mid-October. Outside Bina. After nearly 2 months of busy work, the space magicians of the Astrologers Guild finally built a temporary teleportation circle in the square at the entrance of the South City. This magic circle is about 10 meters high and is shaped like a huge horseshoe with the opening facing upward. All components are made of black iron and red copper, and are engraved with a large number of magic runes. The magic circle is exposed at the center of the magic circle, the Magic Hub Teleportation Core. The teleportation array is built on a 2-meter-high stone platform, which is very conspicuous in the square outside the city. There are 6 groups of magic sources in the 6 directions of the stone platform. 6 groups of magic sources will take turns providing huge amounts of mana to the teleportation circle. After repeated debugging, this magic circle can finally operate normally. This teleportation circle is not like those fixed teleportation gates. The connecting channel is blocked by a magic barrier like a mirror. People only need to walk into the mirror and instantly walk out of the magic teleportation gate at the other end. The temporary teleportation circle is more like a huge magic whirlpool, and endless star maps can be seen from the vortex. Standing at the temporary teleportation door for too long will give people a strong sense of dizziness. In fact, like Bina City, as one of the few large cities in the Green Empire, Iverson City also has a teleportation hall. However, even if purchased in bulk, the cost of a single transmission in the teleportation hall cannot be reduced below 5 magic crystals. It is impossible for the Lord Army to go to Iverson City through such an expensive teleportation gate. As for why the Legion did not take the cheaper magic airship, it was because the Bina Province Military Department could not summon 500 magic airships at the same time, and the tickets for the magic airship were not cheap. Although the temporary teleportation circle costs a lot of money, as long as the number of people teleported reaches a certain number, the teleportation cost is actually only about 5 gold coins when averaged, which is quite cost-effective when calculated carefully. October 16th was the day after Serdek returned to Bina City. The reinforcements of the Eastern Route Army in the Warsaw Plain have been assembled. Since the morning, the area outside the south gate of Bina City has been under military control. 100,000 Eastern Route Army soldiers, led by the commander of the East Route Army, Edmund Arnold, have the force crossed the temporary portal and entered the territory of Iverson City, this time to reinforce the Warsaw Plain. The Eastern Route Army can be said to be the main battle group. Commander Edmund Arnold is a famous general of the same name as Marquis Ferdinand Luther. When he went to the Warsaw Plain this time, the strength of the East Route Army was also the optimal troop ratio. Compared with the West Route Army, it accounted for 100% of the entire army, 90% of the heavy armored infantry regiments. The Eastern Route Army Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment only has 50,000, and there are nearly 30,000 cavalry regiments, 10,000 archer regiments, and 10,000 constructed swordsman regiments. The combat strength of the 100,000-strong army was not even a little higher than that of Serdek's Western Route Army. Serdek's Western Route Army consisted of 100,000 heavy armored infantry, 10,000 cavalry, and 1,000 constructed knights, which looked like a cannon fodder army. Although through the efforts of Marquis Luther, the Western Route Army's departure schedule was later arranged. But when it came to the battlefield, Cerdak would face another situation. It took 2 days for the 100,000 troops of the West Route Army to pass through the temporary teleportation array. The temporary teleportation array consumes a huge amount of mana every time it is activated. So once it is activated, it cannot be stopped easily. Therefore, Cerdak's West Route Army needs to follow closely behind the West Route Army and enter the temporary teleportation array. Due to the majestic mana of the temporary teleportation circle, the magic particles in the surrounding natural environment are attracted. The sky above the magic circle is filled with a thick cloud of mana, and the clouds are mixed with electric snakes swimming around. These clouds of mana, a huge vortex formed above the teleportation circle. From time to time, an electric snake would fall down and be led underground by the black metal poles erected on both sides of the magic circle, disappearing in an instant. The scorching sun in the autumn afternoon made people feel dizzy. A group of noble officials from Bena City stood on the south wall. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Marquis Fred Dunstan, stood at the front. Next to him was Lou from the military department. Marquis Sir. Marquis Gulas of the logistics department. Marquis Lucian Newman of the Newman family. Soldak also found Quartermaster Louis Fitch in the crowd. The remaining ones were some Bena nobles, whose names Cerdak couldn't name. He could only identify their titles from the noble badges on their chests. Unfortunately, Soldak Erdak stood under the city wall, and couldn't see clearly from such a long distance. A group of officials from the military department stood behind a group of nobles, many of whom even had their faces blurred. Cerdak stood under the city wall, and watched the last batch of heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers of the Western Route Army enter the portal. Dozens of magicians were manipulating this temporary teleportation array in the square, outside the South City Gate. After all the Western Route Army teleported, there would be a break in between. Magicians also need to take a break and regain their magic power a little. The temporary teleportation circle, at this moment, was operating at an ultra-low load. Under the introduction of the military liaison officer, Cerdak finally met the person in charge of the temporary teleportation circle. According to the military liaison officer, the person in charge of the temporary teleportation circle is a space magician named French. What should I say about this magician? He is very old-fashioned and has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Gary Decker had already led the cavalry regiment to the temporary military camp in Bena City 2 days ago. This time the Western Route Army entered the order of the temporary teleportation array. Soldak planned to let the cavalry regiment and structures the cavalry enter the passage. The first task of the cavalry after arriving at Iverson City was to quickly mark a field for garrisoning troops outside the portal there. Otherwise, once the heavy armored infantry regiment blocks the portal, the heavy armored infantry from Bena City will continue to walk into the portal, which will easily cause a stampede. After all, they were infantrymen wearing heavy armor. Once a stampede was discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, according to Cerdak's request, Gary Decker will lead the cavalry to pass through the portal first and occupy a sufficiently open space. In addition, Cerdak actually has a trump card in his hand, which is the 50,000 ghost pattern soldier ants hoarded in Wilk City. These ghost pattern soldier ants, who are about to go on an expedition to the Warsaw Plain, are considered to be Soldak's evil spirits. The cannon fodder prepared by the Legion stayed in Wilk City, because they were worried that these ghost-striped red ants would enter Bena City prematurely, and cause riots among the people in Bena. When a group of magicians from the Astrologers Guild finished their break, Soldak immediately waved Andrew, and carried Decker to him. Ghoul item. Andrew! Tiger! You and Gary Decker go over there first. I need a large enough open space to place the heavy armored infantry and those ghost-striped red ants. It is best to let the cavalry form a human wall. I don't want to scare the people of Iverson City. There was a lot of noise in the square. Cerdak shouted loudly. I understand. Boss, don't worry. I will clear out a large enough space. Andrew responded. This is not the first time for these people to fight across the portal, and they all know what to pay attention to. Soldak nodded and asked Samira beside him. Have you notified the great swordsman Chester? I have heard the sound of those red ants running on the central street. Samira said with certainty as she looked at the south gate of the city. At this time, Gary Decker had already led the 1st Cavalry Regiment, stepped on the steps below the teleportation circle, and lined up to step into the temporary teleportation circle. At the same moment, the sound of thousands of horses galloping suddenly sounded in Bena City. The noble officials on the city wall looked back curiously, and saw a red tide coming from the main street to the south gate. A large group of ghost-striped soldier ants were like a herd of horses running along the long street. This street had long been camped by guards. The whole street of Knights is under martial law. So these ghost-patterned soldier ants can run forward unscrupulously. Several aborigines from the southern tribes of the Belan Plain stood on top of several tall ghost-patterned soldier ants. They grasped the tentacles on the top of the ghost-patterned soldier ants with one hand and stood firmly on them. No matter how bumpy they were, they could not move them. They flipped down. These aborigines are all druids and have the ability to communicate with ghost-patterned soldier ants. This is also one of the agreements reached between the great elder of the southern tribe and Surdak. At this moment, the noble officials in the city were dumbfounded and pointed at the ant colony in the city. Although Marquis Luther knew about this, he did not expect that Surdak would bring so many ghost-marked soldier ants, which seemed to be at least 40,000 to 50,000. This kid can really do anything. Marquis Fred Dunstein complained to Marquis Luther. Marquis Luther could only pretend to be stupid and smile bitterly at this time. Soon, the aborigines of the southern tribes drove the ghost-striped red ants into the military parade square outside the south gate of the city. The sturdy ghost-striped soldier ants were bigger than war horses, and they had clear black magic marks on their bodies. It has patterns and a pair of sharp fangs on its head, which look extremely ferocious. Just when Surdak led the people to guide these ghost-striped soldier ants and prepared to enter the portal, they were stopped by several magicians from the Astrologers Guild. Stop. Stop. Stop first. This time the temporary teleportation circle limits the teleportation population to only 200,000. These ghost-marked red ants are not included in the teleportation plan, so long-distance teleportation cannot be carried out. A black-robed magician, the teacher, stood up and yelled at the aboriginal druid at the front. The druid was stopped by the magician and quickly commanded a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants behind him to stop. There was suddenly a cloud of dust in front of the portal. Surdak found that the army in front had stopped moving and immediately squeezed towards the temporary portal. When he heard the reason given by the black-robed magician, he quickly explained, "These ghost-striped soldier ants are also part of our West Root army." The black-robed magician didn't listen to Suldak's explanation at all, and shouted at him, "You will overload the temporary teleportation circle if you act like this. We cannot bear such a risk." The great swordsman Chester drove out from the city gate. The ghost-patterned soldier ants were able to pass through the portal of Wilk City smoothly. It was also the great swordsman Chester who helped coordinate the communication. Now he rushed over and found the astrologer. Magician French, the head of the Magic Guild, explained to him, "Can you please be accommodating? After all, these are soldiers of the Western Root Army." Unexpectedly, Magician French would not even show respect to Great Swordsman Chester, and said to Great Swordsman Chester and Suldak with a straight face, "Sorry, the strength of the Eastern Root Army we are transporting is only 110,000 units. If you guys try to let these ghost-patterned soldier ants pass, then there will be an equal number of soldiers stranded in Beta City later. And the number of teleported troops is the same as what we and the military headquarters had earlier. It's been decided. You can't just add more at will. It's against the rules." Great Swordsman Chester repeatedly explained, "We also hope to strengthen the strength of the West Root Army. After all, this Warsaw Plain War is crucial to the Bena province. The East and West reinforcements have a rated number of 100,000 people. Considering that the West Root Army has a slightly larger proportion of infantry, the military has increased the West Root Army's rated number of troops by 10,000 people. You are 10,000 people. What else can you be dissatisfied with?" Magician French immediately choked the great swordsman Chester and became speechless. Surdak looked at the ghost-patterned soldier ants crowded at the door of the temporary teleportation circle. He could only wipe his forehead fiercely and reason to him, "Okay, as you said, the Eastern Root Army only has 100,000 troops this time, of which 30,000 are cavalry. In other words, a cavalry of one man and one horse is only considered a combat unit. Right?" Magician French said with a straight face, "Yes, cavalry is like this. If you have cavalry, I will also calculate it into a quantitative unit for you." Surdak squinted his eyes and said to the druid crowded in front of the temporary teleportation circle, "Okay, you take the ghost-striped soldier ants and withdraw first. Then I will know what to do." The druids ordered the group of ghost-patterned soldier ants to return to the parade square. Suldak came to the camp of the heavy armored infantry regiment and ordered to the group of commanders who were ready to go. The 31st to the 31st of the East Root Army, the 60 heavy armored infantry regiments obeyed the order and lined up to pass through the teleportation formation. Yes. 30 commanders quickly ran to Soldak to receive the order. These heavy armored infantry regiments are all heavy armored infantry regiments assigned to Surdak by other lords. Surdak's direct heavy armored infantry regiments are numbered from 1 to 30. After Soldak gave the order, he heard the commander of the 31st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment immediately shout loudly, 31st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, listen to my command. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th battalions. The queues move towards the teleportation array in formation, and the groups should be more compact. The neatly arranged heavy armored infantry withdrew their gaze, and no longer looked at the ghostly patterned soldier ants on the parade square. They followed the soldiers in front, and walked into the portal in a long line without hesitation. Surdak was not idle here either. Seeing that the temporary teleportation array was starting to operate normally, he brought the reorganized 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of the Eastern Route Army to the side of the ghost-patterned ant colony. This group of heavy armored infantry is almost all veterans who have fought with Surdak all the way from the Gombu Plain. They are the most elite heavy armored infantry regiment in Surdak's hands. I saw Surdak patting the front legs of a ghost-striped soldier ant and letting it walk out of the crowd. The huge ghost-striped soldier ant resisted and hissed threateningly towards Soldak. The German behind him, Ray, continued to issue comforting orders to the ghost-striped soldier ant. Despite this, the ghost-striped soldier ant was still full of hostility towards Surdak. But Surdak was not afraid. He grabbed the sharp fang of the ghost-marked soldier ant with one hand, stepped on the soldier ant's outstretched forelimb, and suddenly rushed to the head of the ghost-marked soldier ant, grabbing the ghost-marked soldier ant with both hands. The tentacles on the top of the soldier ant's head stand firmly on it. Then Soldak shouted loudly, all soldiers of the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of the Eastern Route Army, listen to my order and ride up like me. The ghost-striped soldier ant shook its head uneasily, and Soldak pulled its tentacles hard. Maybe it hurt a little. The ghost-striped soldier ant raised its head, opened its fangs, and made a strange hissing sound. Your Excellency, Commander. The commanders of the infantry regiments on the side were all sweating for Soldak. A halo of enthusiasm spread out from under Surdak's feet, and he stepped hard on the ghost-marked soldier ant's head, thus making it completely quiet. Seeing Surdak's violent appearance, the ghost-patterned soldier ants on the side backed away one after another. Surdak ordered to the group of heavy armored infantry soldiers in front of him, everyone, ride on it, stand on top of its head, hold on to its tentacles, don't step on their eyes, and don't be afraid of hurting them. They signed a slave contract with the Druids and are not aggressive towards us. Come up right. That's it. Hurry up and start lining up. Chapter 1383 Return to Iverson. Although the soldiers of the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment had tense faces, their eyes were still full of fear when they saw the ghostly patterned soldier ants that were as strong as bison. The Druid standing aside kept comforting the ghost-striped soldier ant, making it lower its head as much as possible and lay its body on the ground. The first infantry soldier to try to climb the mountain to climb the ghost-patterned soldier ants was once the squad leader of the rebels in the Gombu Plain. He followed Surdak and fought hundreds of wars, large and small. Unfortunately, his talent was limited, and he was never able to break through. Therefore, the opportunity to become a construct knight was missed. It can be said that every imperial person has a dream of being a constructed knight, and this time he stood at the forefront again. Facing the powerful ghost-patterned soldier ant, he almost gritted his teeth and climbed up to the top of the dark red head. He firmly grasped the two tentacles of the soldier ant with both hands. The moment he grabbed the tentacles, his hands seemed to have encountered two currents, and he even felt the unyielding spirit of the ghost-patterned soldier ants in those two currents. As a second-level powerhouse, Surdak's power contained in his body had already completely suppressed the ghost-patterned soldier ants, so he naturally wouldn't feel this way when standing on top of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. But ordinary infantry soldiers are different. They are not strong enough and do not have enough ability to resist the mental power of ghost-marked soldier ants. Therefore, the moment this heavy armored infantry soldier reached out and grabbed the tentacles of the ghost-patterned red ant, he had actually established a spiritual link with the ghost-patterned red ant. The violent and murderous aura in the minds of the ghostly patterned soldier ants rushes into the spiritual world of the infantry soldiers like a huge wave. It's just that when the ghost-patterned ant queen was defeated and surrendered, the group of ghost-patterned soldier ants under its absolute control had become slaves of the world tree. The aborigines of the southern tribes are believers in this world tree, and have also become druids, who are close to nature under its influence. Therefore, They can control these ghost pattern soldier ants with the help of the power given by the world tree. The struggle of the ghost pattern soldier ants in the spiritual world immediately turned into a magical contract between the resistance world tree and the ant queen. Almost at the moment when the mental power began to surge like a wave, the ghost pattern soldier ant's body lit up with the power of the contract, like an electric arc wrapped around its body, which immediately paralyzed the ghost pattern soldier ant in place. This infantry soldier thought that he would be savagely pushed down by the ghost pattern soldier ants, and that he would be given a splitting headache by the mental shock of the ghost pattern soldier ants. He just felt that the violent and murderous aura was about to rush into his mind. All of a sudden it dispersed. The infantry soldier felt like a powerful fighter. He punched him head-on, but the fist actually stopped an inch in front of him. The only feeling on my face is the gentle breeze brought by that punch. He slowly opened his eyes, and found that he was still holding the tentacles of the ghost-striped soldier ant, and standing firmly on top of its head. He tried to pull the tentacles of the ghost-striped soldier ant, and felt his body tilt slightly, as his feet slowly swayed. The ghost-striped soldier ant actually got up from its prone state. He needs to maintain balance in order to stand steadily on top of the ghostly patterned soldier ants. At this time, the infantry soldier actually felt the ghost patterned soldier ant trembling through the connection between his hand and the tentacles of the ghost patterned soldier ant. Commander Serdek stood on top of another ghost-striped soldier ant, and actually said to him in a gentle tone, "Let them walk slowly, as long as they can pass through the temporary teleporters. Be steady, and send your thoughts over." The infantry soldier didn't know what to do. After hearing Commander Soldak's order, he was thinking about what to do. Then he pulled its tentacles eagerly, thinking, "You should move forward." Originally it was just an unintentional move in a hurry, but the ghost-striped soldier ant at his feet seemed to sense his eagerness, and immediately stepped forward and rushed out. If he hadn't been holding on to the two tentacles tightly, he would have been knocked off by the ghost-striped soldier ants at this moment. The first heavy armored infantry warrior riding on the ghost-patterned soldier ant stood up, and appeared in front of all the heavy armored infantry warriors. As soon as he had the idea of slowing down, the ghost-patterned soldier ant really slowed down. The other soldiers of the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of the East Route Army cheered, and the next moment, the infantry soldiers rushed towards the restless ghost-striped soldier ants. No matter how you show your teeth and claws, even if you climb up unreasonably, your companions have succeeded. There is no reason why you can't do it yourself. Driven by this idea, the soldiers of the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment stood on top of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. They first tried walking twice in the parade square. After getting a little familiar with it, they began to line up and wait, prepare to enter the temporary teleportation circle behind the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. First an infantry regiment, followed closely by a 2nd Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. The noble officials standing on the South City wall had disbelief written all over their faces. Looking at the gradually growing red ant cavalry, they no longer even thought of talking in a low voice. Originally, everyone was waiting to see Serdak's show. Now I can only stand there in a daze with the magician from the Astrologers Guild. In just half an hour, the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment transformed into a red ant cavalry regiment of 1,500 people. Under Soldak's instruction, the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment that was preparing to pass through the temporary teleportation circle retreated from the teleportation channel, allowing the infantry soldiers standing on the ghostly patterned soldier ants to pass through the teleportation gate first. Magician French, the head of the Astrologers Guild, had a dark face the whole time, staring at the nearly 50,000 red ant cavalry of the Eastern Route Army slowly passing through the temporary teleportation circle. Marquis Fred Dunstan stood on the city wall and turned to Marquis Luther and whispered, "This kid actually has such a trump card in his hand. I didn't expect it. How did he subdue these ghost patterns? From the red ants? It doesn't matter if you take over the darkness and return. You can also enslave these ghost-marked red ants." Marquis Luther also did not expect that Serdak would dare to let those infantrymen ride ghost-patterned soldier ants and swagger into the temporary teleportation circle. I heard the speaker's question. He quickly replied, "I only know that the fighting was very hard in the winter. Almost all the armies were pressed forward. However, the ghost-striped red ants were superior in numbers and could not fight a war of attrition. Later, they organized an assassination group and rushed into the darkness. In the center of the Insect Valley, the Queen Ant was captured directly." Speaker Fred Dunstan sighed again. "Young people are really brave and dare to take risks. But with such gains, it's no wonder that the lords of the Belan Plain stopped making trouble later. TSK, TSK! He then paused and then said to Marquis Luther, My uncle also praised this guy in the letter he sent back from the battlefield. It was getting late, and the noble officials on the city wall had already walked down the city wall, boarded carriages, and returned to their respective mansions. The temporary teleportation array will continue to operate until all the soldiers of the West Route Army have passed through. And then the temporary teleportation array will completely stop. Serdek stood in front of the teleportation circle, commanding the Western Route Army infantry to enter the temporary teleportation circle. At the same time, he also saw the magicians from the Astrologers' Union moving out boxes after boxes of magic crystals. Place it on the source of magic, because there are 6 sources of magic working in turn. The tasks of these magicians are not too heavy. It took a whole night for the heavy armored infantry soldiers to ride on all the ghost-patterned soldier ants and walk into the teleportation circle. When the sky of Bena City lit up with a flash of fish-belly white, the last group of Red Ant cavalry walked slowly away. Go in. There are currently 50,000 heavy armored infantry waiting to enter the teleportation array on the parade square. This oatmeal is cooked in a large iron pot on one side of the square. These are the breakfasts prepared by the military department. In addition to oatmeal, there is also a stacks of baked wheat cakes. The infantry soldiers here line up to receive breakfast. The infantry soldiers over there lined up to enter the teleportation circle. Naomi, Selena, Zigna, and Nika's medical team all mingled with the infantry regiment and passed through the teleportation circle at night. The Green Empire decreed that women did not need to go to the battlefield. So Serdek also kept Selena, Zigna, and Naomi hidden in the military camp in a very low-key manner. When Serdek's Western Route Army completely passed the temporary teleportation circle, it was midnight the next day. Serdek stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights, directing the infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army to enter the teleportation circle. When he was tired, he took a nap next to the teleportation circle. When all the troops entered the teleportation circle, he took Sammy with him. Law finally passed through this teleportation circle. This kind of temporary teleportation array is essentially different from the fixed teleportation gate between planes. The former's teleportation state is not very stable. After walking into the magic vortex, it seems to have entered a strange passage. This passage is composed of 7 color streams of light. Everyone had to line up and walk in the passage for a while before they could get out of a crack. The fixed portal between planes is like a mirror. If you step in with one foot, the foot on the other side has already been stretched out. It is a perfect connection between the space cracks. When Serdek walked out of the teleportation circle, he found that this was also a temporary teleportation gate built in a square outside the city. It was obviously midnight in Bena City, but it looked like the sun had just set in Iverson City. The commanders in the square were gathering their teams, and then lined up in a long line to walk to the camp not far away. Seeing Soldak coming out of the teleportation circle, Andrew and others who were waiting at the door came over. "Boss, I heard that we have to wait in line to enter the city and enter the Warsaw Plain through the portal in Iverson City," Andrew whispered to Soldak. Serdek nodded, and then asked, "Have the soldiers' camps been arranged? We will stay here for about 2 days. These 2 days will restrain this group of soldiers and prohibit them from entering Iverson City." "Oh, I got it!" Andrew pointed to a brightly lit earth slope opposite the square and introduced to Soldak. "That's our camp over there. Before we came, the people from the military logistics department had already the rest camp was planned in one step." Serdek nodded and ordered as he walked. "Send out all the water-gathering magic rune boards. In order to avoid acclimatization, let everyone drink as much water as possible from the magic rune boards." Yes," Andrew agreed. Chapter 1384 Meeting a Friend. The entire hillside outside the city was circled as the camp of Lord Benna's army. There was a small, clear water pond at the foot of this hillside. Many knights from the Eastern Route Army led their horses over to drink water. This hillside was originally there are tall weeds. And this time, the military department also prepared a large amount of fodder and black beans. In Iverson City at night, the stars in the night sky and the lights in the city complement each other. Sitting on the hillside, you can overlook the entire city. Although Iverson City is surrounded by high walls, the camp of Lord Benna's army is also a high hill, where you can just overlook the night view of the city. The bustling level here is no less than that of Bena City, with several large blocks clearly divided by several artificial water canals. The night wind carries a faint fragrance of grass and trees. This is the most fertile province in the western part of the Green Empire. Although it is already October, and as the weather gradually gets colder, many trees have begun to wither. However, the trees and grassland on the sunny slopes are still so lush and green. These ghost-striped soldier ants are omnivores that eat a very wide range of foods. They can eat grass, leaves, carrion, bones, and meat. They prefer to eat meat and can dig holes in the area where they rest. There is no longer any grass or trees. What comes into view are newly dug holes. The ghost-striped soldier ants hide their bodies in the holes. Here, there is no place to stay on this hillside, since the military did not prepare food for these ghost-striped soldier ants in advance. They almost ate all the grass and trees on the hillside, and they preferred to eat plant roots and small animals hidden in the soil. When they were in Wilk City, they were next to a cattle and sheep slaughterhouse. The large amount of animal offal dumped out by that slaughterhouse was the favorite food of these ghost-striped soldier ants. Now Soldek also wants to find a slaughterhouse in Iverson City, and want to buy some cattle and sheep offal, bones and scraps. At least you can't let them chew the soil here. The 100,000 soldiers of the West Route Army were well arranged, which was partly due to the efforts of Benna military headquarters, and of course also partly due to the officials here in Iverson City. Yes, after learning that the Benna province was willing to send additional reinforcements into the Warsaw Plain, the noble officials of the Iverson province, who had long been exhausted by the war in the Warsaw Plain, made some careful preparations for the arrival of the Benna reinforcements. Not only did they provide the most suitable pasture for setting up a camp outside the city as a camp for Benna's reinforcements, they also prepared some local delicacies for these allies from other provinces. It's just that Serdek came out of the portal a little late. The noble officials of Iverson City left in a hurry after delivering local delicacies. To be honest, they were probably frightened by the long lines of Red Ant cavalry coming out of the temporary teleportation circle. There are large pastures in many places in the western provinces of the empire. The ranchers here control about 70% of the black-scaled war horses in the entire empire. These black-scaled war horses are necessary mounts for the formation of elite knights. There are not many pastures in Iverson province. The land in Iverson province is fertile and more suitable for growing crops. When I walked into the military camp, I found a seemingly quiet camp with many night guards patrolling inside. Gary Decker saw Serdek coming in from outside with a group of soldiers, riding a magic-patterned horse and waving low to Serdek from a distance. Soldek's marching tent was built in the most eye-catching position of the Western Route Army. When he walked into the tent, he found that Selena, Zigna, Nika, Naomi and others were waiting inside. Everyone was worried about this trip to Warsaw. Traveling through the plains is full of freshness, expectations, curiosity, and of course, a little bit of apprehension and worry. After all, Grand Duke Newman and the most elite legions in the Benna province were trapped in the Warsaw Plain and could not escape. All the reinforcements coming here are also worried that if they enter the Warsaw Plain, they will never have the chance to return to the Benna province. This is what everyone is most worried about deep in their hearts. On the contrary, Selena, Signa, Nika, and Naomi do not have these worries in their hearts. Selena and Signa just want to follow Soldek. It doesn't matter where they go. Nika is used to being around them. The days of Signa again. As for Naomi, as long as she can leave Root City, it doesn't matter where she goes. For a necromancer like Naomi, whose body is mostly turned into a corpse, the best place to go is actually the world of the dead. So she is actually not too afraid of death. When Serdek walked into the tent, the women were talking about whether to go to Iverson City. Selena, who is the apostle of the dark goddess, and Naomi, who has half-stepped into the world of the dead, are not very willing to go to the city. They don't want to be targeted by the magic union of Iverson City. Only Signa is there. I kept lobbying Nika and wanted to go to the city tomorrow to have a long experience. When Serdek sat down, before he could drink a glass of water, Signa, who was wearing a small light leather armor, came over, hugged Soldek's arm with both hands, shook it vigorously, and begged, "Dak, can you take Nika and I to go shopping in the city tomorrow?" Seeing her daughter pestering Soldek, Selena quickly waved to her daughter and said, "Dak is the commander of the Western Route Army. There are many important things waiting for him. How can he take you to the city?" Signa didn't care about that, clinging to Serdek like a monkey and unable to get off. The little girl, who used to be shy about everything, has changed a lot in the past few years. Now she has even cut off her long curly hair, making her look like a tomboy. Nika poured a glass of water for Soldek. Looking very discerning, Serdek took the water glass and drank it in one gulp, then sat on the chair in the big tent. He was a little troubled, but he still cheered up and said, "Well, actually I really want to go to the city to meet an old friend tomorrow. If you want to go to the city, just come with me." When Zigna saw that her wish came true, she immediately jumped down and cheered. Praise Dak! Nika stood behind Zigna without saying a word, just smiling. Selena, who was sitting on the wolfskin mattress, said, I'd better stay in the military camp. I don't want to go anywhere until I enter the Warsaw Plain. Naomi in the corner also said, Me too. In the past few days, Surdak has been busy with the Western Route Army passing through the temporary teleportation circle, and he has never been able to take a good rest. Although we haven't gotten the final personnel list yet, we can at least take a good rest in the tent. This large tent is used to convene generals above the commander for regular meetings. The Surdak marching tent is set up here, behind the big tent. Originally, Soldak wanted to sleep with Selena, but when he saw Zigna and Nika talking and laughing with Selena into the tent, he could only turn around and return to his room. In the marching tent, after getting into the tent, Surdak lay on the red-eyed hyena skin mattress. His eyelids were a little heavy, and he almost fell asleep within a few seconds of lying down. In the early morning, Surdak got up amid the noise in the camp. Not only did he not have any dreams that night, he couldn't even enter the spiritual world and climb the iceberg. After getting out of the tent, I suddenly saw a touch of autumn color. The grass on the hillside in the distance gradually turned withered and yellow. Only the water plants in the pond below the hillside still had this touch of green. A group of war horses ran wildly on the grass below the hillside. Those ghost-striped soldier ants are all hiding in the burrows, and are not very willing to show up. Soldak saw Samira practicing archery at a temporary archery range. Gary Decker accompanied Samira, waving a sharp axe in his hand, and walked over. Seeing Soldak coming over, Gary Decker immediately stopped practicing and said to Soldak with admiration, Boss, how did you come up with this idea? This attention is simply incredible. We got 50,000 more red and cavalry out of thin air. Soldak's eyes fell on Samira's slim waist, shook his head, and explained to Gary Decker, That's just for show. I have no intention of letting such precious heavy armored infantry soldiers and ghost-striped soldier ants become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Besides, how powerful do you think they can be when combined together? Gary Decker said with confidence. These infantry warriors are holding spears and rushing onto the battlefield on ghost-patterned soldier ants. I don't think any cavalry can withstand them. It may be okay to deal with the cavalry, but if you are on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain, rushing forward like this is no different from dying. Don't forget, what we are facing in the Warsaw Plain is the evil ghost army. Surdak stood aside, said. At this time, Samira also stopped practicing bow skills and looked at Soldak with Gary Decker. You may not have any idea about the evil ghost army. Let me explain it to you. Ghoul item. Please stand up. Surdak faced not far away and was sitting at the door of his tent. Holding a stack of shouted the two-headed ogre who was feasting on wheat cakes. Oh! Ghoul item ran over without thinking. Surdak asked Gulidim to stand up straight, then reached out and patted the two-headed ogre's strong arm, and introduced to Samira and Gary Decker. An ordinary evil ghost warrior is only a little shorter than Gulidim, both in terms of running speed and strength. Their strength is only slightly lower than that of the constructed knights. An evil ghost army has at least hundreds of thousands of troops. If these heavy armored infantrymen hold spears and ride on ghost-patterned soldier ants and rush into the evil ghost army's position, it will be no different from delivering food, but it will be a ghost-patterned soldier ant. I guess I can hold on a little longer. Gary Decker opened his mouth and said in surprise, It turns out that my opponent is so troublesome. Otherwise, why do you think the Bena Legion has been restrained here by the evil Ghost Legion and unable to escape? Surdak asked Gary Decker. Then he casually introduced some of these evil spirits and listened to what he said. Speaking of which, lone ghost warriors are actually easier to deal with, because almost all ordinary ghost warriors are not very mentally developed. They follow the command of the ghost warlord on the battlefield, and their combat power will become very strong. But once alone, an ordinary 6-man infantry warrior team can easily kill an evil ghost. However, this requires very tacit cooperation between the infantry warrior team. Ghoul item said naively. Boss, you seem to be very familiar with this place. Surdak was also very speechless. I have said it more than once. I served 4 years of military service in the Warsaw Plain. Chapter 1385 Inside the City. Early morning in Iverson City. The sky just lit up with a touch of fish belly white. The scattered fallen leaves were blown by the northwest wind, rolling forward against the stone road. Those leaves that had found shelter from the wind were hiding so comfortably, as if the troubles of the world had nothing to do with them. The night watchman on the street had just turned off all the street lights, and hundreds of garbage trucks in the city were lined up waiting at the west gate. The gate guard yawned and walked down from the city head, hung the noose on the city gate hook, pulled out the iron bolt inserted into the crack in the ground, and shouted to the city head, "Turn the winch! Open the door!" The black iron noose in the stone trough at the city gate began to slide slowly. As the winch began to gradually exert force, the noose became straight, and the city gate was slowly pulled open by the noose. The suspension bridge blocking the city gate also slowly lowered with a creaking sound, and those waiting at the city gate lined up to walk out of the city. Seeing that the dung cart in front began to move slowly, the coachman sitting on the shaft immediately tapped the horse's buttocks with his whip, and the horse immediately started to move with the carriage in front. The carriage wheels crunched against the planks of the suspension bridge. After crossing the city gate suspension bridge to reach the outside of the city, you have to walk along the road ahead to the river bend 3 miles away. There is a place where dung water is dumped. There is a small river next to it. It is good to carry a bucket of clean water by the river. Rinse the dung bucket on the carriage. Across this small river, one can see a series of military camps on the slope of Chowling. The coachman returned to the carriage with a bucket of water, used a water-soaked handle to remove the stains on the edge of the giant wooden barrel, and then scooped water out of the bucket and poured it on the giant barrel, so that the wooden barrel could be easily removed. Rinse the bucket clean. "I heard that the army over there came from the Benna province," the coachman said with wonder in his voice, and at the same time, he was lamenting in his heart. The nobles of the Iverson province have not had such a big deal for a long time. There are more than 200,000 reinforcements, and there are more than 10,000 knights alone. I heard that this may be the last bit of wealth for the nobles in the Benna province. The coachman behind them interjected. "The day before yesterday, I went to watch the excitement outside the city. Guess what I saw? I saw giant red ants. Each one was stronger than an ox. The pair of pliers above my head were clicking. I saw with my own eyes that a large willow tree with a thick waist was cut off in one go. Well, guess what happened next? That thing actually ate the tree, and the whole tree was eaten clean by a few giant ants. On such a cold morning, a young coachman came over shirtless, grinning, showing a row of neat teeth. Then another coachman came over to chat. Don't worry about anything, as long as they can drive away those evil spirits in the Warsaw Plain. What has become of Iverson now?" The coachman lamented. "My sister lives in Epsom City in the Warsaw Plain. I haven't had any contact with her for almost 8 or 9 years. At that time, her little girl was only this tall." The coachman who spoke first sighed. The young coachman once again spread his gossip. "I heard that the evil spirits of the abyss have built a fortress on the connecting channel. I don't know how long it will take to conquer that fortress. I'm not as optimistic as you. As long as we can get the 7 counties back, we will praise the Statue of Liberty." The coachman gathered at the riverside to rest for a while, letting the horses pulling the carts eat some grass on the riverside grassland, and then drove the dumb carts back to Iverson City. With the first ray of sunshine, this city with a long history of 800 years glows with new vitality. The small vendors in the city have started another busy day, and the familiar fragrance comes from the crossroads again. There is a swamp to the west of the military camp, where groups of wild boars often appear. The residents of Iverson City believe that wild boar and wild rabbits exude an intolerable smell. Most residents do not eat this kind of meat. The price of beef and mutton here is cheaper than vegetables. So this is the reason why there were herds of wild boars in the swamp 10 kilometers away from the city. But there were no hunters at all. Only when a nearby farm is invaded by wild boars will someone from the Agricultural and Commercial Association organize a hunting team to clean up a large area on the edge of the swamp. There are large wheat fields and sunflowers outside Iverson. This season is just the time to harvest sunflower seeds. Before dawn, a dozen druids led a large group of ghost-patterned soldier ants out of the military camp and headed towards the swamp to the west. Gulida knew that these ghost-patterned soldier ants were going to hunt in the swamp, so he actually gave up the idea of following Surdak into the city. He carried a big stick and followed a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants into the swamp. Went there, Soldak met with the commanders of the West Route Army for a meeting in the morning, mainly to collect statistics on the actual situation and number of troops arriving in Iverson City. Obviously, the Lord's troops mobilized by the military this time are all willing to enter Warsaw. Among the troops in the plain, almost no warriors were left behind. According to the military's battle plan, the Western Route Army led by Soldak will stay in Iverson City for 2 days, and then enter the Duke's Palace in Iverson City in the afternoon, and arrive at Ai Valsun through the portal in the Duke's Palace, Pus City. After Soldak made arrangements for the 2-day itinerary of the Western Route Army, he left the military camp with Zigna and Nika, who were already impatient. Nika and Zigna rode a docile ancient Bolai horse together. Nika was an aborigine from the northern part of the White Forest Plain and had known how to ride a horse since she was a child. It would be no problem for Zigna to ride the same horse with her. Cerdak still remembers that when he first went to the Belan Plain, he brought more than 500 cavalrymen who were not cavalry. At that time, Selena also had a white camel. Unfortunately, Selena ran away secretly this time. Come over and failed to bring the piece of white camel. The horse Cerdak was riding was the silly horse that Andrew specially brought from the Belan Plain. In the past few years, Cerdak has always been running around, and his mounts have also been changed several times, ranging from magic-patterned war horses to green-scaled horses. But this old horse has been kept in Doden Town, Belan Plain, in the garrison camp. During this expedition to the Warsaw Plain, Soldak asked Andrew to bring the old horse to Benes City. Last night, he came to Iverson City from Benes City through the teleportation circle. Soldak mounted his horse, took Nika and Zigna, and walked towards the gate of Iverson. When he arrived at the gate of the city, he still found that many Bena troops sneaked out of the military camp while they were resting, preparing to enter Abelson. Walking around the city of Wersen, he couldn't tell who were the soldiers of the Western Route Army. The city gate guards did not stop Bena's army from entering the city. Seeing that Cerdak was wearing a noble badge on his chest, they guessed that he should be a general of Bena's army. Several city gate guards even saluted Soldak. Military salute. When Cerdak passed through the city gate, he led his horse in. Seeing the familiar city gate, Soldak couldn't help but pat the stupid horse on the neck and asked it, "Old man, do you still remember this place?" The Gubalai horse just snorted loudly and spit, probably not understanding Cerdak's question. Nika also followed Soldak's example and led the horse into Iverson City. The petite Zigna sat on the horse. The two girls came to Iverson City for the first time. They were curious. His eyes are always looking around. Iverson City and Benes City are two completely different architectural styles. Benes City has a compact building structure, gorgeous and exquisite patterns, and is closer to the Baroque architectural style. As for Iverson City, almost all of them are tall and majestic buildings with rough lines. Many buildings are built very high, and the streets are also very wide. Some shops are in tarpaulin sheds built on both sides of the streets. It is said that Iverson is rich in red copper. Many copperware shops have been opened in the city. You can also see many copperware shops in the shops on both sides. The exquisite copper utensils are dazzling. It seems very common for nobles to come out to do business here. Cerdak can see some people wearing noble clothes soliciting business at the door of many shops on the street. Signa and Nika stopped in front of a jewelry store. This store had utensils and jewelry inlaid with colored gems. The owner seemed to be a nobleman. He was middle-aged and had introverted eyes. He looked like a very knowledgeable person. He saw Nika and Zigna walking in. They just sat behind the counter and nodded to the two girls. Without even speaking, they continued to wipe a very period ornament with a piece of wool. Nika and Sia looked at the copper combs inlaid with rubies and sapphires on the first row of shelves. Soldak did not enter the store, but was just in front of the counter, looking at the furnishings in the store. "Bena people?" the shopkeeper said with a smile toward Soldak. "So obvious?" Cerdak asked in surprise. "The noble badges you have over there are slightly different from ours. And this outfit is hard not to remind people of the Bena reinforcements outside the city." The shop owner pointed at the magic pattern structure on Cerdak's body. Said. Cerdak smiled and did not continue the conversation. Zigna made herself a ruby emerald necklace. The base material was magic red copper. There were 7 soybean-sized gems in total, which looked very delicate and beautiful. Nika was holding the fine-looking comb, and the two of them placed it on the counter almost at the same time. The shopkeeper put down the jewelry he was wiping, casually picked up the gem necklace and the copper comb and looked at them, then pushed them to the two girls and said casually, "A gold coin." Cerdak glanced at him in surprise. Just for Zigna's gem necklace. Regardless of the quality of the gems, even if the magic red copper used in the base of the necklace alone, the material price would not be less than 1 yuan. Gold coin. Seeing Cerdak's surprised look, the shop owner smiled gently and said casually, "Thank you for your willingness to come all the way to help us. I hope the army from the Warsaw Plain can drive away those evil spirits as soon as possible." Ghost. Without saying anything more or being polite, Soldak took out a gold coin from his purse and pushed it in front of the shop owner. "Then we're not welcome," Soldak said. Signa handed the necklace to Soldak with a smile and begged, "Dak, do you think it's beautiful? Put it on for me." Nika carefully put away the copper comb and whispered her thanks to Soldak. There are many shops here in Iverson City. You can go shopping around. When we are tired, we will take a rest and find a reliable restaurant for lunch, Soldak said to Zigna and Nika. Then the three of them walked out of the jewelry store. Chapter 1386 Warsaw. Iverson City Magic District. The 4-story magic tower is actually built in the center of a square. A large garden and corridor are built under the magic tower. Some green plants are even built in the shape of magic symbols. There are many separated pools in the square. The fountains in the pool should be linked, and the spray of water will reflect 7 colors of light in the sun. There are actually many people playing in the square here. There are no vendors setting up stalls in the square, and there are some magic shops around the square. Zigna and Nika were playing in the square garden, and they also had to take care of the 2 horses tied to the stone pillars. Serdak walked into the magic tower along the smooth corridor. There are only a few magicians handling business in the hall on the first floor of the Magic Guild, and the whole hall seems a bit deserted. A magic apprentice was standing in front of the reception desk. When he saw Serdak approaching, he asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Sir, I wanted to see Magician Antonio, so I told him that a friend from Beta wanted to visit him," Soldak said to the young magic apprentice. The magic apprentice immediately called to his companion, who was resting next to him, to support him in his position, while he ran up the stairs to deliver the message. Soldak was arranged to wait in the rest area of the lobby on the first floor. When the magic apprentice accompanied a magician wearing a Kalinian magic robe from upstairs and down the stairs. Serdak also stood up from the sofa in the sitting area. Antonio looked at Soldak doubtfully, and there was even a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Serdak recognized Antonio at a glance. His appearance basically didn't change much, but the magic robes became more advanced. The collar and cuffs had dark patterns of magic runes, and the mana fluctuations emanating from his body were also higher, much stronger than before. It wasn't until he walked up to Soldak and looked at it carefully for a while that a look of surprise appeared on his face. He pointed at Soldak and said excitedly, "You are the retired soldier of Beta Province." "Soldak, I remembered it. How did you become a noble?" Oh, you are still a count." Seeing that Antonio finally remembered him, Soldak stepped forward, spread his arms, and hugged Antonio vigorously. "I thought you had forgotten me as a friend," Serdak said with a smile. Antonio said with a look of annoyance, "How could it be? It's just that I didn't expect you to change so much. If you were dressed as a knight, I'd be sure to recognize you as soon as possible." He kindly pulled Soldak to sit down in the rest area and said excitedly, "After returning to Bena City, your life must be very rich. From a reserve knight to a nobleman. This span is really big. Are you among the reinforcements when you go to Iverson City this time?" Soldak nodded. "Yeah." Antonio frowned and lowered his voice and said, "You have obviously run out. You know how deep this quagmire is. Why do you want to run back?" Antonio then took Soldak away from the magic tower of the Magic Guild. After all, it was not very convenient to talk here. Antonio took Soldak to a tea restaurant opposite the Magic Guild, and the two found a secluded corner to sit down. Soldak could see Zigna and Nika standing by the pool across the street, and they would occasionally look at Soldak. "Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for almost 5 years, Antonio said with emotion. Soldak nodded and said, "Yes, time flies so fast." Then he said, "I am in the Beta province, and it is difficult to find out about the situation here. I came to you this time because I also want to know about the situation in Iverson City and the situation in the Warsaw Plain. There are many shops around the Magic Square, and there are also many vendors setting up stalls in front of the street shops. However, these vendors look a little down and out, but they still wear decent clothes. Look at the nobles who set up stalls everywhere on the streets. Most of them fled back from the Warsaw Plain, gave up their territories and manors, and then spent all the property they brought with them. They want to continue in Iverson City. To live, one must find ways to make money, and selling relatively valuable small items is their first step." Antonio sighed as he spoke. Serdak never thought that nobles would come out to set up stalls. "It's okay for those who have property. Those who don't have any property, especially some small nobles, can only sell the things they bring back to maintain daily expenses." The waiter brought 2 cups of tea. After he left, Antonio said, "Speaking of which, Duke Ryan should not have offended the Angelibald royal family. It doesn't matter that he is so willful. The people of the entire Iverson province are suffering. Since the royal knights withdrew from the Warsaw Plain, the situation there has been. It collapsed step by step, And now 4 of Warsaw's 7 counties have completely fallen. Soldak heard that there were 7 counties in the Warsaw Plain. When he left the Warsaw Plain, all 7 counties were still in the hands of the Empire. You mean 4 of the 7 major cities were captured by the evil ghost army? He asked. Antonio nodded and said nothing. What's the situation in Handinar County? Cerdak asked again. Antonio said casually. It should be okay. The evil ghost army suffered a lot from the Bena army and has been occupying Mayun Ridge, suppressing the Bena army from expanding eastward. The 2 of them were chatting in the corner of the tea restaurant when they heard a woman from the kitchen saying urgently, Angina? What are you doing? A young voice said softly, Bena reinforcements are coming. Dad should be able to come back from there. I am going to prepare a gift for him. Hearing what the little girl said, the accusing voice softened and continued, Angina is so good. You are right. Bena reinforcements are coming. The Warsaw Plain should be able to win the battle. We lost it, the land will also be taken back bit by bit when the time comes. When I have money in the future, I will prepare a big cake for him, with a thick layer of peanut butter on it, a layer of strawberry jam inside, and a thick layer of nuts. The girl tried to imagine the delicious food cake. The days will get better and better in the future. The woman's tone was full of hope, mixed with some lamentations. Soldak did not continue to listen. He looked at Antonio. Magician Antonio shrugged his shoulders and said with his movements, This is what Iverson City is like now. Then he took a sip of tea, and then whispered, Duke Ryan is almost done. Now Quentin has begun to take over the Busman family's industry, territory, and army. But now the Busman family is like it's a broken ship that's about to completely rot. And it's already riddled with holes. Even if you want to repair it, you don't know where to start. Cerdak asked Antonio. I have never understood that Duke Ryan Busman went to the imperial capital because of his great victory in the Battle of Camperdo in the Warsaw Plain, and in order to summon more lords to send troops to invest in the Warsaw Plain. But it's a great situation. How on earth made him collapse? Antonio the magician blinked and said, I also learned from internal information from the Magic Guild. At that time, Duke Ryan attended a ball in the imperial city. At the ball, he competed with a young magician for a widow in the imperial city. It is said that Duke Ryan also made some harsh words at the time, almost caused a conflict between the magician nobles and the orthodox nobles of the imperial capital, and they did not know how to restrain themselves afterwards. It is said that the young magician had a deep relationship with Prince James and the Prince of Wales, and the Angel Bold royal family to protect the young magician. The royal knights evacuated the Warsaw Plain overnight after receiving the news. After the royal knights withdrew from the Warsaw Plain, the noble lords in the imperial capital did not dare to easily send troops into the Warsaw Plain. On the contrary, some small lords wanted to take a gamble. However, as the small lords were defeated one after another, from that time on, the war situation in the Warsaw Plain began to gradually collapse. I shouldn't say anything. Actually, I don't agree with you entering the Warsaw Plain, because the war situation there is almost completely corrupt. Now Quentin is staring at old Ryan. Even if he has soldiers, he dare not go into the battlefield. He has to wait until old Ryan is dead so that he can control the situation of the Boothman family. For Quentin, Warsaw is a mess that he cannot abandon and cannot clean up. After hearing Antonio's analysis of the situation in the Warsaw Plain, Soldak was speechless. Who would have thought that the Warsaw Plain has become like this? Now that this is the situation, Duke Newman still doesn't want Bena's army to evacuate Warsaw. And now he is mobilizing reinforcements from the Lord's army on a large scale. Soldak suddenly felt that Duke Newman's move of troops from the Bena province was not just to send the Bena army to the Warsaw Plain to liberate it. At least his intention shouldn't be that simple. Speaking of which, the output of Handinar County cannot support a Bena army, now that so many reinforcements have entered the Warsaw Plain. Cerdak hit his forehead in pain. After reminiscing with Antonio, he declined Antonio's dinner invitation. Cerdak watched Antonio return to the magic tower. And then he joined Zigna and Nika, who were waiting in the square. He went to the clock tower of Iverson City and finally walked around in Busman. Walking around the outside of the family castle, I saw a long line of people coming out of the portal in the castle's back garden. Obviously, even if Bena's reinforcements arrived in Epsom City, they still failed to add any confidence to the people in Epsom City. The people in the Warsaw Plain seemed to be extremely disappointed with the situation there, and no one knew how many people were queuing up there to wait to pass through the portal. It is also the continuous influx of people from the Warsaw Plain that makes the city of Iverson look particularly crowded. The streets and alleys are full of old people, women and children. Dak, I suddenly feel that living in Helensa is actually quite good. This was the first thing Zigna said after walking out of Iverson City. Chapter 1387 Epsom City. I originally thought that the noble lords of Iverson City would hold a welcome ceremony or something. Unfortunately, due to the recent complicated situation of Iverson, Duke Ryan Busman's condition has also changed in the past 2 days. There are good times and bad times, so the noble lords of Iverson always keep their eyes on the Duke's palace. After all, once Duke Ryan Busman dies, it means that someone from the Busman family will inherit his title of Duke. Quentin Busman, who is currently the most promising, holds military power in his hands, but he is the grandson of Duke Ryan Busman, separated by a generation. Several of Quentin's uncles also returned to the Busman family's castle from various places, and they all stayed by old Ryan's side. In the past few days, the situation in Iverson City has been tense on the outside and tense on the inside. It has even become tense between the Knights of the Guard Battalion patrolling the aristocratic neighborhood and the city defense guards. After Benna's reinforcements rested in Epsom City for 2 days, the Eastern Route Army began to enter Epsom City through the portal in the square behind the Duke's palace. A long queue lined up on the 10-kilometer-long Central Street. It stretches from the Busman family castle to the gate of the South City. When the 30,000 cavalrymen of the Eastern Route Army passed through the city of Iverson, the onlookers did not show any excited expressions on their faces. There was no shortage of cavalry in the western part of the Green Empire. When the constructed swordsman regiment passed through the city, these people only then did they start talking about it. The term Benna swordsman is so famous. Almost all the strongest swordsmen in the Green Empire come from this province. When Serdak's West Route Army entered Iverson City in a mighty manner behind the East Route Army, the people in the city were completely excited. What kind of army is this? A group of heavy armored infantry stood on a huge ghost pattern above the soldier ants. These ghost-striped soldier ants were actually extremely well behaved, as docile as foals, walking in neat lines along the street. In just 2 days, this group of ghost-striped soldier ants, with their powerful hunting ability, actually plowed the swamp outside Iverson City from beginning to end. The ghost-striped soldier ants have the 6 outriggers have strong crawling ability, which means that they are very adaptable to the swamp environment and can walk quickly in the mire with lush water and grass. As for the groups of wild boars hiding in the quagmire, even if they hid in caves for the past 2 days, they could not avoid being hunted by the ghost-striped soldier ants. An army of 50,000 ghost-marked soldier ants turned the swamp upside down before returning to the camp covered in mud and water. The 24 aboriginal druids were like natural shepherds. In just a few days, they completely tamed these ghostly patterned soldier ants. Therefore, this time the heavy armored infantry stepped on the heads of the ghost-patterned soldier ants and swaggered through the city of Iverson. The ghost-patterned soldier ants lined up obediently. When walking, the hard armor on their bodies made a clicking sound, which made the residents of Iverson City stunned. When had you ever seen such cavalry? The Dragon Knights of the Green Empire have been disbanded for many years, and information about the Dragon Knights can only be seen in some history books. Currently, the most powerful knighthood in the Green Empire is the Royal Griffith Knights. This is a knighthood composed entirely of second-level warriors, and their mounts are also fierce birds called griffins. This army he is only responsible for the defense of the floating imperial city, the imperial capital. Now there is a red ant cavalry on the streets of Iverson City, and there are tens of thousands of them. At this moment, the entire city of Iverson was in a complete sensation. Residents in the city were talking about this matter. Everyone thought that Duke Newman of the Warsaw Plain took out all the things at the bottom of the box this time, just to be able to fight against the Warsaw Plain. Duke Newman is preparing to challenge the evil ghost army over there from the front this time. Of course, Soldak did not hear these words. He followed the Western Route Army into Epsom City, the capital of the Warsaw Plain. This city, which is not much smaller than Iverson City, can now see just how depressed it is from the shops on both sides of the street. Indeed, in the past 2 years or so, the residents of the city have made a lot of money for a teleportation pass. A teleportation pass can be sold for almost 5 magic crystals, which is almost the price of a normal teleportation pass. 7 times, all capable nobles have left the city. The people who are staying in this city now are all the nobles who are unable to leave. And even more are a large number of civilians who are stranded here. Many of them fled here from other counties. But now they can only spread a blanket in the corner of the street. A family or a person lies there in despair. They don't even know where to go. Although they temporarily escaped the pursuit of evil spirits, this city could not give them any hope. Yes, there is no hope. For the first time in 3 months, People in Epsom City saw neatly arranged troops marching out of the portal. The armor on their bodies made a scratching sound. The sound that originally made people's bones tingle now seems to have become the most beautiful music. The neat footsteps attracted the attention of the people on the street. More than 200,000 reinforcements did not stop in Epsom City. Originally, the governor of Epsom City prepared a resting place for these reinforcements, including the city's opera house, 3 large city squares, and 2 junior war colleges. They have all been idle, just to serve as a temporary resting place for Bena's reinforcements after they passed through the portal. However, as the commander of the Eastern Route Army, Marquis Edmund Arnold did not let the army stay in the city, but marched directly out of the city in a mighty manner. A camp was set up on the outskirts of the slums outside the city. While the troops were resting on the spot, they communicated with the liaison officer sent by the Bena Corps about the follow-up combat plan. Soldak followed the Western Route Army into Epsom City, and was immediately invited by Marquis Edmund Arnold to his temporary residence. Logistics Quartermaster, Military Liaison Officer, and Bena Corps Liaison Officer. The sofas in the hall were full of people. During this period, Soldak also communicated with Marquis Edmund Arnold several times. This Edmund Arnold was a taciturn general. He had a murderous aura honed on the battlefield, and the fierceness in his eyes was even more powerful than that of Marquis Luther. One chip. It is said that Marquis Edmund Arnold also just escaped from the war in the Loki Plain. This Lord Army fighting the plain only rested in the territory of the Arnold family for 3 months before setting foot on the battlefield of the Warsaw Plain again. Speaking of which, it can be regarded as one of the few Lord armies in the Bena province with explosive combat power. Chapter 1388 Battle Plan. No matter where you are, it is difficult to provide help in times of need, but everyone is willing to do it to add the icing on the cake. The Eastern Route Army originally had only 10 regiments of 500-member constructed swordsmen, which meant that the Eastern Route Army originally had only 5,000 constructed swordsmen. Almost all of these constructed swordsmen were lords of the Marquis Edmund Arnold alliance, the elite troops in the army. But when the lords of Bena City learned that the commander of the East Route Army was Marquis Edmund Arnold, there were immediately more than 10 constructed swordsman regiments hoping to join the East Route Army. After the selection by Marquis Edmund Arnold, it was determined that another 10 regiments of constructed swordsmen would officially join the East Route Army. Therefore, the number of constructed swordsmen in the East Route Army at the time of the expedition was exactly 10,000. At the same time, the East Route Army also had 10,000 archers and 30,000 cavalry. This made the East Route Army's combat strength a level higher than that of the West Route Army in terms of the mix of arms. The living room of Hook Mansion is very gorgeously decorated. The sofas in the meeting area are all made of soft magic antelope leather, and the leather used to sew these sofas is very complete. You can see the complete pattern of the magic antelopes fur through the sofa. Marquis Edmund Arnold was sitting on the main seat of the sofa, his hawk-like eyes staring at the map of Handenar County on the coffee table. And he sat there without saying a word. The liaison officer from the Bennett Corps next to him was already thirsty. Marquis Edmund Arnold handed him the teacup on the small table next to the sofa. The liaison officer quickly took it and took a sip, then continued to explain the distribution of troops in the Bena army. Serdek discovered that at least 80,000 of the 300,000 troops of the Bena Legion were pinned down by the Evil Ghost Legion in the mountains around Mayun Ridge. There were also 140,000 cavalry guarding the east bank of the Kepitomos River. The remaining troops were scattered in various strongholds and fortresses in Handenar County. In addition to the Bena army, there are nearly 200,000 Lord troops scattered in the Bena province stationed in Handenar County. That is to say, before the reinforcements of Serdek arrived, there were nearly 500,000 Bena troops in Handenar County in the Warsaw Plain. However, these Bena troops have been trapped in Handenar County. This county, although the land is vast and rich in resources, the largest piece of land is the large meadow in the northwest and the mountains in the north. Although these lush lands and mountains are also high-quality resources, they are not like mines that can quickly bring a lot of economic benefits through large-scale mining. In other words, the financial revenue of Handenar County in the Warsaw Plain cannot support the nearly 500,000 soldiers of the Bena army. Almost every quarter, it must purchase food from the southern province of the Green Empire and purchase ordnance from the San Carlos province to maintain the daily attrition of the Warsaw Plain army. Especially in recent years, the situation in the Warsaw Plain has been deteriorating day by day. A large number of nobles have withdrawn from the Warsaw Plain, and the economic situation in Handenar County has been deteriorating. Soldak couldn't understand why Duke Newman still stayed here when the Warsaw Plain was in such a state of ruin. If the Bena Legion could return early, Perhaps the proceeds from the exchange would have already filled the big hole owed in the Warsaw Plain. Just when Serdak was puzzled by this, the liaison officer dismissed the attendants and adjutants in the hall, leaving only the 5 people in charge of the meeting area, and then asked Serdak, and the others said, "When the Duke went to the Warsaw Plain, he had an agreement with Duke Ryan that the Bena army would only operate Handinar County. And they also made a contract." Serdak glanced at the others, who also had expressions of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, they had just heard about this. The liaison officer went on to say, "The Duke also thought about giving up the Warsaw Plain at first, but later he insisted on not giving up Handinar County. One of the reasons was that he heard that Duke Ryan accidentally fell off his horse on the battlefield and was injured. Neck. I thought Duke Ryan wouldn't last long, but I didn't expect that more than 2 years have passed, and he is still lying on the hospital bed. Although he only breathed his last breath, he did not die." This ordinary-looking liaison officer told such a secret, which made everyone present feel like a crowd, and everyone's eyes fell on the liaison officer's face. "Do you mean to say that once Duke Ryan dies, and the magic contract signed by the Duke and Duke Ryan is invalidated, we will have reason to send troops to recover other counties?" Marquis Edmund Arnold made the most crucial point. The liaison officer nodded slightly, and then said, "It is estimated that the Duke will need to sign a Warsaw Plain War agreement with the incoming Duke Quentin. If Duke Quentin wants to get the support of the Bena province, he must give up some of the interests of the Warsaw Plain. And if this cake is only for the province of Bena, it won't be able to eat it. And there should be Grand Dukes from other provinces joining in by then." Louis Fitch, the quartermaster of the logistics department, was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He said to the liaison officer, "In other words, it is not only Quentin Busman who is waiting for old Ryan to die and inherit the title, but the entire Iverson the province and several other Grand Dukes who have alliances with the Busman family are also waiting for the news of Duke Ryan's death. That's probably it." The liaison officer nodded and added, "This time, our Bena Legion is destined to seize an opportunity." After saying that, he took out a scroll from his magic belt, with a simple map of Handinar County printed on it. But there were 2 red arrows clearly marked on it. Although Serdak had never attended the War College, but I can still understand the arrows on the map. The liaison officer's eyes fell on Marquis Edmund Arnold. He pushed the unfolded scroll in front of Marquis Edmund Arnold and said sternly, "According to the combat plan formulated by Duke Newman and the combat command of the Bena Army, this time Marquis Edmund Arnold will lead the Eastern Route Army to the Piramos Ferry on the lower reaches of the Moss River. From here, across the Moss River, it will be the northeastern area of Kornberg. Currently, most of Kornberg has been occupied by the Evil Ghost Legion. You need to go all the way south to capture the north pass of Grey Crow Ridge. Okay, I will camp next to the ferry and wait. I will prepare the materials to build the pontoon in advance." Marquis Edmund Arnold squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the regional map on the coffee table. He seemed to want to know more about Moss, the situation in the area between the river and Grey Crow Ridge. The liaison officer did not continue speaking, but turned to Serdak and said, "Count Serdak, you are going to lead the West Route Army to the north of the Great Meadow to establish a new camp, and gather in front of the East Route Army and the Bena Army. When you forcefully capture Kornberg, all you need to do is resist the Evil Ghost Army rushing down from the direction of Mayun Ridge." Serdak didn't expect that after going around in circles. He led the West Route Army back to the battlefield at the forest camp. Due to his understanding of the Ghost Warriors, he did not want the battlefield to be set on a large grassland. If he had a choice, Serdak would prefer that the battlefield be in the woodland of the mountains. The Ghost Warriors were tall, and would be uncomfortable walking into the woods. They cannot exert their strongest combat power. Serdak had a different view on building the camp in the north of the Big Meadow. So he raised his head from silence and said to the liaison officer, "Can I set up the headquarters in the forest camp?" The liaison officer frowned and said, "This place is too close to Mayun Ridge. Once the Evil Ghost Army on Mayun Ridge rushes down, it will be difficult for your infantry to avoid the Evil Ghost Army." Serdak said without thinking, "The troops I brought here are basically heavy armored infantry regiments. I plan to block the Evil Ghost Army in Moiling in the mountains. If the command post is too far away from the frontline battlefield, it's not conducive to commanding the battle, and I don't intend to give them a chance to rush out from Mayun Ridge this time." The liaison officer stared at Serdak for a moment, and finally compromised. "Okay, I will convey your thoughts to the Duke truthfully." He then looked at Serdak several times before he said seriously, "This time we plan to occupy Kornberg instead of continuing to expand northward. The mountains over there are of little use to us. So your Western Route Army only needs to be able to hold the front line of the forest farm and camp. When the time comes, the Bena Corps here will be transferred to Kornberg's battlefield. The liaison officer had a deep understanding of this battle, and explained in detail the battle plans of the Eastern and Western armies. Two commanders, what you have to do now is to bring the army to the designated area, and then go to the Bena Army Command Post to finalize the specific details of the next combat plan with the Duke. Finally, the liaison officer asked Quartermaster Louis Fitch, how long will it take for the supplies from the Bena Military Logistics Department to arrive at Epsom? Quartermaster Louis Fitch said without thinking, there are still 2 days left before the delivery date agreed with the Southern grain merchants. After the liaison officer finished explaining the last thing, he stood up and said to everyone, okay, two commanders, I have something important to do next. So I will leave Epsom City first, and look forward to our cooperation in the future. Soldak was familiar with Quartermaster Louis Fitch. Looking at the liaison officer's leaving figure, Soldak asked in a low voice, who is that person? The Duke's most trusted follower, and the Duke's chief staff officer. Quartermaster Louis Fitch introduced Soldak in a low voice. Quartermaster Louis Fitch. Look at this time, I brought 50,000 more soldier ants. You must help me with the logistics. I have no other requirements. But I need food that can feed the 50,000 soldier ants. The diet is very extensive. And he eats everything. Soldak took the opportunity to chat with Quartermaster Louis Fitch. Hey, you will cause problems for the military department. I will think of a solution for this. Quartermaster Louis Fitch sighed and said, Chapter 1389 Dance. 100,000 heavy infantrymen of the West Route Army passed through the wide central street of Epsom City and hurriedly left this central city with the largest population and largest building area in the Warsaw Plain. On a sunny slope outside the city, the West Route Army camp is stationed here. According to the logistics department of the military department, the army needs to stay at Epsom City for 2 days to get food supplies for the next half month. However, these foods do not include the rations of ghost-striped soldier ants. As Quartermaster Louis Fitch said, these 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants are the biggest trouble for the military logistics department. The planned supplies do not include ghost-patterned soldier ants. Now even if you want to get them from a batch of food was moved from other places to the ghost-marked soldier ants. But there was no way to raise it immediately in a hurry. 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants are not 50,000 ancient Bolai war horses that eat grass and beans. Although these soldier ants are omnivores and even eat wood and bones. Serdek asked the military it would be nice to purchase a batch of cattle and sheep. The ghost-striped red ants have just trampled the swamp outside Iverson. And now they have entered the outside of Epsom City. The druids only need to drive them into the forest. And these guys can hunt on their own. Of course, they can hunt them by themselves. Before entering the forest area, the cavalry must enter the forest area in advance to confirm that the forest is empty. Otherwise, once they are regarded as prey by this group of soldier ants, they will eat people without spitting out the bones. Cernak currently has no better way to raise these ghost-striped soldier ants. Fortunately, they will eat almost anything in the forest and are not very picky about their food. In addition, the material supply line of the military logistics department is too single, which inevitably makes Soldak a little worried. Once this logistics supply line breaks, it will not be easy to raise enough materials in the Warsaw Plain. Some things must be prepared in advance. Thinking of this, Cernak ran to Helensa City overnight and asked Aphrodite to prepare a supply of supplies in Helensa City for emergencies. The mountain city of Helensa has a population of less than 300,000, and the city is not large. Therefore, the commercial banks in the city will not store too much food. If Aphrodite wants to purchase food, she needs to make a reservation with the commercial bank in advance. However, this kind of thing does not actually require Aphrodite to come forward, as long as she finds a postman to forward Serdak's letter to Karl at the guard camp. Cerdak placed a bag of magic crystals next to the fireplace and watched Aphrodite gently push the cradle. He couldn't help but glance at his daughter, who was as carved as jade in the cradle, and didn't dare to look more. Even if there is some affection in her eyes, Aphrodite, as a mother, will be jealous next to her. The daughter in the cradle seems to like sleeping very much. Every time she is full, she becomes very obedient and sleeps in the cradle until she wakes up from hunger. According to Aphrodite, her daughter was born when she was less than a month old. During this period, she slept when she was full and ate when she woke up. This state will probably last another 7 or 8 months. For Aphrodite, the most obvious change is that her body has become much plumper, especially in some unspeakable places. How is the situation in the Warsaw Plain? His soft lips whispered into Suldek's ear. It has to be said that the succubus is really versatile in this regard, and she seems to be able to easily arouse the desires in Suldek's heart. Serdek turned his head to face Aphrodite's charming face, kissed her, and said casually, "According to the liaison officer sent by Duke Newman, Duke Newman seems to have the idea to expand the occupation area of the Warsaw Plain. Currently, the Bena army only occupies Handenar County. Duke Newman seems to have the idea to occupy Kornberg. It is worth noting what's more. Kornberg County has been occupied and belongs to the territory occupied by the Evil Ghost Legion." The wicker chair was a little overwhelmed by the two people. Aphrodite first asked the maid to carry her daughter back to the next room, and then extinguished the wall lamp in the bedroom, leaving only the dark red charcoal fire in the fireplace. She sat on the thick carpet, put her arms on Serdek's knees, rested her chin on her arms, and looked up at Serdek from below through the faint light. The room was quiet. The curtains were not closed, and you could see the lights of a row of houses across the street reflected through the windows. "Your lord, the Duke, is really ambitious. It seems you want to swallow up Warsaw?" Aphrodite's eyes were charming. This atmosphere did not seem like a good time to talk about things. Serdek stretched out his hand to touch Aphrodite's smooth and pretty face, and said, "I'm afraid the military strength of the Bena province alone is not enough. It depends on whether the Duke can contact the great lords of other provinces. Moreover, the specific date for the capture of Kornberg County has not yet been determined. The specific day to launch the attack depends on when Duke Ryan dies." Aphrodite's eyes were like stars in the night sky, but she chuckled. "It seems that everyone is hoping that the Duke will die soon." Pull Suldek up from the wicker chair. Aphrodite hugged Serdek from behind and breathed warm breath on his neck. Several golden acorns in the fireplace in the room had been completely burned, and there was still a trace of residue in the silver frost-like ashes. Mars. There seemed to be wind in the bedroom, which made the set of wind chimes hanging by the bedside make a sweet tinkling sound. The crisp music seemed to last for a long time. Aphrodite was lying on the bed, with her entire back exposed. 2 patterns of life magic patterns of the ghostly Ant Queen were implanted on her back. Now it seems that the magic patterns have been completely integrated into her body, and the pattern above seems to have undergone some changes. When she runs the magic pattern of life, 2 pairs of magic patterns like insect wings will immediately appear on her back, and as long as she injects a little magic into the magic pattern, the pair of wings will become available behind her, with wings woven by force. She looked like a flower fairy with devil horns on her head. "How come there is such a change?" Serdek is quite familiar with his handiwork. He clearly remembers that the magic pattern implanted at the beginning did not have so many lines, nor did it cover the entire back. Aphrodite seemed to understand the changes in her back very well, and explained to Serdek, "This life magic pattern was implanted into my body. After a period of integration, it became a part of my body. At the same time, my own strength is also growing, especially when it makes up for the wings. The source of power. After the defect, the power I possess has greatly increased, because my power is constantly growing, and the magic pattern behind me is also growing." Finally, Aphrodite concluded, "That is to say, the life magic pattern you implanted in us will have certain growth properties after being integrated into our bodies. It's still like this." Serdek was a little surprised, but at the same time, he seemed to have expected it. After all, the implant was a magic pattern of life. The reason why the life magic pattern on Aphrodite's back changed so much was entirely because she regained her wings and regained her original strength, which made her body make a qualitative leap. So the growth of the life magic pattern became obvious. The noble officials of Epsom City prepared a grand ball for the generals of Bena's reinforcements. This ball was held in the inner courtyard of the city hall. Almost all the capable nobles who still stayed in Epsom City participated in this welcome ball. The highlight of this ball was standing in the inner cloister. It was filled with young girls wearing evening gowns or white gauze skirts, lining up one after another from the beginning of the cloister to the end of the inner cloister, under the illumination of the warm-colored wall lamps in the corridor. The looks of these young girls from Epsom City are still very good, probably considering that the generals of the Bena reinforcements attended the dance, but did not have suitable dance partners. The noble officials of Epsom City spent a lot of thought on this. Seeing so many young and beautiful girls standing here, what Suldek saw in his eyes was the plain of Warsaw. Because of this protracted plain war, it seemed that the ratio of men to women in the entire plain was drastically imbalanced. The sound of melodious music came from under the flower trees in the inner courtyard. As one of the 2 top commanders of the Bena reinforcements, Soldak and Marquis Edmund Arnold enjoyed the highest treatment. The entire journey was conducted by Epsom City Archon Anselm, accompanied by the Marquis of Bradford. The inner courtyard of the city hall looks like a huge garden, and is also the best place to hold dances and receptions. The ornately decorated inner courtyard is surrounded by a high inner cloister, making the space here feel particularly private. And each cloister column here is a beautiful sculpture. There is also a spacious dance floor, even under a tall statue. There is also a podium. The aristocratic lords of Epsom City stood in the inner courtyard with their wives. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and chatted together in twos and threes. Wait until Anselm, Lord Consul Bradford led the generals from Benna's reinforcements and filed into the inner courtyard. A burst of warm applause burst out in the courtyard, and even girls came up to greet Marquis Edmund Arnold and Soldak. The two presented garlands of golden-tailed mandarin ducks. When putting a garland on Serdak's neck, the blonde girl in a low-cut dress stood almost on tiptoes, holding the garland high with her white arms. She came very close, and did not let Soldak bend down. Her bulging breasts almost hit Soldak. Soldak felt that she did it on purpose. Anselm, Lord Archon Bradford strode to the podium, and as he raised his hands, the music and chatter stopped. The inner courtyard suddenly became quiet. This space is relatively noisy, and your voice will be amplified if you stand in the middle of the courtyard. Most of the Bradford family's properties are in the Warsaw Plain. My great-great-great-grandfather was one of the first lords to open up the Warsaw Plain. With the old Duke Busman, he opened up 3 counties on this land. Later, after a long period of development, the Warsaw Plain only had 7 counties. At the beginning, our ancestors also thought that once the Warsaw Plain was invaded by foreign enemies, the 7 counties would build a majestic city that could resist foreign enemies. But now there have been continuous wars in the past few years. In the past 2 years, even from Iversen province has imported a large amount of resources. But the situation in the plain has never improved. And now there are only 3 counties left in the entire Warsaw Plain. And the population is less than half of what it was at its peak. You have come all the way from the Benna province. And all the guests are willing to help us fight against the evil spirits of the hell. As natives of Warsaw, we sincerely express our gratitude. The provinces of Benna and Iversen have had the strongest friendship in the alliance for so many years. And this friendship has indeed withstood the test of time. In the past few years, I have seen Archduke Newman more than I have met Duke Ryan a lot. Please allow me to pay the highest respect to Duke Newman. Anselm, Lord Archon Bradford spoke a lot of words with great emotion. And then the dance began in a cheerful atmosphere. Sure enough, the blonde girl who first laid a wreath for Serdak boldly walked up to Serdak and invited him to dance the first dance. Even Anselm, Marquis Bradford smiled and said to Soldak, Monica is a good girl. I hope Commander Soldak can have an unforgettable night. Serdak didn't know whether this night was unforgettable, but from the look in Samira's eyes, Serdak knew clearly that if he dared to dance with his arms around the blonde girl in front of him during the first dance, some people might suffer very serious consequences. So Serdak decisively refused. And then under the smiling eyes of Gary Decker, he invited the half-elf beauty Samira to dance the first dance. At this dance, Marquis Edmund Arnold's eyes would always fall on Samira and Gary Decker. It wasn't until the dance ended and he walked out of the city hall that the Eastern Route Army commander couldn't help but be curious and asked Soldak, Where did you find them? The female warriors themselves are very you can usually only see them in adventure groups and mercenary groups. And those who can become a second-level powerhouse are even rarer. And you actually have 2 tut-tuts with you. This was the first time that Marquis Edmund Arnold took the initiative to speak to Serdak. What made Serdak a little unacceptable was that he was actually talking about his 2 followers. I met the half-elf archer during the defense battle of Wazamala in the Maka Plain. I cured her arm at that time. I met this heavy-armed musketeer on the big battlefield and later joined my battle group. Serdak didn't hide anything and said truthfully. Marquis Edmund Arnold stood on the steps and reached out to pat Soldak on the shoulder. During the time I stayed in Benna City, many people mentioned you to me, saying how excellent you were, and how you also successfully robbed a piece of fat that was favored by Archduke Newman in the Darkworm Valley of the White Forest Plain. So I was recruited to the Warsaw Plain. To be honest, I didn't think much of you at first, but after these few days of observation, I had to change my initial wrong decision. All your performances prove that you are a very good person. Commander. Here. Maybe we should get acquainted again. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Marquis Edmund Arnold's mouth. And then he said, Hello. Soldak. I am Edmund Arnold. He is the kind of commander who has full charisma and is also very inflammatory when he speaks. However, Serdak stood there a little confused. What did I do? Chapter 1399 in the city. Anselm, the governor of Bradford, gave Serdak a large house in the name of Epsom City Hall. This house is located at number 57. Epsom City's aristocratic neighborhood. The buildings in the house are all decorated. They all have a sense of age, because the plants in the garden have not been pruned for a long time. They are not only overgrown with weeds, but also tangled with many vines and trees, making the entire garden look like a lush forest. It is said that the owner of this courtyard has fled back to Iverson City, and because he runs a trading house in Epsom City, he owes the Epsom City Hall a tax. But the owner of the courtyard does not seem to intend to use it. He would pay with gold coins or magic crystals. So the territory and manor he left in Epsom City became the public property of the Epsom City Hall. Before the dance, Serdak only had time to place Selena, Zigna, Nika and Naomi there, and left the two-headed ogre to protect them. So he hurriedly took Samira and Jolly Decker heads to the town hall for a dance. After attending the dance, Serdak returned to the house with Samira and Gary Decker. The three of them walked along the unfamiliar streets of the Noble Quarter, looking for the number 57 house in the Noble Quarter under the dim streetlights. Although it is in an aristocratic neighborhood, there are still a large number of refugees stranded in Epsom City sitting on both sides of the street. Judging from their clothing, these people seem to have had a decent life. Their clothes are not dirty or torn. But now there he could only sleep on the streets of Epsom City, pitching a tent on the street with some luggage next to the tent. When Serdak, Samira, and Gary Decker passed by on horseback on the street, someone would curiously poke their heads out of the tent to check out the situation. These people are probably people who have fled from other counties. The fact that they can stay in the noble neighborhoods without being driven out shows that they are a group of people with status. At least the family members of a certain knight, or the down-and-out nobles. Because those wealthy and capable nobles should have returned to Iverson City by this time. And they were either waiting in line to wait for the portal to open for a limited time, or they simply did not have the ability to purchase the expensive portal pass. Although the conditions here are very limited, there are drinking water pools at every intersection, which means that these fleeing people are at least guaranteed drinking water. Through the cracks in the tent, those eyes fell on Serdak, Samira, and Gary Decker. There was envy, admiration, gratitude, but also suspicion, sympathy, and pity. Mom, look, there are two female knights on the street. I also want to put on a suit of armor and take my sword with me to the battlefield. A girl hiding in the tent whispered to the sad-looking lady behind her. How could you have such strange thoughts? The middle-aged lady looked up at her daughter and touched her forehead with her hand. Following her daughter's gaze, through the gap at the tent door, she saw three knights riding horses slowly passing by on the street. Two of the knights were actually women. I also attended the war college to learn combat skills. The girl mustered up the courage to say, Don't be stupid. Your father has already died in Basamusa. I don't want to lose you again. The middle-aged lady quickly covered her daughter's mouth. The middle-aged lady was worried that what her daughter said would be heard by others, and someone would take her away tomorrow morning. But they are two knights. I really envy them for their heroic appearance. And I also want to avenge my father. The girl broke away forcefully and said loudly. The middle-aged lady opened the tent curtain to let her daughter see clearly, and then whispered in her ear, Look at what kind of armor they are wearing. Your father has never been able to wear those things in his life. When will you grow up and wake up? They are not ordinary warriors. They are construct knights. She took the word constructed knight very seriously. But how long are we going to stay here? The girl lost her temper instantly and said with some dejection. The middle-aged lady quickly held her daughter in her arms and whispered comfort. Be patient. Maybe it will be our turn to pass through the portal tomorrow. As long as we return to Iverson, we can live a good life. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head, turned to her mother and said, Mom, to be honest, I don't have that much expectation for Iverson. Rather than entering Iverson through the portal, I hope they can help me transfer Barcelona to Iverson. Musa County is back, and I kind of want to go home. When the middle-aged lady heard what the girl said, her eyes were full of sadness again, and she just murmured in a low voice, I'm afraid there is nothing but evil spirits in the house now. How can we go back? The dim yellow street lights could only leave a little mottled shadow on the lampposts. The dark night made the war-torn Epsom City even more desolate. As a second-level powerhouse, Serdak has 5 senses that are many times more sensitive than ordinary people. Although the mother and daughter talked in a low voice, Serdak could still hear them very clearly. In addition to the conversation between the two of them, Serdek heard other sounds. Among the voices of these discussions, some people were even suspicious of them. Look! Another group of poor ghosts came from outside. I don't know if they will cry when they see the evil ghosts. Don't say that to people. They are here to help us. They are here to make money from the war. But they don't know if there are life flowers. Serdek could only touch his nose awkwardly, pretending that he couldn't hear their conversation at all. At night, Samira's light red eyes become particularly bright. She likes to follow Serdek on horseback, so that she can quietly look at his back. A group of guard camp knights came towards them. After getting closer, several guard camp knights saw clearly the magic pattern structure and noble badges on Serdek's body. The group of people quickly saluted Serdek. Serdek could only pull the reins to stop and return the military salute. Serdek originally planned to leave directly, but before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "How far is the number 57 house in the noble neighborhood from here?" The pair of knights from the guard camp stopped, and the leading knight captain replied, "It's not too far. Turn left at the crossroads in front, and walk through 3 houses to get there." The knight captain paused for a moment before asking respectfully, "Sir, do you need us to guide you?" After hearing this, Serdek waved his hand and said, "Oh, no need. I went there once during the day. I should be able to find it." After saying that, he took Samira and Gary Decker and continued walking along the street. The crisp sound of horse hooves could be heard far in the dim street. Serdek just walked around the streets, and he could see some clues. The huge city of Epsom now had no defense force at all. Chapter 1391 Night. The current situation in Epsom City is very special. Even though the streets and alleys in Epsom City are crowded with refugees who have fled from the other 4 counties, at least half of the houses in the aristocratic neighborhoods of the city are currently empty. There were so many people in the city all of a sudden, but the Real Defense Force was pitifully small. Serdek and his party passed through most of the aristocratic neighborhoods, but unexpectedly encountered only one guard camp knight. This situation is very rare even in the city of Helensa, which has a good public security situation. Generally speaking, the aristocratic neighborhood is a neighborhood that the guard camp focuses on. And now there are a large number of refugees gathered in Epsom City. If patrol routes are arranged according to normal thinking, the aristocratic neighborhood will also be a top priority. But now Serdek is walking on the streets. There were no guard camp knights to be seen at all. After thinking about it, there can only be one situation. The defense force in the city is extremely weak. In other words, most of the soldiers in Epsom City may be on the frontline battlefield. Seeing the current situation in the Warsaw Plain, the lords of Iverson province may not continue to send more troops in order to avoid greater losses, or may even withdraw their lords' troops from the battlefield. But those knights, who have lived in the plain of Warsaw for several generations, and have truly made their homes here, have no way to retreat. If the front line is short of troops, they will not hesitate to add more to the battlefield. For them, this battle is not a plain war, but a battle to defend their home. Once the war fails, their home may be lost. Many times, Serdek has a deeper understanding of the battlefield than others, because he is the one who really crawled out from the dead and understands the cruelty of the battlefield better. He knows very well what the weaknesses of the evil ghost warriors are. Serdek did not expect that the current situation in the Warsaw Plain would turn out to be like this. He also did not expect that the Lord's army in Iverson province had begun to collapse across the board, and even the last 2 counties were unable to garrison. However, Duke Newman actually still holding back and looking for the final chance to make a comeback, to make him resolutely give up so much fat on the Belan Plain, and then move to the battlefield of Warsaw Plain thousands of miles away, and still be reluctant to quit here after 8 years of hard work. Serdek, he couldn't guess what it was about this place that attracted him so much. Serdek rushed to the gate of house number 57, and saw that the gate of the house was completely open. Some refugees stood timidly in front of the gate and peeked inside, while some carried their luggage into the yard. The front courtyard of the house was actually full of tents at this time. It was so late, and Zigna and Nika were not sleeping. These tenants were not poor in the true sense, so no one had any need to pay. They have to build a porridge pot or something, and they have to provide for their food and clothing. These refugees just can't find a place to stay in this city for the time being. The 2-headed ogre Guilladum is sitting on the steps of the main house, looking at a statue of a knight behind him. Now Guilladum is sleeping soundly, and the good brother Brainflower's eyes are as wide as bells, observing about the situation in the front yard. Seeing Serdek, Samira, and Gary Decker return to the house, Signa ran up first and took advantage of Serdek to lead the horse to the stable. She told him about the situation. In short, she and Nika felt pity for the children sleeping on the street. So they persuaded the soft-hearted Selina to allow these people to set up tents in the yard. Serdek led the horses to the stable, and a cavalryman took over the horses of Serdek. Samira and Gary Decker. We will leave Epsom City the day after tomorrow. How are you going to deal with these people then? Will you invite them out? Or let them live in this courtyard? Soldak turned and looked at Signa, who was following him. Reached out and touched her head. Signa blinked her big black grape-like eyes, tilted her head, and said to Soldak, If no one drives them out, they can stay there. Soldak held Signa's weak shoulders and asked Nika to follow him. Then he walked towards the main house and said as he walked, But if no one takes care of this place, they may turn the entire yard into a garbage dump, and may remove all the valuable things from the house. I am not questioning that all of them are thieves, but it is inevitable that there will be more people. There are some people with bad behavior. I can't leave guards here. What are you going to do? How are you going to protect my property? Signa looked embarrassed when she heard Soldak say this. When she invited these people in, she didn't think so much at all. Nika followed, also stunned, not knowing how to answer Serdak's question. The two of them obviously wanted to help the people on the street as much as they could. But in fact, this harmed Serdak's interests. At this time, Selina was seen walking out of the shadows. She was wearing a black robe and a hood on her head, which could almost perfectly blend herself into the darkness. She said to Soldak, They are not refugees themselves. They are just temporarily staying in Epsom City. Many of these people are even nobles, and belong to the down-and-out nobles. But I believe they can maintain the hygiene here, and they will not someone when to move the furniture in the house. But in fact, all the things that can be moved in this house have been moved, and the remaining items are not worth moving. Soldak stretched out his other hand and put his arm around Selina's soft waist, and the group walked into the house through the side door. So your next step is to develop these people to become believers of the goddess of the night? Serdek asked Selina in a low voice. Selina took a deep look at Soldak. Her eyes were gentle, and she met his gaze and said, At least plant a seed in their hearts. Serdek pinched Selina's cheek and said casually, You, the divine envoy, really do your duty. I hope the goddess of the night can feel your piety. Selina turned her face away, took Signa's little hand, waved to Nika, and said, Of course she can feel it. In fact, she knows more than you think. Signa, Nika, you sleep with me tonight, and your master bedroom is at the end of the corridor on the second floor. After saying that, he walked to the bedroom on the first floor without looking back, leaving only Soldak, Samira and Gary Decker in the hall on the first floor. Gary Decker immediately looked at Samira alertly, and said immediately the next second, Well, I'm really a little tired today. I'm going to rest first. After saying that, he took 3 steps and 2 steps up the stairs with his long legs, and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Only Serdek and Samira were left in the hall on the first floor. Chapter 1392 Old Friend. In the early morning, Samira walked out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel, and put on tight-fitting light leather armor in the bedroom. She pushed open the terrace door, and stood on the large terrace on the second floor. She could see that the front courtyard was filled with various felt tents. After climbing a set of stairs, she could reach another terrace. From here, she could see the backyard. The large garden that had not been trimmed for a long time looked like an airtight primitive jungle. Samira was in a good mood, and her eyes fell on an umbrella-shaped tree in the back garden. The dense canopy of the tree seemed to be home to a group of appendix-shaped copper-billed sparrows. She couldn't help but take out the sky strike bow and wanted to shoot down from the tree. A bird comes. Do you want to kill them? A sweet voice came from the ridge behind Samira. Samira put down the sky strike bow and turned to look at Signa, who was sitting on the tiles with her knees in her arms. Signa shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile to Samira, Those birds, I think they are not very tasty. We actually have better choices. Right. Her big dark eyes flickered, looking very beautiful under the morning sun, with her loose curly hair and fair face. She looks a bit like Selina, but completely different. Samira had to admit that when Signa was quiet, even a second-level powerhouse like her couldn't sense her aura. What do you want to say? Samira turned around and looked at the weird little girl. Signa looked at Samira and said very seriously, I can take you to catch better prey and let those birds go. Samira put the sky strike bow back on her back and asked curiously, Where are you taking me? Signa cheered, slid down the rubble, then stood in front of Samira, cheered and said, Go out with Dak. We will go wherever he goes. I know he will definitely go out today. And it shouldn't be to the military camp. Let's go out with him. When the time comes, we will definitely find more interesting prey. He doesn't want to take me, but he will definitely take you. Then I will follow you secretly. Samira realized that she had been plotted by Zigna, and she wanted to refuse. She didn't want to have many clingy little troubles around her. But just when Samira was about to refuse the answer, Zigna's big eyes were suddenly filled with "Next time, I will help you create opportunities like last night." And Samira immediately changed her mind. Extend your palm. A crisp clap sounded on the terrace, frightening a few sparrows hiding under the eaves. Serdek left the house on horseback. This time he still wanted to take Samira and Gary Decker with him. Originally, Signa and Nico were going to stay in the house here with Selena, Naomi, and Gulitem. But what Soldak didn't expect was that Signa didn't know how to use it. He actually succeeded in convincing Samira, and the two actually rode the same horse together. He knew Samira's character very well. She was the kind of person who hated trouble the most, and he didn't know what Zigna used to impress her. When a few people went out, the refugees who lived in the front courtyard had already started to light a fire and cook. Almost all of them looked at Serdek and his party with curious and grateful eyes. There were really a lot of people on the streets in Epsom City, but no one blocked the avenue, so it was smooth all the way to the city gate. A large number of people waiting to leave the city gathered at the city gate. There was a long queue. There were more people entering the city. The queue was longer, and the inspection was more stringent. Many people in the queue were planning to enter the city. They were all stopped one after another, and then driven out by the city gate guards. Serdek was riding a horse, and was in the queue leaving the city, probably because of the noble badge he wore on his chest. He left the city smoothly. When those people crowded on the suspension bridge saw Serdek coming out on horseback, they all moved away to the sides. Take the initiative to make a way out. When Soldek left the city this time, he did not intend to inspect the Western Route Army camp. After walking out of the city, he discovered that there were at least tens of thousands of refugees gathered outside the city. These refugees seemed to be crowded at the city gate. Some people have set up simple tents. Some people are simply lying on blankets or mats. Some people have built pergolas. And some people are simply lying there under the cover of the sky. These refugees, almost all of them, are civilians. And most of them are old people, women and children. The queue entering the city was at least 2 kilometers away, but not even 1/3 of the people could agree with the conditions for entering the city. Why don't those city gate guards let them enter the city? Zigna asked curiously, sitting in Samira's arms. Maybe there won't be enough room in the city. Samira answered with one arm around her, and the other holding the reins. Don't the portals send away a large number of people every day? Zigna asked doubtfully. Who knows? Samira didn't care about this. In her eyes, there was only Soldek's back. Compared to the city of Epsom, the world outside the city seemed more real. A large number of refugees crowded at the city gate. After finally getting out, he clearly remembered that John and Lisa's home was on the hillside opposite a field of sunflowers outside the city. Now, the sunflower field can no longer be found. There are various simple wooden houses built on the hillside. Some wooden houses are even connected together and covered with some simple rainproof tarpaulins. This shanty town originally formed a strip along the river outside the city, and there were even 1 or 2 houses scattered in other places. But now it is overwhelming, and the slopes on both sides of the river are crowded with various simple wooden houses. These wooden houses are so dense that you can't see the end at a glance. After leading the Lord's army for so long, Serdek has some experience in estimating the number. According to his estimate, there must be at least hundreds of thousands of people living in this shanty town outside Epsom. Just by looking at it, you will feel that it is a bit big. Serdek even wanted to give up the idea in his heart, but he just thought of the faces in his memory. And then he bravely walked through the dilapidated wooden houses. Looking at these dilapidated wooden houses from a distance, it seems that you can still see intermittent alleys. But when Soldek breaks in on horseback, you will find that the roads in this kind of shantytown are actually so narrow. And there are also the alleys extend in all directions. But these alleys are never straight. As you walk, you will find that you have strayed far away from the direction you want to go. Fortunately, he was riding a horse and wearing a noble badge on his chest. This showed his noble status, and would automatically keep many civilians away from them. There are many thieves here, and Serdek can tell from their timid eyes. Most of these thieves are poor. When they stare at Serdek and his party on horseback, they look like the red-eyed hyena, which had been starving for half a month in the wilderness. Looked at the lions, although it was terribly afraid, driven by hunger. The desire in its eyes was swallowing up the last bit of timidity bit by bit. They saw Samira, who was wearing dark red tight-fitting leather armor. And when they saw that she was holding Zigna in her arms, they wanted to surround her. Once you are surrounded by them, something may inevitably be missing from you. The hands that couldn't help but stretch towards Sammy were like the clusters of bones-like hands that stretched out from the bloody door every time he summoned Count Fornac to come out. These people crowded up, wanting to touch the horse under Samira, wanting to touch her calves wearing greaves. The next moment, Samira's body overflowed with a murderous intent that only comes from the battlefield. The kind of thick murderous intent that only penetrates into the body after her hands are covered with blood. This group of refugees who were not qualified to enter Epsom City were like a swarm of smelly flies, scattering with a boom. They were a group of cowards who did not have the courage to go to the battlefield. And they were also a group of forgotten people. They lost their last bit of courage in their continuous escape, and no one even cared about their life or death. Cerdak regretted a little. If he had brought a cavalry squad with him when he came out this time, there might not have been so much trouble. After all this trouble, the group of people was completely lost in this shantytown, except for the city wall of Epsom City in the distance. There was no reference anywhere. Cerdak could only ask around. Cerdak began to ask the poor people sitting at the door of the wooden house about John and Lisa. When mentioning the name John, no one knew it at first. But after asking for a long time, there are always people who know a few people named John. After all, this name is very common. If you continue to chat, you will find that the age and identity of the owners of these names are difficult to match the catapult that Soldak is looking for. Repairman? In fact, Zigna couldn't understand what Cerdak was looking for. She originally thought that Cerdak would go around the military camp and then inspect the terrain around Epsom City. Because tomorrow, the West Route Army would let's get out of here. At least figure out where to go. But he didn't expect that Cerdak would plunge into the slums and ask around about the two people. Finally, I found out about John and Lisa in a shantytown. There were quite a few people here who knew about the couple. And the John they described exactly matched the person in Soldak's memory. Cerdak let out a long breath, knowing that he had come to the right place. He selected a big boy who was most active from the crowd and threw him a silver coin. Soldak said to him, "You take us to find him. When we find him, I will give you some more money." The big boy quickly caught the silver coin and wiped it hard on the linen clothes on his chest. He looked at the luster on the silver coin with a look of surprise, then licked his face and asked, "Can you give me something to eat?" "Certainly." Cerdak took out a baked wheat cake from his linen pocket and threw it to him. So Soldak saw the wooden house in his memory. The house they live in is still the same dilapidated wooden house as before. But this area has now become the center of a slum, spreading outward from here to the distant hillside. There are wooden huts like huts everywhere. If Cerdak were to find it by himself, he might not be able to find it even if it takes 10 days and a half. The big boy who took a silver coin as a reward cheered, then got into the alley next to him and disappeared. Soldak's eyes fell on some wooden tables and chairs placed at the door of the wooden house. These simple furniture seemed to have not been painted. He jumped off the horse, led Gubalai Ma, and stood at the door of the wooden house. The look in his eyes revealed a kind of remembrance. That kind of look is like a longing for the past. It seems like a long time, but in fact it hasn't been that long. Until a man came out of the wooden house with an oil drum and a brush. He was about to paint the families at the door with varnish. But it was hard not to notice the 3 tall ancient Bolin horses at the door. He squinted. He looked over with some hesitation. "Hey, John! Long time no see." Cerdak let go of the reins in his hands, strode over, and hugged the man's broad shoulders with both hands. The man gradually woke up from his confusion. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at Soldak and said excitedly, "You are the knight of Cerdak. Have you become a noble first?" "Oh my God!" Samira, Gary Decker, and Signa stood quietly in the back. In fact, they knew that Soldak had served in the military in the Warsaw Plain. But they didn't expect that he would actually come here. Find someone. John's waist looked thicker. He had a big belly, and he was bald on top of his head. However, he looked very energetic. He turned around and shouted into the wooden house. "Lisa! Lisa! Come and take a look! Look who's coming! It's Lord Soldak who's back." There was a sound of running footsteps in the house, and a woman wearing an apron ran out of the wooden house, holding a 5- or 6-year-old boy in her hand. After inviting Soldak into the wooden house, Lisa took the boy and ran to the kitchen to boil water and make tea. However, John was a little at a loss as he looked at Soldak sitting on the wooden sofa and couldn't help but murmur, "Why are you back? Why are you back at this time? Now the Warsaw plane is almost rotten to the core." Serdak looked at the furnishings in the house with a smile. Although a lot of furniture was added, most of the places remained as they were. "Someone has to come back and clean up this mess." "Right," Soldak said calmly. John looked straight at the magic pattern structure on his body, and finally discovered Soldak's changes belatedly. He quickly asked Samira and Gary Decker to sit down. Looking at Signa, who was as delicate as a porcelain doll, he asked with some concentration, "Is this your daughter? She's already so old." "Yeah, even so," Soldak admitted naturally. Signa was not moved at all, and even gave Soldak a blank look, as if she was dissatisfied that he had taken advantage of her. Samira looked at the wooden house very curiously, and even looked across the corridor and landed on Lisa's back in the kitchen. "Are you here with the Bena reinforcements this time?" John asked. Serdak nodded again. "Since you have already served in the military in the Warsaw Plain, even the military has no reason to let you do it again." John thought that Soldak had been treated unfairly by the military, so he was a little aggrieved. "I can't refuse this recruitment," Soldak said while sitting on the sofa. He paused and then said, "Besides, I have a reason to come back. My brothers are still lying in the mountains. I want to take them home this time. In addition, the evil spirits on Moyun Ridge still owe me something. This time I plan to get them all back together." Chapter 1393 Farewell. "Dak, you can't be so unreasonable," John said with some surprise. Sitting opposite Soldak, he secretly took a look at the two overly beautiful female construct knights beside Serdak. They exuded a strong aura that even made him dare not take another look. He lowered his head and could only use the corner of his eyes. He secretly looked at the boots on their feet and the greaves covering their calves. The patterns on the greaves dazzled John's eyes. Then John realized that he was still wearing the leather apron from work, and the pungent smell of varnish still lingered on his rough hands. "This matter is a knot in my heart that I will never get over in my life. It is filled with too many things that I cannot let go of." When Serdak said these words, his whole person became very emotional. Samira and Gary Decker rarely saw Soldak reveal his true feelings, so they looked at Soldak curiously. They didn't expect that Serdak would actually say this to a civilian carpenter. John, the stocky and strong catapult maintenance carpenter in the past, has now become much older, with almost all the hair on his head falling out. At first glance, he looks like an out-and-out middle-aged uncle. The majority of the furniture in the living room is made of wooden furniture, and it can be seen that it is John's craftsmanship. He and Lisa live a dull and difficult life. "I thought you had already left here, but I didn't expect to meet again," Serdak smiled and said happily. John wiped his lips with some embarrassment and replied honestly, "I am a deserter with no identity. Where can I go?" Serdak asked a little strangely. "Supposedly, the deadline for the military department to verify the number of casualties has long passed. I thought you would change your identity and wait for the opportunity to buy 2 teleportation passes and leave here." Hearing what Soldak said, John frowned and said with some distress, "Want to leave here? It's not easy for civilians like us." "Dak, do you know what has seen the fastest price rise in Epsom City in recent years?" Without even waiting for Soldak to think about it, John gave the answer. "Portal Pass." John let out a long sigh, as if he had finally found a friend to talk to, and poured out all the bitterness in his belly. He continued, "Every time I save a sum of money, the price of the Portal Pass will increase a lot. The little money I save every year is not enough to increase the price of the Portal Pass. For us, it seems that saving money is not enough. The money to buy those 3 Portal Passes is always a little bit behind." The difficulty of life made John wipe the moist corners of his eyes. Lisa had already boiled a pot of water and made several cups of wheat tea and brought them over. John probably didn't want his wife to see his depressed look, so he rubbed his face vigorously, cheered up and asked Soldak, "Let's talk about what you have experienced in the past few years. I think it must be very exciting." Serdak wanted to say, "John, do you want to do something big with me this time? If it works, I can take Lisa out of here openly. If it doesn't work, I can also find a way to send them back to Bena province." But when the words reached his mouth, he stopped again. After waiting for a while, he said to John, "You can pack your luggage later. Try not to bring those heavy luggage. I will send you out of the Warsaw Plain. But when you get to Iverson City, if you can't buy a magic airship, don't waste your ferry tickets in the city. Find a way to go to the neighboring province by land, and transfer to the magic airship from there to return to Bena City." John didn't expect that Serdek would talk about this when he came up, and was stunned for a moment. Happiness came a little too suddenly, and he couldn't even believe his ears. Dak. John wanted to confirm again, but Soldak reached out and patted his shoulder, and then said, "No matter what, don't refuse this time. Don't forget that we are comrades in need who came from the Great Meadow together. Now I still have some ability to send your family back to Iverson City. Next time we meet, I don't know when and where it will be yet." Lisa stood at the door of the kitchen holding her son. When Soldak said that he could send the family back to Iverson, her face immediately became ecstatic. He pulled his son and ran to John's side, and said excitedly, "John, can we go home?" This call woke John up from his trance. He nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, Duck said he can send our family out this time." Lisa cheered, hugged John, who was seriously out of shape, and squeezed the confused son between them. Samira and Gary Decker, who were sitting nearby, looked at each other. Neither of them said a word from beginning to end. After Lisa confirmed the good news, she immediately started packing. John was a little confused about the custom-made wooden furniture at the door. The last 3 coats of paint had not yet been applied. There were still 2 days until the delivery date, but he was about to leave Epsom City. At this time, it was too late to do anything else. The other party had already paid the deposit. So after thinking about it, he had to go to the neighbor next door. The neighbor next door was the shoemaker. John asked him for help. If someone came to his house in 2 days, he asked them to dry the wooden tables and chairs outside the house. The neighbor readily agreed to move out and promised to help John keep an eye on the wooden tables and chairs. John looked at his neighbor, who had been with him for several years, and thought of how the shoemaker had helped him when building the wooden house when he first arrived. So he said to him, if he doesn't see his family back after a week, this wooden house will be given to the shoemaker's family. The shoemaker was obviously a little unable to react. Hearing John's explanation of the matter, he thought John had committed something. Seeing John striding away, he wanted to catch up and ask if there was anything he could do to help, such as what Lisa and his son should do in the future. How to live. Seeing that the shoemaker was about to chase him out for questioning, the shoemaker's 2 wives immediately grabbed him and let him see clearly the 3 horses tied at the door of John's house through the glass window. He angrily yelled, "Are you stupid? If John commits something, do you think those night lords will give him time to arrange these trivial matters?" It took a scolding from the 2 wives to give up the little idea in the shoemaker's mind. It's not until it's time to leave that you realize how reluctant you are to leave. Lisa almost wanted to pack up everything in the house and take it away. After several attempts by John, Lisa reluctantly threw away most of her luggage, took only 4 boxes of clothes, and reluctantly left the wooden house. Serdek and his party only had 3 horses, so there was no way for so many people to ride together. For suitcases of luggage were hung on the hooks of the saddles. Samira was riding ahead with Zigna in her arms, and Gary Decker was holding him in his arms. John's son followed behind, and Soldak, John, and Lisa could only walk through the chaotic slum area ahead. John, who had lived here for many years, explained to Soldak the demarcation of this slum area. In fact, the huge slums outside the city have very clear regional divisions. For example, where John lives, even in the old city of the slums, there are some old families living there, and the security here is also the most stable. The other 4 counties in the Warsaw Plain fell one after another. A large number of refugees poured into Epsom City from all over the country. Most civilians could not enter the city, and had to live in the slums outside the city. The influx of large numbers of people also disturbed the security here. What a mess. Therefore, in order to allow the people in the slums outside the city to have a stable life, the aristocratic managers divided the civilian area into 5 areas. The residents of the slums are responsible for the security of each area. They can form a security team or a mercenary group. Okay, as long as it can maintain law and order in the area. The residents of the old district where John lived had some savings, considering that it would be difficult to form a security team to suppress the foreign refugees. The residents of the old district actually spent a sum of money to hire a mercenary group to maintain security here. Although the hiring price of the mercenary group is very expensive, the population base of the slums is actually quite large, and it doesn't actually cost much money to distribute it to each person. The old streets in the slums of the outer city are the places with the best security because they are patrolled by mercenary groups. The slightly worse situation is in the slums in the north of the city, and the worst security situation is in the slums on the south side of the city gate, because refugees no matter where they come from will gather here first. After they gradually become familiar with the situation in Epsom City, will be dispersed to other places. Over time, a large group of thieves and scoundrels gathered in the slum area of South City Gate. Samira rode in the front, and the powerful aura possessed by the second-level construct knight made the refugees and thieves on the street move away. John seemed to know how chaotic this place was. He even had an axe in his waist, and was constantly staring at the surroundings with vigilance. When Serdek and his party arrived at the city gate, they discovered that the queue to enter the city during the day was at least several times longer than in the morning. It was winding like a long dragon, and many people were braving the scorching afternoon Sunday. His lips were chapped due to the sun, but he still waited persistently for inspection by the city gate guards. A group of guard knights were fully armed and stood at the city gate to maintain order here. Serdek did not go to the end of the long queue, but led a group of people directly to the city gate. The city gate guard saw the exquisite noble badge pinned on the chest of Serdek's leather armor, and immediately saluted Serdek, and then used the spear in his hand to stop a family of civilians who were preparing to enter the city, and let Serdek and his party people pass first. The city gate guards did not even conduct any inspection on Serdek, and the people seemed to have long been accustomed to this privilege belonging to the nobles. They didn't dare to complain or even look up at Soldek. Many people in the long queue stared at John's family angrily, seeing the family of three being sandwiched between Soldek, Samira and others. They hurried into Epsom City with jealousy and malice in their eyes, and even silent curses in his mouth. John's family of three were frightened by the refugees gathered at the city gate. They had been living in the most secure area of the slums recently. They heard that the city gate was relatively chaotic, but they didn't expect it to become like this. The eyes of those thieves and scoundrels are full of greed and cruelty, and there are even some desperados. When they walked into the city and saw the streets crowded with refugees, John and Lisa were even more shocked. They had never expected that Epsom City would become like this. The original Epsom City was not like this. John held Lisa in his arms and stood timidly on the side of the street, looking at the chaotic scene in the city with a blank expression. Epsom City is very big. If you choose to walk with your legs, you want to pass through the slums, business districts and rich areas, and finally reach the portal in the central square of the aristocratic district. I don't know how long it will take to walk. It is conservatively estimated to take half a mile. Night. Although there are currently very few magic caravans driving on the streets of the city, four-wheeled trucks converted from magic caravans can be seen everywhere. Many trucks loaded with supplies hurried through the streets, some heading outside the city, and some delivered to various neighborhoods in the city. With the fall of the 4 outer counties, the farmland around Epsom County simply cannot meet the daily needs of so many people. Today, although Epsom City still has a certain production capacity, most of the material supplies almost rely on transportation from Epsom City. This is the main reason why the portal is so busy every day. Serdek stood on the side of the street and waited for a moment before he saw a 4-wheeled carriage bearing the badge of the Bena military department hurriedly approaching from outside the city. 200,000 Bena reinforcements were stationed outside Epsom City, and almost every day supplies had to be transported from the portal to the camp outside the city. Serdek stood on the side of the street, waiting for the carriage from Bena's military headquarters. He stopped a carriage casually. When the carriage driver saw Soldek, Samira and Gary Decker, he immediately jumped out of the carriage. He didn't even need Soldek's instructions. He only saw John and Lisa, a family of 3, standing there, surrounded by Lord Serdek. There was still no understanding of what was going on. In compliance with Soldek's order, John and his family were seated in the cargo box of the carriage, and the group came to the central square of Epsom City. The central square is the most crowded place in Epsom City than the entrance to the South City. The huge portal is almost crowded with people, and the people crowded here are not civilians. Many nobles carrying exquisite suitcases are also queuing up quietly in the designated area. Each of them has a hand in his hand. There was even a parchment paper teleportation pass on it. But the problem now is that even if you have a teleportation pass, even if you have a distinguished noble status, even if you have money in your pocket, you still need to wait patiently if you want to pass through this teleportation gate. Everyone is here quietly waiting for a car. A 4-wheeled carriage loaded with supplies drove out through the portal. There are some vehicle wreckage next to the portal. I don't know how it happened, but the magic caravan actually crashed like that. Seeing Serdek looking at the remains of the carriage at the teleportation door with a puzzled look on his face, the carriage driver from the logistics department immediately explained to Serdek that the reason why the carriage crashed like that was because the teleportation gate was blocked. The carriages from both directions of Iverson City and Epsom City want to enter the portal. Once the two sides collide in the portal, the magic center of the portal will not be able to maintain the space channel. And the final result will be a car crash and death. So every time you pass through the portal, both parties have agreed on the way to pass. The four-wheeled trucks of the Bena military headquarters also had to wait patiently in this square. Their passage time was around 5 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 1394 Epperson's Tears. Many people can't seem to understand that a magic storage belt connected to the subdimensional space can at least fill a carriage full of goods. But why the logistics department uses magic airships and four-wheeled carriages to transport these military supplies? First, it takes a certain amount of mana to open the space in the magic pocket. In addition to magicians, only some warriors with magic and martial arts skills, and those with rank 2 or above can use magic pockets. The second issue is the transportation cost. These military supplies don't need to be transported by carriages and magic airships. Do you think we have to hire magicians to move things around? Of course. It is not impossible to use a magic belt to transport military supplies through the teleportation hall. But compared with the cost of a four-wheeled carriage, the difference is not that big. Carriages loaded with supplies drove out of the portal. After passing through the portal, these carriages needed to leave quickly from the portal to avoid blocking the vehicles behind them in the portal and causing unnecessary losses. Cerdak saw more and more four-wheeled carriages from the Bena military logistics department gathering in the corner of the central square, and he had no patience to wait any longer. So Soldak said to the coachman sitting on the driver's seat, "I don't have time to find Quartermaster Louis Fitch now. Where is your highest officer? I mean, he can be found here." The carriage driver knew that Soldak was a big shot, so he naturally did not dare to neglect him. He immediately pointed to not far away, and standing at the edge of the square, an officer dispatching the carriage said, "That is our Captain Ivan Henderson." Soldak gestured to the coachman to show that he understood, and then strode over. Four-wheeled carriages from Bena's military headquarters continued to gather and return. Captain Ivan Henderson directed the trucks to be lined up in the corner of the square. He carefully checked each four-wheeled truck. It wasn't until Soldak stood in front of him and tapped Captain Ivan Henderson on the shoulder with a riding crop in his hand that he turned around and looked over. Ivan Henderson immediately saluted Soldak and greeted, "Good afternoon, Commander. It's good that you know me." Soldak nodded and said directly to Captain Ivan Henderson, "Captain Ivan Henderson, I have 3 people who need help from your logistics department. What's the problem with bringing Iverson back?" "No, Commander Cerdak," Captain Ivan Henderson said, patting his chest. "Okay, I'll leave the man to you." Soldak nodded and said. Then, they brought John and Lisa's family to Captain Ivan Henderson. Under the arrangement of Captain Ivan Henderson, John and his family boarded another empty four-wheel carriage. After making arrangements for John and his family, Soldak did not stop in the central square. He said a simple goodbye to John, got on his horse, and walked towards the house at number 57 in the Noble Street district. Samira took Zigna, and together with Gary Decker, the 2 war horses followed Cerdak side by side. There were many pedestrians on the street, and Cerdak and others were walking among the crowd on horseback. "Tell me about the old Epsom city," Samira said towards Soldak. Cerdak turned to look at Samira and said, "Actually, I was just passing by here. I was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery of this city. I just remembered that this city is very big." After speaking, he couldn't help but look around. Pointing at the chaotic market, he said to Samira, "At that time, the situation in the Warsaw Plain was not so bad. The Royal Knights won the battle on the Kempado River. There were many business groups gathered in the city, and they were everywhere along the streets. What impressed me the most was the magic grocery store. The most special thing about the grocery store here is that you can gamble on magic cores. Almost every grocery store has this business. Do you know what gambling magic core is?" Cerdak asked with a smile. "Usually, the magic core obtained from the skull of a first-level monster is put into a plate, and then everyone will buy it at a low price. Of course, if you have magic crystal fragments, you should be able to protect your capital. If there is nothing in it, you will lose money. But if you can get the magic crystal, you will make a lot of money. Many shops on this street sell gambling magic cores," Cerdak said, pointing to the shops facing the street. "The business of shops here seems to be very sluggish now," Cerdak added. "At that time, the slums outside the city only had some wooden houses built along the river outside the city. I remember that there was a large sunflower field opposite the shanty town. Looking over there from the slope, the whole field the earth is golden. The teleportation gate here was not as crowded as it is now. At that time, I just took a teleportation pass and this horse, and lined up to leave here just like those people." "Oh, The queue was not so long at that time. As for my impression of this city, it is more like a gate, because it is connected to the Green Empire, and is the way home for each of us Bena warriors. Before they knew it, Serdek and Samira were riding side by side in the street, and the two horses were still close together. Samira almost tilted her body, holding one of Serdek's arms. Signa, who was riding the same horse as Samira, leaned over and hugged the horse's neck with a speechless expression, burying her face in the mane of the horse's back. Maori, I don't want to say a word. Gary Decker followed behind and listened with great interest. They passed through the edge of the central square where there was a long queue. Among the people waiting in line to pass through the portal, a mother and daughter squeezed into the queue with tired faces. They dragged heavy bows, and the mother he gave the water bag to his daughter, took out a piece of baked wheat cake, broke off a corner, and gave it to her daughter. The girl hadn't washed her hair for several days, and her little face looked dirty, but her eyes were looking everywhere, watching Solak pass by on horseback on the street, and seeing the dashing and heroic figure of Carrie Decker following behind. She immediately showed a look of envy. Her tall and straight figure simply fascinated her. She immediately remembered the scene last night, and seemed to have seen them on the street where she lived. This city is so big, but sometimes it's so small. Seeing Carrie Decker wearing heavy armor, the metallic armor made her eyes brighter and brighter. Even the war horse covered in thick hard armor is such a majestic horse. Mom, I will become a construct warrior like her in the future. The girl exhaled and said to her mother behind her. The mother got some water from the water bag and soaked a handkerchief. Then she wiped the girl's dirty little face and nagged her. Don't talk nonsense. I worked so hard to take you away. The Warsaw Plain is not for you to become a female warrior in the future. In response to her mother's nagging, the girl decisively shut her mouth, but her eyes never left Gary Decker's back until the knights disappeared into the crowded street. When it was about to get dark, the material convoy waiting at the Bena Logistics office here finally waited for the signal to pass. The carriages parked in the corner of the square finally came to life, and one after another drove towards the portal. Go! John, who had been waiting in the carriage with some anxiety, felt his heart hanging again. The back of the truck shook violently, and Captain Ivan Henderson jumped in from behind. He saw the family huddled in the corner and gave them a smile. The baby was already asleep, nestled in Lisa's arms. Captain Ivan Henderson took out a tarpaulin from the corner and covered the truck compartment. Several people hid in the compartment covered with a tarpaulin. The wheels ran over the stone slabs of the square, and the compartment shook. It's dark inside. Don't worry. This is allowed. Our people in the logistics department travel between the two cities like this, Captain Henderson said. Then, he stared at the bald middle-aged man and asked, Are you a soldier of the Western Route Army? John shook his head. Captain Henderson looked at John curiously. John's big belly could still clearly show his age in the dark. So are you a resident of Epsom City? Ivan Henderson asked. John replied honestly. Not really. I am from Bena, but we live in a slum outside the city. Hearing John say that he lived in the Epsom slum, Ivan Henderson became more curious and asked, How do you know Commander Soldak? This man will actually send you to the teleportation gate in person. John said, I have known Lord Serdek for several years. When I met him, Lord Serdek had just retired from the army. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him turned out to be an old friend of Commander Serdek. Thinking that Commander Serdek could still remember his old friend in times of trouble, he said with emotion, You are so lucky. John smiled honestly, but he actually didn't expect it. Captain Henderson continued, Are you planning to return to Bena this time? Yeah, John replied. After thinking about it, Captain Ivan Henderson said, In this case, 10 magic airships will return to Bena City in the morning, and these trucks will also go to the airport terminal in Iverson City to transport the armaments. Supplies. If you want to return to Bena, it is most convenient to take these magic airships, and I can also help you get a separate cabin. John did not expect that Captain Ivan Henderson would give Lord Soldak such face. Can you really do that? Thank you very much, Captain Ivan Henderson. For a moment, John didn't know what to say and seemed a little incoherent. Soon the carriage slowed again. Ivan Henderson opened the tarpaulin on the carriage and got out with a swish. Through the gap exposed in the tarpaulin, John could clearly see the four-wheeled trucks from the Bena Military Logistics Department starting to drive into the portal one after another. At this time, there was a long line of nobles in the square, but they were still waiting in line, until the mirror of the portal slowly submerged John's family. John hugged his wife and son tightly and never looked back in the end. A teardrop hit the mirror-like portal and flew out instantly. A gust of wind blew by, instantly blowing the tears into the air. Chapter 1395 Enemy Traces. Soldak stayed in Epsom City for 2 days before leaving the city and rushing outside the city to join the Western Route Army. The military supplies at the West Route Army camp have been fully replenished. Among them, the most important marching rations are enough for the entire army for half a month. Unfortunately, there is no clue about the rations for the 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants. Due to the special situation in Epsom City and receiving orders from Duke Newman, Soldak was ready to immediately lead the Western Route Army to the Forest Farm camp in northern Handanar County to set up defenses. After returning to the camp, Soldak issued an order for all soldiers of the Western Route Army to march towards Handanar County. Most of the Western Route Army were heavy armored infantry regiments. The army marched northwestward along the road in a mighty manner, covering about 40 kilometers almost every day. The infantry regiment had to rely entirely on its legs to walk, and each infantryman carried heavy armor weighing nearly 100 kilograms. There were no cavalry in the army to help them carry the heavy luggage, so their daily march was like a turtle crawling. On the other hand, there are a large number of refugees from other counties gathered in Epsom County. Even along the way, many refugees can be seen carrying bags and heading towards Epsom City. So the food that can be found in the wild is really very limited. The only good thing is that the ghost-striped soldier ants have a wide range of diets. They are really not too picky about what they eat. When they are really hungry, they will even eat trees. It was also because of the supply of rations for the ghost-patterned soldier ants that the military logistics department had been unable to implement. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants, Soldak resolutely decided that the 50,000 soldier ants would march to Handanar at the pace of the cavalry. County advances. Handanar County is located in the northwest of Epsom County. It is the northern gate of the Imperial Occupation Zone and the southern starting point of the rolling hills and primeval forests in the northern part of the Warsaw Plain. Currently, there are only 3 counties in the Warsaw Plain. Handanar County was one of them. The forward troops of the evil Ghost Legion have appeared along the Kapitomas River, facing off against the Bena Legion across the river. For Soldak, he could not accept that the ghost-striped soldier ants could only eat the bark of the surrounding mountains and forests every day. After all, these ghost-striped soldier ants were the purest cannon fodder of the Western Route Army. It's a bit unreasonable that you can't eat something good before you die. Therefore, the ghostly patterned soldier ants carried 50,000 heavy armored infantry and marched towards Handanar County at the speed of cavalry. It only took half a day to leave the remaining 50,000 heavy armored infantry far behind. In order to keep the rear, the 50,000 heavy armored infantry regiment had sufficient combat power and mobility. Soldak asked all the 10,000 cavalrymen of the Western Route Army to stay behind and followed the infantry regiment behind to march at a fast pace every day. Soldak, on the other hand, led the army of ghost-patterned soldier ants and traveled day and night at the speed of the cavalry. In just 7 days, they arrived at the northwest border of Epsom County and officially entered the territory of Handanar County. Soldak's Lord Army still continued the preparation of the mage group. This time, the main members of the mage group were almost all young magicians from the Magic Union of Rit City. The main role of the mage group in the army this time was still reconnaissance, military intelligence. After the ghost-striped Red Ant Army entered Handanar County, according to the suggestions given by the military department, the marching route of the Western Route Army should be that the army should pass through Handanar City and then go north along the central axis of Handanar County, pass through the large meadow, and finally reach the forest camp area. However, due to the unavailability of ghost-striped soldier ant food supplies from the military headquarters logistics office, Soldak did not follow the marching route set by the military headquarters. The main reason was simple. The marching route set by the military headquarters was very easy to follow. But the biggest shortcoming was that there was not enough food supplies along the way, and there was even a section of the road without woods. If the ghost-striped soldier ant army really passed by here, it would probably be eating grass. So as soon as the ghost-patterned ant army entered Handanar County, Soldak sent all 25 magicians in the mage group out to survey the surrounding terrain. It has to be said that the greatest advantage of the magician scouting group is that it can take a bird's-eye view of the mountains, rivers, forests, and fields below, and it can most intuitively find the most convenient marching route. Soldak's plan this time is very simple. Where is their food? The ghost-striped soldier ants rushed wherever they went, and the direction was all the way north. A large winding river appeared in front of the magician Basil. The water of this river was not too fast. It rushed out of a dense forest and flowed into a canyon. For Scout Basil, whenever he encounters such a river, it means that there will be a large number of life forms around, including animals and plants. The large and vast forest in front can be said to be what Commander Serdek has been looking forward to. As long as the soldier ant army penetrates into this forest, the food source problem of the 50,000 ghost-marked soldier ants will be completely solved. In order to be able to find out the basic situation within 100 miles of this forest, Serdek ordered the magicians to spread out in parallel over the forest and conduct a carpet search to the north. Basil's original reconnaissance mission was successfully completed, but the young magician discovered that a very secret river appeared in the jungle within the scope of his investigation. So he followed this river to investigate downstream. Sure enough, when the river rushed out of the forest, it rushed into a deep valley in an instant. This place is at least 400 miles away from the West Route Army's ghost-marked Red Ant Army, and it is completely out of the range where the West Route Army's ghost-marked Red Ant Army needs to be on guard. If he hadn't been chasing a herd of one-horned bison, Basil probably wouldn't have flown so far. This herd of bison was walking downstream along the river, although the number of the group was only a few hundred. For the ghost-striped soldier ants, we are also a rare meal. The only trouble is that it is a bit far. Basil was thinking about the route that the hunting group needed to take in the sky. If he wanted to capture this group of bison, he estimated that at least 1,500 ghost-striped soldier ants would have to be dispatched to hunt them this time. Fortunately, the cattle stopped when they saw the river rushing into the valley. They turned back again and looked for a place to cross the river in the shallows of the river. Basil lifted the handle of the magic harpoon upwards, and the floating magic circle lit up 2 magic lines again. The propeller ejected a powerful airflow, and the magic harpoon hovered in the air for half a circle before preparing to return. The decision whether to hunt down this herd of one-horned bison rests with Commander Serdek. He only needed to use the magic crystal to record the terrain and resources in this area. But before he could increase the speed of the magic weapon, he was suddenly shaken by a dazzling light, and then the hairs on his back were all shaken. He stood up, and in a hurry, he put all his magic power into the magic pot handle. But he pulled it up with all his strength. The magic harpoon seemed to make an emergency stop in the air, and then rushed straight into the sky. The next second, a flying spear flew into the air against Basil's soul. Basil's flying height is about 300 meters above the ground. Even a longbow archer can't reach such a high range, let alone a flying spear. This distance can only be reached by a sky crossbow. And that flying spear. Thinking of this, Basil shuddered and spiraled into the air desperately. And the 2 flying spears passed by each other again. He peered desperately into the forest below, and saw an evil ghost covered in black armor standing on the crown of a tree, throwing a flying spear at him. This is the first time that the magician Basil has seen the evil ghost warrior. But at first glance, he is sure that it is a powerful evil ghost. He knew that this place belonged to the jungle in the southeast of Handanar County, but he didn't expect that the ghost warriors would appear here. Thinking of this, Basil didn't hesitate anymore. He didn't even get out of danger completely, so he touched it from his arms. A magic flare came out, and as he injected a bit of magic power, the magic flare suddenly shot up into the sky and exploded above Basil's head. A ball of red flame exploded, and countless streams of light fell downwards. This kind of flame was very eye-catching even in the daytime. Chapter 1396 Evil Ghost Hunting Group. The news that the mage reconnaissance team encountered evil ghost warriors at the front was quickly spread back to the West Route Army's ghost-patterned ant army. When I heard that the magician was attacked by evil ghost warriors, the soldier ant army was advancing north along the edge of the dense forest. The magician who was attacked had returned safely with the help of his companions. According to Master Basil, the one who attacked him, there was only one evil ghost warrior, and there was no sign of the evil ghost army's activities around. Serdek spread a map on a moss-covered stone. The air here is humid, and the grass at the edge of the forest is like a huge, water-filled carpet. Even the boulders are covered with moss. There are vines scattered among the trees in the jungle, and small beasts hiding in the forest can be seen everywhere. A group of soldier ants carrying heavy armored infantry lined up and passed by Serdek. These soldier ants seemed to like this humid and warm environment very much, and the food here was more abundant. They were born with 6 legs and walked on soft. The grass carpet moved forward even faster than the magic-patterned war horse. Serdek marked a small red flag at the corresponding location on the map. Judging from the map, the Samasto River is located on the eastern border of Handanar County, and is thousands of kilometers long from north to south. Its source is the convergence of countless mountain streams in the northern mountains of Handanar County. This jungle meanders for hundreds of kilometers, entering a large rift valley on the southeastern border of Handanar County, going south through Epperson County, and so on, and finally merges into the Kepatomos River. It can be said that the Samasto River is also a tributary of the Kepatomos River. The evil ghost warriors haunting here are most likely coming from the mountains of Mayun Ridge. Or they may be a scout team sent by the evil ghost army that occupied Cornburg County. Handanar County is adjacent to Cornburg County, and the dividing line between the two counties is the Moss River, another tributary of the Kepatomos River. Now Duke Newman has stationed nearly half of the elite troops of the Bina army along the Moss River, not only to prevent the evil ghost army in Cornburg County from taking advantage of the opportunity to invade Handanar County, but also to prevent Duke Ryan's death. The Bina army can have the opportunity to rush into Cornburg County. But now Serdek actually discovered traces of evil spirits in the Samasto River Basin, which is at least 1,000 miles away from Mayun Ridge. Therefore, no matter what, it is necessary to investigate where this evil ghost scout team came from. Serdek ordered a knight behind him. Go and call Gulitem and Tego over. Yes. The cavalryman who delivered the order immediately rode forward and ran forward. Not long after, the two-headed ogre and wolf knight Tego ran over from the front of the team. The two of them had never seen the dark core of the Abyss forces, let alone the evil ghost warrior. Several of them showed strong curiosity about the evil ghost warrior. The two-headed ogre prefers this humid and warm environment, but the frost wolf Bonita doesn't like it very much. Its silver mane is always wet and looks very embarrassed. However, this place is close to the jungle, so Tego occasionally takes Bonita into the forest for hunting, which is more interesting than the flat plain. Look! According to the information provided by the Mage Investigation Team, ghost warriors were found next to this river valley. I need to know whether the ghost warriors who sneaked into this jungle are a reconnaissance team or an advance army. Ancient Lightum has rich experience in jungle survival, and Tego is an excellent tracking expert. Serdek paused for a moment before saying, So you will lead a team of construct knights for this operation. Hearing what Serdek said, the ogre and the wolf knight looked at each other, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Yes, the two said in unison. This time, Magician Scout Basil will serve as your guide and will cooperate with the magician for the first time. So I hope you can always respect him. Serdek reminded the two of them. Don't worry, Dak. I know he can see farther than us in the air, especially mountain roads, and can help us find the most suitable paths to climb. We won't offend him so rashly, Gulitem assured, patting his chest. Road. Serdek saw a druid sitting on the back of a ghost-marked soldier ant, talking and laughing with a heavy armored infantry regiment as he passed by. So he called the young druid over. Lanny, come on! The natives of these southern tribes in the White Forest Plain believe in the Son of Nature. They learned part of the power of natural laws from the World Tree. So in the past year, many natives have become druids. Not only can these druids use their mental power to communicate with ghost-patterned soldier ants, their greatest ability is actually to communicate with plants in the forest. Of course, not just any plant will do. They can only communicate with a small number of plants in the forest that have memory. The young druid immediately controlled the ghost-patterned soldier ants to stop next to Serdek. He slipped off the soldier ants, bowed deeply to Serdek, and then said respectfully, Lord Serdek, what are your orders? The ghost-striped soldier ant slowly knelt down next to him and lay quietly on the side. The huge black compound eyes on its head always made people shudder. Lanny, I need you to set out with Gulitem and Tego to explore this place. Serdek pointed to the place with the small flag on the map and said, I need to borrow your ability to track down the movements of those evil spirits. I am willing to serve you, the young Drualani said to Soldek. Serdek also wanted to tell Gulitem a few more words. Andrew caught up from behind the team. He must have heard about this, and asked expectantly, Duck, what about me? This kind of thing is quite suitable for me. Let me also lead a cavalry team to investigate. Serdek had already begun to pack up the map on the stone. He rolled the parchment map into a tube and inserted it into the satchel behind the horses, but then he turned over and said, I know you are more suitable, but I need you to stay and help me manage this army of soldier ants. Andrew scratched his head and looked at the several kilometer-long army of soldier ants in front of him. Although he was a little reluctant, he didn't say anything. Then Wolf Cavalry Tiger and Gulitem set off with a team of soldier ants. Originally, they wanted to bring a well-trained cavalry team, but since they had to pass through this jungle, which was full of vines, they didn't know how much effort it would take to open a path for the cavalry to pass through. It is not difficult for these ghost-striped soldier ants to cross the jungle in front of them. Not only are they extremely powerful, they are also covered in hard armor and have huge tusks on their heads, making it very easy to carve a path through the forest. Surdak continued to move north with the army of soldier ants, since the route Surdak chose was inconsistent with the route planned by the military department. The supplies from the logistics department could not be supplied in time. This soldier ant army not only has 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants, but also 50,000 heavy armored infantry. Each heavy armored infantry only carries 15 days of marching rations. This food is not enough to support them to reach the forest farm camp, so he had to keep hunting some small forest beasts for food along the way. These soldier ants are natural hunters, and they can dig out even rabbits hiding in the soil. Those wild boars cannot escape the poisonous hands of these ghostly patterned soldier ants. At this time, Surdak finally saw the scene of the ghost-striped red ants forming a swarm in the jungle, with no grass growing. In addition, the rations purchased by Aphrodite from the Helensa merchant group were also brought over in batches by Surdak through the Void Gate, so the supply of supplies for the soldier ant army was still very sufficient. Originally, Surdak just planned to walk north along the edge of the jungle, trying to reach the forest camp as early as possible. But the news that Gulitem and Wolf Knight Tego sent back from the banks of the Samasto River made him hesitate. At night, Surdak held Andrew and sat in the tent. A horse lantern was hung on the top of the tent, and the soft light it released illuminated the map on the carpet. Surdak used a red pen to expand the Samasto River basin on the map, and said to Andrew, "At present, it can be determined that a large number of evil ghost warriors are scattered along the banks of this river. What are they trying to do hiding here?" Andrew stroked his thick beard on his chin. Surdak said, "There are some indigenous tribes hidden in the mountains east of the Samasto River, and many social animals nearby often drink water by this river. There are many resources there, and those evil spirits also need them to fill my stomach. So I guess there is an evil ghost hunting army hiding there." Andrew knew what Surdak was struggling with. He wanted to eat these evil spirits, but he didn't want to delay his trip. Duke Newman hoped that his army could arrive along the forestry camp as soon as possible to replace the elite of Benna's army. How about this? Most of our Western Route army are heavy armored infantry. Why don't we let Samira and Gary Decker lead the other half of the Western Route army along the planned route? This way we will have plenty of supplies. You can also take a rest and hand in our city on the way." Andrew said with some excitement. "We will take these ghost-striped soldier ants and heavy armored infantry soldiers, get into the forest, and quickly get rid of the group of evil ghosts, and then use the speed advantage of the soldier ants to go around to the front and join Samira and the others." In fact, Surdak thought so too. He was just worried that once the army got entangled with those evil spirits in the jungle, they would be unable to eat and unable to escape, which would be the most troublesome thing. Now that we have met, there is no need to avoid it, Andrew added. Hearing what Andrew said, Surdak also felt worried and said, "Then let's do it. We will turn around and go into the forest with the army of soldier ants tomorrow morning. Let's go to the Samasto River and get rid of those evil ghosts first." Andrew and Surdak high-fived each other and said excitedly, "I'm just waiting for your words. We can't be timid at this time." Chapter 1397 The First Battle. The body of an evil ghost warrior hung on the horizontal branch of an oak tree. Someone split a 2-foot-long wound on its chest. Of course, this was not the only fatal wound on its body. There was also a wound on the back of its neck. There was a large collapse, which was caused by a blunt object. It seemed that the entire cervical spine had been shattered, and the head was tilted to the left at a strange angle. This is a young H.L. ghost warrior, with only small bulges in the horns above the temples on both sides of his forehead, and the ghost lines on his face glow with a light cyan color. The ghost warrior is covered with a layer of tough soft skin, and on each joint of this soft skin are sharp spines like bone spurs. This evil spirit is nearly 3 meters tall, and the magic patterns on its body are a bit dazzling. Gulitem stood in front of the evil ghost, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and used force to cut the wound on his chest longer. Then he put his hand into the evil ghost's chest and scratched it on the chest. Grab it, then twist it half a turn from the inside, and pull out the contents inside with all your strength. It was a beating heart the size of a coconut. When Gulitem held it in his hand, the heart was still beating. Several blood vessels as thick as a thumb were still connected to the heart, extending outward like braids, dripping with blood. Gulitem took the heart to his mouth and sniffed it vigorously. He frowned and said to the wolf Nitego beside him, "Why is there such an unpleasant sour smell? Can this big guy be eaten? I heard that the hell-faceless ones are crispy when grilled. When brushed with sauce, They taste a bit like octopus. Shouldn't this guy be the same? Is it delicious? Without saying a word, Tego cut off the evil ghost's head with his sword. Frostwolf Bonita approached the evil ghost and sniffed it, then shook his head and backed away. Bonita said you can't eat it, Tagore said angrily. As he spoke, he already held the head in his hand. He bent down and asked the devil to place the head on a rock. He raised the sword again and split the head open. He took out a walnut-sized magic core from the slimy brain and inserted it into the devil's head. Ghost wiped the blood on his body and put it into his pocket without saying a word. Only then did Ghoul and Wolf Knight Tego walk into the woods in front of them again. The 10 ghost-patterned soldier ants that followed them approached the corpse of the evil ghost hanging on the branch. And the sound of grinding their teeth and devouring the corpse was heard in Gully. There was even an exaggerated tearing sound behind Timu and Wolf Knight Tego. It didn't take long for the 10 ghostly patterned soldier ants to follow again. The heavy armored infantry warriors riding on top of the soldier ants all had pale faces, and their bodies were even stained with the evil ghost's blood. The young druid Lonnie, who was responsible for communicating with the ghostly patterned soldier ants, kept vomiting. This reconnaissance team groped north along the mountains on the west side of the Samasto River bank. This was the third evil ghost warrior hunted by this reconnaissance team. Without exception, these evil ghost warriors were very conceited and found traces of humans. After that, the first thing to do is to rush up and kill them instead of sending a warning to the surroundings. And the price they paid was also very heavy. The 3 evil ghosts fell into the killing trap one after another. They first threw Tego to the ground, but were hit on the back of the neck with a stick by the 2-headed ogre hiding in the dark. The neck bone suddenly shattered. And then the Wolf Knight took the opportunity to make a last strike, creating a wound in the chest with one knife. The full blow of the 2 second-level experts was almost like a nightmare to these evil ghost warriors. The only thing that made Ghoul regretful was that these evil ghosts were inedible. But those ghost-striped soldier ants didn't care about this, and could eat an evil ghost warrior clean in a few minutes. There is a natural stone crevice next to the cliff deep in the jungle. There are hundreds of beast carcasses hanging on the rock wall here, most of which are the carcasses of one-horned bison and wild boar. And there are also the carcasses of some indigenous tribesmen. Underneath these corpses was a pile of wet firewood, and a large amount of thick smoke rose from the fire, smoking the corpses between the rocks. In order to prevent the food from rotting, the evil spirits smoked the prey they killed. There are even many smoked corpses piled up inside the rock wall, piled together in a dark pile. An evil ghost general was sitting next to the rock wall, wiping the war blade in his hand with a piece of fur. Suddenly he heard a burst of chaotic footsteps. He looked at the evil ghost flag commander, who was running over, his eyes bright. He showed a look of displeasure. General, no news has come back from the hunters hunting in the mountains on the east side. A hunter sent out to investigate the situation has yet to come back with any news. The evil ghost flag leader reported to the commander in the language of the abyss. Oh, there is an enemy. The evil general suddenly became a little interested. Hunting these unchallenging prey in this mountain forest made his life boring these days. There's nothing he can do. This is his duty. Now that he heard something unusual happened in the jungle, it was a challenge for him. So he sat up straight and put down the fur in his hands. I found traces of the Imperial Mage there 3 days ago. But unfortunately, I didn't leave that Imperial Mage behind. The evil ghost Shuchi continued. This time it's time to pay for the prey for the hunters hunting in the mountains over there, but has never been able to return as scheduled. The evil general touched the nearly half-foot-long green horn on his forehead, and there seemed to be some calculation in his cold eyes. He said to the evil ghost Shiachi, Go and check what's going on there. Yes, General. After the evil ghost Shuchi accepted the order, he happily led a small group of evil ghosts towards the mountains on the east side of the Samasto River. The frost wolf, who was taking a nap under the tree, suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its ears and looked in the direction of the river valley alertly. The wolf Nitego was sleeping soundly on its soft belly, and was awakened by its movements at this time. The 2-headed ogre under another tree, Gillitam, was sleeping soundly, but his good brother Brainflower was awake. The 2-headed ogre's biggest advantage in combat is that he can take turns resting, so he can stay awake almost at all times. Seeing Bonita looking warily at the valley below the mountain, Nailware quickly woke up his good brother Goulitum. Following the movement here, the ghost-patterned soldier ants that had hidden their bodies in the burrows also emerged from the soil one after another. The druid also slipped down from a tree vine and squatted next to the 2-headed ogre. A group of evil spirits have approached us. They seem to be searching for something. Do you think they are looking for us? Wolf Knight Tego habitually stuck out his tongue and licked the war blade, whispering, "No matter what they are looking for, since they have come to you, they can't let it go. It seems that there is indeed an army of evil spirits nearby." The two-headed ogre Gulaitum chuckled. As he spoke, several people were already there. Through the gaps in the jungle, you can see a group of evil spirits coming out of the Samasto River. Water was still dripping from their bodies, leaving a row of wet footprints on the pebbly river bank. These evil ghost warriors appeared to be very cautious and looked around vigilantly from time to time, obviously coming prepared. "Let Bonita go," Wolf Knight Tego whispered to the ogre. Gulaitum nodded and said, "The 6 evil ghosts together are not a small challenge for us. We will wait for them here. Lanny, you let these soldier ants lurk in the soil and wait for a while. Ambush." "Okay, Lord Gulaitum," the young druid said very cooperatively. As he spoke, the 10 ghost-striped soldier ants retreated back into the cave little by little. Gulaitum even helped them cover them with a layer of dead leaves. And Frostwolf Bonita also walked towards the hillside with light steps, running below. Its body is like a dancing silver ghost when it runs, and every step is full of beauty, following a series of spells from his good brother Nahor. The two-headed ogre's body merged with the giant tree behind him and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Wolf Knight Tego didn't move at all. He sat quietly under a tree, with a tent behind him. Not long after, a wolf howl was heard coming from the direction of the river valley. There was no doubt that Bonita's show was on. Chapter 1398 Ambush. Frostwolf Bonita jumped onto a boulder, looked back indifferently at the ghost warriors who came up from the river bank, and growled at them with his sharp fangs. Seeing a frost wolf stronger than a calf appearing on the river bank, the black eyes of several evil ghost warriors suddenly glowed with greed. Such second-level monsters rarely appear on the edge of the jungle in the Warsaw Plain. For evil spirits, this kind of monster is undoubtedly a super supplement. When the evil ghost flag leader looked up and saw Bonita the frost wolf, he was slightly startled. He stopped cautiously, but the 5 evil ghost warriors around him had already passed him and strode towards the frost wolf. Bonita turned around and got into the jungle of vines. When it hid behind a tree, it once again let out a low roar towards the evil ghost warriors. The evil ghost warriors almost let out bursts of cheers. They took off the short flying spears from their backs and held them in their hands. 2 evil ghost warriors quickly spread towards the jungle on the left and right sides. They planned to outflank and intercept Frost Wolf Bernie from the left and right tower. The other 3 evil ghost warriors strode into the jungle. They are well trained and know how to cooperate. They are tall and can run very vigorously in the forest. The evil ghost warrior who rushed at the front drew a sword and split the layers of vines in front of him. He stepped on the weeds and rushed forward unscrupulously. They walked up the jungle slope, and after chasing for several hundred meters, they actually lost the frost wolf in front of them. The evil ghost warrior who rushed at the front stopped and stood in the forest with some annoyance, angrily tearing at the vines hanging from the trees. The evil ghost warrior who caught up from behind used his nose to sniff the surroundings vigorously to identify a direction, and then found some broken grass blades among the jungle weeds. Just when they had determined their final direction, the evil ghost warrior holding a sword in his hand saw a silver-maned figure in the forest ahead. This time he didn't hesitate at all, fearing that he would lose the frost wolf again. So he ran forward with all his strength. The damp environment in the forest made these ghost warriors somewhat uncomfortable. They belonged to a hunting group and were responsible for catching prey in the jungle. During this time, they killed wantonly in the jungle without encountering any natural enemies. This gave them a chance to survive. The illusion of becoming the overlord of the jungle, with the evil spirits hunting and killing in this mountain forest. The number of magic beasts in this area has become extremely rare. The magic beasts that used to be seen everywhere are now rarely seen in a few days. The evil ghost flag leader followed several evil ghost warriors. He looked around with some vigilance, although he wanted to call a few of his subordinates back. He also knew that even calling a few of them at this time would probably be very difficult. It is difficult to call them back. After all, the prey is right in front of you, and it is a rare monster. After hesitating for a moment, he took steps to follow. Looking at the airtight jungle, he licked his dry lips. He turned around and thought of the purpose of his visit. He hesitated again. The 3 evil ghost warriors chasing in front of him entered the depths of the jungle. The evil ghost Xiaoqi raised his head and looked at the green sea between the mountains. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and catch up. The 3 evil spirits deep in the jungle saw the frost wolf actually stopping next to an orc warrior. The orc warrior was squatting in front of a bonfire, holding a skewer in his hand. The skin of the orc is light blue, and although the muscles on the body are obvious from the facial features, if you ignore the two fangs exposed in the mouth, it looks more like an aborigine from the jungle in the northern part of the Warsaw Plain. So the evil ghost warrior immediately mistook him for an aboriginal hunter. Recently, they happened to wipe out 2 aboriginal tribes. The aborigines of these tribes have now been smoked into dried meat, and will soon be sent back to the Evil Ghost Legion's base. Now they saw a lone aboriginal hunter. Even though he looked particularly strong, the 3 evil ghost warriors did not have any sense of awe. 2 evil ghost warriors aimed at the silver-maned wolf hiding behind the aboriginal hunter, and 1 evil ghost warrior drew out a long and narrow blade. If they were not worried about the silver-maned wolf, they might not be so careful. The evil ghost warrior drew his fist sword from his waist, and planned to pass over the aboriginal hunter, and rush towards the silver-maned wolf. At this moment, Wolf Knight Tego, who was sitting in front of the bonfire, suddenly held the black iron blade across his hand. The magic pattern of life on his right thigh suddenly lit up. Behind Wolf Knight Tego, the orc ancestor's figure also appeared. Shadow. The breath of the second turn knight suddenly burst out from his body, and the war blade stopped firmly on the fist sword, blocking the attack of the evil ghost warrior. The evil ghost warrior discovered that the aboriginal hunter in front of him actually had a dangerous aura. He immediately ignored the silver-maned wolf and stabbed Tego's shoulder and neck with his fist sword with all his strength. The fist sword was like a bolt of lightning in his hand. Just as he was about to break through the wolf knight's defense, the war blade suddenly danced out an afterimage, blocking the fist sword steadily. This kind of fist sword has reduced the guard and handle, and is even shorter than the ordinary heavy sword, mainly to improve its flexibility. The evil ghost warrior missed a hit, and his other fist was immediately covered with a layer of tough periosteum. Several bone spurs came out from his arm, and hit the wolf knight's right face hard. At the moment when he was attacking with all his strength, Gilliam, who was hiding next to the big tree, was holding a big stick in his hand. His body was revealed from his disguise, and he hit the evil ghost warrior on the back of the neck with his stick. He was in a state of full-out attack, without guarding his back at all, and was hit squarely by Gulaitum with a stick. The bones of the back of the neck suddenly dented, and after a crisp sound, the evil ghost warrior's head suddenly snapped forward. An evil ghost warrior behind was holding a war blade in his hand. He was jumped by the 2-headed ogre that suddenly appeared. He only had time to roar and slash out the war blade in his hand before he was thrown away by the 2-headed ogre. A fireball hit his face. The war blade was blocked by the left arm guard of the 2-headed ogre, and the remaining 2 evil ghost warriors realized that the 2 enemies on the opposite side were far more powerful than imagined. The black magic patterns on their bodies suddenly lit up, and their originally soft skin quickly boned, and a layer of hard armor immediately formed on their bodies. Although this will make their movements stiff, the hard armor can provide them with good protection. The fireball disappeared, and Gilliam hit the evil ghost warrior's head with a stick. The evil ghost warrior stepped sideways, and the ogre's big stick hit the evil ghost warrior's shoulder. Severe cracks appeared in the bone armor in an instant, but without letting the evil warrior take another step back, the sword in his hand suddenly struck the 2-headed ogre's chest. In this kind of close combat, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Gulaitum had no time to withdraw the big stick that hit the ghost warrior's shoulder. Good brother Nailware could only recite a spell and condense a thick ice armor on his chest, prepare to resist the evil ghost warrior's sweeping sword. Unexpectedly, a flash of silver lightning suddenly appeared from his side, and his huge mouth bit into the evil ghost warrior's elbow. Forcefully holding back the sword, he was aiming at the 2-headed ogre. The wolf knight Tego took the opportunity to cut off the head of the evil ghost in front of him with his head hanging down. He wanted to help Gulaitum, but was blocked by the 3rd evil ghost that rushed up with his fist and sword. At this moment, the 2 evil ghosts were left. The ghost just hopes that his companions who are outflanking him from the left and right will come quickly. So they let out a suppressed strange scream, and there was an immediate response from the dense forest on the left and right sides, and they saw the figures of their companions appearing among the vines. The evil ghost Zyakazang, who was following behind, also quickly caught up, but was blocked by a fireball flying towards him. He looked up and saw a human magician riding a magic harpoon floating in the air. He threw the short flying spear in his hand without thinking. Basil, the magician in the sky, saw a white flying spear and was frightened to death. Hiding in the dense woods without looking back, the handle of his magic jar suddenly sank, and he also leaned his body on the handle of the magic jar. At the same time, the short flying spear almost flew out against his back. The evil ghost flag leader was still thinking about throwing a second short flying spear, because he saw that the human magician's magic harpoon in midair was a little out of control. But before he could shake off his arms, the hanging trees around him, the vines suddenly entangled themselves between his arms and thighs, like several poisonous snakes. Although these old tree vines are very tough, the evil ghost warriors are extremely powerful, and holding a war blade in their hands, they can split these venomous snake-like tree vines in just a few strokes. The tree vines were cut into several sections, and they quickly retreated. At this time, the magician in midair took the opportunity to escape from the sight of the evil demon Xiao Xiaozhang. The evil ghost Xuqi jumped up and rushed towards the battlefield in the forest ahead. In just a few breaths, the evil ghost warrior whose arm was bitten by the frost wolf was knocked back by the two-headed ogre's big stick. If the third evil warrior hadn't entangled the wolf Nightego, he might have been killed by the two men together. Now, he was struggling to support himself in the sudden glare of Wolf Nightego's black iron blade. He just hoped that the little flag behind him and the companions who were outflanking him could arrive in time. The two evil ghost warriors did not expect that no matter their strength or speed, they would fall into a state of being beaten after being completely suppressed. The companions coming from the left and right sides had just stepped into this small battlefield. The evil ghost warrior on the left felt that the soil under his feet was extremely soft. When he stepped on it, his whole calf was deeply trapped in it. He worked hard to maintain the balance of his body, but he watched as the huge head of a ghost-patterned soldier and emerged from the ground. The 1-meter-long fangs clamped hard on the ghost warrior's waist and dragged it desperately into the soil. The evil ghost warrior slashed at the sharp fangs with a war blade in his hand, trying to struggle out of the soil. He jumped out, only to be pounced on again by another ghost-patterned soldier ant that broke out of the ground. A stream of acidic rot erupted from the soldier ant's mouth and fell on the white bones and hard armor, emitting thick black flames. This kind of calcified bone armor melted quickly when exposed to the acid liquid, revealing the red flesh and blood inside. And the evil ghost warrior let out a shrill scream. The other 8 ghost-striped red ants also emerged from the soil, surrounding the evil ghost warriors rushing from the left and right sides. Heavy armored infantry soldiers also emerged from the tents. No one knows these evil ghost warriors better than Surdak. During this period, Surdak has been doing some targeted training on the heavy armored infantry warriors. Working in pairs, they held up the heavy tower shield, just waiting for the evil ghost warriors to take the initiative. The heavy armored infantry warrior behind them took the opportunity to stab the evil ghost warriors in the calf with their swords. The 4 evil ghost warriors were heavily surrounded. The evil ghost Xu Qizhang, who was walking at the back, was also a little dumbfounded at this moment, seeing the aboriginal hunter sitting on the back of the silver-maned wolf, rushing left and right in the forest clearing. No one could stop the sword in his hand as he charged, for evil ghost warriors were entangled by soldier ants and were killed in an instant. The evil ghost Xu Qizhang didn't know that he was ambushed by a force that suppressed his strength. He didn't dare to rush forward and die. But at this time, the two-headed ogre had already rushed towards him, and he was so frightened that he turned around and ran down the hillside. It was a pity that those venomous snake-like vines emerged from all around again and quickly formed a spider web in front of him, firmly blocking his path. The evil little flag leader didn't even have time to cut off the roadblock net woven with tree vines, so he could only head towards the gap on the left side of his head and drill into it. Just when he thought he could escape from the trap through this gap, an ice pick unexpectedly made no sound. He flew in through the gap in the canopy of trees above his head. The rotating ice cone was surrounded by some extremely cold snowflakes. The evil ghost Shuchi's sight was blocked by the dense branches and leaves. He did not see the ice cone in advance. He had no time to dodge, and could only use the war blade in his hand to face the ice cone forcefully. Crack it down. The sword blade hit the sharp spike of the ice pick, and the ice pick exploded quickly. A strong chill burst as the ice cone exploded, and the evil ghost Shuchi Cheng's body was quickly covered with a layer of white frost, making his body slightly stiff. The two-headed ogre behind him was already chasing after him with a big stick. The last hope of Xiaogui Shuchi's escape was gone. He turned to look at the two-headed ogre that was rushing towards him. The demon Shuchi was actually there. At this moment, he gave up resistance and threw the war blade in his hand on the grass. He held his shoulders with both hands and murmured a strange spell under his cold and vicious eyes. Gulidam also knew that he was becoming extremely dangerous at this moment. His good brother Brainflower not only petrified his skin, covered him with a layer of ice armor, but also ignited a trail of flames under his feet, allowing him to run faster. A little, an ancestor shadow suddenly appeared behind the two-headed ogre. His body was surrounded by the huge ancestor shadow. The big stick in his hand made a harsh sound of breaking through the air. There was even a faint white sword behind the big stick, slammed into the head of the evil ghost Xiaqi. At the moment when the skull was shattered, the evil ghost Xiuqi's body was ignited with white flames, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky. The evil ghost Xiuqi's body instantly exploded into pieces, and the two-headed ogre Gulidim was surrounded by the ancestral treasure. The power instantly turned into nothingness. The white flame swallowed up the ice armor on his body, and a strong shockwave pushed him back more than 10 meters. The two-headed ogre severely broke 3 old moss-covered trees before stopping in an extremely embarrassed state. A large piece of the black iron armor on the two-headed ogre was torn open on its abdomen. There was also a gash in the petrified skin, and blood gurgled out of its belly. Tiger, the wolf knight who followed from behind, was dumbfounded for a moment when he saw that Gulidim was injured. At this time, Drualani slid down a tree vine and quickly condensed a ball of green light in his hand, covering the two-headed ogre's wound to help him stop the bleeding. Chapter 1399 Cliff. The burst of white flames broke through the cover of the jungle and rushed directly into the sky. The aftermath of the flames exploded and even overturned several heavy armored infantry soldiers who were chasing after them. The magician Basil fell from the air on a magic harpoon, took out the hydrotherapy magic scroll from his arms, and opened the scroll. A force of water element turned into a silver glow and fell on Gulidim. The ogre's own powerful recovery force is also constantly forcing the belly of the abdomen to squirm and close the wound. Although the two-headed ogre was a little embarrassed, the situation was not that bad. "How are you?" Wolf Knight Tego came over with a war blade and asked the two-headed ogre. Gulidim looked down at the slowly recovering wound. The young druid Lonnie used a hemostatic bandage to temporarily bandage him. Gulidim grinned and cursed. "This guy didn't even return his hand and just blew himself up. So damn cruel." The Wolf Knight looked back at the evil ghost flag that exploded into countless ashes. His eyes showed a trace of clear thinking that he only had during battle. He said to the two-headed ogre, he should be calling for reinforcements. "Let's start from here. Let's move out and talk about it later." Drualani stood up, turned around and pointed through the gaps in the jungle to the direction of the river valley and said to everyone, "Look across the river valley." The magician Basil followed the druid's gaze and saw some evil ghost warriors appearing on the rocky beach on the other side of the river valley. And one after another evil ghost warriors were emerging from the jungle on the other side of the river valley. The magician Basil shouted in surprise, "How come there are so many evil spirits?" During the previous investigation, he knew that there were some evil ghost warriors on the opposite side, but he did not expect that there would be so many. The evil ghost warriors could throw short flying spears into the sky, so Basil did not dare to fly at low altitude in the forest area where the evil ghost warriors were infested. This was the main reason why he failed to detect this evil ghost army. "I originally thought that there might only be a few dozen hunting ghosts here, but now there are more than 100 ghosts appearing on the other side of the river valley. And there are still ghosts emerging from the woods at this moment. The evil ghost hunting group we encountered turned out to be a piece of fat meat." The injured two-headed ogre couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the evil ghost warriors in the river valley. "What should I do?" Tego asked Gulidim. Gulidim said without thinking, "Since we can't deal with it, let's retreat quickly." He turned to look at the annoyed magician, and then said, "Magic Basil, go back quickly and send a message to Dark and the others, and ask the leader to come and meet us." The magician Basil flew up on his magic harpoon, flew around the tree trunk twice in the forest, and then asked Gulidim, "Without me guiding the way in the sky, can you guys find the way you came?" Wolf Knight Tego answered affirmatively. "No problem. With Bonita here, we can definitely return along the original route." The magician glanced at the silver frost wolf and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then be careful." After saying that, he rode the magic handle and flew in the forest. He was worried that he would attract the evil spirits in the river valley and did not dare to fly out of the woods. So he rode the magic handle back and forth in the woods until he was flying parallel to each other. After being about a kilometer away, he suddenly raised the tiller, slipped out of the gap in the canopy of trees above his head, and soared into the sky in an instant. The evil ghosts in the river valley were searching in the direction where the evil ghost Sayakashang detonated the explosion. Suddenly, they found a human mage flying out of the mountain forest to the north, and a group of people immediately chased him. The two-headed ogre Gulidma did not dare to stay any longer. He just bandaged the wound hastily, and Gulidma urged the wolf knight to lead the way quickly. Tego rode the frost wolf Bonita and ran at the front. Druid Lonnie commanded 10 ghost-patterned soldier ants and carried 9 heavy armored infantry warriors closely following the wolf knights. Gulidim carried the big stick comes last. Soldier ants march very fast. And the more rugged and complex the terrain, the more their speed advantage is highlighted. In this way, the two-headed ogre's reconnaissance team rode ghost-striped soldier ants quickly over the mountains on the west side of the Samasto River and quickly evacuated towards the way they came. Just as their front feet had just climbed over the mountains on the west side, the vanguard warrior of the evil ghost army had already found its way to the battlefield in the forest. Although several evil ghost warriors had been eaten by ghost-striped soldier ants, the remains left at the scene could still be seen by the evil ghosts at a glance. And another companion died in the battle. When the evil general arrived here, he saw the wreckage after the explosion, and the ground was in a mess. Many trees and broken vines were covered in blood, and fragments of broken bone armor were scattered everywhere. The evil general let out an uncontrollable angry roar and punched an oak tree, his entire arm being buried in the trunk. Follow the scent they left behind and continue to chase them. Call the hunters scattered in the mountains nearby to find them for me. With a wave of his hand, the evil general terminated the Legion's ongoing hunting mission and prepared to pursue Gillidan's reconnaissance team with all his strength. It has been a long time since the evil spirits encountered such a naked provocation. They passed this message to each other and spread out in the jungle with howls. A large group of evil ghost warriors crossed the Samasto River and began to search for Gillidan's reconnaissance team across the mountains and plains. The two-headed ogre was injured in the abdomen, and his violent running during the retreat caused the wound in his abdomen to burst again, so the reconnaissance team could only slow down the retreat slightly. Fortunately, the two-headed ogre has the strongest recovery power, and his physique is also very good. Covering the wound on his abdomen with one hand, he can still walk quickly in the jungle. With her excellent sense of smell, Bonita always rushed to the front. After crossing the second mountain ridge, the frost wolf finally stopped on the ridge. It jumped lightly and escaped to a sudden rock, and its eyes fell on the hillside in front. The wolf knight, who was connected to it spiritually, immediately saw a team of evil ghosts coming up from the bottom of the hillside. This team of evil ghosts actually blocked the only way for them to retreat, and also moved quickly towards their location. The group did not expect that a team of evil ghosts would appear behind them, and they would completely retreat. Stop. Looking back, I saw that the group of evil spirits behind me had already surrounded me from the bottom of the hillside. On the way back, ghost warriors appeared to intercept him. Gulidum did not want to fight at this time. He discussed it with the wolf knight Tego, but had no choice but to give up the original retreat and quickly retreat in the other direction of the west hillside. Along the way, the aboriginal Druilani kept manipulating some trees and vines to block where they passed. Unfortunately, these ghost warriors rely on scent to track them up, so the disguises along the way are useless. In this wooded mountain forest, once the magician Basil is no longer guiding the way in the air, he can only climb to the ridge to observe the terrain. However, once he gets into the trees, it is easy to get lost in this overgrown forest. There is a direction deviation in the mountains and forests. At the same time, we have to avoid the evil spirits who intercept us halfway, and we have to continue to retreat westward over the mountains and ridges even at night, because the reconnaissance team deviated too far from the original path and could not see the surrounding scenery at night. Gillidan ran with the reconnaissance team all night. It was not until dawn, when he was standing on the mountainside, that he realized that the team had actually climbed up an isolated peak. The evil ghost warriors who were chasing after them had already reached the foot of the mountain, and it was impossible to retreat. The only way now is to climb over this lonely peak. After all, the ghost-patterned soldier ants of the reconnaissance team can easily climb these rock walls. It was only when everyone climbed to the top of the peak that Gulidum stepped on a huge rock and looked at the other side of the mountain. He discovered that there was no way to go on the other side of the mountain. On the other side was a cliff hundreds of meters high. At this time, it was impossible for the reconnaissance team to leave along the side of the mountain. The evil spirits at the foot of the mountain are like a giant hand, completely surrounding the mountain. After running all night, even if the energetic ghost-patterned soldier ants slowed down, the heavy armored infantry soldiers standing on the heads of the ghost-patterned soldier ants were also swaying, and the wolf knight stood beside Gulidum, looking at the cliffs and valleys hundreds of meters high in front of him. He immediately shouted a string of curses in the orc language. Even Bonita, the frost wolf, let out a whimper. There is no road ahead. Everyone rest where they are. Gulidum sat down on the boulder, and then couldn't help but look down the cliff. Several heavy armored infantry soldiers jumped down from the heads of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. When they saw the deep stream behind them, there was a trace of despair in their eyes. They were veterans of Lord Serdek's army and often fought on the battlefield. Naturally, they took things like life and death a little lightly. They sat next to the rocks without any complaints. Just silently, he took out the marching rations he carried with him, tore open the slits in the brown paper, and poured them into his mouth. Then he sat by the boulder, closed his eyes, chewed silently, drank a sip of water when his mouth felt dry, and continued to rest. These veterans have experienced hundreds of battles, and know what is best for them at times like this. Tiger, the wolf knight, leaned next to Gulaitam and said to him, "Why don't we just rush back later? As long as we break through the blockade at the foot of their mountain, we may still have some chances." "No chance. There are too many evil ghosts down there." Gulaitam shook his head and said angrily, "Come on! Look here." Drualani stood next to the cliff, leaning forward and looking down into the deep stream, and then shouted to Gulaitam and Tego. Gulaitam moved closer to the cliff with a puzzled look on his face, imitating Drualani, and looked down into the deep stream. "I saw a crack in the rock wall dozens of meters below the deep stream. These ghost-patterned soldier ants can climb freely on the cliff, so we can hide in the crevices over there." Drualani patted the thick and hard thigh of a ghost-patterned soldier ant, and said to Gulaitam. Hearing Drualani say this, Gulaitam's eyes lit up. "This is a good note. I'll go take a look first." Drualani jumped on the back of a ghost-patterned soldier ant, urging it to climb the rock wall and walk towards the crevice. As expected, the ghost-striped soldier ant can easily climb the cliff with its 6 legs. Druidlani arrived at the edge of the stone crevice and was about to explore inside when a large group of red-eyed bats rushed out of the stone crevice, scaring Lanny to quickly shrink his head. After a while, all the red-eyed bats flew out of the cracks in the rocks, and Lanny finally plucked up the courage to explore inside again. It didn't take long for Drualani to emerge from the crack in the stone, lie directly on the back of the soldier ant, and return to the top of the cliff. "How is it?" Gulaitam asked impatiently. "The entrance is narrow, but the space inside is large. It should be a nest of red-eyed bats. We can hide in it," Drualani said happily. "Without further ado, let the soldier ants send them there first, and we will leave last," Gulaitam said decisively. Several heavy armored infantry soldiers had not even had time to swallow the last morsel of dry food in their mouths. They saluted Gulaitam, and then climbed onto the ants' back one after another, along the path they had just explored, and climbed to inside the crevices under the cliff. Gulaitam and the wolf knight Tego were the last to evacuate from the top of the mountain. The wolf knight had to hold the frost wolf Bonita, and Gulaitam was a little overweight. The ghost-patterned soldier ants carried them both as they crawled on the rock wall. While doing so, some gravel kept falling into the deep stream, and the last echo could not be heard until a few seconds later, when Gulaitam got into the red-eyed bat nest. He found that there was almost some bad guano under the stone cracks. Fortunately, everyone was wearing standard boots, so they stepped on the excrement and walked inside. The space inside the stone crevice is large, only the entrance is a little narrow. "It's not bad here." The two-headed ogre walked into the crevice of the rock wall and couldn't help but praise. "We only need to stop those evil ghosts later. As long as the leader comes with a large force, you can cooperate inside and outside to fight back." In fact, when the evil spirits climbed to the top of the mountain, they found that the top of the mountain that was supposed to be a battlefield was empty, and they began to search everywhere. They even sent several evil ghost investigation teams to search the bottom of the deep valley below the cliff. But unfortunately, they were unable to find Gulaitam and his party. If those red-eyed bats hadn't returned to their nests again in the evening and launched an attack on the intruders, like Gulaitam, the evil spirits would never have imagined that these people would actually hide in the crevices halfway up the cliff. However, even if they discovered the whereabouts of Gulaitam and others, the evil ghost warriors could only return to the jungle to collect bundles of vines. They weaved the vines into tough ropes and hung them from the top of the cliff before sending the evil spirits out. The ghost warrior slipped into the crevices of the rocks along the vines. Gulaitam and wolf knight Tego, who were waiting below, were waiting for work and killed several evil ghost warriors in the crevices of the rocks. The Gulaitam reconnaissance team stayed in the crevices of the rocks for a day and a night, facing the attacks of the evil ghost warriors. All the 10 ghost-patterned soldier ants they brought were killed. 2 heavy armored infantrymen also died in the chaos. 3 heavy armored warriors were injured. The wolf knight tiger suffered a little minor injuries. At noon on the 3rd day, Gulaitam saw a group of magicians riding magic harpoons suddenly appear in the sky opposite the cliff. Chapter 1400 The Magician Group. In fact, the magicians didn't know that the ogre reconnaissance team was hiding in the crevices of this solitary mountain cliff. The mountains on the west side of the Samasto River stretched for hundreds of miles, and it is not easy to find the ogre reconnaissance team in these mountains. The first reinforcement team of mages flew to the Samasto River Canyon last night, but the direction given by magician Basil was a bit vague. When the mages couldn't find the target, they could only search aimlessly around the mountains. He was worried about being ambushed by evil ghost warriors, but he didn't dare to fly at low altitude in the mountains. The reason why these magicians are wandering around this lonely peak is entirely because there are many evil ghost warriors gathered on the top of the mountain. This group of evil ghost warriors moved abnormally, and the investigating magicians found that they were constantly trying to climb down the steep rock wall. When the magicians flew to the other side of the mountain wall and got closer, they discovered that these evil ghost warriors were planning to rush into the rock wall, and there were some signs of fighting in the crevices of the rocks. The magicians who were struggling to search for the ogre reconnaissance team began to wander near the cliff. By noon, they confirmed that it was Gillitam's reconnaissance team that was hiding in the cracks of the rocks and being attacked by the evil spirits. Most of the magicians were searching along the retreat route of the reconnaissance team drawn by Basil. No one expected that the reconnaissance team was intercepted by evil ghost warriors during their retreat and deviated from the retreat route after only climbing 2 mountains. Being forced onto this lonely peak, there was no way to retreat. Now that the traces of the reconnaissance team have been discovered, clusters of magic flares break through the sky, even from dozens of kilometers away. The exploding flares can be clearly seen in the sky. The magicians who were investigating this area gathered from all directions on the clouds on the side of the cliff. There were only 5 or 6 magicians at first. When the magic signal flare was sent out, more than a dozen magicians quickly gathered here. These magicians are suspended in the sky on magic harpoons, because they have to guard against the short flying spears of the evil ghost warriors. The magicians are nearly 1,000 yards away from the top of the mountain, seeing more and more magicians gathering in the sky. The evil ghost hunting group on the top of the mountain suddenly became commotion, but they looked up at the sky and were helpless against the magicians above their heads. The scorching sun was shining in the sky at noon, and the 2-headed ogre in the stone crevice was almost exhausted under the repeated attacks of the evil warriors. Several new mountain passes were added to the ogre's body, and a short flying spear was inserted into his body. At the ribs, he was worried that he would lose his combat effectiveness after pulling out the short flying spear. This short flying spear had been stuck in Gillitam's body all night. Wolf Knight Tego transformed into a beast twice in succession. Now he is weak and his combat power is not even as good as those of the surviving heavy armored infantry soldiers. Even the silver mane of the frost wolf Bonita was dyed red. She lay silently next to Tego and licked her wounds. Tego rested his head on Bonita's soft waist and looked blankly at the thin line of sight. Blue sky. Orc warriors have always been known for their unparalleled bravery. The highest honor of an orc warrior is to be able to fight on the battlefield. But now he found that the ogre in front of him was more ferocious than him. For the past 2 days and 3 nights, Gulaitum had almost single-handedly blocked the group of evil ghost warriors. Tego touched the black iron sword next to him with some effort, preparing to make the last move as soon as he could take a breath. Bonita, the frost wolf nestling next to him, seemed to feel the solution in Tego's eyes, and couldn't help but whimper softly. Another evil ghost rushed in from the edge of the stone cave entrance, looking at the half-foot-long horn on the top of the evil ghost's head. Gulaitum knew that this evil ghost warrior was more fierce than other evil ghosts. Sure enough, he squeezed in through the crack in the stone, and the first knife he struck at Gulaitum had a sharp blade light. The 2-headed ogre raised his heavy stick. The space in the stone crevice was small, and there was almost no room for the 2 sides to move around. There was no doubt that the 2-headed ogre had a huge advantage in the fight here. Unfortunately, these evil ghost warriors on the opposite side also had the same advantage. Known for its strength, the person who broke in this time was an evil ghost flag leader. He rushed in and launched a fierce offensive towards Gulaitum. Gulaitum could only hold up his big stick and block frequently. Every time he fought, the wounds on the ogre's body seemed to ooze out some blood. At this moment, a harsh copper whistle suddenly sounded outside, the sharp sound almost piercing the sky. A group of magicians floating quietly in the sky lined up in a neat row. They looked at the evil ghosts on the top of the mountain with solemn expressions. After the order from the leader of the magic group, Avid, the 30 people in this row almost at the same time, the magician took out a magic scroll with golden runes. Everyone tore open the scroll without hesitation, and then almost chanted a spell. Just like the choir priests in the temple singing carols in the temple hall, the sound seems to have a powerful magic power. The sky even condensed into clusters of magic storms flashing with electric arcs. But these magicians were all covered with a layer of light shields, and even the magic harpoons they rode were covered in edge, ls. When the light shield was formed, the evil ghost warriors gathered on the mountain had already noticed it. Some evil ghosts had even started to stop and looked up at the dazzling sky intently. Some evil spirits were even hiding behind some bunkers, hunched over and holding sharp short flying spears in their hands. The evil general also looked at the group of magicians in the sky with a puzzled look. Ordinarily, with such a long distance between the two sides, magic attacks cannot harm the evil warriors at all, unless the magicians can get closer. But once the magicians fly close, the magicians will be within the throwing range of short flying spears. Those sharp short flying spears are enough to pierce the weak body of the magician. And just when the evil spirits hesitated, the next second the whistle sounded. 30 magicians dived down from high altitude almost at the same time. There were 3 mages in the magicians' team riding magic harpoons. And at the same time, they each held a magic book in their hands. The remaining magicians had some scrolls in their hands. The magicians descended very quickly, and the evil ghosts standing on the top of the mountain also appeared one after another. They all held short flying spears in their hands, and seemed to be waiting for the magicians. Can fly lower. Dozens of evil ghost warriors were holding short flying spears in their hands, just waiting for the magician to rush into the throwing range and throw the short flying spears in their hands together. The magicians, holding their magic shields, only flew to the edge of the ghost warriors' throwing range. They no longer dived downwards. Instead, they pulled the pressed helm in time and threw the magic scrolls in their hands. These magic scrolls unfolded messily in the air, and then turned into balls of flames, which instantly poured down from the sky. In addition, the mages holding magic books in their hands were chanting incantations, and countless fireballs poured down. When the evil ghost warriors saw a piece of fire magic pouring down from the sky, they threw the short flying spears in their hands. Unfortunately, when the short flying spears reached the highest point, they had completely lost their power. Parabolic trajectories fell into the cliff one after another. The magic pouring down from the sky only burned half of the sky red, and did not fall to the top of the mountain. Just as the evil ghost warriors were looking at the fire magic that was as brilliant as fireworks in the sky, these magicians whose sight was blocked by the flame suddenly rushed down from the fire curtain again. But this time they threw out a large number of fire magic scrolls almost without reservation, and balls of fire exploded on the top of the mountain. Chapter 1401 Dragon Warrior. After receiving the news that Gul'aitam was injured, Cerdak immediately changed the currently planned march route and led 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants directly into the dense jungle. He served in the military in the Warsaw Plain for 4 years, and knew these evil ghost warriors very well. He was worried that something might happen to Gul'aitam and Wolf Knight Tego during their retreat. If these 2 second-level experts were to act alone, it would be very easy to avoid being tracked by the evil ghost warriors. But the 2 of them were carrying a reconnaissance team. Whether it is the Ogre clan or the tribal orcs, he would not give up his companions easily on the battlefield. This was what Cerdak was most worried about. If you don't know how to give up at the critical moment, you will drag yourself and your companions into the endless abyss. So after receiving the news that the Ogre Gul'aitam was injured, Cerdak decided to immediately lead his army into the jungle. His back felt chilly. This primitive jungle is overgrown with vines and shrubs and thorns everywhere. The army of soldier ants cannot advance at full speed in the jungle. The soldier ants that opened the way almost split the thorns in front of him. At this time, all the magicians of the reconnaissance team were summoned by Cerdak. The magicians need to spread out in this mountain wilderness and find the location of Gul'aitam's reconnaissance team as soon as possible. The army led by Cerdak and Andrew was like a sharp knife, thrusting straight east into the jungle. Cerdak stood with a tense face behind a row of ghost-patterned soldier ants, watching the 8 druids order them to be at the front of the large army, using their sharp teeth and strong bodies to clear the weeds in front of them. And vines were cleared, and a forest path was opened in a short time. Cerdak even regretted that he should have sent Andrew to lead the team. Gul'aitam and Wolf Knight Tego were together. When encountering a large number of evil ghost warriors, they were completely a suicide squad. Whether it was the 2-headed ogre or the Wolf Knight Tego, he couldn't afford to lose that second-level warrior. This is the plain of Warsaw, and every evil ghost warrior is very powerful. If you want to hunt something on this battlefield, the role of the leader is particularly important. Originally, he had brought enough cannon fodder for this plain war, but he didn't want to lose his core combat power just when he entered the battlefield. The army penetrated the jungle like a sharp sword. Although the heavy armored infantry soldiers and the ghost-striped soldier ants would take turns to rest, the ghost-striped soldier ants who opened the forest road in front of the team never stopped. Every 6 hours, Sertagram would replace a group of soldier ants. And this went back and forth for 3 days. Under the guidance of the magician scouts, the army of ghost-striped soldier ants forcibly opened a 300 kilometers long forest road in this mountain range. In fact, entering deeper into the jungle, there are fewer and fewer shrubs and vines that hinder the cavalry's progress. At noon on the 3rd day after entering the jungle, when Serdak was following the army of soldier ants and planning to cross the next mountain ridge, suddenly a series of eye-catching lights appeared in the sky above the jungle in the distance. The sun was shining brightly at noon, but those magic signals still shone with such dazzling light in the blue sky. Serdak immediately jumped off the horse and jumped up to a tall fir tree. He stood on the crown of the tree and looked into the distance. It didn't take long for Andrew to climb up from below. I guess the situation on Guladam's side is not good. Otherwise the mage group would not have sent out a signal to summon all the mage groups. Serdak frowned and said to Andrew behind him. A trace of worry flashed across Andrew's face, and he stared intently at the fireworks feast in the distance in the direction of the vague cliff. You lead the army and continue to advance at full speed in this direction. Serdak immediately decided and ordered. Okay. Andrew agreed readily, and then looked at Soldak suspiciously. Soldak scratched his head and said apologetically to Andrew, I'll fly over first to see the situation over there. After saying that, he did not hesitate anymore and began to recite the war call of the rune language on the canopy of the fir tree. The dragon language sent out thick sound waves through his dragon bone throat, and the runes were drawn in front of him. When the power of the rune words was fully activated, a huge door of time and space more than 10 meters high appeared behind Serdak. A red dragon poked its head in from the other side of the time and space gate. Looking at Soldak on the canopy of the tree with suspicion, she stared, exuding huge coercion. Speaking dragon language with concussive ripples, asked Serdak, Dak, what's going on? Are you in trouble again? Soldak raised his head and nodded to Israel, who was looking behind him. Iser, I need your help this time. Oh! A loud and passionate dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Israel suddenly emerged from the gate of time and space. With this fire-like light shining on his body, it leaned down and lowered its head. Serdak took the opportunity to jump onto its neck and slid along its neck covered with hard scales to its back. Iser didn't even wait for Serdak to stand firm. In the next second, he unfolded his dragon wings of more than 20 meters, flapped them violently, and suddenly slid forward for several hundred meters. It flies in the sky, like a manta ray in the blue sea, with a sense of freedom and freehand expression when flying. The sharp wind blew on Serdak's face, as if a giant hand was trying to push him off the dragon's back. He could only bend down, holding only the edges of the dragon's scales with both hands, trying hard to ensure you won't be blown down by the wind. This was not the first time that Serdak summoned Iser, but it was the first time that he felt the terrifying speed of a red dragon flying at full speed at low altitude. Every time it flapped its wings, its body would rush forward. Distance. The mountain peak at the end of the field of vision continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, until a wall of flames appeared in Serdak's field of vision. The mages with magic shields lined up, and under the cover of the flame wall in the air, dive-bombed the evil ghosts on the top of the mountain. Serdak had a panoramic view of all these actions. A few seconds ago, he was still thousands of meters away, but in an instant he appeared behind the magicians. Iser felt that he took a deep breath, and his abdomen suddenly swelled. The dragon scales on the entire abdomen revealed streaks of dazzling red flames. The runes containing the aura of destruction were hidden under the dragon scales. In the next few seconds, Iser led Soldak and plunged into the flame screen in front. Just when Iser poked its head out from the cover of the blazing flames, its head covered with dragon scales suddenly opened its mouth, and a dragon's breath like lava came out of its throat, and then poured it down on the evil spirits on the top of the mountain. The scorching dragon's breath instantly turned the top of Lone Peak into a sea of fire. But Iser did not stop. It spread its wings and dived towards the other side of the solitary peak. A group of evil ghost warriors were in its dragon breath, igniting fire, running, struggling, and melting. Chapter 1402 Killing Evil. The extremely terrifying face of the evil general on the top of the lonely peak showed a hint of horror and resentment. Under the dragon's breath, his body was completely wrapped by a shield composed of hexagonal black crystals. His body was like a ghost hiding behind the shadow of a boulder with great flexibility. The dragon's breath of the red dragon Iser almost melted nearly half of the huge rock. But the evil ghost general's body was only stained with a trace of flame. The black crystal shield on his body didn't know whether it was magic or his own ability. but it actually blocked out the last trace of dragon flames. When he stood up again from behind the boulder, the scorching flames were burning all around him. But his whole body was covered with fire. Isn't scathed. It's just that the ordinary evil ghost warriors around him don't have a shield like his, and their sight is blocked by the large fire curtain in the sky. When they see the red dragon eyes are rushing out of the fire curtain, they have no time to react. He was instantly contaminated by the breath of dragon flames. The hard exoskeleton on the ghost warrior's body was instantly ignited, and there was a sea of fire everywhere around him, making it impossible to escape. On the other hand, the evil ghost banner leaders had extra black crystal shields in their hands. However, even with these black crystal shields, they could not resist the breath of dragon flames from the front. The side of the body blocked by the black crystal shield remained intact, but the body, the sides and back were burning with an everlasting flame. The evil general stepped on the flaming rock, took a few steps, and jumped high from the top of the lonely peak. The black crystal shield on his body then turned into a black crystal giant sword in his hand, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The shadow behind him turned out to be a 9-headed sea snake in the endless abyss. This sea snake was filled with an aura of darkness and chaos. The moment Issa spread his wings and swooped down the mountainside, the black crystal giant sword in his hand turned into a sword-edged mountain peak, like a black meteor in the sea of fire, and hit the red dragon Issa's head straight, chest and abdomen. Israel seemed to have felt the sharp breath, but once it sprayed out the dragon's breath, it couldn't stop midway. Otherwise, even if it is a red dragon, it will inevitably be counterattacked by the power of its own dragon flames. It can't even bow its head. The murderous aura caused the scales on its neck to stand up one after another. Serdek, who was lying on the dragon's back, naturally saw the evil general jumping high from the sea of fire. He could even see it more clearly than Israel. The black giant sword burst out into a mountain of blades, and a bottomless abyss seemed to appear behind the evil general. A 9-headed sea snake emerged from the eye of the abyss. It was just a shadow, but the terrifying aura was as if it was about to swallow the sky. Serdek knew that he could not give up at this moment, although this evil general would definitely suppress him by a large level in terms of level. If he did not take action at this time, Israel would definitely be attacked by the evil general. He was severely injured, and for the first time, he even felt a little bit of tension deep in Israel's heart. After the war call is over, it has to return to the Astander Plain, where the environment is more dangerous. There are many powerful enemies hidden there, so it cannot be injured. Instantly releasing his power, an archangel phantom flashing with holy light appeared behind Serdek, and a sacred beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped Serdek. Under the holy light, Serdek jumped off the dragon's back, with 3 layers of protection on the surface of the Gerda shield in his hand: blessed shield, holy shield and ancient oath. The next moment, the archangel shadow behind him actually bent down and held Serdek firmly in his arms, with his arms and pure white wings. Serdek's body was protected by layers of protection, and he hit the evil general with Gerda's shield. Like a comet carrying a ray of holy light, it hit the mountain of swords made by the evil ghost. The spar sword with a dark and chaotic aura instantly cut through the shield of ancient oaths. The sword mountain only shook slightly, and then hit the holy shield, which erupted with a dazzling burst of holy light. With such force, the entire sword mountain began to shake violently, and cracks even began to form at the tip of the sword. As the holy light erupted from the holy shield gradually faded away, Crystal Sword Mountain hit the blessing shield, amidst the harsh sound of gold and stone. The Gothic shield on Serdek's arm was knocked to pieces by the evil general, although the black Crystal Sword Mountain in front of the evil general was on the verge of collapse. It still stabbed towards Serdek without any regrets. The angel's shadow instantly transformed into a solid light shield, and at this moment, all the sacred power in Serdek's body was almost instantly drained. The Crystal Sword Mountain stabbed the light shield formed by the Archangel and completely collapsed. Then the evil general holding a spar sword was revealed behind the Sword Mountain. He jumped into the air and stabbed the sword in his hand flatly into Serdek's chest. The sharp blade was close to Serdek's chest. Shield's arm stabbed Serdek in the chest. But at this moment, the 6-pointed star magic circle appeared under Serdek's feet, and a gate to the void instantly rose behind him. A devil's eye flew out from the gate of the void in despair, and happened to be in front of Serdek. The moment the crystal sword pierced the devil's eye, the body of the devil's eye also exploded, and countless the lenses splashed out, and almost all fell on the evil spirit general. A snow-white arm stretched out from the door, and forcefully pulled Serdek into the door. The crystal sword in the demon general's hand did not even touch Serdek's body. When he fell from midair back to the top of the burning mountain, the red dragon Iser had already passed over his head, and the dragon's breath almost turned the top of the mountain into a sea of fire. Countless evil warriors struggled in the fire, feeling the power in their bodies gradually drain away. The red dragon Yssel found that the summoning door reappeared in front of him. It looked back at the evil general on the top of the mountain with some helplessness. The regret of not being able to kill it flew into the summoning door. Just when the red dragon Iser entered the summoning door, a void gate appeared on the top of the mountain. Soldak stepped out of it with a broadsword, and happened to see only a section of the tail of the red dragon Iser. And the summoning gate has begun to collapse. Aphrodite, wearing magic robes, followed Soldak with a charming smile and flew out. The pair of transparent wings were fully unfolded behind her back. The devil's horns on her head revealed spiral magic patterns, and a huge eyeball floated above her head. The moment Aphrodite walked out of the void gate, the huge floating eyeball was covered with magic patterns, and a red light came out from the pupil of the eyeball, covering the evil general on the top of the mountain. The evil general felt his eyes blurred for a while, and a wave of tiredness came over him, as if he was about to fall asleep the next moment. Whispers kept coming from the ears of the evil general, and those Sanskrit sounds filled his ears, making him feel like he was falling into the clouds at this moment. Aphrodite got closer to the evil general, and put her hand on the evil general's forehead. The evil general stood stiffly on the spot, with white mist in his pupils. Aphrodite turned to look at Serdek. The deep purple pupils were almost filled with the words, "Why don't you kill him?" Serdek understood instantly, and immediately carried the sword to the side of the evil ghost general, raised the broadsword in his hand. The blade was wrapped with a faint layer of sacred power, and stood fiercely close to the evil ghost. On the neck, the head of the evil general fell down, and his 3-meter-tall body fell heavily next to the boulder that exuded a burnt aura. Chapter 1403 on the battlefield. From the appearance alone, the Hell Ghost has a body structure similar to that of a human being. It has a head, trunk, and limbs. It has clear facial features on its head, has hands and feet, and can walk upright. If you have to say what is the difference between the two in terms of appearance, that is, the evil ghosts are taller and more powerful. The average height of the evil ghost warriors is about 3 meters, and each evil ghost warrior does not have a trace of fat on his body. Almost all of them are pure muscular men. Human warriors are basically only 2 meters tall. Even if they undergo the most rigorous training, there is still no fat in their bodies. Of course, this is just from appearance. But people who are familiar with evil ghosts know that there is the most essential difference between evil ghosts and humans. The biggest difference between the two is that the human body is supported by a skeleton, with muscle groups and tendons wrapped around the skeleton. And then, there is a layer of fat on the outside, and the outermost layer is soft skin. But the body structure of evil spirits is just opposite to that of humans. The surface layer of the evil ghost's body is a layer of hard bone armor. If you use a sharp dagger to peel it off along the gaps in the bone armor, you can see that there is a layer of tough black demon skin inside, and the innermost part is the muscle group. Usually, merchants accompanying the army like to buy the black devil skin on evil spirits. Serdek was good at peeling off this black devil skin in the military camp. There is no skeleton support in the body of the ghost warrior, and the structure inside the body is almost entirely composed of muscle groups with different functions. In other words, if the evil ghost warriors did not have this exoskeleton, they would all turn into mollusks. Although they have an almost human appearance, their bodies are similar to those of insects, with muscles inside the exoskeleton. Now the top of Goofling has turned into a piece of scorched earth, and the surrounding area is filled with the smell of roasted meat. The fires in some surrounding places have not been completely extinguished, and from time to time, there will be waves of heat waves, which will make the mouth dry. The red dragon Iser used dragon breath to clear an open space on the peak, not far away. Some magicians with shields descended on magic harpoons and began to set up an isolation fire wall on the scorched earth not far away. Aphrodite stood in front of the evil general, lowered her head, and looked at the evil general in a pool of blood, pursed her lips, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why is every battle like this kind of melee without any plan? Well, this incident caught me off guard. But who would have thought that there would be such a ghost hunting group hidden in this mountain range?" Serdek's face was a little pale. During the fight, his right arm was almost broken. The biggest loss was that the magic pattern shield on his right arm was broken. "You are the commander. Of course, it is up to you to prevent these problems in advance." As Aphrodite spoke, she stepped on the huge head of the evil ghost general, then curled her lips and looked at the ferocious face. "Ho, Her hair was still wet, and she looked like she had just taken a shower. The demon general's head is a bit big, and his face is almost as big as half a 4-person dining table. It's just that it doesn't have any breath now, and its body is still exuding traces of chaotic breath. Apart from the magic core that can peel out the high-grade black magic crystal, the most valuable thing about this evil ghost is its face. Aphrodite bent down and inspected the ferocious face of the evil ghost general. She looked at the face very carefully, as if she didn't want to miss any details. Faces are valuable? Serdek was a little confused. Peel it off here first, and peel off the whole face intact. She asked Soldak to peel off the entire face while the blood on the ghost general's body was still cold. Although Serdek didn't quite understand why Aphrodite said that, he still took out a skinning knife from outside his thigh, squatted next to Aphrodite, and peeled off the face of the evil general. In fact, he was even more concerned about the safety of Gulaitum and Wolf Knight Tako. Aphrodite stood aside and said casually, "Your shield is damaged. It is not easy to find another shield that you can use. Why not use its face? Evil ghost shields are very popular in the HL world. They are easy to make and very strong and durable. This layer of black demon skin must also be preserved," Aphrodite explained while telling Serdek how to peel the skin. When Gulaitum and Wolf Knight Tako climbed out of the cracks in the rocks with difficulty, the top of the mountain was completely turned into scorched earth. In order to defend the land on the top of the mountain, 30 magicians set up 11 fire walls on the hillside, completely blocking the attacks of the evil ghost warriors halfway up the mountain. At this moment, the top leader of the evil ghost hunting group, General Evil, was killed. The hunting group instantly became leaderless, and even the evil ghost warriors who were attacking the top of the mountain stopped. At the beginning of the chaos, most of the evil ghost warriors, led by various evil ghost banner commanders, still gathered halfway up the lonely peak, hoping to continue to capture the top of the mountain. But now there are walls of fire on the mountainside, and the evil ghost warriors cannot rush up. Many evil ghosts are frightened by the evil dragon. Many evil ghosts plan to retreat to the jungle at the foot of the mountain, but they are very hostile to the evil ghost flag leader. But he hopes to rush to the top, preferably to rescue the general. 2 different opinions made the evil warrior unable to move forward or retreat. Serdek peeled off the face of the evil ghost general as quickly as possible, and then he ignored the group of evil ghosts halfway up the mountain. Instead, he first treated the injuries of the most seriously injured wolf knights, Tiger and Gulaitum. Their armors were almost chopped to pieces by the evil ghost warriors, and their bodies were covered with numerous wounds. Serdek stood next to the sacrificial altar, casually picked up a few evil ghost heads from the ground and sacrificed them, in exchange for the blessed body to stabilize the injuries of the 2. Then it was time to treat the wounds of the 2 people. For Serdek, this was the most tedious task. Nika and her medical team usually handled these matters, but now Nika's medical team follows the other half of the legion, so Serdek can only clean these minor wounds himself. The few surviving heavy armored infantry soldiers also crawled out of the cracks in the rocks. Their injuries were relatively minor. After they crawled out of the cracks in the rocks, they began to search for the charred corpses of the evil ghost warriors in the scorched earth. Although these corpses had become worthless, their skulls still contained a precious black magic crystal. Every evil ghost has one in his skull. The value of this unidentified black magic crystal is almost twice that of ordinary magic crystal. In some special planes, the price of this type of unidentified black magic crystal is, I'm afraid, it will be higher. In the evening, an army of 50,000 soldier ants finally arrived near the lonely peak under the guidance of the magician scouts, and nearly 1,000 evil ghost warriors were trapped on the lonely peak. Andrew, who came with the army, did not arrange for the large troops to camp and rest at all. Instead, he immediately organized a mixed combat team of ghost-striped soldier ants and heavy armored infantry soldiers, and personally led the team to form a battle team from the foot of Gufeng. The siege force launched the most brutal siege against these ghosts on the mountain peak. Chapter 1404 Return to the Forest Farm Camp. As soon as 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants appeared at the foot of the lonely peak, the evil ghost warriors gathered on the lonely peak became a mess. The general was trapped on the top of the mountain. Those human magicians laid several walls of fire on the scorched earth. The evil ghost warriors were like ants on a hot pot. They couldn't even decide to break through the fire wall in one go and rescue the general on the top of the mountain, or retreat to the bottom of the mountain, in the woodland. Now seeing the dark red giant soldier ants gathering at the foot of the mountain, the evil ghost warriors knew that a life or death battle would follow. As a berserker, Andrew is like a madman on the battlefield. In every battle, He takes the lead and rushes to the front. This was the first time he led a group of soldier ants to charge. The dark red soldier ants formed a tight horizontal line behind Andrew. They crowded together one after another and followed Andrew, looking like a wall of darkness. Red wall? Andrew had heard Surdak talk about these ghost warriors more than once. He knew that the ghost warriors were born with supernatural powers. Once they entered their familiar fighting rhythm, it might take some effort to win. However, these evil ghost warriors are all stubborn and lack flexibility on the battlefield. So as long as they grasp this weakness, they can easily win. This is the first time that ghost-patterned soldier ants have engaged in a large-scale battle. In fact, Andrew is not sure, because in his impression, these ghost-patterned soldier ants are also very weak. When fighting in the Dark Worm Valley, every time he met him, all the constructed knights will be beaten back one after another. Now, under the command of a group of druids, these ghost-patterned soldier ants were lined up in a neat row on the battlefield. The heavy armored infantry followed the soldier ants. The shield warriors walked in front, and followed by a row of spear warriors. 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants surrounded the foot of Goofling Mountain. All the soldier ants followed Andrew closely. Approaching halfway up the mountain, a group of evil ghost warriors gathered together. There were almost more than 300 evil ghosts. They formed a battle group and wanted to break out of the army of soldier ants at the foot of the mountain before they formed an encirclement. At the beginning of the battle, the evil ghost warriors collided head-on with the ghost-patterned soldier ants. When the fist swords and war blades in their hands were forcefully blocked by the fangs of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, they found that they could not suppress these soldiers with their strength advantage. Soldier ants, the last hope of these evil ghost warriors, was shattered. Ghost-patterned soldier ants also possess tyrannical power, and their bodies are also covered with a layer of hard armor with black magic patterns. In close combat, the ghost-patterned soldier ants and the evil ghost warriors are evenly matched. However, there were 50,000 soldier ants gathered on the battlefield, but the number of evil ghost warriors did not exceed 1,000. Their numerical advantage caused the evil ghost warriors to be quickly annihilated in the ant tide, and the heavy armored infantry soldiers following behind would not miss the opportunity at this time. Everyone hid behind the soldier ants at first. Only when the soldier ants and the evil ghost warriors were fighting together did the heavy armored infantry warriors behind them rush up and slash at the evil ghost warriors' joints with their heavy swords. For heavy armored infantry warriors, the most conspicuous weakness of the ghost warriors is in the crook of their legs. As long as the tendons there are cut along the gaps in the bone-hard armor, the ghost warriors will instantly become lame. Surrounded by these soldier ants, Andrew had no worries at all and rushed all the way to the top of the mountain. After this battle, this evil ghost hunting group was almost completely wiped out. When collecting the corpses of the evil ghost warriors, the infantry soldiers carried back the corpses of more than 700 evil ghost warriors. The heads of these evil ghost warriors are so precious. There is a magic core hidden in each head, and there is indispensable a black devil inside. Crystal. Today, the price of unidentified black magic crystals on the market is as high as 18 gold coins, which is still priceless. At the same time, each evil ghost head is a good sacrifice, which is more useful to Surdak. Andrew led the soldier ants to kill the evil ghost warriors, crossed the gradually extinguishing wall of fire, and reached the top of the mountain. Surdak had just treated the wounds of Frust Wolf Bonita. Gulitum and Tego were almost covered in bandages, lying side by side on stretchers next to a boulder. There were burnt marks everywhere on the top of the mountain. The three magicians of the mage group and Surdak gathered around a map and reported to Surdak. After the investigation of our mage group, it can be confirmed that there is no contact with anyone within the surrounding area of dozens of kilometers. A second evil ghost hunting group was discovered, and no remaining evil ghosts who escaped were found. Surdak's eyes fell on the map and nodded slightly. He turned around and saw Andrew, who was covered in blood, leading his horse towards him, and asked him, "How does it feel to fight together with these soldier ants for the first time?" "It's not bad. They were very obedient under the command of this group of druids, and they rushed forward in one go," Andrew replied cheerfully. Then he strode up to Gulitum and Tego, and asked the two people who were wrapped like mummies, "Guys, this time I helped you two take revenge. None of these evil ghost warriors were left behind. Behead your head." Gulitum and Nauhar looked at each other unwillingly, but could only sigh helplessly, obviously not satisfied with the performance of this reconnaissance mission. "Commander Surdak, our scouts found a large amount of bacon stored on a cliff on the other side of the river valley. It was probably obtained by these evil ghost warriors from hunting during this period." The magician Awade stood there, on the side. He whispered to Soldak, Hearing Avid say such information, Soldak's eyes immediately lit up. The reason why Serdak's army of soldier ants walked north along the mountain forest was because the resources at the edge of the mountain forest were rich, which could solve the problem of ghost-striped soldier ants' rations. After all, the logistics department of the military department is not a business group accompanying the military. It can make all details perfect. The soldier ant army has been in the Warsaw Plain for more than half a month, but it still has not been able to solve the material supply problem of the ghostly patterned soldier ants. Now that I heard that the investigators of the mage group discovered the place where the evil ghost hunting group stored food, they were naturally more concerned. Approximately how many can there be? Serdak asked impatiently. Magician Avid nodded to Serdak and said to him with a smile, There are so many! The whole one-horned bison bacon is almost covered on the top of the cave under the cliff. The next step was to clean up the battlefield. The heads of these evil ghost warriors were all captured by Serdak. In addition, the infantry soldiers in the Legion who were good at skinning could cut the Black Devil's skins from the corpses of these evil ghost warriors at will. As for the outermost bone armor of the ghost warrior, it is of no use. Without the nourishment of the ghost warrior's body, these bone armors will actually become very brittle. In addition, the bone armor cannot be reshaped. So what's still worth a few bucks on them is the black striped magic skin. Moreover, this kind of black striped demon skin has always belonged to whoever kills it and gets to skin it. After the skin of the black demon is converted into money, it will be distributed equally among all members of the combat team. The biggest reward from winning the battle was a treasure chest full of unidentified black magic crystals. As long as these magic crystals are brought back to the Bena Legion headquarters in Handanar City, these black magic crystals will become real military merits. Serdak's current title is only that of a third-class earl, and his territorial expansion in the Belan Plain will not bring him any merit. However, becoming a plain lord as an earl does have a lower title, and the way he wants to be promoted is to enter the big battlefield to gain meritorious service as a second-level strongman, or to participate in playing wars. Whether it is you can obtain black magic crystals by fighting against the H.L. demons, undead ghosts, or the dark forces of the abyss, this is the path he must take to advance. So when Duke Newman issued an order, Marquis Luther did not block it in the military department. Instead, he supported his participation in entering the Warsaw Plain and participating in the Plain War. And Serdak did not expect to find a granary of the evil ghost army in this mountain range. When the magician investigator took Serdak to the cave of the evil ghost hunting group under the cliff on the other side, the cave was filled with ashes, and the densely packed bacon on the stone wall at the top of the cave was almost all bacon. The whole beast, as well as some gazelles, elk, and one-horned bison and the like. When Serdak entered the cave, he discovered that the dry areas inside the cave were filled with already baked bacon. Most of these bacons are whole one-horned bison. It can be said that the main target of the ghost hunting groups hunting along the Samasto River is probably the herds of one-horned bison, or the herds of wild boars in flock. The rations for the 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants have been temporarily solved. This much bacon can sustain the 50,000 soldier ants for at least a month. All food must be carried. This time thousands of soldier ants have to carry a heavy load to march north. Fortunately, the soldiers' ants are very powerful. Serdak studied the map of Handanar County on the bank of the Samasto River for a long time. In the end, he did not let the soldier ant army return to the edge of the jungle along the passage opened in the mountains. Instead, he boldly decided to lead the soldier ant army to continue northward along the Samasto River. For the cavalry, some of the mountains along the Samasto River seemed insurmountable. They encountered some deep valleys or waterfalls on the way. The cavalry had to at least take a detour through the dense jungle. But for the soldier ant army with outstanding climbing ability, this is not a problem. The most important reason that made Serdak make this bold decision was actually that when the magician reconnaissance team was scouting north along the river, they discovered another evil ghost hunting group. The number of evil ghost warriors they met this time was very different. Probably nearly 1,000 evil ghost warriors. Soldak and Andrew concluded that the valley of the Samasto River was an important hunting ground for the evil ghost legion, and it was from here that they continuously sent food supplies to support the entire evil ghost legion. So this time Serdak decided to eliminate these evil ghost warriors, who were hunting everywhere along the way, and plunder all the food they had hoarded. For the battle that took place along the Samasto River, the top leaders of the Demon Legion did not even think about it. In fact, the Plain War has been going on for so many years, and the evil ghost army has become accustomed to the fighting style of the Imperial Army. The most powerful army in the Green Empire is the Constructed Knights. In addition, The evil ghost warriors cannot withstand the full charge of the heavy cavalry regiment on the frontal battlefield. Those heavy armored infantry regiments often act as cannon fodder on the battlefield. And the evil spirits don't look down on those infantry regiments. A simple heavy armored infantry regiment cannot gain much advantage in fighting the evil ghosts in the jungle. But the constructed knights and heavy cavalry regiments cannot fight the evil ghosts in the jungle. This has always restricted the Bena Legion from being able to fight against the evil ghosts. One of the problems of expansion in the northern mountains. During the Battle of Mayun Ridge, Duke Newman mobilized nearly 6,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers to open a forest road from the forest camp to Mayun Ridge in order for the cavalry regiment to enter Mayun Ridge. The top management of the Evil Ghost Legion did not expect that the soldier ant army would accidentally discover an important hunting ground of the Evil Ghost Legion as soon as they entered the Warsaw Plain. They did not expect that this time the West Route army would actually bring over 50,000 ghost pattern soldiers. Ants. These soldier ants are much more powerful in the jungle than heavy cavalry. So as soon as he found an evil ghost hunting group, he quickly opened his fangs and swallowed them in one bite. Of course, the victory of this battle also had a lot to do with the fact that the magicians put down their posture and took the initiative to help Serdak's Lord Army survey the surrounding forest area. The second evil ghost hunting group. The third evil ghost hunting group. The fourth evil ghost hunting group. As long as the magician investigators find the evil ghost hunting group, Serdak will lead the army of soldier ants to surround them. The evil ghosts in this mountain range have long been accustomed to this kind of hunting life, and they have never had any problems in the past few years, making them less vigilant. They subconsciously believe that the Imperial cavalry cannot enter the jungle to fight, and that even if the infantry regiment comes, it will be useless. Therefore, many evil ghost warriors believe that there is no danger at all when hunting in the mountains. It was this oversight that allowed the soldier ant army, which quickly moved north, to seize the opportunity. Along the way, the magician reconnaissance team found 6 evil ghost hunting groups of about 1,000 people on the banks of the Samasto River, and almost wiped out all of them. The evil ghost warriors harvested rich trophies. When the soldier ant army arrived at the upper tributary of the Samasto River, no trace of the evil ghost warriors could be found in the surrounding mountains. Only then did Serdak decide to lead the soldier ant army westward out of the mountains. When the army of soldier ants came out of the jungle, almost all of them carried a large amount of bacon food on their backs. This jungle road also allowed Serdak's soldier ant army to completely bypass Handanar City and the county North Meadow. The soldier ant army just headed west along the edge of the jungle. After more than a month of trekking, this soldier ant army loaded with food finally arrived at the forest farm camp. Serdak rode a magic patterned warhorse and walked at the front of the soldier ant army. The camp and the mountain call in the distance gradually appeared in front of him, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. There was still a market on the grassy slope opposite the camp. Serdak rode his magic patterned warhorse and stopped on a high hill, looking at the camp rebuilt from the ruins and feeling his heart beating violently. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a huge fist was hitting the chest violently, and the blood in the body seemed to be pouring out of the throat at the next moment. Chapter 1405 Camp Handover. A ray of sunlight shines through the dense woods, leaving spots of light on the forest grass. The air here is filled with light mist, and many huge trees are covered with green moss. This woodland was once a battlefield, but now the traces of the battle are almost hidden by the plants growing in the forest. The air was filled with the bitter taste of a plant. The forest farm camp is located in a mountain call on the edge of the forest area in the northern part of the Warsaw Plain. This was once a large forest farm that specialized in transporting precious timber such as indigo wood, ironwood, and clouded pear wood to the empire. However, this forest farm is located in several places. It was completely abandoned years ago. Later, when the Bena army entered Handanar County, it became the garrison camp in the northern part of Handanar County. The Evil Ghost Legion military camp in the north of the mountain is only 100 kilometers away from here. In recent years, the Evil Ghost Legion there has been trying to use the forest farm camp as a breakthrough point to enter the large meadow in the north. Unfortunately, the army in the forest farm camp is like it was wedged here like a nail, leaving those evil ghost warriors helpless. The camp is surrounded by a red brick wall. After so many years of operation, the tents in the camp have completely disappeared. Instead, there are wooden houses, which are very neatly built. There are also some new soldiers training on the playground inside the camp. The free market opposite the camp seems a bit depressed, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Now the portal in Epsom City is crowded with people who are preparing to leave. They are competing with the logistics forces for limited portal resources. This situation has continued. It has been more than a year, So the market here is in a slump. Kalatisha is the commander of the 79th Light Cavalry Regiment in the forest camp. Recently, the 79th Light Cavalry Regiment's mission in the forest camp is to patrol. The light cavalry work in small teams within a range of 30 kilometers of the forest camp. Patrol everywhere. In the morning, he came out of the Golden Leaf Merchant Group's camp in the free market. As usual, he would ride a horse to inspect the surroundings of the forest camp. Through the gap in the tent curtain, not only can you see the white arms inside, but you can also hear the woman's chuckle. Commander Kalatisha rearranged some leather trousers, touched the hilt of the sword at his waist, and saw his horse tied at the entrance of the tent. The war horse snorted excitedly when Kalatisha came out, digging the earth with iron hooves, making bursts of neighing noises. Hearing the noise coming from here, several light cavalry gathered from all around. Karatia grabbed the saddle and mounted easily. "Let's go out for a patrol first, and then go to the military camp for breakfast." Kalatisha held the reins of the horse with one hand, put the helmet on his head with the other, and said to the several light cavalry behind him, "Businessmen in the free market have long been accustomed to this kind of patrol." Some merchants who got up early saw Commander Karatia setting off with his small team, and they greeted the light cavalry commander enthusiastically. Commander Kalatisha raised his lips with a touch of pride, held the knight's sword, and rode at the front. He was closely followed by a cavalryman carrying a military flag, and behind him were 5 light cavalrymen who were good at crossbows. The group of people ran out from the hillside and went straight towards Malyun Ridge to explore. Commander Karatia has been out on inspection every day during the recent period. Just when Karatia returned from the forest, he saw a group of warcraft gathering indistinctly on a grassy slope in the East Mountain from a distance. He was a little nervous, jumped off the horse, and pulled the horse as the reins want to hide in a safe corner. But there were no trees or rocks around here, so it was impossible for him to escape. His eyesight was very good. From a distance of 700 to 800 meters, he could see those huge red monsters with huge fangs on their heads, walking on the ground, and they seemed to be carrying some cargo on their bodies. It seems that these monsters have black magic patterns all over their bodies, and each one is as strong as a bison. At this moment, Karatia had an ominous premonition in his heart. What he was most worried about was that the H.L. ghosts opposite would have other troops enter the Warsaw Plain. Now this group of evil ghosts has made everyone tired to deal with it. Once other units are added, such as ghost warriors riding those red giant-tusked monsters to fight against cavalry. Thinking of this, Kalatisha immediately mounted his horse again and ran towards the mountain ridge. There were more and more red monsters on the mountains in front of him, and Commander Kalatisha's heart became colder and colder. When those red monsters crowded the entire hillside, Kalatisha felt that her legs were getting weak. His heart was beating violently. An inexplicable panic surged deep in his heart. If these red monsters were brought by evil spirits, the forest farm camp would probably suffer unprecedented damage. He began to consider whether to blow the siren, and his hand had already touched the copper trumpet at his waist. However, at the moment when he was about to blow the trumpet, Kalatisha suddenly saw 2 red monsters appearing in front of him. The name Constructed Knight. The magic patterns on their bodies are so eye-catching and dazzling in the sunlight. Karatia raised his hand and signaled the 2 light cavalry to stay where they were, and the other cavalry followed him forward to explore the situation on the other side. Once his team was in danger, the 2 remaining light cavalry would quickly run back to deliver the message. Commander Kalatisha ran towards the 2 constructing knights, while the other light cavalry circled to both sides, intending to see the size of this army. It would be really scary if an evil ghost army appeared silently. The key is that the soldiers in the forest camp were not prepared at all. As Commander Karatia ran closer and closer, the monster army in his field of vision became clearer and clearer. 2 construct knights also came up from the opposite side. Karatia finally recognized those monsters. What he carries on his back is the rations that evil spirits usually eat. A few years ago, this mountainous forest was infested with all kinds of wild animals. Among them, red-eyed hyenas live in groups in the mountains and forests, and there are many one-horned bison living near the river valleys. In many cases, the heavy armored infantry regiment of the Bena Legion will not easily enter the jungle, because once they are in the mountains, encountering a pack of red-eyed hyenas is likely to cause unnecessary casualties. But in just a few years, this jungle has become basically dead except for some birdsong. All the jungle beasts that could be hunted were probably eaten by the evil spirits. In order to obtain enough food supplies, the Evil Ghost Legion sent a large number of evil ghost hunting groups into the depths of the mountains to hunt forest beasts. Commander Kalatisha was familiar with the food that these evil ghosts usually ate, which was what these red monsters carried on their backs. Bacon. When he was more than 50 meters away from the two knights in front, he shouted loudly, "Don't go any further! Where did you come from?" When the two construct knights heard Commander Kalatisha's shout, they stopped as expected. One of the construct knights raised a hand and urged the horse to move forward step by step. It was not until he walked in front of Commander Karatia that he smiled slightly at Commander Karatia. Kalatisha saw the Count's badge on his chest and immediately performed the knighthood. Cerdak looked at the light cavalry officer in front of him, smiled kindly at him, then took out a recruitment order from his arms and said to him, "I am Su, the commander of the West Route Army of the Bina Reinforcements. Erdate, leading the forward troops of the West Route Army, was ordered to come and garrison the forest camp." The troops on the hillside seemed to be verifying Cerdak's words. A group of heavy armored infantry crowded up from behind and stood in front of the soldier ants. Seeing the Imperial infantry appearing on the hillside, the light cavalry officer was visibly relieved. He saluted Soldak again, then took the recruitment order and checked its authenticity. When he saw the military seal clearly stamped on it, his heart in his throat finally fell back to its original place. And he waved his hands to the two light cavalry behind him, indicating that everything was normal. "You are Commander Cerdak. We have received news from the Bina Corps headquarters that you will arrive at the forest camp in the next few days," Commander Karatia said politely. He remembered that a month ago, there was news that the Bina province had summoned a large number of reinforcements to enter the Warsaw Plain. "I didn't expect this to be true. In fact, every year the Bina military headquarters will say so. Reinforcements will arrive, and then some soldiers who have expired their military service will be replaced and returned to the Bina province. But in fact, the forest farm camp has not seen any so-called reinforcements in the past 2 years. Now a group of soldiers suddenly appeared and came with a group of monsters, saying they wanted to change defenses with the troops stationed here." Commander Kalatisha had long since lost the excitement in his heart, and just nodded in a businesslike manner and said, "I just didn't expect you to have those big guys in your army. We have never seen such mounts here. These are ghost-striped soldier ants from the Belan Plain." Soldak saw the vigilance in the officer's eyes across from him and explained, "Can you take me to the forest camp to meet your commander?" "Of course. Please come with me," Karatia said first, and then immediately added, "Your army must stay where it is before receiving other orders." Soldak nodded and motioned for Andrew to follow him, accompanied by 2 escort knights. Walking along the footpath towards the military camp in the mountain col, Soldak inadvertently looked around. The area around the forest camp still looked the same. His eyes fell on the hillside opposite the camp. The free market there seemed a little depressed, but there were still people operating open-air taverns, grocery stores, leather goods shops, and grocery stores. The businessmen on the other side of the free market saw the army of soldier ants on the hillside. Many people ran to higher places to look at the monsters from a distance. Even Cerdak, who walked in with Commander Karatia, was pointed at. Cerdak thought of the businessman Larkin and thought that he had lived in that tent for a while, and couldn't help but want to go to the free market along the road ahead. However, he finally gave up the idea and followed Commander Karatia into the forest camp. This military camp should have been renovated after the war. The original forest camp was not like this. The former forest camp only had a giant wooden fence with patches of white marching tents inside. When it was rescued, it was in one of them. He lay in a tent for 3 months. Arriving at the gate of the military camp, Commander Karatia waved to the guard at the gate, who quickly pushed the gate open. Cerdak rode his horse into the forest camp. The place was no longer what it was before. At this moment, he no longer had so many sad emotions. Arriving in front of the camp command post, a commander came out with a group of officers. When the officer saw Cerdak, he immediately walked up to him cordially, patted Cerdak hard on the shoulder, and said loudly to him, "The defense change order from the command post has been here for more than a month. You've finally arrived." The middle-aged commander looked excited, turned around, and ordered the herald behind him. "Notice to vacate the camps for the brother troops starting tonight. All soldiers staying at the station will pack their bags immediately. Before sunset, the 138th, 147th, and 149th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiments and the 63rd Light Cavalry Regiment are preparing to pass through the Big Meadow overnight. Return to Handanar County." Cerdak was speechless. This commander was actually like the commander of the Langdon family that he met in Duodan town on the Belan Plain. He seemed impatient to see the army change. He didn't even introduce himself. Commander Karatia coughed slightly, and then said to the middle-aged commander, "This is Commander Soldak, the Supreme Commander of the Western Route Army. This is Lord Drake, the Supreme Commander of the Forest Camp." Commander Drake then invited Serdek into the camp command post, and asked the adjutant beside him to pour a cup of hot tea for Serdek. Unable to hide the excitement in his eyes, he rubbed his hands vigorously and tried his best. After calming down the excitement in his heart, he turned around and ordered to the adjutant, "The scout team currently patrolling does not need to be recalled urgently." The adjutant nodded. Commander Drake then said to Serdek, "You are not very familiar with the environment here. Wait until tomorrow. I will take you around and tell you the location of the secret sentry post here. In addition, the evil spirits from Moyling will come here every now and then, so you should take extra precautions. They are used to popping up suddenly from 3 areas. Those areas usually need to be patrolled. It is also worth noting that the combat power of the evil spirits will not be affected no matter day or night. Pay special attention to the sentry posts at night especially." "Son!" Commander Drake walked into the command post and was not idle. He stood next to the sand table in a forest camp and told Serdek endlessly about the precautions in the military camp. Finally, he repeatedly warned Serdek, "The fighting power of those evil spirits is equivalent to the power of a first-level construct knight. So you can't underestimate the enemy no matter what when fighting. This time you just need to defend the northern area and wait here for news that we have captured Cornburg County." Chapter 1406 Bone Shield. The garrison in the Forest Farm camp heard that there was a reinforcement force coming from the Bena province outside the camp. They were so happy that they ran out of the camp and looked curiously at this brotherly army from their hometown. But when everyone saw the densely packed giant red ants gathering on the hillside, they were too scared to get close. People from the business group on the hillside opposite the camp also ran out one after another. The businessmen and guys in the business group stood on the hillside and looked from a distance. When they saw the ghost-striped red ant queens, many people exclaimed, "I don't know how powerful the ghost-striped soldier ants are, but I know the mountains of bacon on the soldier ants' backs." The heavy armored infantry soldiers from the soldier ant army came out from behind and rested on the hillside, making a fire and cooking. At this time, some bold businessmen came over and curiously asked where they came from. When the infantry soldiers answered, "Some businessmen who came out of Tarapagan area in Bena province," he immediately stepped forward and started asking about some things about his hometown. When the soldiers talked about Lord MacDonald becoming a rebel in Tarapa, the merchants could only sigh helplessly. Almost all of the merchants in these military merchant groups have been away for many years and have stayed in the Warsaw Plain without a chance to go back. After hearing some news about their hometown, it is inevitable that some people will feel homesick. They have lived here for a period of time and have a very good understanding of the climate, environment, and lifestyle here. They know very well what infantry soldiers must prepare in peacetime or in battle. For example, the most important thing is a sharp thin-skin knife, which must be a familiar magic dagger with a sharpness. Only this kind of dagger can pry open the bone armor of the evil ghost warrior and peel off the most valuable black-striped demon skin inside. The evil ghost heads in the army must be turned in, because each evil ghost head contains a valuable black magic crystal. This kind of thing is extremely strictly controlled, and usually it will not be leaked out privately. So here the merchant groups accompanying the army are almost always purchasing some black-striped demon skins or weapons from the hands of evil spirits. For example, the black iron fist sword, the straight-handled war blade, etc. In addition, when fighting evil ghosts, ordinary iris shields cannot block the attack of evil ghost warriors. They must be heavy and thick dwarf shields, such as all-metal chain shields or tower shields. Only this kind of solid shield can block the fierce attacks from the demon warriors. Before spear warriors go to the battlefield, it is best to buy some high-quality whetstones to add temporary sharpness attributes to their spears. Magic daggers, chain shields, whetstones, water-gathering scrolls, and other materials are the most popular in the free market here. This is also the main intention of this group of businessmen. Everyone is trying to sell their usual goods to these new recruits. Needed supplies. What these businessmen didn't expect was that these infantry warriors didn't seem to have any interest in magic daggers, chain shields, and whetstones. And they didn't even look at the water-gathering scrolls. On the contrary, they heard that the humidity here is heavy at night, and night patrols or secret sentries can easily get wet by the night fog. The infantry soldiers spent money to buy black cloaks made of waterproof tarpaulin. I am also very interested in anti-rust oil. Merchants dealing in these two goods sold out all the stock here in almost one afternoon. After the merchants became familiar with these Western Route Army infantry soldiers, Some merchants couldn't help but be curious and asked these infantry soldiers resting on the grassy slope, "Why don't any of you buy magic daggers, chain shields, and a whetstone or something like that?" At this time, the infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army, who were sitting together, couldn't help laughing collectively and said, "Magic daggers are not a rare thing. Almost every infantry soldier of our Lord Surdak army has one." As he said this, a soldier pulled out his dagger from the outside of his trousers. The blades of the daggers in the hands of the infantry soldiers were filled with faint magical light, which made the surrounding businessmen's eyes go straight. They never expected that almost every one of these reinforcement infantry soldiers had magic daggers, and they were the kind of daggers with real magical properties. As for the shields, these merchants later found out that where the weapons were piled on the grass, they were almost all thick tower shields like door panels. Looking at the dark spikes on the tower shields, the merchants realized this. How good is the equipment of a heavy armored infantry corps? And when the infantry warriors nailed the magic rune boards to the wooden racks with the words "drinking place" written on them, the merchants became even more desperate and discovered that the water-gathering scrolls they had hoarded might be of no use. Because these infantry regiments, almost every team is equipped with a more advanced water-gathering magic rune board as standard, because they are from their hometown. The infantry soldiers do not reject these businessmen who come over to show their courtesy. After all, they can understand the basic situation here from their mouths. "Does your infantry regiment still issue magic daggers?" a weapons dealer asked an infantry soldier curiously. The infantry soldier stopped, turned around and replied with a smile, "Where can I get the distribution?" The businessman took a long breath and thought, "It seems that there are almost." But the infantry soldier then said something else. "We got these in exchange for military merit. After all, we are fighting on the battlefield. How can we kill the enemy if we don't have good equipment?" As he spoke, he even put down the bucket in his hand and pulled out a metal spear wrapped in a leather sheath beside him. The metal spear handle even had spiral anti-slip engravings, and there were even magic runes on the spear tip. There is even a very thin strip of magic metal sandwiched on the blade. The weapons dealer just glanced at it and recognized that this spear was also a very good magic weapon. He asked tentatively, "Paglio spear?" The infantry soldier said very proudly, "All the spear warriors here use Paglio. I got this in exchange for military merit after the victory in the war on the Gonbu Plain. My magic dagger was obtained in the Battle of the Three Rivers Plains on the Balan Plain." There were only a few types of weapons on the merit list that were exchanged. There was really nothing to exchange for. The remaining ones were later exchanged for money and sent home. By the way, does your military merchant group here have a mailing service? Mail service? Of course. Of course, the weapons dealer said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The merchants in the forest camp discovered that this heavy armored infantry regiment seemed to have experienced several victories in plain wars. Now these warriors had armed themselves to the teeth. It seemed impossible to sell them some ordinary weapons. Seeing that Surdak had just arrived, Commander Drake was worried that he lacked the most basic understanding of evil spirits. Moreover, he was a young commander. Once he underestimated the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge, failed to defend the forest camp. The most direct consequence will be that the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge marches straight from the forest farm camp into the vast meadows in northern Hendenar County, thus occupying a large area of land in the north. Once this situation occurs, it will contain a large number of the main cavalry regiments of the Bina army, thus affecting the overall strategic intention of the Bina army to attack Cornbird County. In order to make the young commander of the supporting army clearly realize the horror of the evil ghost army, Commander Drake not only prepared a complete corpse of the evil ghost warrior, but also restored the terrain near the forest camp to its original state. In the sandbox, he gave a detailed introduction to Soldak in the camp command post. Not only did he explain the evil ghost habits in detail, but he also introduced the circumstances under which the evil ghost army used to attack forest camps. Speaking of which, Commander Drake was the most enthusiastic commander Soldak had ever encountered. Last time in Duodan Town, the commander of the Langdon Corps just left Duodan Town in a hurry, without even giving a detailed explanation of what he left behind in the military camp. As the garrison in the military camp packed up and left one after another, the wooden houses in the camp became empty one by one. The heavy armored infantry regiments of the Western Route Army entered the camp in an orderly manner according to their numbers. Almost all the heavy armored infantry soldiers were wearing sets of heavy armor, and when they entered the camp, they were almost silent. There were only some heavy footsteps. Commander Drake, who came out of the command post, looked at this group of heavy armored infantry and couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Soldak followed Commander Drake out of the command post, looked at the chaotic scene in the garrison camp, and signaled Andrew to slow down the heavy armored infantry entering the camp. Seeing that the magicians in the reconnaissance team were arranged in the officers' quarters, Serdek asked Commander Drake if there was a permanent blacksmith in the garrison camp. Of course. And the blacksmiths in our camp are best at repairing shields and heavy armor, Commander Drake said to Serdek very proudly. I happen to have a shield that was damaged in the battle. This time I want to temporarily transform a shield. And the materials are ready. Serdek felt a little anxious and said hurriedly, for a paladin, the shield is his main weapon on the battlefield. Commander Drake immediately took Serdek to the blacksmith shop in the corner of the garrison camp, and introduced the blacksmith named Herak to Serdek. Can you put a piece of evil bone-hard armor on an ordinary metal shield? Serdek asked a blacksmith who was wearing leather pants and a shirtless upper body. The blacksmith Herak stood next to the stove, pulled out a long sword that was burning red from the fire, glanced at the blade, and inserted it into the oil barrel. A faint black smoke suddenly came out of the oil barrel. Come! The blacksmith Herak then turned around and saluted Serdek, and said, Okay, Commander. Serdek was a little worried. If there was no shield in the upcoming battle, then only Andrew would be the only one in the Legion who could stand in front. So when the blacksmith Herak said this, he was very happy and said, That's great. As he spoke, he took out a magic sealing box from his magic belt bag. Seeing that Serdek was able to use the magic sealing box at will, Commander Drake's face changed slightly. Normally, combat warriors can only use magic pockets after reaching this second rank. And second rank strongmen also can't use it in the Bena Legion. They are some rare existences. Then I saw Serdek casually opening the demon sealing box. A violent and chaotic aura rushed out from the demon sealing box, causing the blacksmith Herak, who happened to come over to sit on the ground. There is a complete skeletal face of the evil general stored in the demon sealing box. It seems that the blood behind the skeletal face has not dried up. It is the aura on this face that makes the hearts of everyone around him beat violently. This aura is it is easy to make people feel an unprecedented panic. Serdek noticed that the blacksmith Herak was breathing rapidly, and even his eyes were a little straight. He quickly stretched out his hand to condense a ball of holy light, covered his head with his hand, and released the power of this holy light. The panic in the heart of the blacksmith Herak, who was injected with the power of the holy light, was quickly driven out of his body, and he got up from the ground again. Although he was a little frightened, seeing the expectant expressions on the faces of the two commanders Serdek and Drake, he could only step forward and reach out to pick up the evil ghost bone. Face was taken out of the magic sealing box. He placed the bone face on the platform, feeling the terrifying aura constantly impacting his body, and even felt that the bone face still had a certain vitality. Blacksmith Herak shook his head slavishly, expelling the fear in his heart from his body, carefully examined the evil ghost's skeletal face, and asked tremblingly to Serdek, Commander, do you want this bone face to be removed? What kind of shield can the armor be transformed into? Serdek found that although the blacksmith was extremely scared, he still showed very professional qualities. Then he expressed some of his thoughts. Hearing Serdek's request, the blacksmith Herak let out a breath. It was really just a simple skinning of an ordinary shield. However, this bone face was more expensive, and due to the limited size of the bone face, he could choose metal shields. It's also very limited. After some measurements and thinking, the blacksmith Herak finally said to Serdek, Your bony face can only be covered by the iris shield. The metal chain shield is too small, and the large round shield is a bit too wide. As for the tower shield, it can be embedded on it, but my furnace here is too small, so I recommend you use the iris shield. Serdek thought it was just for a while, so he readily agreed. Seeing that the matter here was settled, Commander Drake was asked to leave by the adjutant who followed him. After all, his army was about to leave the forest camp, and many things were waiting for him to deal with. The blacksmith Herak found a full metal standard iris shield from the warehouse behind him. He picked up the blacksmith's hammer and hammered it, then reluctantly covered his face with the iris shield. Only the bloody smell on the bone face, even if it was even roasting it on the stove, didn't eliminate it. However, it was very easy for him to transform the shield. He just used a few iron hoops to fix the bone face on the iris shield. It seemed rough, but it kept the ghost general's bone face as it was to the greatest extent possible. Serdek raised the shield and tried it. It was slightly lighter than the previous Gerda shield, but it was a white bone shield with fangs, long horns, and a ferocious ghost face, making it look primitive. Smell. Every time the shield is waved, the chaotic aura on the bone face will vibrate. Chapter 1407. The original Ant Cavalry. Looks pretty good. At least that's what Serdek thinks. He used his broadsword to chop at the edge of the bone shield a few times at will. When the blade touched the bone face, it was like inserting the blade into a sticky honey jar. It didn't mean that it couldn't be cut, but it was just that the surrounding the aura of chaos is like a substantial viscous liquid surrounding the blade, greatly slowing down the blade's speed. The bones of the demon general are like rubber with great toughness. A broadsword chop on them will only leave a trace, but cannot cause any real damage to the bone shield. Blacksmith Herak saw Serdek using a magic broadsword to test the strength of the shield, and was initially worried that the broadsword would split the bone shield in half. It wasn't until Serdek tried several times that the bone shield was still undamaged, and his hanging heart finally settled. As a blacksmith with the army, Herak has certainly seen the world. He knew that the magic patterns engraved on this broadsword were the blessing of some magical buffing effects. The magic patterns covering the entire sword body further showed that this broadsword was of great value. It is such a magic broadsword that only leaves slight marks on the bone shield when it is struck. This is not because of how exquisite his skills are, which improves the strength of the bone shield itself, but because of the bone face itself. A high-level magic material. Blacksmith Herak secretly breathed a sigh of relief when such a high-level magic material did not fall into his hands. Thinking of this, he finally wanted to take a serious look at what materials were used to cover the bone shield. It's clearly just a bone face peeled off an evil spirit's body. It's not like Blacksmith Herak has never seen this thing before. But the bone face looks a bit big, and the aura that escapes is stronger. Serdek tied it firmly to his right arm. Seeing some confusion at the gate of the military camp, he walked towards the gate of the military camp. As I got closer, I saw a group of ghost-striped soldier ants carrying a large amount of bacon being blocked by a group of guards outside the camp. The guards were holding spears and pointed at the soldier ants outside the camp vigilantly. Drew, who was commanding the ghost-striped soldier ants, he was helpless at the gate of the camp. Commander Drake hurried from the military camp with a group of personal guards. He seemed to circle around these soldier ants and asked Serdek, "Commander Serdek, they are also you, the troops you brought here?" Serdek nodded and said, "They are the prisoners of war I captured in the Belan Plain." Commander Drake immediately waved his hand and signaled the guards at the gate of the garrison camp to let them go. His eyes fell on the bone shield of Serdek's arm, and his eyes suddenly became extraordinarily bright, apparently recognizing the origin of this bone face. What a waste of natural resources. With this rough production method, it is impossible to preserve the aura of the evil ghost general. When these chaotic auras completely dissipate, this bone shield can only become an ordinary shield. A TSK sigh came from his mouth. If we can bring it to hand in our city, this evil general's bone face can at least be made into a bone shield with magical properties. Such a high-quality demon general's bone face is rarely seen, even in hand in our city. Commander Drake added one last sentence. But he didn't know that the demon sealing box placed in Serdek's magic waistband also contained 5 heads of evil generals. Serdek just smiled honestly, patted the bone shield with his broadsword, and said casually, "There is no way. The shield that is most advantageous is damaged, so I can only make this one temporarily. I will throw away this shield." Enter the magic sealing box, which can at least delay the spread of the magic aura above. Commander Drake's gaze stayed on the 2 empty eyes of General Evil, and he didn't speak for a while. At this time, under the command of the druids, the ghostly patterned soldier ants staying outside the camp lined up one by one to enter the garrison camp. Some supplies were stacked in the most conspicuous place in the middle of the camp. The druids ordered the soldier ants to go to the open space over there. The soldier ants piled bacon baked from the whole animal on the open space. Because they could not stacking, the bacon soon formed a hill in the open space. These ghost-striped soldier ants piled bacon in the camp and then left the garrison camp. The ghostly patterned soldier ants entered the camp carrying a large amount of bacon. Not only were the garrison soldiers who were about to leave a little stunned, but even Commander Drake was a little envious. Where did these supplies come from? Commander Drake asked Serdek. Obviously, he should know the origin of these bacon, but he is not too sure yet. So he asked. Serdek did not hide anything and said casually, "Our Western Route Army walked all the way from Epsom City to Handanar County. After entering Handanar County, we walked north along the Samasta River. On the bank of the river, we met an evil ghost hunting group in the jungle. We killed some and drove away some. Later, the magician reconnaissance group also found the warehouse, where they stored food near the cliff. It happened that the food rations for these soldier ants were not yet available at that time. So I brought these bacon back." The quartermaster in charge of managing supplies in the camp was counting the bacon with a grimace. and also called a group of infantry soldiers to stack the bacon neatly. You just experienced a jungle battle a few days ago and captured so many trophies? Commander Drake found it a bit incredible, but he believed the facts. That's pretty much it, Soldak admitted honestly. Commander Drake looked at the ghost pattern soldier ants and said with some envy, "This is really an amazing army." Then he thought of something, and immediately reminded Serdek. In the next few months, the evil ghost army in Mayun Ridge may not be so peaceful. Since their food supplies have been robbed by you, they will find ways to supplement. There are no animals left to hunt for them in this jungle. They have accumulated so much food, but they cannot get it together overnight. In the past, when they couldn't hunt enough prey, they would frequently launch wars against forest farms and camps. And they have only two ways to solve the food shortage. The first is to obtain a large number of corpses of Imperial warriors from the battlefield and eat them on the spot. And the second is to reduce the number of ghost warriors in the Legion to a state that can be maintained by the current supplies. Of course, both of these methods require launching a war on our side. So in the next period of time, you must be more careful at the forest farm and camp. It is best for the forest farm to be prepared in advance. Speaking of which, in the absence of cavalry support, we have never had any advantage in jungle battles with evil spirits in the past few years. Are you saying that you eliminated an evil ghost hunting group in the jungle? Are these soldier ants yours? Commander Drake stood there and swallowed. Yes, they are the cannon fodder regiments I brought from the Belan Plain. But now they have fought 2 jungle encounters, and the effect seems to be pretty good, Serdek said. Do you really want to have such a cannon fodder corps with such a docile personality? Commander Drake stared closely at the soldier ants and asked Serdek. Serdek could only say vaguely, "It's okay now. My legion happens to lack troops who are good at jungle warfare. You have brought so many soldier ants. Can you exchange some with me? We can discuss war horses, weapons, armors, or anything else." Commander Drake looked at the ghost-patterned soldiers and asked Serdek tentatively. Serdek looked at the dark figures on the hillside outside the military camp, scratched his head and said, "It's easy to obtain ghost-patterned soldier ants. The biggest difficulty in this matter is the lack of a sufficient number of druids. Only these druids can sign slave contracts with them and command them to fight on the battlefield. Others I can't command them at all. I found these druids from the Belan Plain with great difficulty, so I can't give them to you. Is there no other way to control these soldier ants?" Commander Drake asked reluctantly. Soldak didn't speak, just shook his head. In fact, he has been thinking recently that so many ghost-marked soldier ants are controlled by more than 30 druids. In a large-scale melee, these ghost-marked soldier ants can only fight according to instinct, and cannot exert their maximum combat power. Commander Drake gave an order, and the garrison in the forest farm camp withdrew overnight. After struggling all night, they finally vacated the wooden huts in the camp. As Serdek's 50,000 Lord Army infantry moved into the camp, Serdek officially took over the forest camp. The appearance of this forest farm camp has long been changed. The new camp was rebuilt on the original site, and rows of wooden huts were built where the soldiers could sleep in daytime view. The camp has long lost its original look, and the garrison troops all have new numbers that Serdek has never heard of. After the ghost-marked soldier ants stored the bacon in the camp material warehouse, the ghost-marked soldier ants were then taken to the forest area behind the camp by the druids. They were more accustomed to living in burrows, considering the aboriginal druids like living in the forest. Serdek arranged for the soldier ants to dig burrows to live in that forest area. Commander Drake introduced Serdek in detail about the environment around the forest camp and the situation of Mayun Ridge in the mountains, and then gradually realized that the army in Serdek's hands had considerable combat power, especially those ghost-patterned soldier ants, if used properly, can even suppress the evil ghost army in the jungle. So on the 3rd day, he led the last cavalry regiment to leave the forest camp and rushed to the camp of the Bina army day and night. The forest farm camp became the military camp of Lord Serdek's army. The number of wooden houses built in this camp could only accommodate 60,000 soldiers. So Serdek began to send heavy armor on the 3rd day after arriving here. The soldiers of the infantry regiment went to the mountain forest to cut down some pine trees and returned, continuing to expand the wooden houses in the forest camp. For these lord armies brought by Serdek, a large part of them are rebels from the Ganbu Plain. They lived in the rainforest in the southern part of the Ganbu Plain and were very good at building wooden houses. Experience. Another part of the warriors are tribal aborigines from the White Forest Plain. Most of them live in the tribes of Invercargill Forest, and they have lived in wooden houses on high platforms since they were young. The forest camp lacks everything except wood. Therefore, the first thing Soldak's Western Route army did in the forest camp was to build a large number of wooden houses to fully accommodate his 110,000 troops. In addition, these days, Cerdak almost flew the magician reconnaissance team all over the mountains here, just to find out the troop deployment of the Moyinling Evil Ghost Legion. Just as Commander Drake expected when he left, Cerdak walked all the way along the Samasto River and completely cleared away the ghost hunting group there, which caused a heavy burden on the logistics of the Ghost Legion. Therefore, the forest camp, which had been peaceful for nearly 3 months, has once again been harassed by some evil ghost scout teams in recent days. However, it was obvious that these evil ghost scout teams did not realize what kind of army they were facing, let alone the living habits of those ghost-striped soldier ants. These ghost-striped soldier ants usually like to hide in caves when the evil ghost scout team comes from the depths of the mountains. Once they enter the area where the soldier ants hide, they will be ambushed by the soldier ants hiding in the caves. Every day, the heads of evil spirits are delivered to the forest camp one after another. In fact, these soldier ants prefer to eat evil ghost warriors. Some soldier ants even mutated into giant soldier ants after eating evil ghosts. Of course, Cerdak was not willing to just hide in the forest camp and be beaten passively. He came here and planned to rest for a while. When the other part of the Western Route army led by Samira arrived at the forest camp, he would find a way to attack Moyinling. Take action. During this period, Soldak began to try some changes in the military camp. Since heavy armored infantry were not as mobile as cavalry, many heavy armored infantry regiments composed of new recruits were almost cannon fodder on the battlefield. He didn't want to bury the heavy armored infantry regiment brought all the way from the Gonbu plain here. Along the way, Cerdak also noticed one thing. That is, under the orders of the druids, the heavy armored infantry could ride on top of the ghostly patterned soldier ants. It's just that if they want to stand on the ghost-striped soldier ants and fight the evil ghost warriors, it is currently impossible, because the infantry warriors cannot stand firmly during the battle. But Cerdak also had some experience in dealing with this. His cavalry battalion at the time was, to put it bluntly, infantry cavalry. That is, infantry with certain equestrian skills. They could usually ride on horseback, but the battle was still based on the formation of heavy armored infantry. The evil ghost warriors were as fast as flying when running in the jungle. It was impossible for ordinary infantry soldiers to catch up with those evil spirits even if they ran with all their strength. But as long as they are chased by soldier ants, these evil ghost warriors will probably lose their speed advantage. Recently, patrol teams of these ghost-patterned soldier ants and infantry soldiers often go out to perform missions. Although there will be some casualties when encountering the evil ghost team in the jungle, it has actually been proved that such a combination of combat teams is reasonable, as the injuries on the two-headed ogre and wolf knight Tego recovered day by day. Cerdak planned to send a mixed army into the depths of the mountains to sweep away the evil ghost warriors scattered in the mountains and forests. Chapter 1408 Searching. A ray of morning sunlight shines through the dense canopy into the humid woods. Cerdak led a team of ghost-patterned ant warriors, starting from the forest farm camp and walking eastward along the Ganda-ol Mountains. The two-headed ogre Gulaitum, whose body has completely recovered, is also with the exploration team this time. The exploration team has a total of 12 ghostly patterned soldier ants and 12 infantry soldiers. In addition, the team there is also Druid Lanny and the magician Basil. The magician Basil explored all the way along the river at the foot of Mount Gandor before the fog completely cleared from the river surface in the early morning. The steaming mist makes the river look like a dangerous place, and there are many birds flying among the lush trees on both sides. It was the rainy season at this time, and the river at the foot of Gandal Mountain was rushing. The clear river water hit the large rocks on the shore, and suddenly broke into countless crystal beads. Among the endless mountains, the sound of birdsong comes from time to time. Cerdak led the exploration team along the road in his memory, and walked into the deep mountains and swamps again. When Aphrodite was lying in bed last night, she teased him for not being able to let go of his obsessions, and that he was not a qualified commander at all. Cerdak didn't have any excuse. He actually didn't know what he wanted to find in the mountains when he led the exploration team this time. Was it the violent earth bear or the indigenous tribe? The river surface at the bend is extremely wide, and the river water becomes more relaxed here. The river water here is not that deep. Soldak still remembers the scene when he followed the second team to catch fish here. He rode a horse and stood quietly by the river. He closed his eyes, and the image of the young and lively indigenous girl appeared in his mind. She is not very beautiful. Her wheat-colored skin is a bit rough, and her hair is braided into thin braids. But her eyes are extremely bright. She stood under the willow tree across the river bend, waving to herself with a smile. Serdek suddenly opened his eyes, but the figure in his memory disappeared from his mind. He flicked the reins of his war horse, and the horse stepped into the river, stepping on the trickling water, and walked step by step to the other side of the river. Gulaitum quickly followed up from behind carrying a big stick, but the ghost-striped soldier ants accompanying him were blocked by the river on the other side. They kept wandering on the shore, but they did not dare to enter the river no matter what. Serdek could only ask Lanny to lead the exploration team to search downstream along the opposite river bank. This area belonged to the hunting area of the river valley. Although there were no jungle beasts seen in the woods on both sides of the river bank, Serdek was also worried that there would be the evil ghost hunting team is infested. So letting the magician Basil stay can at least echo the exploration team. And he was searching for the road in his memory, riding a horse and constantly exploring forward. There are overgrown weeds here, and the original path can no longer be found. Serdek can only look at the mountains on both sides and groping forward based on his memory. Seeing Serdek's tense face, the two-headed ogre also understands. The child didn't bother him, but followed silently. Along the way, Gulaitum and Nelhor were talking in low voices. The armor on their bodies had almost turned into a pile of rotten iron during the last battle. Although it had been carefully repaired by the blacksmith Harak, it was still worn on their bodies. It still looked like a tattered beggar's uniform, and it made a clanking sound. Therefore, no matter where the ogre goes, it will frighten the birds perched on the tree crown and fly away to other places. Finally, I found the valley in my memory deep in the mountains. This valley is very secret. If Serdek hadn't been here many times, he would probably have gotten into the maze of mountain roads at this moment. But after entering the valley, there was deathly silence. Just at the entrance of the valley, Serdek saw several charred trees. He rode his horse and walked inside. What he saw was a piece of scorched earth. The tree houses turned into piles of black ashes. The fully burned wood was completely carbonized and fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing the scene in front of him, Serdek was not surprised. The evil ghost army captured the forest camp last time, and the forward troops were even spread across the big meadow. Although he didn't know how Duke Newman drove these evil ghosts back to Mozhan, Yunling took back the forest camp. But it can be imagined that the evil ghost hunting team has traveled all over the nearby mountains and fields. The evil ghost army needs sufficient food supplies. In the eyes of this group of evil ghost warriors, one-horned bison, yellow sheep, and wild boar are delicacies in their eyes, as are the imperial warriors and the natives of the plain. Although this valley is secretive, it is not a secret place for those evil ghost hunters. It can be seen that all the buildings here have been burned to the ground, but no bones can be seen in the ashes that have been completely integrated with the soil. It is certain that the indigenous people here have either moved away or were regarded as evil spirits. The rations were made into bacon. After walking along the scorched earth of the village for a while, Serdek stopped in front of the altar that was already overgrown with grass. There were still a few broken totem pillars on the altar, and there were even some hanging on it. The skull of a monster. Serdek jumped off his horse and climbed up the steps to the altar, which was only half a room in size. Aphrodite was wearing silk pajamas, posing as if she had just woken up, and walked out of the gate of the void. Her hair was still a little messy, and she was holding a cup of steaming milk in her hand, bulging in the rabbit's pajamas. The inside trembled as I walked. Is this the unforgettable place in your memory? A local aboriginal village? Weren't you rescued by those heavy armored infantry in the forest camp? Aphrodite stood next to Serdek, risking his life. He handed the steaming cup to him and asked curiously. Serdek squatted on the altar, touched the vague patterns on the stones above the altar with his hands, and said to Aphrodite, I learned how to sacrifice here. Aphrodite looked around in surprise and asked in disbelief, You mean the sacrifice that the indigenous witch here gave you? Serdek nodded. I can't believe how they died, Aphrodite said with a puzzled look on her face. During the time I lived here, the tribe had declined to the point where there were no young warriors who could carry those monsters. When Serdek said this, he suddenly remembered that the great wizard in Oyatyla was on the altar, and he was going to the skin of the monster was peeled off and almost completely covered on the young warriors of the tribe. In this way, they can gain the power from the monsters, and then bestow upon these warriors the blessing of the blessed body. In this way, although the body capacity of the young indigenous people is not enough, they can still persist for 3 days relying on the divine blessed body. During this period, these young warriors will have extraordinary strength. But once the blessing power of the blessed body disappears, these young warriors will also explode and die. This is the specific reason for the decline of this tribe. This is different from Serdak's implantation of the magic pattern of life into those first-level warriors. The carrying capacity required by the magic pattern of life itself is very small, and it is implanted into the bodies of first-level warriors. He did not implant the entire skin of the monster into the warriors, turning them into monsters that were neither human nor ghosts. Thinking about it now, I can imagine how helpless the great wizard in Oyatyla must have been. Serdak stood in the jungle, unwilling to say a word for a long time. After a while, Serdak regained his composure and asked Aphrodite, "Why are you here? I don't think you are in a bad mood, so I came here to comfort you." Aphrodite yawned, smiled at Serdak with squinted eyes, and then said, "By the way, I almost forgot. My daughter is awake. I'm going to check next door." As she spoke, she reached out and pushed forward, and a door to the void instantly appeared in front of her. Just like at home, he walked in casually. Only then did Serdak realize that she had come barefoot, and her graceful figure disappeared on the altar in an instant. The two-headed ogre under the altar wiped his eyes vigorously, and showed envy for Aphrodite's ability to freely travel through the rifts in time and space. Serdak failed to meet the violent earth bear in the mountains. He originally expected to have another chance encounter here, but then he thought about it. Even small animals such as grouse and hares were almost extinct in the entire mountains. It shows how ferocious these evil ghost hunting groups are. Worried that the exploration team he brought out would be in danger, Serdak only stayed at the ruins of the tribe for a while before riding back the same way. Just before reaching the bend of the river, the two-headed ogre suddenly stopped and pulled Serdak back. Gulidum stood bent over in the reeds by the river. The reeds here were so dense that they could hide a 3-meter-tall two-headed ogre. He pointed toward the other side of the reeds and said in a low voice, "I smell meat. What do you say? Are there many people on the other side?" Serdak asked. "It should be a full evil ghost hunting team," Gulidum replied confidently. Serdak asked in disbelief, "Can you smell this? Hey, I'm guessing what happened next, but I'm sure there won't be many people there." Gulidum half crouched in the reeds, smiled, and whispered, "You can't let it go if you meet it. Who would think there are too many black magic crystals?" Serdak said to the ogre, and then added, "Wait until I call Aphrodite. In fact, it's not like the two of them can't defeat a team of evil ghost warriors. After all, they are both second-level powerhouses." However, Serdak is worried that even if it is an ambush, the two of them will not be able to eat an entire team of evil ghosts. If you accidentally let one or two escape, you will lose money. If Aphrodite could use the sleep cloud to put them all into sleep, then the battle would be much easier. It turned out that Serdak's idea was extremely correct. Aphrodite passed through the void gate again, and when the evil ghost team passed by the shore, he released the sleeping cloud in the reeds. Then Serdak walked out with a broad sword and used the dagger to cut off the heads of the 4 evil spirits like melons and vegetables. However, the ogre Gulidum was a little itchy. He didn't want to use the big stick in his hand to smash the head of the evil warrior, and he didn't have a sharp knife. He didn't want to use his meat cleaver, so he tried to twist it with his hands. It's a pity that he underestimated the strength of the evil ghost warriors. This evil ghost warrior still shouted out before his head was screwed off. The last sleepy evil ghost warrior woke up instantly. He jumped up from the ground and saw the miserable scene around him. He let out a series of roars, and then got into the dense reeds nearby. Serdak was still willing to let it go at this time. He held up his brand new bone shield, took a few steps to chase after the evil ghost warrior, and swung the bone shield forward suddenly. The evil ghost warrior felt a strong gust of wind behind him, and did not dare to resist with his body. He half turned and glanced back, but his body honestly jumped forward. Just as he was about to rush into the reeds, he saw that the bone shield in Serdak's hand was clearly covered with the bone face of the evil general. The anger in the ghost warrior's heart reached its peak in an instant, and his head became hot. After jumping into the reeds, he rushed out again and stabbed Serdak's chest with a fist sword in his hand. As a senior shield warrior, Serdak really had nothing to do against the evil ghost warrior turning around and fleeing. But he was not afraid of him turning around and fighting back. The bone shield in his hand accurately blocked the evil ghost warrior's killing blow. The evil ghost warrior once again saw the noble bone face on the shield, and then gritted his teeth and stabbed Serdak with his sword. Serdak never thought that the last evil ghost warrior would be so hot-headed that even if he was the only one left, he would still fight back regardless. So persistent, the ogre Gulidum came from behind, waved the big stick in his hand, and knocked the evil ghost to the ground with just one stick. "Wow!" the two-headed ogre cheered. This was the first time he killed an evil warrior after recovering. The feeling of revenge filled the ogre's mind. Serdek held up the shield, looked down at the bone shield, frowned and asked Aphrodite, "How could this happen? Why didn't he run away just now?" Aphrodite released a group magic, and her face looked a little pale. She looked at the bone shield in Serdek's hand, and then said, "It's probably because the bone shield in your hand angered him and made him. Anger goes to my head. Can it still be like this?" Serdek said excitedly. "This is the most likely possibility," Aphrodite explained. Serdek said with surprise on his face, "Does this mean that my shield has its own taunting effect on the ghost warrior?" Aphrodite stood by the river and looked at the sky in the distance. The magician Basil actually flew over along the river on a magic harpoon, followed by a group of ghostly patterned soldier ants and heavy armored infantry on the other side. Seeing the corpses of evil ghost warriors lying on the ground here, they glided in the air for a while, then turned around to slow down their speed, and then slowly fell down. Chapter 1409 Demonic Contract. Serdek squatted by the river and peeled off the most valuable black demon skins from several evil ghost warriors. The remaining bloody corpses were tied together by Goulitem with straw ropes and soaked in the clear river water. A large amount of blood smeared on the riverside. The two-headed ogre planned to drag these evil ghost corpses to the other side of the river. There were 12 ghost-striped soldier ants there, and they didn't care about the black aura on the evil ghost's body. The evil ghost's blood spread in the river, and soon several huge shadows were reflected under the sparkling water. Huge pike-shaped fish heads, but with octopus-like tails. They were silent on the bottom of the river. Approach. It's just that they don't know that the river water in this area is not that deep, especially when they reach the shore. The figure of the Mora fish is clearly visible underwater. The two-headed ogre brothers stood knee-deep in the river, and saw the slowly approaching shadows in the river. The two looked at each other, and saw a touch of excitement in each other's eyes. Goulitem calmly raised the big stick in his hand, and waited quietly for the Mora fish to approach. Aphrodite stood next to Serdek, and the river kissed the gravel on the shore and made a swishing, swishing sound. "Do you know the power of the constructed night?" Aphrodite raised her head and asked Serdek. It happened to be daytime in Helensa city at this time, so she wore a long black dress and a string of pearl necklaces around her neck, which set off her milk-like skin and exuded a faint luster. Serdek remembered that when he first met Aphrodite, her skin color was dull and slightly dark, and he never thought that her skin color could change. He thought it was because he had just visited an indigenous village and saw the ruins and scorched earth in the valley, which made his thoughts a little messy. Serdek concentrated on thinking for a while before saying, "The constructed knights are composed of elite first-class warriors, sophisticated magic pattern constructed armors, and high-quality scale horses. That's why they are more than twice as powerful as ordinary heavy cavalry regiments and have become the flag of the Green Empire." Aphrodite chuckled and said, "But if that's all, how can the constructed knights defeat the wolf cavalry on the Pike Plateau?" She put her arm around Serdek and rested her head on his shoulder. "Actually, the most powerful thing about the constructed knight is that it uses the constructed knight's magic pattern structure as a bridge to connect the knight and the war horse," Aphrodite added. Of course Serdek understood what Aphrodite said. He himself is a second-level constructed knight. He just didn't know what Aphrodite was going to say to him next. Aphrodite's gaze swept across the river and landed on the ghostly patterned soldier ants on the other side of the river bank. Serdek also followed Aphrodite's gaze and saw a few ghost-striped soldier ants crouching on the boulders by the river, tentatively touching the river surface with the tentacles on their heads. However, they were very afraid of water and could only touch a little. The river water will quickly shrink. "As for these ant riders of yours?" Aphrodite compared the constructed knights with the ant cavalry and said to Serdek, "Ordinary heavy armored infantry warriors. Standard heavy armor are only commendable for these ghost pattern red ants. Ordinary infantry warriors themselves do not have much fighting ability, with no strength, let alone wearing ordinary armor. These ant cavalry are not even as good as heavy cavalry on the plain battlefield. And now it is revealed that they cannot wade through water. These are all facts. In fact, Serdek's original idea was very simple. He wanted the soldier ants to be able to carry infantry soldiers, so that they could be counted as one unit when passing through the portal. Later, I discovered some other benefits of the ant cavalry, which can not only save the soldiers' physical strength, but also increase their marching speed. Dak, have you ever thought about improving the combat power of the ant cavalry?" Aphrodite turned to look at Serdek's side face and asked him. "My original idea was just to bring these 50,000 soldier ants to the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain and use them as cannon fodder to fight against the evil ghost army. But now their effect seems to be much better than I expected. Serdek said calmly. Have you ever thought that during battle, the power of ghost pattern soldier ants and heavy armored infantry are integrated into one, so that these ant cavalry will have strong enough combat power when facing evil ghost warriors? Aphrodite mind, he closed his eyes, with a cunning look in his eyes. Serdak's heart was moved, and he asked very seriously, so, how can we integrate the power between the two? He thought again, and then added, most of these heavy armored infantry warriors have not broken through for a single turn, and it is impossible for the demons to use magic patterns to construct them. How can we help them build a bridge of power? This should be an ivory tower. This is the topic that the group of inscription masters inside are studying. The current magic pattern structures made by these inscription masters in the Empire have a very high carrying capacity and are expensive. I can't afford so many magic pattern structures. Furthermore, even if ordinary warriors can wear magic pattern structures, I don't have enough gold coins in my hand to buy these magic pattern structures. Aphrodite heard what Serdek said and immediately said, these soldier ants are several levels stronger than the heavy armored warriors in terms of strength and speed. In my opinion, the ghost-striped soldier ants do not need infantry soldiers to transmit power to them at all. So I think there is no need to build a bridge of power between them. They should establish a master-slave relationship rather than sharing power. Ghost pattern soldier ants have always been accustomed to accept the instructions of the queen to fight. They are very powerful individually, but they are controlled remotely by the queen during the battle. So they are very rigid. If the infantry warriors can take the lead among them, and the infantry warriors become the controllers of the ant cavalry, and the soldier ants only serve as the source of power, this matter will be much simpler. That's right. The infantry warriors and the soldier ants do not share power, but the soldier ants conduct one-way power import towards the infantry warriors. In this way, I think I have a way to achieve it. Serdek looked at Aphrodite in disbelief and asked hurriedly, are you saying that you can make the soldier ants obey the orders of the infantry warriors? Or can you transmit the power in the body of the soldier ants to the infantry warriors? There is no conflict between these two things. Both are fine. Aphrodite rolled her eyes at Serdek and told him with her eyes that he did not need to make a choice on this issue. I want to know what method you used. Serdek's heart beat twice before he asked Aphrodite. Devil contract. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes and said to Serdek. Then she added, under my auspices, let ordinary soldiers and soldier ants sign a magic contract. She took out a magic scroll. The black scroll had golden decorations on it, which looked very high-end. This is a good idea. We can try it immediately. Serdek agreed to Aphrodite's proposal. There was a pop sound from the river. The big stick in Giladam's hand made a huge splash in the river. Amora fish's head was deeply dented, and the blue fish body floated up. At the same time, the sound of the curse recited by the good brother Nalhuars suddenly stopped, and a ring of ice quickly spread around the ogre's feet, instantly freezing the few Mora fish that were just trying to escape. In place, Giladam excitedly used the big stick in his hand to knock out the Mora fish in front of him one by one, and then pulled the sticky tail and threw it to the shore. After crossing the river, the exploration team prepared to return to the forest camp. Serdek discussed this demonic contract with Aphrodite on the road, and then expressed this idea to several infantry soldiers in the exploration team. Several infantry soldiers seemed to have not given much thought at all, and readily agreed to sign a contract with the ghost pattern soldier ants. Later, Serdek explained to them that this contract was a master-slave contract with them as the leader. If any problems occurred later, even if the soldier ants accidentally died in battle, it would not have any impact on the infantry soldiers. While the group was still on the road, Aphrodite ran back to the rental house in Helensa city and drew 5 devil contracts in one go. Then he ran back through the void gate with these contracts. Aphrodite then began to draw a purple hexagram array in the forest glade by the river, and sprinkled these array patterns with fine crystal powder. All the patterns of this 6-pointed star array are lavender, and the patterns show 2 centers. Aphrodite carefully repaired the magic pattern array, and then changed it bit by bit until the entire array began after continuously gathering magic power. Aphrodite breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. The infantry soldier who had been waiting for a long time walked to the center of the magic circle according to Aphrodite's instructions. The magic lines rising from his feet wrapped around his body like ribbons. Aphrodite looks at Drulani. Under Lanny's order, the ghost pattern soldier ant walked into the magic circle. It looked very uncomfortable, and was very repulsive to the magic threads in the magic circle. It would hesitate for a while every time it took a step, until both the soldier ants and infantry soldiers stood at the designated position. Standing in front of them, Aphrodite unfolded a magic scroll and read the devil's contract to the infantry soldiers in Imperial language. Surdak, Gulitum, Druilani, and other infantry soldiers of the exploration team were all standing aside, with curiosity written on their faces. Surdak felt that the scene in front of him looked like a simple wedding. Priest Aphrodite was asking the two newlyweds routine questions and blessings. Finally, she signed the magic contract scroll with the infantry soldier's hand, name, and let the soldier ants use their flexible forelimbs to make footprints. As the magic scroll in Aphrodite's hand began to spontaneously ignite, the contract ceremony came to an end. The magic thread surrounding the ghost pattern soldier ants began to flow and rotate continuously, and the line shrank little by little, and finally were tied to the ghost pattern soldier ants like ropes. These magic lines are like black shackles on the soldier ant's body, binding it completely. Eye-like symbols were also left on the arms of the infantry soldiers, and this devil's contract was finally fulfilled. The ghostly pattern soldier ants left the six-pointed star formation, and the infantry soldiers also walked out of the formation with some hesitation. Surdak approached the infantry soldier and asked him, "What special or strange feelings did you have after signing this magic contract?" The infantry soldier re-examined his body, and found that there was no other abnormality in his body. Then he moved his limbs, and jumped in place without any abnormality. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he was silent for a while, even closing his eyes, and feeling it quietly. When the infantry soldier opened his eyes, he said to Surdak, "Now I can feel what it is thinking. We can't communicate with words, but we can transmit information through the spirit. I can make him feel what I am thinking, and I can order it to do something. I can feel his obedience." As he spoke, the infantry soldier walked towards the ghost pattern soldier ant. When he stood in front of the ghost striped soldier ant, the ghost striped soldier ant happened to bend down, and he jumped up easily by stepping on the soldier ant's forelimbs. For infantry soldiers, this is an unprecedented experience. The moment he came into contact with the body of the ghostly pattern soldier ant, a stream of power flowed continuously from his feet into his whole body. It felt like Commander Surdak had turned on the aura of enthusiasm, and he felt that his whole body was full of power. The heavy standard armor on his body is no longer a burden to him. The shield and heavy sword in his hand have also become much lighter, and there is no hesitation when swinging the tower shield. Even if you don't have to hold on to the soldier ant's tentacles, you can still stand firmly on top of the ghost-striped soldier ant's head with both feet. He didn't even need to grab the tentacles of the soldier ants. He raised the heavy sword in his hand and pointed at the sword's edge. The soldier ants ran forward with all their strength. The refreshing feeling after his body gained great strength made him want to cry out in his heart. When the infantry warrior stood on top of the ghost-patterned soldier ant, Surdak clearly saw the magic line surrounding the ghost-patterned soldier ant swimming slowly, and finally connected with the feet of the infantry soldier. The power of the ghost-patterned soldier ants is also constantly extracted from them through these two magic lines. At this moment, Surdak felt that this infantry warrior was an invincible heavy cavalry. Then he stood up with a shield and shouted at the ant cavalry warrior, "Come on! Give me a blow!" The infantry soldier standing on the soldier ant is still in excitement. Without hesitation, he controlled the ghost-patterned soldier ant to change direction and rush towards Surdak. He stood on the soldier ant's head, with his knees slightly straight, and leaned over to slightly shift his body's center of gravity, right before the ghost-patterned soldier ant. The moment he passed by Surdak, he decisively slashed the heavy sword in his hand towards Surdak's hideous bone shield. When there was a violent muffled sound, and the heavy sword bounced back from the bone shield. The arm of the infantry soldier holding the sword was raised high, but he still held the hilt of the sword tightly. But the violent concussion force formed a wind ring and spread out suddenly. Although it failed to leave any traces on the shield, it made Surdak take a small step back, which was full of power. The fact that the ant cavalry had such a strong combat power immediately made Surdak very happy. Later, when he and Aphrodite continued to develop a large number of ant cavalry, he was told by Aphrodite that Aphrodite could only make 13 of these devil contract scrolls a day. Chapter 14:10 Duke Newman. Ant cavalry constantly appears in the mountains around the forest camp, posing a considerable threat to the evil ghost warriors patrolling the forest. Originally, the only people who could deal with the evil ghost warriors in this mountain forest were a group of Bena swordsmen. However, at the beginning of the year, Duke Newman suddenly gave up the battle plan to advance north. The Bena swordsman group stationed in the forest camp just evacuate the forest camp. The garrison in the forest farm camp was only responsible for controlling the evil spirits in Moyinling, blocking them in the high mountains in the northern part of Handanar County. In fact, just after the Bena constructed swordsman group withdrew from the forest camp, the Evil Ghost Legion took the absolute initiative in this small-scale battle in the wild. During this period of time, the scout team at the Forest Farm camp did not even dare to set foot in the Gandor Mountains. No one expected that Abena reinforcements would actually follow the Samasto River all the way north of the mountain. Not only did they completely destroy the Evil Ghost hunting group along the way, but they also transported all the large amounts of food they had hoarded to the forest camp. This incident not only subverted the Evil Ghost Legion's understanding of the Bena army, but the biggest problem is that the Evil Ghost Legion on Moyun Ridge needs to tighten their belts recently. The supply of the army has always been the most important problem for the Evil Ghost Legion in the Warsaw Plain. The Evil Ghost warriors usually need to eat meat. After Duke Newman occupied Handanar County, he concentrated all the people in this county in Handanar. In the Urching area, on the edge of Handanar County, it is rare to see imperial immigrants. The objects hunted by the Evil Ghost warriors are the hordes of wild beasts in the mountains, as well as some local aboriginal tribes. In the past few years since the evil spirits occupied the Warsaw Plain, they have only occupied and destroyed it. They have hunted down all the larger beasts in the mountains and fields. Until now, the Evil Ghost army needs to continuously invade the territory of the Green Empire in order to obtain more sufficient food. This was also a major incentive for the Evil Ghost army to gradually speed up its offensive pace and begin to quickly devour the 7 counties of Warsaw. In the eyes of the evil spirits, the Bena army in Handanar County has few hard bones to crack. In order to contain the Bena army, the Evil Ghost army not only deployed heavy troops along the Kepathomos River, but also an evil gate was set up on Moyun Ridge, a mountain in the northern part of Handanar County, and nearly 10,000 Evil Ghost warriors guarded the mountain. At the beginning, Duke Newman also thought about sending out elite troops to completely eradicate the Evil Ghost army from Moyun Ridge before the Evil Ghost army could gain a foothold. It was precisely with this idea that the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, where Surdak belonged, originally opened a forest road in this forest. Unfortunately, the battle between the Bena Legion and the Evil Ghost Legion in Moyun Ridge ended in failure. In the past few years, although Duke Newman has always been obsessed with Moyun Ridge, he only sent troops to retake the Forest Farm camp and guard the gate of Handanar's backyard. He has never wanted to take a step north again. The Evil Ghost Legion has become accustomed to this kind of fighting method. But Serdak's Lord army did not follow the routine. This sword stabbing down just cut off the logistics line of the Moyunling Evil Ghost Legion. Due to the insufficient food supply for the Moyunling Evil Ghost Legion, a large number of Evil Ghost hunting teams had to run out in search of food. In the area south of Moyun Ridge, the forest camp is also a fixed base. Although the Evil Ghost warriors did not plan to capture the forest camp, they knew that they would definitely encounter a human scout team wandering around here. So nearby skirmishes continued every day. Although the Ant Cavalry requires 3 times the numerical advantage to defeat them in a small-scale team battle, the Ant Cavalry can quickly withdraw from the battlefield once it becomes invincible during the battle. Therefore, during the recent period, although the Western Route Army suffered casualties every day, it also made gains every day. It was precisely for this reason that Suldak was unable to leave the forest camp for a while. He did not want the infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army to be consumed bit by bit like this. If you can cure it, you must do your best to cure it. Aphrodite has been the busiest in recent times. The number of Ant Cavalry in the military camp has been growing every day, and the battles in the jungle have begun to result in more wins than losses. For the infantry soldiers of Lord Serdak's army, the biggest gain from dealing with the Evil Ghost warriors outside the forest camp during this period is that almost every soldier has learned to peel off the black-striped demon's skin from the evil ghosts. A skinning skill. It was also an important way for warriors to make extra money. The free market on the slope outside the forest camp finally ushered in a little spring. Every day, merchants would wait for the infantry soldiers in the camp to bring the black-striped magic skin to them for trade. The heavy armored infantry soldiers actually hope that the black-striped magic skin can be exchanged for achievements. However, the logistics quartermaster in the military camp is very picky about the black-striped magic skin. If there is even a slight flaw in the skinning process, it will be returned by the logistics quartermaster and eventually flow to freedom in the hands of those merchants in the market. It is for this reason that the business group outside the forest camp became noisy again, since the number of Ant Cavalry was limited, and half of the Western Route Army was still on the way from Handanar City to the forest camp. Surdak was not prepared to engage in a large-scale battle with the Evil Ghost warriors active outside the camp during this period. Battle. The name of Western Route Army Commander Suldak was also spread in the free market opposite the forest camp. After a month and a half, the 50,000 heavy infantry and 10,000 cavalry of the West Route Army finally arrived at the forest camp in a dusty and windy manner. Along with the 60,000 troops arriving at the forest camp, there were hundreds of four-wheel trucks carrying consumable supplies. Although the situation in Epsom City is extremely tense now, most of the supplies delivered here from Iverson City every day have to be shared with other legions, as well as the millions of refugees in Epsom City. But this time the Bena Legion, the logistics department, still endured huge pressure and sent the logistics supplies of 100,000 troops to the forestry camp. The only thing that makes Serdek a little helpless is that there is still no news about the supplies of ghost-marked soldier ants. Samira, Gary Decker, Selena, Signa, Naomi, Nika, and the medical team followed the large army to the forest farm camp, finally letting the stone hanging in Soldek's heart fall. Come! After all, many people in this team have special identities. Selena, who believes in the goddess of the night. Naomi, who is a necromancer. And Nika, who can feel the element of light. Now that everyone has arrived at the forest camp safely, the strength of the West Route Army suddenly reached 110,000. The entire military camp suddenly became lively. After Gary Decker and Samira entered the military camp, they first saw dozens of stacks of bacon in the material storage area. So they couldn't help but said, "What is this? Is it a big gift left for us by friendly forces? Impossible. If there was such a good thing, those guys in the logistics department wouldn't have such bitter faces all the way." Samira responded in a low voice. Serdek quickly came out of the commander's room to welcome him, spread his arms to hug Signa, hugged Selena and Samira, and whispered about the situation along the way, and then told everyone please enter the command post. Gary Decker couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked Serdek, "Boss, how did you get those stacks of bacon outside? When we arrived at Handanar City, when I applied for these supplies from the logistics department, I didn't expect that they were already ready. This was picked up by the Samasto River when we were fighting all the way in." Soldek lifted Signa up and let her sit on his shoulders, then turned to Gary Decker and said. Samira looked at the group of ant cavalry going in and out of the camp, watching them walking out of the camp, her eyes like sharp arrows passing over their bodies. "It's really unimaginable that they can command these ghost-patterned soldier ants so easily." Samira sighed beside Soldek. During the march, bathing is probably the most troublesome thing. When they arrived at the forest camp this time, the group of women immediately took a shower in the bathroom at the camp command post. The row of officers' residences with the best conditions in the camp has been occupied by the magician reconnaissance team, although there are some unused wooden houses in the corners, considering that some of them have sensitive identities. Serdek asked the craftsman to a row of wooden houses was built next to the command post. Selena is the person who has been with Soldek for the longest time. She has heard Serdek talk about this coveted camp more than once. However, there does not seem to be a series of white tents here. Instead, there are rows of neat wooden houses. "How was the journey?" "Not bad." Selena pulled up her wet long hair and stood behind Signa to help her comb her hair. Just after taking a shower, Signa's little face turned red, looking at the lively scene outside the window. It seemed that her heart had already flown outside. "Dak, can you let me try the cavalry ants? I think it would be fun," Signa said with a flattering look on her face. "This is not possible. This is too dangerous." Soldek sternly refused without even thinking. "Cheapskate," Signa muttered softly, her mouth bulging. With the Western Route Army fully stationed in the forest camp, Soldek handed over all affairs in the camp to Andrew. Samira was responsible for arranging the route for the waiting team to go out for patrol missions, and Gary Decker was to lead the cavalry regiment at the forest farm camp will rest and recuperate, and then they will conduct daily training. After making these arrangements, Serdek immediately set off for the Bena Army command post in the south of Handanar City. Serdek and the two-headed ogre traveled all the way and spent 5 days crossing this vast meadow. The infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army walked for 17 days. As the commander of the West Route Army, the order Soldek received was to report to the command of the Bena military headquarters after settling down the West Route Army. This time the Bena Army is preparing for a large-scale counterattack, and the commanders of several armies will arrive at the Bena Army command post to attend a pre-war meeting. Soldek has been delaying his arrival until now, mainly because he has not received news of Duke Ryan's death. Before Duke Ryan's death, the Bena Army under Duke Newman will not take half a step across the Moss River. The command post of the Bena Corps is located in the south of Handanar City. There are nearly 30,000 guards stationed here. Duke Newman usually lives in this camp. Looking into the distance, Serdek could clearly see the outline of Handanar City. This camp is also surrounded by log fences. Most of the camp is built with simple wooden houses. Rows of phalanxes are running back and forth in the military camp playground. Some soldiers are basking in the sun at the entrance of the camp. The soldiers in this camp, the pace of life is slow after all. Surdak showed his identity plate and was taken to a wooden house by the guard at the camp gate, pushing open the door of the cabin, which seemed to be not much bigger than the toilet. There was a table and chairs in addition to a bed. The space is very small, but it is more than enough for Surdak to rest. Commander Surdak, the Duke is still having a meeting in the war room. Please wait a moment. The camp gate guard, who led the way, said earnestly to Surdak. Surdak nodded slightly, then tied the war horse at the door of the wooden house, turned his head, and glanced at the two-headed ogre who was sitting against the wooden house and was about to eat, and stepped into the wooden house. Before the meeting, Surdak finally met Duke Newman. The most powerful Grand Duke in the province of Bena was actually sitting at the dining table in the command post. There was only a piece of hard-looking white bread on the plate in front of him. He cut the white bread meticulously, and then dipped it in there as an unknown thick soup on the plate, and the bread is eaten silently into the stomach. Finally, he slowly drank half a glass of sweet wine. When he saw Surdak sitting solemnly across the dining table, he quickly motioned to the servant behind him to bring a dinner plate to Surdak. The chef at the back held a silver plate and quickly added food to Surdak's plate. At this time, Surdak looked at Duke Newman seriously. Although he was middle-aged, he had bright eyes. The beard on his face was a little gray, but it was trimmed very neatly. His handsome face with a sense of vicissitudes and the majesty of a superior. There is also some fatigue hidden in his eyes. Standing next to him was a guard, who should be a level 3 expert, because Surdak could not feel any strong aura. But his intuition clearly told Surdak that the person in front of him was very dangerous, especially the two exquisite storm swords on his waist. The cold light on them can almost clearly reflect the human face. I've been hearing your name in reports lately, and you've also taken possession of the treasure in the Belan Plain. It originally belonged to the Bena Legion. Unfortunately, you plucked the fruit before it could be harvested. Duke Newman's the voice is very deep, with a kind of kindness in it. He paused, and then said, I guess you must have met the Queen Ant, and it seems that you must have reached some agreement with it before it was willing to provide soldier ants to you. Otherwise, even if you kill the Queen Ant, I'm afraid you won't be able to control those soldiers. And